Chapter 211. The atmosphere in the hall became dead silent. It was the first time that Dybul saw Lear showing such a strong killing intent. He opened his mouth. If Lear really wanted to kill Fernando, he might not be able to stop him. Based on his current understanding, Lear was a hero-class person, a dual-law professional of war and arcane, and he might even have the power of the Star Law. As for Milia, Dybul was even more confused. And Fernando, although he was at the extraordinary limit, his status was still just a commander. The other party set his sights on Milia, which was really like an old man hanging himself, thinking that his life was too long. Fernando, who was sitting on the other side, also instinctively broke out in a cold sweat. How many people did he have to kill to breathe such a strong killing intent? Sylvia, who was standing by, swallowed her saliva. After fighting with Milia, she had completely given up the idea of provoking Lear and Milia. Fernando had never seen Miria's power. That girl was at least at the level of the Pope. Silence spread in the hall. No one spoke. They just looked at the young man sitting there with a smile on his face. How many people has Lear killed? In this life, he is a good citizen, but in the last life, he couldn't even remember the people he had slaughtered in the game. In his previous life, Lear didn't know that the world of law was a real alien world. He thought it was a game with a high degree of reality. It was so real that although there was a health bar, killing and bleeding were exactly the same as in reality. That real bloody smell made many players uncomfortable at the beginning. At first, this bloody smell was only reflected on NPCs, but later after the game was updated, players would also see brains bursting and internal organs flowing all over the ground when fighting. You could often see two players with wounds all over their bodies, even with their intestines spilling out, still fighting like nothing happened. Since then, the live broadcast of the game Law has been restricted and has become a game for 18+. Since then, Law has become a paradise for many perverted criminals, because in the game of Law you can experience the ultimate cruel killing. In the hall, Fernando was locked by Lear's murderous intent. As the judge and high priest of the previous generation of the Golden Church, when has he ever been humiliated like this? But feeling the terrifying magic and murderous intent on Lear's body, Fernando opened his mouth but said nothing. Fernando could feel that the young man in front of him was not talking big. If he really wanted to judge the other party's wife, Soros might become his burial place. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the hall. The dead silence was broken. Dybul reacted, glanced at Fernando, and scolded, "Fernando, Lear is the special executive of the church, and his wife is also protected by the church. Put away your thoughts that you shouldn't have." Fernando's face flushed red when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say anything else. Dybul gave him a way out. Even if it was embarrassing, he still had to take it. He snorted coldly, and didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Dybul breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the War Knight believer guarding the door, and nodded to him. The knight understood, and opened the door of the hall. A guard hurried in, with a letter in his hand. "Your Highness, this is an invitation sent by the blood cult." The guard didn't notice the abnormality in the hall, and walked straight to Dybul, and handed the letter in his hand to him. "Invitation?" Dybul was stunned for a moment, took the invitation and opened it to read. After taking a look at the content above, Dybul's expression became a little strange. The guard handed the letter to Dybul and left, and the door of the hall was closed again. Dybul raised his head, glanced at everyone and said, "The Blood King sent an invitation, inviting us to participate in the ceremony of the establishment of the Blood Temple in 3 days." As he said, his eyes fell on Sylvia. He also wrote that everyone in the Golden Church is welcome to witness the Golden Saint become the Blood Saint. As soon as these words came out, the hall, which had just eased a little, fell into silence again. Everyone looked at the position of the Golden Church, and Sylvia and Fernando's faces became extremely ugly. This invitation from the Blood King can be said to be a real contempt for the Golden Church. A heretical sect invited the Golden Church to participate in the ceremony of the completion of the temple, and also wanted to turn the Golden Church's saint into a saint who believed in blood. This is completely against Tiangang. After a short silence, Fernando stood up angrily. He glanced at Dybul and Lear, and then said, "A small heretic sect dared to challenge the Golden Law repeatedly. They must be judged. Dybul, the War Church will not help you." Before Fernando finished speaking, Dybul interrupted him directly. "I have reached an agreement with the Blood King. As long as the blood cult does not affect the church, we will not take action against them." Dybul shook his head. "As for you?" Dybul paused, then said, "The Blood King kidnapped the Golden Saint. I can allow you to go to war with the blood cult, but it is limited to the area of the Blood Temple. If your fight affects the citizens of Soros, I will stop it. Dival had no intention of helping the Golden Church. When Fernando attacked Lear just now, he had already decided not to wade into this muddy water. After all, if he helped Fernando, Lear might be dissatisfied. In his opinion, Lear and Miria must be more important than the Golden Church. Dival. Fernando did not hide his dissatisfaction with Dival's decision, but all he got was Dival's indifferent expression. Fernando, this is the War Church. I can allow you to attack the Blood Cult, which is already an assistance to the Golden Church. Dival shook his head at Fernando. Seeing Dival's tough look, Fernando clenched his fists, and finally could only suppress the anger in his heart and said, "Then you just watch. We have 4 extraordinary professionals from the Golden Church, which is enough to destroy the Blood Cult. Then I wish you good luck." Dival smiled, thinking of the strength of the Blood Cult mentioned by the Blood King, and the astonishing number of Blood Elves that appeared at the horse farm in the past few days. Dival was not optimistic about the war between the Golden Church and the Blood Cult. However, even if the Golden Church would lose this battle, it should be able to expose some of the strength of the Blood Cult. This is what Dival wanted to see. He wanted to see what kind of strength the sect that could make the goddess issue an oracle to cooperate had. The meeting ended unhappily, and Fernando was too embarrassed to stay any longer, so he left directly with everyone from the Golden Church. After Fernando left, Lilina stretched. She has been staying in the Arcane Council, accompanied by spells and books every day. What happened in the past few days is really more exciting than her life for so many years. After becoming the speaker of the Arcane Council, she basically never went out. Lorena stood up and walked to Lear, who was about to leave. "You are quite caring for your wife?" Hearing this, Lear was stunned for a moment. Lorena ignored Lear's surprised look, looked Lear up and down, and then said with a smile, "Well, I am very relieved to leave Mina to you. You must treat her well." Dival, who was standing aside, was shocked when he heard this. He knew that Mina was locked up by Lear, but why didn't Lorena, as Mina's mother, worry, but seemed to entrust her daughter to Lear? After hearing Lorena's words, Lear reacted after a short daze. "Speaker Lorena, Mina is your daughter, and has nothing to do with me. Mina will be yours in half a year." Lorena smiled. "The spell will be analyzed within half a year." Lear argued helplessly. Coralina seemed not to want to talk to Lear about spells. She just waved her hand and turned away. Dival listened to the conversation between the two, and after Coralina left, he hurriedly asked, "Liar, Mina." "Mina is temporarily studying spells with me. Speaker Coralina just made a joke." Lear hurriedly stopped Dival's questioning. He didn't want Dival to push Greta to him again. The news that the Temple of the Blood Cult was about to be built soon spread throughout the Soros King City. Among them, the invitation to the Golden Church was not known to someone who spread the news to the Pope's Hall, and everyone knew that the Golden Saint was about to be turned into a saint who served blood by the Blood Cult. The entire Soros royal city became lively. Every day, many people would visit the location of the Blood Temple, including players and indigenous people. At the same time, a large number of players in other cities also rushed to Soros. 3 days later, the door of the Pope's Hall slowly opened, and Dival led a group of high-level members of the War Church to the location of the Blood Temple in a carriage. Lilina also followed behind with members of the Arcane Council. As for the one walking in the front, it was the Golden Church. Unlike the War Church and the Arcane Council, the Golden Church's entourage was holding weapons, and the atmosphere was heavy. A big battle was about to take place, and everyone could see it. Many players and indigenous people followed along the way, and the largest number of people were in front of the carriage where Lear was. Although the battle between the Golden Church and the Blood Cult was exciting, those who might get the benefits would be more popular. Many people were jealous of Nolan's swordsmanship from Lear. Lear and Miria sat together, opposite Avian and Greta. Turning her head to look at Lear, Milia asked strangely, "What bad idea are you planning again?" These days, Milia has been studying the new professions and skills of the Morningstar Law, and only this morning did she know about the invitation letter of the Blood King. "Ah? What bad intentions can I have?" Lear knew that Milia was asking about the invitation letter, and he smiled and raised his eyebrows. Avian and Greta on the opposite side listened to the conversation between the two and showed puzzled expressions. The carriage moved forward slowly, and after about half an hour, everyone arrived at the location of the Blood Temple. When everyone got off the carriage and saw the towering statue, everyone was shocked. The blood of the Lord of Blood stood in front of the temple, and behind it was the huge Blood Temple. It was hard to imagine that such a huge temple could be built in less than half a month. Dival felt a trace of divine breath in front of the statue in front of him, and the gods were watching here. He took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the Golden Church. Even the gods of the blood sect appeared. Now it was impossible for Fernando to wipe out the blood sect. The blood kings were all heroes, so what kind of existence was the Lord of Blood? I'm afraid that even if the Golden Pope came in person, he couldn't shake it. When everyone was looking at the statue of the Lord of Blood, a huge blood-colored portal suddenly opened in front of the door of the Blood Temple, and blood elves in armor walked out of the portal. At the same time, blood flowed out of the portal like a river, turning into a red carpet and gradually condensing. The blood elves stood in 2 rows on the blood-red carpet, kneeling on one knee, waiting for the king to come. Finally, when all the blood elves came out, a figure in a black robe also stepped out of the portal, and behind him, a beautiful blonde girl followed with her head down. The moment she saw the girl, Sylvia suddenly stood up. "Afanina!" She shouted excitedly, and her voice passed through the crowd around her and reached the girl's ears. Afanina raised her head and glanced at her mother, her eyes trembling slightly, and finally lowered her head again. After being in the old dream for so long, her faith in gold had almost disappeared. Sylvia was her mother, she would care, but the Golden Church was no longer important. She turned her head and looked at the other side, not at the Blood King in front of her, but at the crowd, at Lear. The Blood King in front of her was just an incarnation, and the person she was truly loyal to was there. The Blood King walked towards the statue step by step, and other people continued to come out of the portal behind him. Shira, Irina, Red Wolf Amber, and some high-level blood elves, but not Eno and Adele. These 2 little maids were related to Lear himself, and in order to prevent exposure, Lear did not bring the 2 girls out. Fernando looked at the heretics, who kept coming out of the portal, and as more and more people appeared, his face became uglier. In addition to the Blood King, the Blood Cult actually had 3 extraordinary professionals, especially the Red Wolf. Even he felt an ancient sense of oppression. Heretic creatures that survived from the ancient times. The surrounding believers of the Golden Church were also shocked by the strength of the Blood Cult. Such a terrifying heretic sect should be conquered by the Church with all its strength, not just by a few of them. "Calm down," Fernando scolded. "Look at your appearance. Are you afraid? We are believers of gold. It is our duty to judge heretics. Do you want to retreat because of the strength of heretics?" Fernando's rebuke made many timid believers of gold regain their confidence. Fanatics are like this. They can be easily incited by the doctrines they believe in. Seeing this scene, Fernando nodded and looked at the Blood King in front of him again. It's not that they don't have a chance. Before coming to Soros, the Pope had already given him a backup plan. Chapter 212. Welcome, fellow blood people. The Blood King walked to the front of the statue and looked at the crowd around. There were ordinary citizens, powerful professionals, and countless players. Today, the blood cult will be officially born as a new Orthodox religion, and everyone here will be a witness. Everyone knows the 3 major Orthodox religions. The Blood King continued, war, arcane, and gold. They spread their faith in the name of orthodoxy, and are respected by the world. But there are more than 3 Orthodox religions. The Blood King raised his head suddenly, and Lillian's statue also lit up at this time. We came to this world, born from flesh and blood. Since ancient times, every human being and every living being has blood flowing in their bodies. Because of blood, we can live. Blood is the source of our lives. And the blood cult believes in blood. The Blood King's voice became high, and this righteous speech made everyone present fall into deep thought. Yes, everyone has blood flowing in their bodies. Without blood, life will die. This is common sense known to people since ancient times. Looking at the quiet crowd below, a smile appeared on the face of the Blood King. Generally speaking, believing in blood gives people a very evil feeling, and it is easy to associate it with evil heretical sects using blood for sacrifice, and doing some things that hurt the world. But after the Blood King's statement, the definition of blood has become sacred. In the crowd, Lear had a smile on his face. Everything was going according to plan. He was instilling new ideas in everyone. War arcane, gold can be orthodoxy, and so can blood. Every creature with blood flowing in its body is a child of blood, and you are protected by blood. The Blood King said loudly again. As this sentence fell, the tall Lillian statue emitted a dazzling red light. The strange red light might have been frightening before, but now everyone only felt solemn. Under the illumination of the red light, everyone present clearly felt that their bodies had changed slightly, becoming stronger and more energetic. This is the gift of the Lord of Blood Source. The Blood King turned around and knelt on one knee respectfully in front of the statue. The entire front of the Blood Temple fell into silence, and everyone felt incredible. The players in the crowd felt it more clearly. In their system prompts, The gift of the Lord of Blood source allowed their physical attributes to increase a little. Lier and the crowd watched this scene quietly, which was also part of the plan. Lillian issues gifts, which can directly improve the physical fitness of weak people, and higher-level professionals can also get a slight physical enhancement. The stronger the person, the weaker the gift. After all, these gifts are based on Lillian's divine power, and it has consumed a lot to improve the physical fitness of these ordinary people and players. The benefits obtained by powerful professionals are not much, and they are not important. What is important is the large number of ordinary people and players. If they get a little physical improvement, the benefits are huge. With the gift of blood, the blood cult will surely spread among these groups, and will also be recognized. This is what Lier needs. If ordinary people recognize the blood cult as the orthodox religion, the Golden Church will have to consider the impact if it wants to take action against the blood cult. The red light shone on the position of the Golden Church. Under the cover of the red light, everyone in the Golden Church also felt the changes in their bodies. Fernando's face was gloomy, as if water was about to drip out. Of course, he saw the plan of the Blood King, which was really a good plan. Everyone, stay away from the red light. It is a heretic curse. Fernando roared, trying to use the prestige of the Golden Church to stir up the people's emotions. But the citizens and players of Soros, who heard this, just glanced at Fernando. Players have a system panel, which can tell whether it is a gift or a curse at a glance. As for the citizens of Soros, they are all believers in war, and they only believe in Dival. A large number of citizens looked at Dival. At this time, Dival was feeling the changes in his body. His eyes became complicated, and he turned his head to look at Fernando. Fernando, if such a gift is a curse, then I hope there will be more such curses. Dival said softly, and one sentence exposed Fernando's lies. This is the gift of the Lord of Blood. I express my gratitude to you in the name of the War Pope. Dival bowed his head slightly, and saluted to Lillian's statue. The citizens of Soros who saw this scene followed Dival's actions, and even many players did the same. Fernando and many believers of the Golden Church stood in place, looking like clowns under the contemptuous eyes of many people. The Golden Church? Oh, what a hypocritical bunch of villains. The Blood King, who was half kneeling in front of the statue, stood up and looked at Fernando. What did you say? Fernando was immediately angry when he heard such words. Am I wrong? The Blood King slowly walked to the side of Ophelia. You sweep away other laws just to maintain your position. There is no so-called heretical law in this world. Every law has its meaning, but you are indiscriminate. Once you find other laws, you will call them heresy and judge them with righteousness. Isn't this hypocrisy? You are afraid that other laws will compete for believers. You are just a group of selfish, hypocritical villains. The sarcastic voice echoed in the square, and the believers of the Golden Church turned red, especially Fernando. Just now, he falsely accused the gift of the Lord of Blood source as a curse, which seemed to prove this point. The Blood King glanced at Fernando, and did not continue to sneer, but summoned the life-binding shackles to bind Ophelia. She is the saint of the Golden Church. After realizing the hypocrisy of Gold, she joined the Blood cult. The Blood King spoke again. Gold betrayed her, but Blood will embrace all the Blood people. After the Blood King finished speaking, Lillian's statue lit up again with dazzling light, this time even more dazzling than the previous gift. Sylvia was anxious when she saw the scene. What are you going to do? I said, let her become a blood person. The Blood King turned his head calmly. At this moment, the bright red light swallowed Ophelia. Lillian hid in the red light. She was very excited. Ophelia had a lot of golden law source in her body. After swallowing it, her strength could be restored a lot, and the divine power used by the gift just now could also be replenished. The horrible fluctuations of blood magic spread across the square, and the breath of the golden law in Ophanina's body was rapidly disappearing. Dival and Lorena were both a little shocked. The Blood King said that he would turn Ophanina into a believer of blood, but he didn't expect that he would directly devour the power of the golden law. If this continues, Ophanina, the Golden Saint, will completely become a member of the Blood sect. Such an action was done in front of Fernando, which can be said to be a real break with the Golden Church. Ophanina's body twisted unconsciously in the red light. Under Lillian's devouring, she felt that her whole body was resisting. This was the resistance of the golden law. Sylvia couldn't help it at this time, and took out the scepter and rushed up. At this moment, the red wolf Amber blocked Sylvia, staring at the woman in front of him with scarlet pupils. No one can disturb the goddess's eating. Get out. Sylvia was furious and fought directly. At this time, Fernando also reacted and led the people of the Golden Church to rush forward. The battle officially started. The crowds on the surroundings dispersed one after another, and Dival and Lorena also walked away. If they said they would not help, then they would not help. Lear also followed behind to watch the excitement. Dival watched the battle between the two sides. The Blood King and Fernando fought together, and the other three extraordinary professionals were also stopped by other extraordinary professionals of the Blood Cult. As for the high-level Gold Believers, they were stopped by the remaining Blood Elves. However, the Blood Elves did not go out in full, but only ensured to delay the actions of the Gold Believers. The Blood Cult seemed to have no intention of fighting the Golden Church to the death, and was just passively defending. Fernando held a great sword in his hand. He was a judge, the most aggressive of the three major professions of the Golden Law, but the Blood King in front of him was as flexible as a venomous snake. His powerful attack was easily dodged by the Blood King, and could not cause effective damage at all. Not far away, the aura of the Golden Law on Ophelina's body had become extremely thin. In a while, the Golden Saint would disappear. Fernando gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly became fierce, he raised the great sword. This time his target was no longer the Blood King, but Ophelina. He actually planned to kill Ophelina directly. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Even Lear off the field did not expect such a thing to happen. This old man is really crazy. He would rather kill the saint than let the gold be tainted by blood. Stop! Sylvia on the other side was furious. Ophelina was her daughter. Even if she became a believer of blood, as long as she was still alive, she could still accept it. But now Fernando actually planned to kill Ophelina with his own hands. The golden sword came in front of Ophelina. Ophelina opened her eyes, and saw Fernando's hideous face. At this moment, the belief in gold completely dissipated in her heart. From being imprisoned by Lear to now, the Golden Church did not seem to pay much attention to her. Only her mother had been looking for her whereabouts. She also tried to pray to the goddess of the Golden Law, but as a person chosen by the goddess, she did not get any response. Maybe gold has really abandoned her. A trace of sadness emerged in Ophelina's heart. In the Golden Temple, the Golden Law goddess watched this scene, her face still calm. Ophelina was the person she chose, and she gave her the source of the Golden Law, but she really didn't care too much about Ophelina. She was a god, and she gave Ophelina the source of the Golden Law just to have a medium for the descent of the gods. Because of the rules, the gods cannot descend at will, especially in those isolated initial places. Sylvia and Ophelina were both the media she arranged for the descent of the gods, and that's all, they were just tools after all. It seems that the person you chose is disappointed in you. Behind the Golden Law goddess, a black-haired girl whispered. Just a tool, anyway, she was also recruited by the person you liked, right? The Golden Law goddess shook her head, her eyes without any ripples. She looked at the scene in the mirror again, looking at the Blood King and the mastermind hidden in the crowd. To be honest, I'm really a little angry. The Golden Law goddess narrowed her eyes. The person you chose has challenged my bottom line again and again. It was like this when I was in Briefhill, and it's the same now. Hearing the words of the Golden Law goddess, Croto didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. The Golden Hall fell into silence. The Golden Law goddess sighed, turned around, and looked at the girl in front of her. I am a god. How can I be bullied by mortals all the time? You can do it, as long as you don't hurt him. Croto finally spoke. Really? A smile appeared on the face of the Golden Law goddess. Let me remind you that if you choose the descent of God, your strength will be suppressed to half-saint in the initial place, and the previous blasphemous true spirit was only half-saint. Croto said quietly. Half-saint is enough. I am not that ugly big snake. The Golden Law goddess said confidently. At this time, in the square, Fernando's sword was about to tear Ophelia apart, and Sylvia rushed towards Fernando desperately. The Blood King incarnation also glowed with bright red light, intending to teleport to Ophelia with a blood echo. But at this moment, a circle of golden chains surrounded the Blood King, and the blood magic power that Lyre had just condensed suddenly collapsed. You are affected by the Holy Ring of Radiance and enter a 30-second silent state. Unable to use any active skills, the sudden system prompt made the Blood King pause for a moment, and Lear below also frowned. Holy weapon. It seems that Fernando is still prepared. Lear shook his head and sighed helplessly. He waved his hand, and the Night Rose appeared in his hand. The next second, his body disappeared from the spot. Aslan royal swordsmanship was brought to the extreme. In just a moment, Lear appeared in front of Ophelina, stretched out his hand to hold Ophelina in his arms, and the Night Rose was horizontal in front of him. Bang! The sound of the distance sounded in my ears. The golden sword and the Night Rose collided with each other, and the sword body of the Night Rose bent into an amazing arc, but in the end Lear still blocked it. The magic power surged, blowing Lear's hair apart. Afanina opened her eyes and looked at the young man who was close to her. When she saw the blood incarnation of the Blood King being restricted, she thought she was going to die. Will Lear come to save her? Even if he died, it should not have any impact. The reputation of the blood cult has spread because of the blood gift just now. If this saint died in Fernando's hands, the prestige of the Golden Church might be hit again. She is just an insignificant tool. Tears flashed across Afanina's eyes, and she stretched out her hand and hugged Lear's neck tightly. Take me away. She said so. Chapter 213. Afanina's voice echoed in Lear's ears. This was the first time Lear saw such a weak Afanina. Even in Brayfield, in the dark basement, when he bullied her, Afanina had never shown such an expression. And now Afanina is like an abandoned little girl. In fact, Afanina still has expectations for the Golden Law in her heart. Lear knows this. Even if she chooses to become a believer of blood, she reluctantly agrees. If Afanina is asked to act against the Golden Church, Lear thinks that even if she becomes a believer of blood, Afanina may not be able to do it. But, Gold betrayed you, Lear said softly. Maybe it's not betrayal, but the high gods have never really cared about a believer. There are many believers of the Golden Law, and Afanina was given the source of the Golden Law. This is a gift. But for the gods, I give you a gift, and it has nothing to do with you. You are just a lucky person, that's all. Afanina buried her head in Lear's arms, and said nothing. At this time, everyone present finally reacted. Lear's sudden move was unexpected by everyone. Does the War Pope intend to be an enemy of the Golden Church? Fernando roared. The opportunity to erase the stain of gold was destroyed, and the chains that bound the Blood King were about to dissipate, and the Blood King had already rushed towards him. The Ring of Glory silenced the skills, but the extraordinary professional was strong enough just by relying on physical fitness. In response to Fernando, Lear gave a cold look. He waved the knight rose, picked up the sword, and then kicked Fernando in the chest with a terrifying speed before Fernando could react. Lear used all his strength in this kick. Fernando's eyes almost popped out, and he felt like a meteorite hit his chest. The next moment, he flew out like a cannonball, rolling on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. Seeing this scene, the surrounding golden believers showed horror, and Sylvia also came to Lear at this time. Looking at his daughter lying in Lear's arms, his face was full of anxiety. Afanina! Sylvia stretched out her hand, and was about to hug Afanina in Lear's arms. But at this moment, a bright red light shone, and Afanina floated from Lear's arms into the air. In the strange red light, a vague shadow could be seen. It was Lillian. The source of the Golden Law was completely devoured at this moment, and Afanina only felt a strange power surging in her body. The blood magic turned into roses, and bloomed around Afanina's body, and finally completely wrapped Afanina in it. Afanina! Sylvia looked at this scene, and her heart became more and more anxious, but at this time, the golden chain that bound the Blood King also dissipated. The Blood King stood in front of Sylvia. Gold abandoned your daughter, and now she belongs to blood. The Blood King said in a deep voice, Do you want that old man to kill your daughter again? Hearing this, Sylvia paused. She could also feel that the power of the Golden Law in Afanina's body had completely disappeared. Afanina was no longer a respected saint. From a saint to a believer of blood, could the Golden Church accommodate Afanina? Could Fernando let Afanina go? Sylvia clenched her fists. In her heart, her respect for the Golden Law slowly disappeared. Lear stood aside at this time, just watching quietly, as if it was not him who had just saved Afanina. Not far away, Fernando, who had fallen to the ground, also struggled to stand up, raised his head with a hideous face, and stared at Lear. Damn boy, how dare you do this to me? Fernando's roar once again focused everyone's attention on Lear. In the crowd, Dival and Lorena also came out. They were also startled by Lear's sudden move just now. Even if Fernando wanted to kill Afanina, it was the family affair of the Golden Church, and it was not something Lear should intervene in. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Lear said lightly, When I was in Briefield, Her Highness the Saint took care of me, so I took action. Hearing this, the anger on Fernando's face did not decrease much, and Dival and Lorena also had an expression of trusting you. Lear did not continue to explain, but just looked at Afanina wrapped in roses. Sylvia looked at the handsome young man in front of him, always feeling that something seemed to be overlooked by him. The way Afanina hugged Lear tightly just now did not look like she had only taken care of Lear. On the contrary, it seemed that she regarded Lear as a support, which was only between two very close people. I have to say that sometimes, women's sixth sense is still very scary. Seeing that he was ignored by Lear, Fernando's expression became more distorted. He looked at Dival. Shouldn't you explain it? Explain? Dival shook his head, with a trace of disgust in his eyes. Lear's position as special executive officer is higher than mine in the war church. I have no right to interfere with Lear's decision as special executive officer. Dival shut Fernando up with one sentence, and the Blood King also came to Fernando, not giving Fernando the opportunity to disturb Lear again. You have no chance anymore. Either get out of here, or I will kill all of you here. The cold voice of the Blood King resounded throughout the square. The gold believers who had stopped fighting looked at each other, and looked at Fernando. From the beginning, this was a battle that was difficult to win, and the gold believers all understood this. The reason they fought was Fernando. If the old judge can kill the Blood King with his sword, they still have a chance to eliminate the blood cult. Fernando's face became uncertain at this time, and he glanced at the golden ring on his hand. This is the holy artifact ring of glory given to him by the Pope before he left. It has the terrifying ability to silence the target. The Pope asked him to take action at the critical moment to catch the Blood King off guard, and then take the opportunity to kill the Blood King. Fernando didn't care too much about this. Fernando didn't take the Blood King and the blood cult seriously. They just eliminated a heretic sect. They had 4 extraordinary professionals. He even felt that the Pope was making a fuss by giving him the Ring of Glory. Until today, he really saw the power of the blood cult. In the battle with the Blood King, this feeling became more and more profound. Fernando felt the horror of the Blood King, and he had only felt that kind of oppression from the Pope. He even felt that even if he used the Ring of Glory, he was not sure to kill the Blood King, so he gave up the idea of eliminating the blood cult. Since the blood cult cannot be eliminated, the prestige of the Golden Church must be preserved to the greatest extent. Then, there is only killing the saint who betrayed the gold. Killing the former saint with one's own hands may have an impact on the prestige of the Golden Church, but as long as the public opinion is spread and Affinina is described as a traitor, it doesn't matter. Judge heretics. The saint who betrayed is also a heretic. This is the duty of the Golden Church. So it stands to reason that as long as Affinina dies, how can it not be said that the Golden Church has the final say? As for the truth, who cares? Instead of letting a saint who joined a heretical sect affect the prestige of the Golden Church, it is better to let the saint become a dead betrayer. Killing the betrayed saint can restore the prestige of the Golden Church. This is Fernando's idea, but now, the idea is shattered. Everyone looked at Fernando, waiting for Fernando's decision. Liar also looked over, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Maybe we should leave all the people of the Golden Church here? He fell into deep thought. At first, he did not intend to kill these believers of gold. He just wanted to invite the Golden Church to come, and then humiliate them in front of many players and Soros citizens to enhance the prestige of the Blood Church. With the enhanced prestige, it will be more confident when uniting with other heretical sects in the future. But now it seems that it is still too conservative. Speaking of enhancing prestige, how can just humiliating these golden believers compare to killing all of them? Just killing all of these golden believers means going to war with the Golden Church completely. Is he afraid? A fierce light flashed in Lear's eyes. There is nothing he is afraid of. Thinking of this, a ferocious red light flashed in the eyes of the Blood King, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. Fernando, Dival, and Lorena keenly sensed the changes in the Blood King, which was a terrifying murderous intent. Since you don't speak, then I will help you choose. The voice of the Blood King became colder and colder. Amber, Sheila and Irina on the side also received instructions. The originally perfunctory battle has now become full of murderous intent. While the followers of gold were still waiting for Fernando to make a decision, they attacked again, and this time they were killing. You dare to kill us? Fernando looked at the Blood King who rushed in front of him with a shocked face. Why not? The Blood King showed a ferocious smile. The terrifying magic power erupted in the square in front of the temple. It was no longer a test as before, but a real life and death struggle. The onlookers also found something unusual and retreated in fear. Dival and Lorena also showed shocked expressions. The blood cult actually planned to kill the followers of the Gold Church. There are 3 gold high priests here, and Fernando. If they all die, it will be a big deal. The battle situation became tense in an instant. The Blood King held a superclass heavy, stabbing sword in his hand. It was not the Blood Rose, but a high-level stabbing sword made by the Blood Elves craftsman. It was upgraded to the superclass with the blessing of the Blood Swirl. Although it was far inferior to the Blood Rose, it was enough to use. The new heavy stabbing sword inherited the skill of the Death Thorn piercing. Lear raised the heavy stabbing sword high. In the blood-colored stream, the heavy stabbing sword turned into a blood-colored spear, and finally threw it out with all his strength. The blood-colored spear was like a flash of lightning. It came to Fernando in an instant. Fernando felt the breath of death. He wanted to dodge, but the speed of the blood-colored spear was too fast. At the critical moment, a dazzling holy light lit up in front of Fernando. A blonde figure appeared out of thin air. With the appearance of the figure, a golden barrier appeared in front of the figure. The blood-red spear pierced into the barrier fiercely. After a pause, it broke through the shield. Seeing this scene, the blonde figure frowned, and a more dazzling golden light emanated from the body. Finally, the blood-red spear was blocked in the golden light. The sudden appearance of the figure made everyone stunned. When Dybel and others saw the appearance of the figure clearly, their eyes widened. This was a blonde woman, with an extremely beautiful appearance and a holy aura all over her body. The Golden Law Goddess. Lear's pupils shrank suddenly. It was not the first time he saw the Golden Law Goddess. When he was in Briefville, the Golden Law Goddess appeared and looked at him at that time. The Golden Law Goddess seemed to know his identity, but Lear did not understand why the other party did not expose him. "You've gone too far, believer of blood." A solemn voice sounded in the square. The goddess of the Golden Law looked at the Blood King in front of her, but her gaze did not stay for too long. She looked past the Blood King's body and looked at Lear in the crowd behind. Lear's expression sank. Was it really a bit too much? The goddess of the Golden Law came down in person. Milia, who was standing aside, also noticed the gaze of the goddess of the Golden Law. She frowned and stood in front of Lear. Feeling Milia's action, Lear smiled and felt protected. "That's the goddess of the Golden Law," Milia whispered. "I know." Lear nodded. "Can you deal with it?" She descended to the initial land, and her class was suppressed to the semi-saint, the same level as the blasphemous true spirit, but she has a suppressed divine realm, and her strength will be far stronger than the blasphemous true spirit. Milia's expression was a little heavy, and she also felt a little pressure. She is also at the semi-saint level, but her power is far from restored to the normal level. She is not sure about facing the Golden Law Goddess in front of her. Goddess. Goddess. Fernando, who was originally panicked, looked at the figure in front of him and became excited. He knelt down madly, knelt on the ground devoutly, and licked the ground under the feet of the Golden Law Goddess. The Golden Law Goddess, who had not appeared for many years, appeared again. Was it to save him? What an honor! At this moment, Fernando felt that it was worth it even if he died on the spot. After a brief shock, the other golden believers also knelt down one by one. Dybel and Lorena also bowed slightly respectfully. Even if they are not believers of gold, they should show due respect to the gods. The citizens of Soros, who were watching around, also saluted to show their respect. In the huge square, only the players, Lear, Milia, and the people of the blood cult were left standing there, motionless. Chapter 214. Fernando prostrated himself on the ground, trembling all over. The last time the Golden Law Goddess appeared was in Briefville, to clear the corrupt true spirits that descended to the mortal world. Apart from this, the Golden Law Goddess has not appeared again for more than 10 years, and even rarely responds to the prayers of the Golden Church. But now, the Golden Law Goddess descended again, blocking the attack of the evil heretic and saving himself from the fangs of the heretic. Fernando only felt an unprecedented sense of vanity surge in his heart, but the Golden Law Goddess seemed not to see him, and her eyes only fell on Lear, who stood still. "Mortal, why don't you greet me when you meet me?" the Golden Law Goddess said coldly. The attitude of the Golden Law Goddess surprised everyone. It was the Blood King who wanted to kill the followers of the Golden Church, but now the Golden Law Goddess did not judge the Blood King, but instead locked her target on Lear. Looking at this scene, Lear narrowed his eyes. The Golden Law Goddess really knew his identity. The Blood King was just a puppet incarnation. The mastermind behind everything was Lear. "My lady goddess, I am a believer in war, not in gold." Lear stood up and replied lightly. He had already made the worst plan. If the Golden Law Goddess exposed his identity, he would simply not hide it. Hearing Lear's voice, the Golden Law Goddess laughed instead of getting angry. She glanced at Lear, and then at the Blood King beside her. "You really have a good acting skill." The Golden Law Goddess suddenly praised. She smiled and shook her head, and after a short pause, she changed her tone. "I know everything about you. You don't need to pretend in front of me. I came here today not for the blood sect, but just for you. You have repeatedly provoked me, and you should be punished." The voice of the goddess of the Golden Law echoed over the square, and everyone was confused. The Blood King was ignored, and Fernando, who thought the goddess was here to save him, blushed. He really thought the goddess came to save him, but now it seems that he was just a bug that the goddess saved. "Lear Stewart, What did this kid do to make the goddess come down and punish him personally? This is Fernando's doubt, and it is also the doubt of everyone present. What did Lear do? How could the goddess of the Golden Law be so angry that she could ignore the battle between the Blood King and the Golden Church and attack Lear directly? There was a whisper from the crowd around, and even many players were curious. The Blood King has always been the most eye-catching person in the game, but now it seems that Lear, the special executive of the War Church, is more mysterious. Bathed in many eyes, Lear's eyes twitched slightly. You, a god, came down just to punish me, but the Golden Law goddess did not reveal his identity, which should be the only good news. Goddess, do you have any misunderstandings? I am a believer of the Church of War, but I have never provoked you. Lear pretended to be innocent and said. The Golden Law goddess did not say anything nonsense after hearing this, but directly launched an attack. The holy light turned into a holy blade in her hand, and she was in front of Lear in the next second. Lear quickly waved his sword to block, and the knight rose in his hand, was bent into a terrifying arc. Just this one blow, Lear sensed the attributes of the Golden Law goddess. The god came to the world, although Milia said that there was a restriction that made the Golden Law goddess only half holy level. But there is a gap between the semi-saints. In terms of attributes, all the attributes of the Golden Law goddess are probably at the critical point of breaking the limit of 99. As for the status, you are suppressed by the strong from the dominant class status. Due to the effect of the Blood King's long robe, you are immune to the status suppression effect. Dominant level. Same as Milia. Looking at the system prompt that popped up in front of him, Li'er's heart was awed. When Milia saw the Golden Law goddess launch an attack, she was about to take action, but Li'er spoke out to stop her. I can do it myself. Li'er whispered, with a flash of heat in his eyes. For a long time, whether it was these believers of the Golden Church or the blasphemous True Spirit, he could not fight to his heart's content. His attributes have long been inhuman under the blessing of multiple law affinities, and now he finally has a decent opponent. The Golden Law goddess did not expose his secret, although Lear did not know why, but since the other party wanted to play, he would accompany her to the end. The terrifying magic power instantly erupted in Lear's body, the night rose became illusory, and finally disappeared, and the invisible blade collided with the Golden Law goddess's holy blade. With the blessing of Aslan's royal swordsmanship, Lear's attributes were not inferior to the Golden Law goddess at all. The fluctuations of the battle between the two shook the onlookers around. After a minute of close combat, one man and one god suddenly separated. There was silence all around. Both Dibble and the people of the Golden Church widened their eyes. Such a battle has far exceeded their imagination, and such speed and power even made Dibble doubt himself. Is this really the speed that only extraordinary professionals can have? Your physical attributes are indeed very strong, far beyond the extraordinary professionals. But if you are only this level, then you will have to suffer today. The Golden Law goddess glanced at Lear lightly. As her voice fell, the holy light gathered on the holy blade in her hand. Holy Law Blade. As the Golden Law goddess, the professional skills of the Guard Knight, she naturally mastered them at will. Not only that. Golden Oath, Pious Aura, Golden Fury, Sense Weakness. The Golden Law goddess added almost all the buff skills of the Golden Law profession. The last golden light has not entered Lear's body yet. The Prayer of Repentance. Lear instantly felt that his physical attributes were greatly weakened. Looking at the Golden Law goddess with all the buffs, Li'er's mouth twitched slightly. Is there still law? He sighed helplessly. If he was the Blood King, he could directly start the blood fusion and fight with the Golden Law goddess, but now he is Li'er. After a short silence, the light of the morning star lit up on Li'er's body. The starlight turned into armor, and condensed on Li'er. The morning star armor of Moon Robe Star Armor. All damage is reduced by 50%, 1% of the maximum health is restored per second, and all curses and control effects are immune. The negative effects of repentance disappeared in an instant. Lear looked at the Golden Law goddess. The Moon Robe Star Armor cannot be blessed at the same time, and now he can only choose the Morning Star Armor. Compared to the damage and speed blessing brought by the Moon Robe, the defense blessing of Shinkai is more important. The most important thing is to restore 1% of the maximum health per second. In the absence of the blood rose sucking blood, Shinkai's life-restoring effect can allow Lear to continue the Aslan royal swordsmanship in the blood demon homology state. Both sides used their own means, and the battle started again. Dibble was already numb. After seeing Lear's combat power increase again, a sense of illusion surrounded his heart. Before, he knew that Lear was a supernatural professional or a dual law professional. He was very strong, but he should not be as good as himself. After all, he was a half-saint, and had a Saint domain, but now it seems, even if he used the Saint domain, he might find it difficult to defeat Lear. The onlookers around were staring at them. Although they could not see the movements of one person and one god clearly, such a battle was extremely rare. The players have started recording the screen. Now the movements are not clear, and they can be slowed down after recording. 2 rays of light, one gold and one white, collided in the air, and the storm gathered around Lear. The storm enchanted his whole body, and his speed increased again. At the same time, the dark lavender light gathered around him, the light of arcane shone, and the arcane shock was launched. But the high-level arcane shock was useless in front of the golden law goddess, and was directly dispersed by the golden halo around the goddess. Holy word destroy. The golden goddess snorted coldly, and the golden light gathered and turned into a holy spear, shooting at Lear at a very fast speed. The extraordinary skill of the praying man, the golden holy spear that must hit, was used by Sylvia before, but the power in the hands of the golden law goddess was incomparable to that used by Sylvia. Lear gritted his teeth and intercepted the golden holy spear when it was about to hit him. The terrifying force brought him directly to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, everyone in the blood cult was nervous. Avian in the war church also wanted to rush out, but was stopped by Dival. "Don't go!" Dival stopped him. "Lyre is fine," Dival added. Although the smoke and dust were very large, the powerful magic fluctuations in the smoke and dust did not weaken at all. In the smoke and dust, Lear slowly stood up. A large area around him had sunken down. The situation was extremely tragic, but the blood bar above his head only dropped by 1/10. He was just a little embarrassed. The 50% damage reduction of the Chinching armor was extremely amazing. If it weren't for the damage reduction of the Chinching armor, he would have to pay a price for this attack. He raised his head and looked at the golden goddess of law flying in the air. This woman really didn't hold back at all. In this case, he doesn't need to worry. Stepping on the ground, Lear soared into the air again. He spat out a mouthful of blood as if nothing had happened and fell into the storm. The storm began to rage, directly covering the entire square, blowing away the smoke and dust, and hiding Lear's traces. The storm hides the shadows. Avian and Greta's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. Dival was shocked again. The golden law goddess looked at the howling storm around her. With her current extreme intelligence of 99 points, her mental power could not sense Lear's existence. After a short silence, Lear took action in the storm, and the golden law goddess also sensed it in an instant. She turned around suddenly, and the holy blade in her hand blocked Lear's fatal blow. "Is this your trump card?" The golden law goddess smiled contemptuously. Lear also smiled, and the next second, the scarlet blood-red heavy sword pierced the body of the golden law goddess. The golden law goddess widened her eyes. She lowered her head and looked at the heavy sword that pierced through her chest, and behind her, the Blood King had appeared at some point. The Blood King stood expressionlessly, and the heavy sword in his hand fiercely raised up, directly lifting the golden law goddess into the air. At this time, the storm around dissipated. This amazing scene fell in front of everyone. Lear and the Blood King stood one after the other, and in the Blood King's hand, the golden law goddess was skewered on the heavy sword like a skewer. "Ah, goddess, why are you so careless? Since you know my secret, you should also know the Blood King, right?" Lear looked at the goddess skewered on the heavy sword. The blood bar above the opponent's head has dropped by a quarter. He spat blood into the storm, and with the help of the storm, the blood was blown to the side of the golden law goddess. Finally, the Blood King used the blood echo to teleport behind the golden law goddess, completing the attack. Everything was perfect, and the golden law goddess didn't react at all. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been dead by now, but the opponent was a god. This attack only knocked off a quarter of the blood. And this blood volume might not be the real blood bar of the god, maybe it was just the blood bar of the phantom of the god. The golden law goddess, who was strung on the rapier, only reacted at this time, and her body trembled with anger. "I just struck a blow to the golden church in the mortal world. It shouldn't be a big deal to you, the goddess. Why should you embarrass me? Your followers have seen your miserable appearance," Lear said slowly. He looked at Fernando, and other golden followers not far away. Fernando's face turned red at this time. The goddess he believed in was treated like this by the Blood King. "Damn heretic, what did you do to the goddess?" Fernando roared. The golden law goddess was really angry. Lear's words seemed to ignite the flame of the explosion barrel. The golden light suddenly exploded, and the Blood King and Lear were blown away. Fernando rushed forward and wanted to fight with the Blood King, but Lear stood aside. He didn't want to continue fighting with the golden law goddess. He would leave it to the incarnation next. The incarnation of the Blood King suddenly swelled up at this moment, and the terrifying blood magic suddenly erupted, and the blood source was released. The terrifying blood demon showed its true form, and its huge and ferocious appearance was revealed to the world. Scarlet Corruption Blood King. This is the second time Lear has used this ability, and the powerful power needs no further explanation. Even if the Moon Robe Star armor given by Milia can be used at the same time, it is not as powerful as the blood source release. This contains the essence of the divine blood of the corrupt true spirit. It is a power far beyond the extraordinary class. Fernando did not expect that the Blood King would become so terrifying. He just rushed to the Blood King and raised his sword, and the huge demon in front of him grabbed his head with one hand. It was like grabbing a little chicken. Fernando struggled desperately, but it was useless. At this time, the Golden Law Goddess also came back to her senses and looked at Fernando, who was caught by the devil. That was her believer. Although she didn't care about Fernando's life or death, she was in a state of divine descent now. If the divine descent let her believer die in front of her, the majesty of the Golden Law would suffer a great blow. Let him go, the goddess of the Golden Law said angrily. Chapter 215. The voice of the Golden Law Goddess echoed in the square. She glanced at the Blood King not far away, and then set her eyes on Lear. Lear pretended not to see it. The Blood King turned around and looked at the Golden Law Goddess. Let him go. Of course, as long as the goddess chooses to leave, I allow the people of the Golden Church to leave safely, the Blood King said quietly, and Lear had retreated into the crowd at this time. Watching this scene, the Golden Law Goddess gritted her teeth. As a spirit of God, she could not agree to the proposal of the incarnation in front of her, but she could not watch her believers die like this. After a moment of silence, the Golden Law Goddess's eyes were stern. She raised the holy blade, and the next moment she turned into a flash and rushed towards the Blood King. How could she compromise with a mere incarnation? The holy blade in her hand emitted a dazzling golden light. Seeing this, the Blood King's eyes also showed a fierce light, and he exerted force with his right hand. Blood flowed from the devil's fingertips, mixed with Fernando's shrill and short screams. Lear watched this scene quietly in the crowd. If possible, he didn't want to kill Fernando in front of the Golden Law Goddess, but the words were spoken and the water was spilled. Since the Golden Law Goddess rejected his request, he had no other choice. But at this moment, a golden light shot out from the hand of the Golden Law Goddess, with an amazing speed, and even Lear didn't react. The next second, Fernando, who had only a little blood left on his health bar, instantly recovered his health. Then, the goddess of Golden Law came to the side of the Blood King and slashed the demon's arm with a sword. Fernando in the Blood King's hand slipped out of his hand, and his whole body suddenly retreated. Fernando's body rolled to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. When Fernando opened his eyes and saw the messy scene around him, he was stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, an indescribable fear surged in his heart. The feeling of being crushed and dying just now made Fernando's face distorted. You demon! Stay away from me! He shouted wildly and rushed towards the crowd desperately. Seeing the scene, the crowds watching around made way until Fernando walked away and disappeared at the end of the road. God's blessing. A high-level skill of the praying person, instantly clearing all abnormal states of the target and restoring all injuries and health. Lear watched Fernando disappearing from his back, and almost forgot that the Golden Law had this skill. At this time, not far away, the Golden Law Goddess who rescued Fernando turned around, ignoring the Blood King behind her. Her target was never this incarnation, but Lear himself. Feeling the gaze of the Golden Law Goddess, Lear shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to continue such a meaningless fight with the Golden Law Goddess. Seeing Lear's figure, just when the Golden Law Goddess was about to attack Lear again, the Blood King moved. The huge heavy stabbing sword stabbed at the Golden Law Goddess without hesitation. The power of the corrupt law spread from the stabbing sword to the Golden Law Goddess, and suddenly, the blood bar on the head of the Golden Law Goddess was covered with a layer of dark green halo. Scarlet Corruption Blight. People infected with the Scarlet Corruption Blight will be eroded by the blight, and will continuously lose their upper limit of health and magic points. This is the power of corruption. Feeling the strange curse on her body, the Golden Law Goddess instantly sensed the source of the curse. She controlled the power of the Golden Law, and the blessing of heaven fell on her, but the terrifying Scarlet Corruption Blight was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and the blessing of heaven was completely ineffective. This is the power from the corrupt true spirit, the curse of the gods. Even the current incarnation of the Golden Law Goddess cannot eliminate it. The Blood King continued to attack, and the Golden Law Goddess could only deal with it. In the state of blood source liberation, The demon attribute in front of her has surpassed her incarnation of the gods. The Golden Law Goddess can only be suppressed continuously. As a goddess, when has she ever been so frustrated? The damn rules of the initial land made her only able to condense a weak incarnation with a little divine power. To be honest, even a weak incarnation should be enough to sweep away everyone in the initial land, but Lear. The Golden Law Goddess resisted the attack of the Blood King while glancing at Lear in the crowd. This mortal completely broke common sense. No wonder Crotto agreed to let her teach this kid a lesson. It turned out that he had expected that he would suffer a loss. The Golden Law Goddess gritted her teeth and looked at Lear in the crowd, who smiled at her. She was even more angry. On the other side, in the crowd, the onlookers were recording videos frantically. What did they see? The Blood King was actually suppressing the Golden Law Goddess? That's a god. Although it's just an incarnation, it's also a half-saint of the master level. Some players have already detected the panel information of the Golden Goddess of Law. As for the Blood King, the panel is no different from what the players detected before. It's still a superhero NPC, but the title prefix has changed, with an additional Scarlet Corruption. Maybe it's the second stage of the boss? After all, this is a game, and it's normal for the boss in the game to have 2 stages. The players speculated, and the next second, the Golden Goddess of Law, who had been suppressed, suddenly exploded. The golden holy light gathered around her. The Golden God Realm, descend. The God Realm of the gods is similar to the Holy Realm of the saints, but it is more powerful. This sacred scene made all the onlookers' eyes light up. Countless holy lights illuminated the earth, and the Blood King was directly shaken away by the holy light. On the Golden Goddess of Law, holy lights turned into sacred armor, and the holy blade in her hand turned into a spear, burning with golden flames. The Golden Law Goddess bathed in the holy light with a solemn look. She looked at the Blood King, who was blown away, and gently raised her spear. Then countless holy lights surged, turning into holy blades that rushed directly towards the Blood King. You are suppressed by the Golden Divine Domain, fake, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. You are condemned by gold, and all your law relics will be prohibited from use. You are sealed by gold, your magic power will be restricted and cannot be used. You are silenced by gold, and all your active skills will be restricted. The players looked at the system prompt that suddenly popped up in front of them in astonishment, and the panel information of the Golden Law Goddess, who was scouting, also changed. The name has changed. Originally it was Golden Avatar, but now it has become Golden Law Divine Domain Avatar. In the crowd, Lier also saw a series of system prompts. Looking at the information on the system panel, Lier was silent. Someone is cheating. What the hell is this? Everything is banned for you. Can't you afford to play? Lier looked up at the Blood King in the Golden Divine Domain. After banning and restricting all skills, the skill effect of Blood Source Release has been removed, and the Blood King has become the original appearance, and all attributes have dropped by 50%. At this time, the Golden Law Goddess fell from the sky and raised her proud head. She ignored the Blood King and looked at Lier. Lier's face was a little ugly, but the next second a faint blue light enveloped his body. The negative effects added by the Golden Divine Domain on his body instantly dissipated. Milia walked to his side, holding the Morning Star Scepter, and looked at the Golden Law Goddess in the holy light with a serious face. This is what she feared, the divine domain owned by the gods. Although it was just a defective product used by the incarnation, the effect was still powerful. After all, it was the power of a god. Seeing Milia appear, the Golden Law Goddess frowned. "You want to help him?" said the Golden Law Goddess. "He is my lover," Milia said calmly. "You can't beat me with your current strength," the Golden Law Goddess said lightly. "Then try it." The two women talked to themselves, and everyone felt very confused. Especially Dival and Lorena. They didn't understand why the Golden Law Goddess always directed the conflict at Lear, when it was the Blood King who pierced the Golden Law Goddess before, and it was also the Blood King who tried to kill Fernando. It was the Blood King who built the Blood Temple and humiliated the Golden Church. But after the Golden Law Goddess descended, the Blood King seemed to have become heir. The two looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Just when Milia and the Golden Law Goddess were about to fight, the rose cluster wrapped around Ophelia slowly floated up. A shadow emerged from it. "I say, do you guys take me too lightly?" a crisp voice sounded. Lillian's figure slowly solidified, her long white hair fluttering, dancing under the ripples of magic. At this time, Lillian had become the appearance of the statue, and the aura on her body became extremely terrifying. After swallowing the Golden Law essence from Ophelia, her strength recovered to a new level. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Milia and the Golden Law Goddess were both stunned. The Golden Law Goddess turned around suddenly, saw Lillian, and narrowed her eyes. Lord of Blood Source? God of the Golden Law, your source tastes very good. Lillian licked her lips contemptuously. Hearing this, the Golden Law Goddess's face instantly became ugly. You are looking for death. Lil is the person that Croto has taken a fancy to, and she cannot kill him. But the Lord of Blood Source in front of her has no umbrella. Young god, you should be more respectful when talking to your seniors. Lillian's tone also became cold. After her body became bigger, her personality seemed to have changed a lot, becoming more powerful. A fallen god dares to call himself a senior? The Golden Law Goddess was completely enraged by Lillian, and even gave up the idea of teaching Lil a lesson, and pointed the spear in her hand at Lillian. Blood has fallen, but blood has never died, Lillian said quietly. The blood law originated from that ancient era. What she experienced was completely beyond the imagination of a new generation of gods, like the goddess of Golden Law, and so was her power. She survived the destruction, and not just one destruction, even the law of Morning Star, which also survived the destruction, was just a newborn baby in her eyes. Without further ado with the goddess of Golden Law, Lillian set her sights on Lear. She smiled at Lear, and then she looked at the silent Blood King on the other side. My king, let this young god see the true power of blood, Lillian said softly. Then the terrifying blood magic power descended instantly. In the crowd, Lear only felt a force gushing in his body, and the next second his body disappeared. When he raised his head again, he saw Lillian's gentle eyes. You have completed the fusion with the incarnation of blood, and your all attributes are improved by 100%. You have obtained the blessing of the blood domain, residual. Your blood law ability effect is improved by 100%. You have obtained the authority of blood, and your control over blood is improved. You have obtained the plunder of blood, and each of your attacks will plunder 1% of the target's maximum health. You have obtained the mercy of blood. When your health is 0, you will be immune to death, and will burn the blood in your body instead. Burning blood will give you stronger power, until the blood is burned out. A series of system prompts appeared in front of him. He stood in front of the blood temple. His body had merged with the incarnation of blood, and gained stronger power. Blood domain. This is the domain from Lillian, and it is the same as the golden domain, which is also incomplete. The blood domain not only eliminates the negative impact of the golden domain, but also brings more terrifying power. Milia and the Golden Law Goddess both felt the changes in the Blood King. The incarnation under the mask has become Lear himself. It seems that I don't need to take action anymore. Feeling the power of the Blood King, Milia smiled, put away the Star Scepter, and left the battlefield. The Golden Law Goddess stared at the Blood King, and she also felt the terrifying power from him. The Blood King stood up, and under the mask, Lear looked at the Golden Law Goddess, and pointed the rapier in his hand at the other party without hesitation. The next moment, the blood source was released again, the smell of decay of all things spread, and the devil reappeared. Under the blessing of the blood domain, the devil's body became even bigger. Goddess, now, I can play with you to your heart's content, Lear whispered, with a scorching light in his eyes. Without waiting for the Golden Law Goddess to respond, Lear rushed over directly, and the terrifying heavy piercing sword and the golden holy spear collided together, suppressing the Golden Law Goddess Queen to retreat dozens of meters. Desperately resisting the impact of the demon in front of her, the Golden Law Goddess's face turned red, and the anger in her eyes soared into the sky. The golden holy light burst out, and she also used all her strength. Countless holy lights in the air turned into sharp blades and stabbed at the devil. Seeing this, Lear also controlled the blood. The blood magic condensed into a sword blade in the air, blocking the attack of the holy sword. Chapter 216. One red and one gold, two figures flashed in the air, and every time they collided, a terrifying magical fluctuation would be set off. Dival watched the battle between the two sides. The previous battle between Lear and the goddess of Golden Law had already shocked him, but now, the Blood King in front of him was actually completely suppressing the incarnation of the goddess of Golden Law. He seemed to understand why the goddess of war agreed to cooperate with the Blood King. The power of the blood law was far beyond his imagination. In the air, Lear held a bloody rose, and each attack could plunder 1% of the maximum health of the goddess of Golden Law. If it weren't for the goddess of Golden Law using healing magic from time to time, and occasionally a heavenly blessing, the incarnation of the blood goddess of Golden Law would have dissipated. Goddess, let's leave now, and treat what happened today as if nothing happened, Lear said while attacking. To be honest, he didn't want to completely tear his face with the goddess of Golden Law. The other party knew his identity, but never exposed it. There must be some reason for this, and the Golden Law Goddess has never really targeted him. I can pretend to be seriously injured by you, and your incarnation will pretend to exhaust all its power and dissipate, so that both of us can save some face. Lear suggested. Shut up. The Golden Law Goddess was so angry that her teeth itched. What kind of face saving is this? She, a goddess descended from the gods, fought with heretics, but in the end, she only seriously injured the other party, and her incarnation dissipated. It's embarrassing to tell others. Lyre dodged the Golden Law Goddess's shot, blinked his eyes, and thought carefully that it seemed that something was wrong. The battle between the two sides continued, but the Golden Law Goddess was already somewhat powerless. She was sent by God to the original place, and her divine power would eventually run out, but there seemed to be something on the other side, and the magic power she used seemed to be inexhaustible. The battle did not continue forever, and Lear changed the way to suppress the Golden Law Goddess. He also saw that the power of the Golden Law Goddess could not last too long. In short, it was enough to delay until the incarnation of the Golden Law Goddess disappeared. After fighting for about half an hour, the Golden Law Goddess fell on the square in anger, and the holy spear in her hand was stuck in the ground. Her divine power was already running out. Lear also fell on the other side of the square, quietly confronting the Golden Law Goddess. As expected of the Golden Law Goddess, even as an incarnation, she possesses such a powerful force. The Blood King said loudly, "My Lady Goddess, let's end this fight." The Blood Law does not want to be the enemy of the Golden Law. Hearing this, the Golden Law Goddess gritted her teeth. Although she did not want such a result, she really could not do anything to Lear. Now Lear has given her a way out. If she refuses, the situation will probably become even uglier. "Mortal, I will not forget what you did today." The gnashing voice sounded in Lear's ears. Lear was stunned for a moment, looking at the Golden Law Goddess staring at him. "But for Croto's sake, I will let you go for the time being." The Golden Law Goddess continued. This is a voice that only Lear can hear. The corners of Lear's eyes twitched slightly. The Golden Law Goddess now seemed like a stubborn and arrogant person, without the dignity that a goddess should have. He shook his head and said nothing more, but focused on the 3 words Croto mentioned by the Golden Law Goddess. The Goddess of War had said before that he was favored by Croto, and now the Golden Law Goddess also mentioned Croto. What is the relationship between this god who controls the law of death and himself? Why did he reincarnate himself here and seem to be paying attention to himself? Maybe the reason why the Golden Law Goddess did not punish him for provoking the Golden Law earlier was also because of Croto? Lear thought of a reason. "Mortal, remember what you said? The Golden Law tolerates everything. I can let you go today, but if you dare to continue to provoke the Golden Law, the next time will be your death." The Golden Law Goddess shouted and went down the stairs. Although such a statement is a bit strange. Obviously, you were fighting to the death just now, but now you are reconciled. This is far-fetched, but the Golden Law Goddess can no longer continue to fight, and her divine power is about to be exhausted. Under everyone's gaze, the Golden Law Goddess turned into golden light and disappeared. The battle ended inexplicably. The crowd watching from afar felt a little strange. The Golden Church besieged the Blood Sect, and finally even the goddess descended, but in the end, nothing seemed to happen. The Golden Law Goddess tolerated a pagan? How is this possible? The doctrine of the Golden Church is to judge heretics, but why would the Golden Law Goddess tolerate a pagan? Various questions lingered in the hearts of everyone, including Lear. The special executive of the War Church, the Golden Law Goddess seemed to be coming for Lear at first, but now, Lear disappeared. While people were whispering around, the rose cluster wrapped around Ophelina slowly dispersed. Ophelina fell from it, her long golden hair had turned red, and when Ophelina opened her eyes also turned red. Not only that, the magic fluctuations in Ophelina's body also rose to a higher level, reaching the extraordinary level. She glanced at the place where the Golden Law Goddess disappeared, and after a few seconds of silence, she walked to Lear. "Lord Mong," Ophelina said softly. Lear nodded when he saw this. "You have been promoted to the extraordinary level? Your profession seems to have changed." "Yes, it was the gift of Lord Lillian. I was promoted, and my profession became a rose waiter." Ophelina nodded. "Rose waiter?" Lear raised his eyebrows. "This is a new profession that opened up after I swallowed the Golden Law essence." Lillian walked up. "New profession?" "Yes, it's similar to the Golden Law's prayers, but it uses blood magic, and blood also has the power of healing," Lillian explained. Lillian understood what Lillian meant, probably the blood cult's nurse profession. This way, the blood cult's profession is relatively versatile. "Well, in that case, from today on, Ophelina will be the sect saint." Lil smiled and turned to look at Ophelina. Ophelina didn't say anything, which was considered to be accepted. Lil looked at the crowd outside the temple square at this time, and today's ceremony should be over. Walking to the center of the square, he said loudly, "Dear friends, I'm sorry for some misunderstandings, but the blood temple has been successfully established. The blood cult will begin to spread its faith, but only to aliens. Starting tomorrow, all aliens are welcome to join the blood cult." He announced the establishment of the blood temple, and most of the players in the crowd immediately showed excited expressions. As the players cheered, Sylvia came out of the crowd, and her expression became complicated when she saw her daughter, who had changed a lot. Ophelina's eyes also flickered a little. "Go and talk to your mother. I'm afraid you won't be able to see her often in the future," Lier said sympathetically. With Lier's permission, Ophelina walked towards her mother. Lillian floated over at this time, and just wanted to say something to Lier, but the next moment, her growing body quickly shrank and turned into a loli again. Seeing this scene, Lier was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became weird. "What are you looking at? I've used up a lot of my strength, and I can't maintain my appearance just now," Lillian said unhappily. "Do you think the blood god domain can be used casually?" "Is that so?" Lier smiled. "It doesn't matter. No matter what you become, you are my goddess. Even if you are so petite now, you are still very cute." As Lier said this, Lillian was stunned for a moment, and then her face slowly turned rosy, and her eyes looking at Lier became alert. "You don't have any special fetishes, do you?" Lillian asked defensively. "If you think about it carefully, it seems possible. Both Milia and Eno are petite. Although Milia has awakened and become more charming now, when she was still a princess, she looked like a little girl. How could that be? I have always been very upright." Lier smiled and gave Lillian a meaningful expression. Golden Temple. The Golden Law Goddess looked at the picture in the mirror, pouted, and looked very angry. She was furious when she remembered that she had to leave in disgrace because of Lier's coercion. "Croto, isn't this too unfair? Why can I, the Lord of Blood, lend my power to that mortal? And the attributes of that mortal are too illegal, even surpassing my divine incarnation," the Golden Law Goddess said with a grudge. "Estella, the gods in the Origin Land are different from us. They are silent there and awaken from there. Naturally, they have fewer restrictions than us. This is the rule of the Origin artifact. Even I can't interfere," Croto explained. "But the Lord of Blood's body is not in the Origin Land, right?" the Golden Law Goddess argued. "She is different," Croto said. "Why is she different?" "She is the oldest god who survived the destruction, and she has also survived many destructions." "What?" The Golden Goddess of Law was stunned. "That's why her law is so powerful," Croto said softly. The square in front of the Blood Temple. The next day, as soon as the door opened, a large number of players rushed in. After seeing the power of the Blood King, there were countless players who wanted to join the Blood Cult. Lier had already arranged for the Blood Elves to receive him. Recruiting players was the first step. The players' promotion speed was much faster than the natives of Law. It would not take long for them to form combat power. After driving away the Golden Law Goddess yesterday, Lier still didn't know whether she would come back for revenge. And what would the Golden Church headquarters of the Rhodes Empire do? These were all troubles, and the most important thing now was to accumulate strength. Sitting in the guest room of the Pope's Hall, Lier looked at the discussion posts in the game forum. The forum had been overwhelmed by what happened in front of the Blood Temple yesterday. Various videos were flying everywhere. What surprised Lier was that the most popular thing was not only the Blood King, but also his name. Lier Stewart. All the information about his life was dug out. The Golden Law Goddess ignored the Blood King and attacked Lier directly, which made many players feel confused. And when Lier was fighting with the Golden Law Goddess, the Blood King attacked him, and in the end the Golden Law Goddess actually pointed the spearhead at Lier. In the end, Lier disappeared, and the Golden Law Goddess really fought with the Blood King. This series of developments revealed weirdness and disharmony everywhere. What did the Blood King and the Golden Law Goddess say at the end? When the Blood King wanted the Golden Law Goddess to leave, there was a gap in between, and neither side spoke, but after the silence, the Golden Law Goddess actually left. The words she said when she left were also very intriguing. The Golden Law Goddess actually said that the Golden Law can accommodate everything, but the doctrine of the Golden Church includes the trial of heresy, which is contrary to it. Various speculations were posted on the forum. Some people said that the Golden Law Goddess and the Blood King had an affair. Some said that the Golden Law and the Blood Law were acting out a play, and some said that the Golden Law Goddess was afraid of the Lord of Blood Source, so she chose to give in. Lear was reading with great interest, when suddenly a post caught his attention. Is it possible that the Blood King and Lear Stewart are actually the same person, or have a close connection? Seeing the content on the title, Lear almost spit out a mouthful of tea. He quickly clicked in to take a look. The other party's point of view was very clear, and he had been speculating since the internal test. The Blood King and Lear both appeared in Brayfield. The Blood King kidnapped Milia, but now Milia is with Lear. The Blood King killed the blasphemy true spirit, and the big snake swallowed Lear in a gulp in the promotional video. And now, Lear and the Blood King appeared in the Soros King City at the same time. All of this is very suspicious. Another point is that Lear and the Blood King both use rapiers. Although one is a heavy rapier and the other is a light rapier, both are rare weapons. If it is a coincidence, it is too coincidental. In summary, this player deduced that the Blood King was Lear. Lear looked at the content of the post and was amazed. This was too detailed. It was really outrageous to see so much just by relying on Li Huanhuan's internal test video. Unfortunately, almost no one agreed. OP, SB, why don't you say that your mom and dad are the same person? Can the same type of weapon be used as evidence? The two people's professions and strengths are completely different, okay? The comments on the post were almost all sarcastic, and the few comments that were recognized were quickly deleted. Lear breathed a sigh of relief and also made a negative comment. It would be better to let such a post sink quickly. Chapter 217. Rod Empire, Imperial Palace. All the ministers and even the high-ranking officials of the Golden Church gathered together. Your Majesty, what exactly did you summon us for? Recently, heretical sects have emerged in various countries, and the Golden Church is very busy. The Golden Pope stood in the center and said with some dissatisfaction, Ah, Ulysses, I summoned you to tell you something important. Emperor Rhodes smiled, and then looked at the ministers and the Golden Bishop below. I got a photo stone, he said, from the royal city of the War Church, Soros. Photo stone? I remember it is a magic prop for recording images. It is related to the War Church. What do you want to say? There was a whisper from below, and the Golden Pope standing in the center was startled when he heard the three words Soros. Gross. You sent someone to monitor the church? The Golden Pope Ulysses asked angrily. Rhodes Emperor Gross smiled and replied, Don't say such harsh words. I just heard the rumor about the blood cult building a temple in Soros, so I sent guards to investigate the situation. It has nothing to do with the mission of the Golden Church. Gross. Ulysses obviously didn't believe Gross's words, and he wanted to say something else. Okay, Ulysses, you should read the contents of this photo stone first. I'm afraid the high priest you sent hasn't sent back the information yet? Gross smiled and input magic power into the photo stone. As the magic power was input, the picture in the photo stone appeared. Starting from the Blood Temple, the Blood King walked out of the portal, followed by the followers of the Blood Cult. To the belief that Ophanina was devoured by gold, it finally turned into a battle. Damn heretic. He actually dared to blaspheme the saint. Ulysses said angrily, as he looked at the content on the screen. Fernando did a good job. When facing such heretics, we should. He continued to speak, but the next second he saw that the Blood King easily resisted Fernando, and finally Fernando killed Ophanina. The words were stuck in his throat, and Ulysses looked at the scene with an ugly face. Fernando actually chose to kill Ophanina. He had already felt the changing eyes around him. In the Rhodes Empire, the Rhodes royal family and the Golden Church have their own rights, but the one who really controls the empire is the Rhodes Emperor. However, the Emperor does not interfere with the spread of the Golden Law, so on the surface, the Golden Church is more authoritative. Ulysses had always wanted to win over forces loyal to the imperial family, but now Fernando chose to kill the saint instead of rescuing her. He could understand Fernando's idea, but this was ultimately a betrayal of the Golden Believers. Would anyone be willing to lean towards and serve such a Golden Church? The scene in the photo stone continued. Just when everyone thought that Ophanina was about to die, a figure appeared like a ghost, blocking Fernando's attack with only a slender rapier, and then kicked Fernando away. Even through the video, many Golden Believers and Imperial Knights present felt the strength of the young man. Who is this? He is so young, but has the power to compete with Fernando? Is he a believer of the Church of War? It seems that he used the power of the Law of War just now. That is the heir of the Stewart family. Gross said softly, looking at Lear with a hint of surprise. Stewart? Is he the Border Duke of Briefield? Someone who has heard of Stewart said Lear's identity. Gross did not explain any more, but continued to look at the picture of the photo stone. The following content is much more shocking than resisting Fernando. The picture turned to the Blood King, and the blood-colored spear was about to take Fernando's life in the next second, but the golden holy light illuminated the earth. The entire imperial hall became silent, and everyone looked at the woman in the picture with disbelief. Gross also took a deep breath. The Golden Law Goddess rarely contacted the Empire and the Golden Church. The last time she appeared in Briefville was to eliminate another heretical god. But it disappeared after clearing the gods, leaving no oracle for the Empire and the Church. Then the aliens came, and the Golden Law Goddess issued an oracle again. Is that Goddess? After a long silence, someone broke the calm, like a stone falling into the water, and the hall suddenly boiled. Almost all the knights and believers knelt down, even if it was just a video. Ulysses also reacted. He never thought that the matter of the blood cult would alarm the goddess. The video continued, and the descending Golden Law Goddess did not attack the blood cult, but pointed the spearhead at Lear. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Seeing the young man who was fighting on equal terms with the goddess of Golden Law, everyone was shocked again. Until the Blood King pierced the chest of the goddess of Golden Law with a sword. Damn heretic! How dare he sneak attack the goddess? In an instant, everyone in the hall was angry. Everyone stared at the Blood King in the picture, and wished to skin him alive. Gross did not speak, but just watched the image in silence. Then the Lord of Blood appeared, and the Blood King turned into a devil, and had a shocking duel with the goddess of Golden Law. Finally, the goddess of Golden Law left the stage. The Golden Law tolerates everything. I can let you go today, but if you dare to continue to provoke the Golden Law, the next time will be your death. After leaving the last sentence, the goddess of Golden Law disappeared. The image stone dimmed, and the picture disappeared. The hall fell into silence, and everyone felt a sense of being absent-minded. Everything in the picture just now made them feel incredible. Why don't you speak? Gross's eyes swept across the hall. This is what happened in the Soros King City, and it is also the heretic sect that Ulysses sent people to wipe out. Gross continued, Ulysses, after reading this, are you really sure you can deal with this blood sect? As he said this, he seemed to think of something and added, oh, by the way, the news sent back by my scout is that this Blood King not only has 3 extraordinary professionals under his command, but also a large number of high-level professionals, and a large number of other mid-level professionals. They are called Blood Elves, and they are also the followers of the Lord of Blood. Gross's words echoed in the hall, and Ulysses' expression became extremely ugly. He had never taken the blood cult seriously, but now it seems that the other party is completely different from the heretical sects he had eliminated before. Judging from the images in the image stone, the other party's high-end combat power is probably not weaker than the church on the surface, or even stronger. The demon that can fight against the incarnation of the goddess. Where did this terrifying thing come from? Ulysses, the blood cult is no longer something that the Golden Church can handle. Everything will be handled by the Empire from now on. Gross spoke again, well, all the affairs of the Golden Church will also be taken over by the Empire. He played these images for Ulysses to watch just for this, to take the power of the Golden Church into the hands of the Empire. Gross, you can't. Ulysses was about to refute immediately. You have no right to refuse. Gross interrupted Ulysses coldly. You divided the power of the Empire, established the Golden Church, and even fabricated doctrines. In the name of clearing heresy, you vigorously expanded the power of the Golden Church. These are all your arbitrary actions. Gross continued, the goddess's doctrine has never cleared other laws, nor has it ever called other laws heresy. I allowed you to do whatever you want, but that's it. You also heard the last words of the goddess. The Golden Law encompasses everything. Gross said seriously, and a series of words made Ulysses unable to refute. My dear brother, hand over the power of the church. You are still the Pope, but you can only be a Pope. Gross said the last words. Gross, you can't. Ulysses roared unbearably, but the knights around him just looked at him with a calm look, and even the believers of the Golden Church behind him did not speak. The believers on both sides walked up to Ulysses and grabbed his hand. What do you want to do? You are believers of the church. How can you obey Gross's orders? Ulysses said in shock and anger. He wanted to use his own power, but suddenly found that the magic power in his body was stagnant. What did you do to me? Gross. Ulysses instantly looked at Gross on the throne. I just hope you can be more stable for a while, my brother. Gross shook his head. Your magic power will be sealed for 3 days. I hope you can think about it carefully. Is it to continue to be a nominal pope, or to abdicate completely? He said softly. You poisoned me? Was it them? Ulysses suddenly looked at the 2 confidants beside him. Gross did not answer again, but looked at the 2 people. The 2 people holding Ulysses' hands understood, and dragged Ulysses out of the hall. Until Ulysses left, the hall became silent again. After a moment of silence, Gross looked at the many ministers and knights present and asked, "Everyone, what suggestions do you have for the blood cult?" Gross did not have much hostility towards the blood cult. As the Golden Goddess said, the Golden Law encompasses everything. The Golden Law has never been hostile to any other law, but the Golden Church established by Ulysses has given everyone a stereotyped impression of the Golden Law. After succeeding to the throne of the Rhodes Empire, Gross spread the teachings of the Golden Law step by step, but the efficiency was too slow. The Golden Law actually has no advantages over war and arcane, and can even be said to be a disadvantage. Gold has neither the pure combat power of war nor the powerful spell-destructive power of arcane. In the early days, most of the professions of the Golden Law were auxiliary in nature. For example, the praying person, who has weak physical fitness and poor combat ability, usually acts as a healer in the team, but for adventurers, it is not cost-effective to bring a praying person with weak physical fitness and not much combat ability. Although the healer is important, it is enough to bring one in a team, which leads to not many people willing to become a praying person. And even if they become one, most of them open a clinic in the town. As for the Royal Guard Knight, although it is very tough, the War Knight is better. With a certain degree of tankiness, the combat power is also extremely outstanding. Let's talk about the Judge. This is a profession that has a strong impact on evil creatures, and can even sense a person's malicious thoughts. Because of this characteristic, the Judge is even less favored by adventurers. No one can guarantee that they will not have malicious intentions, and then be sentenced by the Judge. The above reasons have led to the Golden Law not being popular. This situation continued until Ulysses established the Golden Church. He vigorously recruited people with the Golden Law talent to spread faith in the name of clearing heresy and saving the world. Countless people were saved, and a large number of heretical sects were dug out and finally liquidated, regardless of whether they were evil or not. This move greatly increased the prestige of the Golden Law, and also made the spread of the Golden Law more widespread, making the Golden Law superior to war and arcane in one fell swoop. The professional shortcomings of the Golden Law were reduced. The Golden Law is not suitable for adventurers, but the professionals of the Golden Law can join the church and get a job. Just like a civil servant. Ulysses' behavior of judging heretics violated the teachings of the Golden Goddess, but it actually spread the belief in gold, so Gross has always allowed Ulysses to develop. Even if the prestige of the Golden Church surpassed the royal family, he has never suppressed it. Until now. The blood cult is not the weak heretical sects that used to be. Even the goddess's descent could not clean up the blood. Such a heresy needs to be treated with caution. And Gross always felt that the goddess's attitude towards the blood cult was a little subtle. The Blood King pierced the incarnation of the goddess, but the goddess did not blame him too much, and even said that she would tolerate him and left. Maybe there is some connection between the gods behind the blood cult and the goddess, he guessed in his heart. While he was thinking, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the voice of the Golden Goddess. Listening to the voice in his mind, Gross's expression became strange. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the ministers below. "Everyone, for the blood cult, since the goddess has chosen to tolerate the other party, I don't want to be hostile to it, but I can't ignore it," Gross said in a deep voice. "I hope someone can go to Soros and communicate with the blood cult. I just received the oracle of the goddess, and she hopes that we can make a bet with the blood cult." Chapter 218. Soros, the Pope's Hall. Lyre sat on the balcony, looking into the distance, which was the direction of the Blood Temple. The blood cult has established a firm foothold, and a large number of players and even citizens visit the Blood Temple every day. Lyre did not stop them, but only visited them. There was no loss, but it could promote the blood cult more. The new profession of the blood law also surprised many people. As the headquarters of the War Church, Soros has always been martial, which has led to many injuries every day. Citizens and professionals in Soros can only find ordinary clinics when they are injured, and those who are rich can go to pharmacies to buy healing potions. But now, the blood cult has a new profession, the Rose Waiter, which is a magic professional who controls blood and has powerful healing abilities. The appearance of the Rose Waiter has changed Soros's embarrassment of not having too many treatment conditions. Although there are not many people now, Lear believes that many people will be interested in the profession of the Rose Waiter, because this profession is very beautiful and elegant. The special effects of the skill are mixed with rose petals, which are liked by many female players. For this reason, Lear also lowered the job transfer exchange requirements of the Rose Servant. Before the Golden Church reacts to Soros building a church, he will use the power of the Rose Servant to seize the position of the Golden Church prayer. Everyone is a professional with healing ability, so naturally they have to compete. Lier thought to himself, and at this moment, the system panel suddenly jumped out. A large string of text quickly appeared on the panel, and finally the system panel shook violently. You have triggered a mandatory large-scale main quest, Gold and Blood Duel, S level. The Golden Goddess and the Lord of Blood have reached an agreement and intend to use the Goel Plain as a battlefield for a duel between gods. Quest target: 1 year later, on the Goel Plain of the Rhodes Empire, both sides will send their own professional armies to fight a war duel, with no limit on the number of people. Quest deadline: 365 days. Quest restriction 1. Non-blood cult members and non-golden law professionals are prohibited from participating in the war, and alien players are not restricted. Quest restriction 2. The War Church and the Arcane Council are prohibited from participating in the war, and alien players are not restricted. Quest restriction 3. It is prohibited to use the Old Dream to replenish magic consumption. Quest reward: you will get a legendary item *1, and the Lord of Blood will get the Golden Law Origin *5. Failure penalty: the Lord of Blood will lose the Blood Law Origin *3. Golden Temple. The Golden Goddess looked at Lier in the mirror with an indignant expression on her face. Croto has left. She still remembered what Croto said about the Blood Law before he left. Powerful. As the most mysterious and powerful god, almost all existing gods respect Croto. The Golden Goddess is the same. When the Remnants of Destruction revived, all gods were helpless, and finally Croto sealed the Remnants of Destruction. That battle was a long time ago, but Croto's power was engraved in the hearts of all gods. As the Golden Goddess, Estella is recognized as the strongest besides Croto, but no one knows that Estella is actually a little fan of Croto. So when Croto asked her to take care of this mortal named Lier, Estella agreed without hesitation. Estella admired Croto very much, but Croto never praised her as powerful. There was not even a word of praise, but Croto made a powerful evaluation of the Blood Law and the Lord of Blood. Estella was jealous. Why could a sealed, lingering old thing be praised so much by Croto? So, just last night, she found the sealed Lord of Blood and made a bet with him. She wanted to prove that the Golden Law would never be worse than the Blood Law. Looking at the task that suddenly appeared in front of him, Lier was stunned. Large mainline task. The only large mainline task in the early stage of the previous life game was the task of clearing heretical sects issued by the Golden Church. All players could accept it, choose a camp, become an executioner to clear heresy, or become a believer of paganism. But now the mission has changed. Looking at the mission description that the Golden Goddess and the Lord of Blood have reached an agreement, Lier frowned. Does this mean that the Golden Goddess and Lillian have met? Just when Lier was confused, a white-haired figure emerged from his body. Lillian floated in front of Lier with a helpless look on her face. Lillian. Lier looked at Lillian and said, "You also saw the bet between me and the Golden Goddess." Lillian sat down next to Lier and said softly, "Bet?" "Yes, the Golden Goddess came to my sealed place yesterday and made such a bet, and I accepted it. You shouldn't blame me for not discussing it with you, right?" Lillian nodded, and suddenly became a little nervous. Lier opened his mouth, feeling a little strange. The Golden Goddess actually took the initiative to find Lillian. Was she unwilling to be beaten away by herself? If so, wouldn't it be better to issue the task of clearing the heretical sect according to the original main plot? It would be the best choice to mobilize the power of the Golden Church to fight the Blood Sect. Why did she deliberately look for Lillian? Lier couldn't understand it. "You are my goddess, how can I blame you?" Lier shook his head. "It's good if you don't blame me." Lillian smiled. "Anyway, that's it. What are you going to do?" Lier returned his eyes to the task panel, thought for a moment, and said, "Since the Golden Goddess of Law intends to fight with us, let's fight." In terms of high-end combat power, even the incarnation of the Golden Goddess can't do anything to him. So how can those people in the Golden Church be his opponent? The only thing to consider is the mid and low-end combat power. The Rhodes Empire has a huge Golden Law army, and the war cannot be won by relying on high-end combat power. Although he has the magic power supply of the Old Dream, with the opening of the Blood Temple, a large number of players have poured in, and job changes require magic power. The magic power in the Old Dream is not infinite, and it is also necessary to maintain the Blood King's city. Moreover, the restrictions of the task specifically prohibit the use of the Old Dream to replenish magic power, which is completely aimed at him. This war should be very important to you, right? Lier raised his head and looked at Lillian. He looked at the rewards and penalties of the task. If he wins, he can get a legendary item, and Lillian can get the origin of the Golden Law. If he loses, he will not have any price, but Lillian will pay the origin of the blood law. My power loss is too serious. I want to win. Lillian looked at Lear calmly. This is a gamble. She survived the destruction more than once. Every time, she didn't recover much before the destruction came again. Although she survived every time, she was just lingering and sealed herself in that dark place to prevent the destruction from finding her. She didn't want to stay like this, so she had to give it a try. Lear looked at the girl with trembling eyes in front of him. After a long time he smiled, reached out and stroked Lillian's hair, and answered seriously, I will bring you victory, my goddess. No one knows about the bet on blood and gold. Lear didn't tell others, but only mentioned it to Milia. In the living room, the two sat opposite each other for dinner. Listening to Lear's words, Milia's expression was a little surprised. Alas, I didn't expect Lillian to be so bold, Milia said while eating the food on the plate. As a god, she knows better than anyone what the origin of law means to gods. Gods like them, who survived the destruction, only have 1 in 10 of their origin of law left. She can feel that Lillian's origin of law is not much more even after devouring the corrupt true spirit and the blasphemous true spirit. Probably no more than 5. And the golden goddess of law is a powerful righteous god, and the origin of the golden law is probably dozens of points. If Lillian loses, she will lose 3 points at once, and the worst case scenario is that she will fall into sleep again. For the golden goddess of law, losing is harmless. I will help Lillian win. Lear raised his eyebrows. Milia glanced at Lear, but she was not jealous. Instead, she admired that the man she loved could still be relied on at critical moments. Then I will help Lillian too. Milia smiled. Do you want to help Lillian? But the mission restricts people outside the blood cult from participating in the war. Lear was a little helpless. He also wanted Milia to help. With Milia's dominant semi-saint strength, it can be said that she can crush the Golden Church, but the rules restrict it. Isn't it better for me to join the blood cult? Milia said casually. What? Lear was stunned. I joined the blood cult, Milia repeated. The Golden Law Goddess knows our identity, and knows that you are behind the blood cult. Do we still need to hide our identity? Milia said again. Hearing this, Lear fell into deep thought. Why is he hiding his identity now? The dual identity is a guarantee. If the blood cult fails after the Golden Church starts the large-scale main task of clearing heretics, he can have a good retreat. The Blood King hides back in the old dream, and the Blood Elf clan is also brought into the old dream. No one can come in, which can minimize the loss of the blood cult. He can also walk outside as Lear and consider making a comeback. This is a guarantee, although he thinks he will not lose to the Golden Church. But now the large-scale main task of clearing heretics has not come, but a large-scale main task of blood and gold duel has come. The plot has changed. If the large-scale main task of clearing heretics is gone, it seems meaningless to hide the identity. But then again, the Golden Law Goddess gave Lear a strange feeling. In the previous life, the Golden Church was extremely firm in judging heretics, but the Golden Law Goddess said that the Golden Law could accommodate everything, which was contrary to the doctrine of the Golden Church. Is there any secret in the Golden Church? Lear fell into deep thought. If you really don't want to reveal your identity, let me cooperate with the blood cult. Milia looked at Lear's thinking and proposed another decision. I will cooperate with the blood cult as your wife. I am not a member of the war church. After the cooperation, I can also be considered a member of the blood cult, right? At that time, I can also place the professional inheritance of the astrologer in the blood temple as a basis for cooperation. Milia said thoughtfully. Are you going to spread the Morning Star Law? Lear said in surprise after reacting. I weaken the astrologer's astrology. The current astrology has limited ability to predict the future, so it doesn't matter if it is spread out. Milia nodded. Your mission does not limit aliens. My astrologer can be spread among aliens, and it should be helpful for the war a year later. Hearing Milia's words, Lear showed a grateful smile on his face. He has always thought of using players to offset the gap in mid and low-end combat power with the Golden Church. The 3 professions of the blood law are already very attractive, but it is not enough. With Milia's astrologer, it will surely attract more players. Lear still remembers how popular the astrologer profession was after Milia opened the inheritance of the astrologer in his previous life. Astrology in the previous life was also weakened, and the ability to predict the future was only 1 hour. This may not seem very useful, but in a match between players, the astrologer can predict the next game process 1 hour in advance, which makes the astrologer's game-winning rate reach a terrifying 90% because of the skill of astrology. Not only that, when playing a dungeon, you can also see the dropped items in advance. The dungeon drops will refresh every day, and if there are no good things, don't play, which saves a lot of time. Milia, you can become my wife. It is really the greatest luck in my life. Lier couldn't help but stand up and kissed Milia. We are still eating. Milia pushed Lier away with a ruddy face. After lunch, Lier went out with Milia's unpleasant eyes. Since Milia plans to place the inheritance of the astrologer in the Blood Temple, he also needs to make preparations. Promote the power of the astrologer. Although Milia has demonstrated the power of the Morning Star Law when she fought against Sylvia before, it is not enough. Not only that, it is not enough for Soros to have the Blood Temple alone. The Blood Temple must be spread to other places. 1 year is not enough for Lier to spread to too many cities. He can try to build the Blood Temple in the arcane capital of the Kalia royal family first. Tharo Fortress is also okay. As for the Brayful Royal City and the Rhodes Empire, that is the headquarters of the Golden Church, which should be unlikely. Lier thought to himself, and walked to the garden of the Pope's Hall, and saw Dival coming towards him. Lier. Seeing Lier coming, Dival looked a little strange. A few days ago, the battle between Lier and the incarnation of the Golden Goddess in front of the Blood Temple was seen by many people. Now Lier's reputation in the War Church is unprecedentedly high. This is a strong man who can fight with the incarnation of the Golden Goddess. And Lier also has the identity of a special executive officer. Although I don't know how Lier offended the Golden Goddess, causing her to abandon the Blood Sect to attack Lier, but what does it matter? This is the War Church. The Golden Goddess is not important at all. Many high-ranking members of the church have already planned to befriend Lier. Chapter 219. What happened? Your Excellency the Pope. Lier smiled at Dival. The war trial is about to begin. Dival looked at Lier and spoke after a moment of silence. Hearing this, Lier raised his eyebrows. He had been thinking about the main task triggered by the Golden Goddess and Lillian, and forgot about this matter. When does it start? Lier asked. 7 days later. Dival replied. Do you need me to do anything? Lier asked again. The goddess hopes that you can supervise and help with the war trial. Dival thought for a moment. Well, I hope you can help clean up the demons in the trial space when Rafar and the others encounter unexpected situations. Just that. That's enough. The war trial is a trial for the 3 Archon families to select a pope. It is judged according to the contribution to cleaning up the demons and resealing the extinct beasts. Neither you nor I should interfere too much when there is no emergency. Dival explained. Lier knew all about this, and he said, in that case, I prepare. Well, have you considered letting aliens enter the trial space to help clean up the demons? Lier suddenly asked again. Let aliens enter the trial space? Dival was stunned. Yes, those aliens are immortal, so they should be able to help and reduce the casualties of the church, right? Lier shrugged. As far as I know, the trial is very dangerous, and the church will suffer heavy losses every time. If those aliens are allowed to take the lead. Lier's words made Dival fall into deep thought. In fact, he had no perception of aliens. All matters were handled by Rafar. To be honest, he hadn't asked about aliens for a long time. That group of aliens. Can they really be controlled? Dival hesitated. You can ask Rafar, or pray to the goddess. These aliens were summoned by the goddess. Lier waved his hand. Hearing this, Dival thought seriously for a few seconds, then nodded. I will ask Rafar. As for asking aliens to help with the war trial, Lier was sure that it was okay. After all, he was an alien player in his previous life. After Dival finished talking about the war trial, he left. Looking at Dival's back, Lier had a headache. There seems to be a lot of things happening recently. There is Lillian's blood crown in the war trial space, which needs to be obtained. It is also necessary to increase efforts to recruit players. Milia wants to cooperate with the Blood Sect, and this matter also needs to keep up with the schedule. This matter cannot be carried out secretly. It needs to be high profile, so that it can be quickly promoted among the player group. Lier also planned to discuss with Lilina about building the Blood Temple in Kalia. He must win the war in a year, and the hidden wild beast sect. There are so many things. Lier stroked his forehead and thought for a moment before heading to where Elvin and the others lived. It had been 3 days since the Blood Temple was completed. Fionando left Soros Royal City with the Golden Church the next day. I don't know if it was because of the shadow of the Blood King that he left in a hurry. Sylvia stayed and continued the construction of the Golden Cathedral in Soros Royal City. As for the Arcane Association, Lilina didn't seem to have any plans to leave the Pope's office. Arriving near the residence of Erwin and others, Lier paused in the garden. After a moment, the Blood King in a black robe appeared out of thin air and landed in front of the apartment where Erwin and others lived. After taking a look at his blood incarnation, Lear sat quietly on a chair in the garden. The Blood King beside him walked towards the apartment. "Speaker, the people of the Golden Church have all left. Do we still have to stay in the Soros Royal City?" Erwin looked at Lorena sitting on the balcony not far away with some helplessness. They came to Soros to cooperate with the War Church. Later, because of Lear's arcane counterattack, Lorena also came. In fact, they could have left long ago. After all, the cooperation and Lear's affairs had been dealt with, but the blood cult appeared. Just to watch the fun, so I stayed until today. Don't worry, Elvin. Don't you think it's interesting? Lorena took a sip of the black tea in the cup and said lightly, "It's shocking that the Blood King has such powerful power, isn't it?" "And Lil Stewart." Lorena said another name. "I always thought his arcane counterattack was already very bizarre, but the other party actually had a feud with the Golden Goddess." Elvin sighed helplessly. How could he not know these? But what does that have to do with the Parliament? "Mr. Speaker, there are guests." Lorena suddenly interrupted Elvin. She turned her head and looked solemnly towards the entrance of the apartment. "Guests?" Elvin was stunned for a moment, then extended his mental power to sense the past. When he sensed the person coming, his face suddenly changed. "It's the Blood King," Lorena said in a deep tone. "Why is he here? Where are the people from the Church of War?" Erwin said with a gloomy face. "You have seen the power of the Blood King. Do you think Dibble can stop him if he wants to come?" Lorena shook her head. Let's go meet this Blood King." Lorena stood up from the chair. The Blood King stood in front of the door of the apartment, just standing quietly. He had sensed that Lorena was rushing towards him. But before that, crack. The door of the apartment was opened, and Maya walked out. She bumped into the arms of the Blood King. "Ah!" A scream rang out. Ivian trembled and collapsed on the ground, pointing at the figure outside the door, unable to say a word. The sudden collision and Ivian's scream also startled Maya. She raised her head suddenly, and saw a hideous face. "Ah!" Another scream sounded. Maya took a few steps back, then took out her staff and pointed it at the demon in front of her. "Blood King, how come you are here?" Maya suppressed the fear in her heart and asked tremblingly. She saw the scene when the Blood Temple was built with her own eyes. The Blood King who turned into a demon, that terrifying appearance is still engraved in her mind today. Even the goddess can only retreat. This is already the most evil monster. "I want to discuss something with Speaker Lorena. Can you help notify her?" The Blood King said calmly. "You're looking for your mother?" Maya was shocked. "Maya?" Just as the two were talking, Lorena and Erwin also arrived at the scene. "Mom." Maya hurried to Lorena's side. Avian also climbed up and came behind Erwin. Seeing that the two women were fine, Lorena and Erwin breathed a sigh of relief, and then Lorena looked at the Blood King in front of her. "Blood King. Just call me Munger." The Blood King smiled and interrupted Lorena. Lorena took a deep breath. "Mr. Munger, do you have anything to say?" "I do have something to talk to the speaker about." The Blood King nodded, but did not move. "We need to wait for one more person," he added. Wait for one person? Lorena was stunned for a moment, but after a few seconds, she saw Lear appear behind the Blood King. "You're here." The Blood King turned his head and glanced at Lear. "I promise to help you do one thing, and after that, everything will be written off." Lear stepped forward and glanced at the Blood King. Seeing the two people, who looked like acquaintances, Lorena and others were stunned. "Isn't this wrong?" The living room of the apartment. Lear and the Blood King sat on the sofa, and there were teacups on the coffee table. Lear took a sip without being polite, and while drinking, he looked at Lorena and others. He wanted to build the Blood Temple in Kalia, which required Lorena's affirmation. Just like building the Blood Temple in Soros. Before, being able to build a temple in Soros was actually beyond Lear's expectations. He didn't know what was wrong with Dibble to agree to his request, or did his threat really work, but at that time, he had not yet shown the terrifying power that could compete with the Golden Goddess. Lear couldn't figure it out, but now he needed to reach a cooperation with Lorena. This time, Lear didn't want to use force to oppress, but to make a deal. The Blood King had nothing to trade with Lorena, but Lear did, so he came. Anyway, when the Golden Goddess targeted him before, he was already very suspicious, and it was no big deal to be related to the Blood King now. In fact, if the surface identity was that Lear was the Blood King, he believed that the cooperation would be smoother, but Lear still wanted to keep the secret that the Blood King was him. "Lear, do you know Blood?" "Lord Mung?" Lorena, who was sitting opposite the two, asked carefully. I know him. Lier nodded and said nonsense, he helped me, so I agreed to do something for him. Listening to Lier's words, Lelina blinked her eyes. Such words obviously did not convince her, but she could not continue to ask. Lelina looked at the Blood King who had been silent and asked, "Then Lord Munder, you said you have something to talk to me about. What is it?" Lelina mentioned the main topic. The Blood King turned his head, and a red light flashed in his eyes. "I hope to cooperate with the Arcane Council." "What?" Lelina was stunned for a moment. Ahem. Erwin, who was drinking tea on the side, almost spit out the tea in the cup. "I hope to cooperate with the Arcane Council." The Blood King repeated it. Lelina reacted, "Lord Munder, I hope to build a blood temple in Kalia, just like in the royal city of Soros." The Blood King added. Now everyone finally understood what the Blood King meant. Lorena and Erwin looked at each other. They had both seen how powerful the Blood King was. Such a powerful sect was spreading faith in their own territory. "I only spread faith to aliens, not to the original residents of Kalia." The Blood King added, "I think since the speaker can let the Golden Church and the War Church spread faith in Kalia, it shouldn't matter if our blood sect does it." The Blood King's tone was very calm, but there was a hint of unquestionability in the calmness. Lier looked at Lorena and Erwin, who had calmed down quietly. He knew that this attitude was very tough, almost forced, but with the strength shown by the Blood King, it should be like this. The strong should have the momentum of the strong. The living room fell silent. Lelina and Erwin both looked a little ugly. No one would be happy if someone asked them in such an attitude. After a long silence, Lelina took a deep breath and her eyes became sharp. After all, she was the speaker of the Arcane Council and a ruler. If the Blood King's attitude could be softened, this matter could be discussed. However, the Blood King's tough attitude made her very uncomfortable. "Mr. Munder," Lelina started. She looked at the Blood King in front of her, raised her eyebrows, and planned to refuse directly. But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by the Blood King. "Mr. Speaker, don't rush to make a decision. Why don't you listen to my conditions first?" "Conditions?" "Yes." The Blood King looked at Lier on the side. Lier put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Lorena. "I can give Arcane Counter to the Parliament for free, and I promise not to pass the Arcane Counter to other people." This is the condition Lier put forward. Lorena had wooed him before and made him a counselor, but she did not force him to hand over the Arcane Counter. The Arcane Counter is still only known to Lier. How important is this spell? It sounds like it is just a counter spell, and only mages can learn it, which means that this spell is only effective in battles between arcane law professionals. As long as Lier is not hostile to the Arcane Parliament, it seems that there is no effect whether there is Arcane Counter or not. But one thing is very important, the Arcane Parliament is not united, and the forces under the parliamentarians are divided. For example, Lorena, the speaker. In Lier's memory, although Lorena was a semi-saint level fighter, many people in the parliament were not convinced by her. Lier did not understand the reason, but there was a civil strife in the Arcane Parliament in the previous life, which was a real event. It seemed that even Miria participated in that civil strife. In the end, Lorena won, but suffered heavy losses. But now, if there is the spell of Arcane Counter, no matter what kind of civil strife occurs, no mage can use spells in the counter field. "Lier, are you really willing to give Arcane Counter to me?" After hearing Lier's words, Lorena's expression was slightly moved. "Yes." Lier nodded. After getting the reply, Lorena became entangled. She thought of the secrets in the parliament and finally sighed. "I can agree to your request, Lord Munder." Lelina made a decision, but the next second she changed her tone. "Lord Munder, since Lier owes you a favor, and you hope Lier will use magic to exchange for cooperation, then I hope you can ask Lier for one more thing." Larna looked at Lier. Lar felt a little uneasy. "I hope Lier can marry my daughter Mina." Lelina stated her conditions. Chapter 220. The living room became silent. Erwin and even Maya and Avian were shocked by Lorena's request. "Chairman Lorena, this joke is not funny." After a short silence, Lier broke the silence. He had talked to Lorena about Mina last time. Lier couldn't understand why Lorena always wanted to push her daughter to a man who already had a wife, although he also knew that he was very powerful and handsome. "I'm not kidding, Counselor Lier." Lorena smiled slightly. "I have already paid back what I owed to Munder with arcane counterattacks. I will not accept other requests." Lier shook his head and interrupted Lorena's thoughts directly. "Why? Don't all you men like beauties? Although she's not as beautiful as your wife, Mina is also a beauty, right? Or do you dislike Mina's age?" Lorena didn't seem to notice Lier's expression, and said to herself, If you dislike Mina's age, you can marry Maya. She's just 20 years old this year. Mom. Maya's eyes widened and her face turned red. Lorena frowned and looked at Lorena. Lorena gave him a very strange feeling. Chairman Lorena, marriage shouldn't be decided so casually. Lear said in a deep voice, whether it's Mina or Maya, they are your daughters, and you should also ask for their opinions. Do you mean that if Maya and Mina agree, you will accept them? Lorena continued Lear's words. How can they agree? Lear was a little helpless. He didn't want to talk about this with Lorena anymore. Ahem. Lear controlled the Blood King to interrupt such a nonsensical conversation. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the matter between you and Lear later. The conditions I gave are arcane countermeasures, and an opportunity to unconditionally help the Arcane Council to take action once. The Blood King interrupted the conversation between the two. So what is your choice? The words of the Blood King forced Lelina to temporarily give up the plan to marry Lear. She looked at the Blood King beside her. Well, then okay, I can agree to your request. In the end, Lelina accepted the Blood King's proposal for cooperation. You want to build a blood temple in Kalia? How do you plan to do it specifically? Lelina asked. I will build a temple in your capital of Kalia, and I will arrange for people to go there. When the time comes, Mr. Speaker can just make some concessions. The Blood King replied. Aren't you coming? Lelina asked again. I will have someone build a teleportation array in the temple. I will go there when the blood temple is built. The two sides talked back and forth, and soon reached a cooperation agreement. Then the Blood King left directly, and only Lear stayed. I will outline the spell runes of Arcane Counter. Can I do it here? Lear stood up and asked. He asked Lelina if she allowed to teach the Arcane Counter spell to Erwin, Avian and Maya who were present. Here. Lelina glanced at the three people and nodded. Erwin, remember, this spell must not be taught to others without my permission, and it is not allowed to be used. Yes. The three nodded. Seeing this, Lear directly outlined a complex spell rune in the air, and a lavender halo flickered. The invisible domain descended, and the feeling of being restricted once again enveloped Lelina and others. The four people walked forward and looked carefully at the spell rune in the air. Although arcane counterattack is only constructed by ungraded spells and arcane missiles, the spell rune is not simple. To learn this spell, you must not only remember the structure of the spell rune, but also understand the order in which magic power flows in the rune. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Lelina retracted her gaze. She closed her eyes and simulated it in her mind, and then opened her eyes. It seems that Speaker Lelina has learned it. Lear smiled when he saw this. I just remembered the structure of the spell rune and the order of magic power circulation. It will take some time to really perform it. Lelina nodded and shook her head. Lear shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. More than an hour passed until Ivian, the last one, also memorized the spell rune. In that case, the deal is done. Lear put away his magic power. Looking at Lelina, the other parties seemed to want to say something to him. Lear could guess without thinking that it was the topic of the engagement just now. Before Lelina could speak, he interrupted her. Chairman Lelina, arcane counterattack has been handed over to you, but I still want to remind you. In the counterattack field, all the spells of the mages are unusable, including your own. If you want to deal with other mages, it is best to practice your close combat ability, so as not to capsize in the gutter. Lorena was stunned by these words, and her expression became solemn. Lear's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. She wanted arcane countermeasures just in case. When she left the Arcane Academy, some members of the Parliament could no longer hold back. The Arcane Parliament was not united. Only she and Erwin knew these things. Even Maya didn't tell them, but Lear seemed to know something. Then I leave first. Lear smiled at Lorena. Wait! Lorena stopped Lear. Member Lear, I also remind you that Mina is still with you. After half a year. No 5 months, if you haven't analyzed the spell, please marry Mina. Lorena said with a smile. Lear paused for a moment, gave Lorena a helpless look, and left without looking back. Until Lear's figure disappeared, Erwin stepped forward and asked, Speaker, do you really want to marry Princess Mina or Princess Maya to Lear? Hearing this, Maya sat up straight involuntarily, and her face became slightly ruddy. Why not? Do you think Lear is not worthy of my daughter? Or do you think my daughter is not worthy of Lear? Lorena glanced at Erwin. Erwin opened his mouth. With Lear's identity and strength, marriage is indeed a good choice. What worries Erwin is Lear's wife, the believer of the law of the Morning Star. The other party's strength is very strong, and may not be worse than Lear. Will she be willing to share her husband? If it backfires, and makes the other party hostile to the arcane parliament. Lorena doesn't know Erwin's thoughts. She is still recalling the scene of Lear and the Blood King coming together just now. During the Blood Temple's opening ceremony, she felt something strange. Lear and the Blood King didn't say a word from beginning to end, but she felt that they were close. Today, the Blood King brought Lear here and used arcane counterattack as a condition for cooperation, which also proved this point. The relationship between the two is not simple. Although Lear said that he owed the Blood King a favor, Lorena didn't believe this. The Blood King first appeared in the royal city of Brayful. At that time, the other party kidnapped the saint and the princess. Princess Milia is Lear's current wife. The Blood King kidnapped Milia, but now Milia is staying with Lear. Lorena suddenly raised her head and thought of a possibility. It shouldn't be like this. Can a person have so much power at the same time? She said to herself. Suddenly thought of the scene of Lear fighting with the Golden Goddess. Arcane, War and Morning Star. Lear alone possesses the power of 3 laws. 3, even if one more is added, it seems not impossible. Lorena's eyes flickered slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. A week later, Lorena was finally ready to return to the capital of Kalia. She, the speaker, has been out for a long time. Lear was pulled over by Dybel to see Lorena off. This time, Lorena did not mention Mina or Maya again, but just looked at him with a strange look. Lear was a little uncomfortable, and Dybel turned his head to look at Lear. Did something happen between you and Lorena? Nothing. Lear responded perfunctorily. Let me remind you that Lelina is almost 50 years old now. She just looks young. Dybel said suddenly. Ah? Lear was stunned for a moment. Dybel, what are you talking about? Lelina in the carriage cast a sharp look. No, I just want to say welcome to come again next time. Dybel showed an embarrassed expression. After staring at Dybel for a long time, Lelina retracted her gaze and looked at Lear. I wait for you in Kalia. Don't forget, you still have the ceremony of enthroning members of the parliament. Lelina waved her hand. Hearing this, Lear smiled and nodded. If he was still interested in the members of the arcane parliament before, he has no interest at all now. He doesn't want to be entangled by Lelina again for a few extraordinary spells. Within 5 months, Mina will be released after getting her spell. Mina will definitely not be willing to return to the Arcane Council, so there is no way to talk about the engagement. The carriage set off with the farewell of everyone. Lear and others watched the carriage disappear at the end of the road and were about to leave. In the other direction, another carriage slowly drove over. The carriage was white with golden decorations and golden tree patterns carved on the side of the carriage. Is this the carriage of the Golden Church? Dybel also noticed the carriage and frowned. He didn't get the news that the Golden Church was coming, and didn't Fernando just leave not long ago? The carriage drove to Dybel's side, and the knight next to him dismounted and saluted respectfully to Dybel. The head of the 3rd Guard Knights of the Rhodes Empire, I meet His Holiness the War Pope. Rhodes Empire? Hearing the knight's report, Dybel was stunned. Lear, who was standing by, raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He had already seen that this group of people belonged to the Emperor of the Rhodes Empire, not the Golden Church. The relationship between the Golden Church and the royal family of the Rhodes Empire in the Rhodes Empire was very subtle. They were all believers of the Golden Law, but they did not interfere with each other, and their respective forces were clearly divided. Rhodes Empire? Is it that guy Gross? Dybel reacted, and he also knew the situation inside the Rhodes Empire. Yes, we were sent by His Majesty. The knight nodded. At this time, the carriage slowly opened, and a man and a woman walked out of the carriage. The man had blonde hair and a handsome appearance, and the woman also had blonde hair, and even her pupils were golden. The man exuded the breath of the Golden Law, but the girl had no magic power at all, just like an ordinary person. Lear looked up at the two of them, and his eyes quickly passed over the man and finally fell on the girl. Discover the source carrier of the ancient dragon law. Make the source carrier of the law produce a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations, and obtain the corresponding law affinity. The system prompt appeared in front of him, and Lear's pupil shrank slightly. Ancient dragon law. If the Chinching law is the most famous law in the previous life, then the ancient dragon law is the most regrettable law in the previous life. Dragon represents power, and the bright red thunder is enough to destroy everything. Lear still remembers the princess, who turned into a dragon man. If she could continue to endure, she might become the empress of the Rhodes Empire, but the arrogance of the ancient dragon destroyed her. Just as Lear was lost in thought, a man and a woman came to Dybel. Meet His Majesty the War Pope. The young man spoke first. I am the 3rd Prince of the Rhodes Empire, Lent Rhodes. He pointed to the girl next to him. She is my sister, the 7th princess of the empire, Bertel Rhodes. Hearing the young man's introduction, Dibble was a little surprised. He didn't know much about the royal family of the Rhodes Empire. The affairs of the Rhodes Empire have always been handled by the Golden Church, and the royal family of the Rhodes Empire has no sense of existence. Is there anything you two are here for? I have not received a visit request from the Rhodes Empire, Dibble asked. Please forgive us for our rash visit. My father is deeply sorry for the matter between Fernando and the blood cult. Prince Lent showed a trace of apology on his face. I came here today to ease relations with the blood cult. Ease relations? Dibble looked at the young man in front of him in surprise, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. The Golden Church, which has always advocated the elimination of heresy, actually intends to ease relations with a heretical sect. Lear on the side also frowned. I know this may be a little surprising, but in fact, the doctrine of the Golden Law does not include the trial of heresy. Prince Lent smiled awkwardly. The specific matter is a bit complicated. I wonder if I can stay in the Pope's hall. I can explain it to you. Hearing the prince's request, Dibble and Lear looked at each other, both of them with questions in their hearts. In that case, let's go. I also want to know what the doctrine of the Golden Law is. Dibble nodded. After speaking, he led the Rhodes royal family into the Soros King City. Chapter 221. Betty sat in the carriage, and the carriage followed the people of the War Church into the Soros royal city. She looked through the curtains of the carriage at the surrounding buildings. This was her first time leaving the Rhodes Empire. She was the 7th princess of the Rhodes Empire, and Lent was her brother. They had the same mother. Emperor Rhodes had many women, so he had many children. And Betty was the one with the lowest status among them, because she was born without the affinity of the Golden Law. In the Rhodes Empire, which believed in the Golden Law, Betty could not believe in gold, which made her isolated. In the entire palace, only Lent would talk to her. Not long ago, Emperor Rhodes announced that he would negotiate with the blood cult and announce the oracle issued by the Golden Goddess. A year later, he would go to war with the blood cult. This war was just a bet, and it did not mean that the Rhodes Empire would be hostile to the blood cult. Emperor Rhodes stated his request and planned to send a minister to go, but no one took the initiative to stand up. The two major forces of law are going to war, but they are not hostile? How ridiculous! Everyone thinks this is impossible. They have all seen the image in the image stone, and the power of the Blood King is deeply rooted in people's hearts. I am afraid that when the messenger comes to the Blood Temple and sees the Blood King and says these absurd words, he will be torn into pieces by the Blood King. No one is willing to go to negotiate, even if Emperor Rhodes told them that the bet was agreed upon by the gods of both sides, and the Blood King already knew everything. This time he went there just to make it public. In silence, Beatrice stood up. I am willing to go to Soros to negotiate with the blood cult on behalf of my father. She said so. Everyone looked at her, an unpopular princess, but she was still a princess. As the object of negotiation, her status was enough. So everything went smoothly, and Emperor Rhodes smiled after a brief daze. Gladly accepted her request, and as Bertel's brother, Lent also chose to go with her. Everyone thought that it was very dangerous to go to the blood cult this time. The other party dared to confront the incarnation of the Golden Goddess head-on. Would they give face to Emperor Rhodes? Lent didn't want his sister to be in danger. Finally, the candidate for the blood cult was determined. Bertel just listened to the arrangement quietly, looking at her father's empty love. Since she was born, this was the most she had ever spoken to her father. In the end, this father didn't care about her daughter at all, just used her as a tool. Bertel's eyes gradually became indifferent, and the past scene emerged in her mind. Her mother was lying on the bed, and even at the last moment of her life, she did not wait for that man. She lowered her head and reached out to touch the pendant on her chest. The golden gem seemed to roar with thunder and lightning. Bertel! A concerned voice sounded. Bertel looked up and saw her brother's gentle smile. Brother! We are here. Leanne smiled, got up and opened the carriage door. He got off the carriage and lowered the steps for Bertel. Bertel also smiled, holding Leanne's hand, and walked down. When she got off the carriage and looked in the direction of Dibble and others, the golden gem on her chest suddenly lit up slightly. That person is dangerous. An old voice sounded in her ears. Are you talking about the War Pope? Bertel asked in his heart. Not that person, but the young man next to him. The old voice sounded again. Young man. Bertel looked towards Dibble, and finally his eyes fell on a slightly familiar figure. She thought carefully for a while, and then her eyes slowly widened. She remembered where she saw this person. In the picture of the photo stone, It was this person who fought with the golden goddess at the beginning. What was his name? Pope's Hall, Council Hall. Bertel and Leanti sat on the chairs. Both of them were a little restrained. In the Rhodes Empire, they were both princesses and princes who were not very valued. It was impossible for them to come to the war church to meet the war pope. Dibble had them taken to the council hall and left temporarily, with only a few guard knights watching them. On the other side of the pope's hall, Lear and Dibble stood together. "Are you just going to leave the two royal families of the Rhodes Empire hanging there?" Lear asked. "I haven't received any visit requests from the Rhodes Empire. Let Raphael handle this matter. What's more important now is the war trial." Dibble waved his hand. "Is the war trial about to start? I remember I told you a week ago." Dibble glanced at Lear. Lear shrugged. While the two were talking, Raphael came over not far away. "Brother, I have issued orders to the war bishops of major cities, and the news of the start of the war trial will be announced nationwide." "Thank you for your hard work." Dibble nodded. "Since the order has been issued, let's start announcing the news in Soros tomorrow." "Well, I have another thing to give you besides this." "Another?" Rafar showed a helpless expression. "Brother, I'm already very busy with the war trial. Can't you handle some things yourself?" "Ahem, Rafar, this matter is about the Rhodes Empire. They sent a prince and princess to visit. You know, I always hate such uninvited people." "Rhodes Empire?" Rafar was stunned when he heard Dibble's words. "Yes, Rhodes Empire." Dibble nodded. In the meeting hall, after waiting for half an hour, the door of the hall was finally pushed open. Dibble, Lear and Rafar all walked in. Rafar already knew the purpose of Bertel and Leanti's visit, and ease relations with the blood cult. When he heard this, he almost thought he had heard it wrong. The three sat down opposite Bertel and the other person. Raphael looked at the man and woman in front of him. There was little news about the royal family of the Rhodes Empire. The affairs of the Rhodes Empire were generally handled by the Golden Church, and the exchanges between the three major Orthodox churches were generally handled by the Golden Pope. Lear also looked at the man and woman in front of him. Compared with Raphael, he knew a little more. The royal family of the Rhodes Empire was a more terrifying force than the Golden Church. In fact, the power of the Golden Law was far stronger than the Arcane Council and the War Church, but the royal family of the Rhodes Empire had been forbearing, which led to the separation of powers among the Golden Church, the Arcane Council, and the War Church. "I heard from His Holiness the Pope that you came to Soros to ease relations with the blood cult?" Rafar broke the silence and asked. "Yes, Your Excellency." Bertel nodded. Rafar raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl in front of him. It turned out that this girl was the leader? "My name is Rafar Cardanus, the War Archon of the War Church. You can call me Rafar." Rafar introduced himself and then pointed to Lear on the side. "This is the special executive of the church, Lear Stewart." Hearing Lear's name, Leanti was shocked. He failed to recognize Lear's identity. As for Bertel, he smiled at Lear. After introducing himself and Lear, Rafar continued, "The War Church has not received a visit request from the Rhodes Empire. According to the regulations, we need to confirm your identity. Before that, we can only ask you to temporarily stay in the Pope's Hall and are prohibited from going to other places. Or do you have something that can prove your identity?" Hearing Rafar's words, Batur and Leanti were stunned. When they came, the diplomats of the Empire did not tell them this. Leanti's expression suddenly became a little angry. As a prince and princess who grew up in the palace, they didn't know what procedures were required for a visit between two countries. Did the group of diplomats deliberately trick them? To make them look bad in Soros? "It seems that you don't have anything to prove your identity." Rafar saw the embarrassment of the two at a glance. As an old hand, he also guessed the status of the two in the royal family of the Rhodes Empire. Sometimes being born in a royal family may not be a good thing. Without ability and talent, status is nothing. He and Duval both hate this situation, so there is no royal dregs in the kingdom of Nox. Although Nox is a kingdom, it has no king. Although there is a pope, there is no idea of the supremacy of the emperor. As believers of the law of war, the people here are simple and honest. There are not even nobles. Everything is based on strength. Bertel and Leanti were silent. Lear watched this scene quietly. Everything was the same as in the previous life. Both Bertel and Leanti were victims of politics. "In that case, I will arrange for you to stay in the Pope's Hall. After we contact the Rhodes Empire and confirm your identities, you can leave on your own. Well, before that, we will treat you as visitors and give you the treatment you deserve. Also, regarding your desire to ease relations with the blood cult, after confirming your identities, the War Church can also assist you." Rafar said a lot in a row. He didn't want to say anything to the two young men. Anyway, it was an internal matter of the Rhodes Empire. This visit was also to the blood cult, and the war church was just a sideline. Thank you, Archon Rafar. Beetle smiled reluctantly. I will let the knights of the church arrange your accommodation. Rafar also nodded, then turned his head and looked at his brother with some resentment. Dibble coughed lightly. He really didn't know about the diplomatic affairs, so he asked Rafar to come. Well, okay, let's talk about this later. I want to hear about the doctrine of the Golden Law you mentioned earlier. Dibble looked at Lint. Hearing this, Lint nodded. He still had to respect the war pope. That's right, your holiness. About 10 minutes later, Lint told everything again. You mean, the doctrine of the Golden Law has never said anything like judging heretics? Dibble widened his eyes. Even Lear beside him had never heard of such a thing. In the previous life, the Golden Law always talked about judging heretics, not only in the initial map, but also after the barrier of the Decision Mountains was opened, and in more advanced maps, the Golden Law was the same. In the area controlled by the Golden Law, any heretical law is despised. But now Leandy said that such doctrines were tampered by the Golden Pope, but the Golden Pope has been deprived of power? Is the doctrine of judging heretics added after the Golden Goddess of Law in the previous life? The doctrine changed by the Golden Goddess? Recalling the end of the 1.0 version in the previous life, the Great Purge of the Golden Church won a complete victory. And only the Morning Star Law protected by the Arcane Council was retained. At that time, the Golden Pope was in the limelight, and even received the gift of the Golden Goddess. Did the Golden Goddess change the doctrine because she saw the faith benefits brought by the Golden Church's judgment of heretics? And now all this has changed. Is it because of me? Lear fell into deep thought. He could only think of such a reason. Yes, the Golden Law is all-inclusive. My father taught me this since I was a child. Before, it was the Golden Pope who changed the doctrine in order to promote the Golden Law. Leanty did not hide anything. This matter will be announced soon. At that time, the punishment of the Golden Pope will be pronounced, and the measures for the heretic sects will also change. Of course, this change is limited to friendly heretics. For evil heretics, the Empire will still take judicial measures. Leandy continued to speak, and Dibble and others were completely silent. This is really unbelievable. It's like a crazy gambler telling you that I will never gamble again. The hall fell into a brief silence. After a long time, Dibble said, I can't be sure whether what you said is true. We will verify it with the Rhodes Empire. If Ulysses is really punished, I will believe you. I promise that what I said is true. Leanty answered seriously. Dibble smiled and said nothing. In that case, please stay in the Pope's Hall for a while. You can walk in the Pope's Hall, but you can't leave the Pope's Hall. Leanty and Bertle nodded. They had no other choice. I take you to your residence, Lear said at this time. Dibble and Raphael both looked at Lear. The former's eyes were full of doubt. He glanced at the delicate-looking Bertle, as if he understood something. Ahem, Lear, Special Executive, the war trial is about to begin, and you need to supervise. Dibble said faintly. Just supervision, anytime, or do you think the believers of the kingdom can't complete the trial? Lear smiled slightly. He said and looked at Bertle and Leanny again, I'm just taking them to their residence, and I don't mean anything else. Your Holiness, don't think too much. Chapter 222. The sun shines on the Blackstone Road, and Lear takes Bethel and Lint to their residence. In the end, Dibble agreed to let Lear arrange these two members of the Rhodes royal family. After all, Lear is really free. Bethel and Lint are a little restrained following Lear. The person in front of them is also someone who has fought with the Golden Goddess. He is a professional of extraordinary level. Facing such a strong man, it is best to keep quiet. You said you plan to ease the relationship with the blood cult? Lear, who was walking in front, suddenly asked. Bethel was startled by Lear's voice. She still remembered that the voice in her heart told her that the person in front of her was very dangerous. Yes, sir, the executive officer. Bettier nodded. Thinking of her father's instructions, she thought for a moment and then said, in fact, Leanty and I came here just to announce the oracle of the goddess. Oracle? Yes, the goddess has reached an agreement with the gods of the blood cult. Bettier told the story bit by bit about the war between the Golden Law and the Blood Law. Lear did not look back and continued to move forward. He had already known all this. It seemed that the main quest had really been changed. Replaced by the war between the Golden Law and the Blood Law, after Bettier and the Blood King meet, a large main quest will probably be issued to all players. Large main quest. Players need to choose a camp. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. follow their respective camps to win all the way to the end to get rich rewards. In the previous life, the Golden Church's large main quest to clean up heretics. Players who participated in it will get points and exchange items with points. Should this be the same for the main quest this time? Lyre thought, and suddenly realized a problem. In the previous life, the points exchange items for the large-scale quests were all provided by their own forces. As the most powerful force, the Golden Church provided many items, including some things bestowed by the Golden Goddess. As for other heretical sects, they would never be as rich as the Golden Church. Although the profession of the heretic law is very powerful, in the end, in front of the rewards, most players still chose to join the camp of the Golden Church. Now the large-scale quest has changed and turned into a war between him and the Rhodes Empire. In other words, the rewards of the Blood Sect camp need to be provided by him. I want to compete with the entire Rhodes Empire in terms of financial strength alone. Lyre stopped. He only reacted to such a serious problem now. Bethel, who was following behind Lyre, didn't notice that Lyre stopped at all and bumped into Lyre. Lyre came back to his senses and turned around to see Bethel's bewildered expression. Sorry, I thought of something, so I was a little absent-minded. Lyre smiled at the girl. He looked at Batur, a believer of the ancient dragon law. Both the Dragon Soul Warlock and the Dragon Blood Warrior under the ancient dragon law are powerful professions. The professions of the heretic law are stronger than the professions of the three major orthodox religions, which was recognized by all players in the previous life. But behind the strength, we have to consider whether the heretic law can survive. Once the heretic law is wiped out, the players who switch to the heretic law profession will also be judged. Either they are hunted down and hide everywhere, or they change their profession after obtaining items that can change their profession. Maybe we can pull Bethel into the blood cult. If Milia joins the blood cult, and Bethel joins, then the blood cult will have 6 heretical law professions. Blood Hunter, Blood Knight, Rose Servant, Astrologer, Dragon Soul Warlock, Dragon Blood Warrior. Well, there is also the Corruption Law's Honored Corruption Knight, and Plague Warlock. But Lyre does not intend to take out the Plague Warlock. This profession is too evil. With the Honored Corruption Knight, there are a total of 7 heretical law professions. Diversified professions will become the advantage of the blood cult, which can better attract players, thereby making up for the disadvantage in the exchange of large-scale task points for rewards. Bethel's face gradually became ruddy as Lyre kept looking at her. She didn't know why the special executive officer looked at her like this. Could it be? The girl began to think wildly. Leanne frowned and said softly, "Sir, the executive officer." Leanne's voice made Lyre react. Lyre turned his head with a smile on his face. He looked at Leanne, and then at Batur. "If your identity is confirmed, you need to go to the Blood Sect. I can help you with the handover." Lyre smiled. "I have had some interactions with the Blood King. I think it will make your negotiations go more smoothly." Batur and Leanne were stunned for a moment. After coming back to his senses, Batur smiled gratefully. "Sir, the executive officer, are you really willing to help us?" "Of course, it's just a small matter." Lyre nodded. It seems that the fact that Batur is a believer of the ancient dragon has not been known to the Rhodes Empire yet. If the Rhodes Empire is really willing to tolerate heretical laws, it should be nothing for Betier to show her power. She can even gain some attention and become a powerful heretic professional from an ordinary princess who cannot believe in gold. Betier will get a promotion in status. But Betier hid everything. Maybe it was partly because of the Golden Church. After all, before the Golden Pope was dismissed by the Rhodes Emperor, the Golden Church had a very high status in the Rhodes Empire, and any heretical laws would be judged. But Lyre raised his eyebrows. He thought of the rebellious behavior of Betier trying to ascend the throne of Rhodes in the plot of his previous life. This girl is definitely not as simple and weak as she looks. Well, my wife is a believer in heretical laws. She believes in the laws of Qingqing. If the Rhodes Empire and the Golden Church are really willing to tolerate heretical laws, I will be very happy," Lyre explained. "Your wife?" Betier and Leanne were stunned. They were just unpopular princes and princesses, and they didn't know many things happening in the outside world. "Yes, my wife." Lyre nodded and looked at Batur. "If you have time, you can communicate with my wife. She has some friendship with the Blood King. You are both girls, so you should have a common language." Batur stared at the young man in front of her in a daze. She felt that Lyre treated her equally. Even though the other party was a powerful extraordinary professional and a special executive of the Church of War, Lyre did not have any arrogance. You must know that when she was in the palace, because she could not believe in the golden law, even the maids in the palace would secretly look down on Batur, and privately they would call her a waste. Seeing Bertel in a daze, Lear did not speak any more. He turned around and took the two to the prepared residence, which was next to his and Milia's residence. After sending the two into the room, Lear did not stay and left directly. When Lear left, Leandy sat on the sofa, looking at his sister on the balcony, and said helplessly, "Sir, Lear has left. When do you plan to see him again?" "Ah?" Bertle reacted, turned around with a ruddy face. "I didn't look." "Bertle, what do you think of this place?" Leandy shrugged and suddenly said seriously, "How is it?" Bertle was stunned for a moment, recalling the scene of entering Soros, and said with some sighs, "It feels very relaxing here." "Relaxed?" Leandy looked at Bertle silently. He knew what Bertle meant. This place is completely different from the Rhodes Palace. There are no cumbersome court etiquette. The Pope, the War Archon, and the Special Executive Officer all talk to them peacefully, without the kind of condescending oppression. This was something they had never expected. Before, in the Rhodes Palace, they had to follow etiquette every day, and both sides had to respond politely when they met ministers. Obviously, the other party looked down on them, but everyone wore a hypocritical smile and gave them false respect. Even their brothers and sisters were the same, who made them look down on the golden rule affinity, and not look like the royal bloodline at all. Even Bertle didn't have the affinity of gold. "Betil, let's go and find out about Special Executive Officer Lear and the Church of War tomorrow." Len stood up with a smile. "Is it okay?" Betil looked at his brother in surprise. "Of course it's okay. Archon Rafar just forbade us to leave the Pope's Hall. We can still visit the Pope's Hall." Leanty nodded. "Then let's go meet Lord Lear's wife tomorrow." Betil nodded happily. In front of the Blood Temple. It has been a while since the Blood Temple was built, and it has become the most lively place in Soros. I don't know if it is because of the many aliens near the Blood Temple that the Arcane Council also established its branch near the Blood Temple. What is even more shocking is that the Golden Church also chose the Golden Cathedral branch not far from the Blood Temple. The three major forces of law gathered together, bringing huge business opportunities. Some sharp businessmen have already bought the land in front of the temple and built shops. There is also a duel arena under construction a little further away. Duel arena. This is a necessary place. It has become a common thing for aliens to duel in front of the square of the Blood Temple. As a player, it is normal to be aggressive. In order to maintain order and make some money, Lear began to build a duel field. In the center of the square, Nolan was preparing to fight with an invincible and handsome man. Both of them were just promoted to the beginner level. As one of the earliest beginners, he prepared to fight as soon as he was promoted. The surrounding players surrounded the square. After the continuous spread of the log game, the popularity of the game has reached a terrifying level. Various professional clubs have joined in. On a certain fish website, the game helmets that have not been activated have been hyped up to sky-high prices. Today is the first battle between the two players who have reached the initial level in the game. One is the famous professional player Nolan, and the other is the rich man Woody Zwigelang, who bought a game equipment for 10 million. One is the War Knight, and the other is the Blood Hunter. Everyone is waiting for this battle. The previous battle between the Blood King and the Golden Goddess made the game world boil. Can such a battle really be presented in a virtual online game? No one knows. But as the player's level continues to rise, everything will be revealed after obtaining more powerful skills. So the battle between Nolan and Woody Zwigelang has attracted much attention. Although the two have only obtained the initial skills, some clues can be seen from it. "Nolan, are you ready? Are you ready to face the power of the Blood Law?" Woody Zwigelang stood in the center of the square, pointing his long sword at Nolan. He wore a black cloak with red decorations, and looked very second year. In the Pope's Hall, Lear looked at the scene in the live broadcast with a strange expression. This outfit looked like a copy of his Blood King's long coat. Nolan stood opposite, still wearing the standard knight's uniform of the War Church. He was indifferent to the provocation of Woody Zwigelang. Seeing that Nolan had no intention of talking to him, Woody Zwigelang felt a little bored, so he stopped talking nonsense and took a stance. The battle was about to break out. The two sides quickly approached each other. After being promoted to the initial stage, the speed of both sides increased significantly, but it was obvious that Woody Zwigelang was faster. He hung a blood mark on Nolan, and the long sword in his hand burned with bloody flames, and the sea of corpses and blood behind him also released murderous intent. This is his usual routine for PK. Nolan, who had fought with Woody Zwigelang several times, knew it well. A white light appeared on his body, and the Knight's Oath was activated, and he planned to fight Woody Zwigelang head-on. But the next second, an evil red light flew out from Woody Zwigelang and directly sank into his body. You are cursed by the blood plague of the blood hunter profession, and a physical judgment is made. The judgment failed, you are cursed by the blood plague, and each consumption of magic power will lose the same amount of life value, which lasts for 10 minutes. A system prompt popped up in front of him, and Nolan was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened. Before the battle, he had thought about what skills the blood hunter class would have at the initial stage. Anyway, it must be related to blood, but Nolan didn't expect it to be such an unreasonable skill. Using magic power will consume the same amount of health. Doesn't this mean that he will lose blood when using skills? And it lasts for 10 minutes? How can a duel last 10 minutes? In just a moment, Nolan had a new understanding of the power of the blood law class. He was a war knight with a relatively high blood volume, which was better. What if this skill was given to a magic class with thin blood and high mana consumption? The system prompt that Nolan saw was directly transmitted to all the players watching the live broadcast through the live broadcast. The live broadcast room was boiling immediately, and various bullet comments floated by, among which the voices of magic players were the highest. Can this skill be designed by humans? Aiming at our mages, right? Nolan was unable to look at the bullet comments in the live broadcast room, and Woody Zui Junlang had already called over. Watching this scene, Nolan gritted his teeth, and the next second a strong wind blew up around him. The War Knight's primary skill, Storm Shield. Chapter 223. The howling wind turned into a shield surrounding Nolan. This was not a simple special effect, but the product of the real wind gathering. Nolan felt the sound of the wind in his ears. When he was just promoted to the initial level, he also tried the skill of Storm Shield. The feeling brought by the Rail Storm was completely different from the empty special effect skills in the previous virtual online games. Here it was as if he could really control the storm. At this time, a layer of blood-colored shield bar covered part of the blood bar above his head. The initial skill Storm Shield, which can bless the target with a shield that can resist some damage, and also has the ability to deflect long-range attacks. This is the power from the storm. The invincible and handsome man saw this without any change in his expression. The long sword burning with blood flames in his hand collided with a great sword in Nolan's hand. The two sides began a tug-of-war. Due to the existence of the blood plague, Nolan restrained himself from using skills, and fought back and forth with the invincible and handsome man with only the iron heart swordsmanship. Although releasing the storm shield consumed a lot of HP due to the curse, the shield provided was more than the HP consumed. The professional skills of the blood hunter are indeed stronger than those of the war knight. But under Nolan's superb skills, Woody Zui Junlang did not gain an advantage for a while. Woody Zui Junlang's expression was a bit ugly. As a Krypton Gold boss, he didn't get any benefits from having stronger skills and equipment, which made him very unhappy. He dodged away from Nolan, and then a red light flashed in his eyes. A blood-colored blade formed in the air. The blade was like a man-eating venomous snake, flying directly towards Nolan, and at the same time, the HP bar above Woody Zui Junlang's head also dropped a bit. The astonishing speed made it impossible for Nolan to dodge. The blood-red blade landed on the storm shield. The next second, the shield was broken, but the blade did not hit Nolan. Instead, it was deflected by the storm, and shot towards the onlookers. Before a mage apprentice could react, he was hit on the forehead by the blood-red blade, and the health bar on his head was directly emptied. This scene shocked everyone, shocked by the damage of the blood-red flying blade, and also shocked by the effect of Nolan's shield. Looking at the mage, who was killed in one blow, Nolan's forehead dripped a few drops of cold sweat. Is this another elementary skill of the blood hunter? He turned his head, and looked at Woody Zui Junlang. This damage is too amazing. If it weren't for the effect of the storm shield to deflect long-range attacks, I'm afraid he would have lost more than half of his health bar now. I admit that the blood hunter skills are very powerful, but my storm shield can deflect long-range attacks. Nolan revealed the secret of the storm shield. The next second, he rushed towards Woody Zui Junlang. Woody Zui Junlang had used both of his primary skills, and they were probably still in the cooling time. He wanted to take advantage of the gap between Woody Zui Junlang's skills to win the duel. In an instant, the health bar above Nolan's head began to drop, and a charge knocked Woody Zui Junlang into a dizzy state. Then the storm gathered on the sword in his hand. Storm stab. Woody Zui Junlang was immediately knocked down by 1/3 of his health, leaving only the last 1/3. But at this moment, the dizziness effect disappeared. The strange red light in Woody Zui Junlang's eyes lit up again. My blood sacrifice flying blade has no cooling time, he shouted, and then the health bar above his head dropped rapidly in Nolan's incomprehensible eyes, and finally dropped to only a little blood skin. The blood-colored flying blade was formed again. This time, the rich blood color even made Nolan feel terrified. The blood-sacrificing flying blade is released by sacrificing health points, so there is no cooling time. The more health points sacrificed, the stronger the power. Wudizue Junlang added. Nolan finally understood why he felt terrified. Just now, he noticed that Wudizue Junlang's health bar dropped a little when he released the blood-sacrificing flying blade, but not much. But even so, he killed the apprentice mage next to him in seconds, and now Wudizue Junlang sacrificed a full 1/3 of his health. Such a skill is too extreme. This is Nolan's last thought. The blood-sacrificing flying blade that sacrificed more health points seemed to not only increase its power, but also its speed. Nolan only saw a flash of blood. The next second, the health bar above his head was directly emptied. Nolan's body fell directly to the ground, and Wudizue Junlang also sat on the ground. The surroundings fell into silence. After a short silence, a flash of light flashed and Nolan stood up from the ground. He looked at Wudizue Junlang with a complicated expression. He had tried his best, but the strength of the blood hunter profession still exceeded his expectations. He lost, but his goal was achieved. This was an exhibition match to show the potential of the game Law to major professional clubs. Law is a virtual online game that transcends the times. The battles between only beginner professionals are so dangerous. Such battles are quite entertaining and competitive. I guess all major clubs will start to focus on Law next. Virtual online games on the market have always been too crude, but Law is excellent, enough to become the mainstay of virtual esports games. Pope's Hall. Lear looked at the live broadcast screen in the forum, and he always felt that such a scene was familiar. Thinking carefully, it seemed that he got into Law after watching such a fight in his previous life, and the protagonist of the fight was also Nolan. Since then, the Esports League of Law has been established, and various competitions have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. He smiled with some nostalgia. These are not important. Now he is no longer a player, but an NPC. Esports League? Lear closed the forum and looked at the sky in the distance. This can also be used. If the professional players of the Blood Sect can win the game, it will definitely greatly expand the influence of the Blood Sect among the players. The second round of game helmets seems to be on sale, and it is also 1 million. When the seal of the Decision Mountains is opened in the third round, and the new map is opened, the game helmets will not be limited. Lear knew how many players would come in at that time. The next day, in the square in front of the Pope's Hall. Yesterday, Raphael spread the news that the war trial was about to begin in the Soros King City, and today was the day of the official announcement. At this time, in front of the square, a large number of players and indigenous war law professions gathered together. Special Executive, what happened? Bitur and Liani stood beside Lier and Milia and looked at the scene in front of the square and asked. They planned to visit Lier and Milia early in the morning, but they ran into the church announcing an important event, so they followed Lier here. His Holiness the Pope is going to announce the start of the war trial. Lear explained gently. War trial. Bitur tilted his head in confusion. It's a big event for the war church, and it's related to the next Pope candidate. Lear explained. Bitur and Lianti were both shocked when they heard this. It was obviously not something they could ask about the next Pope. Sorry, Mr. Special Executive, I don't know. Bitur apologized quickly. It doesn't matter, it's not a big deal anyway. Lear waved his hand. Not a big deal? It's not a big deal about the Pope candidate? Bitur was a little embarrassed. Just watch, and don't call me Special Executive, just call me Lear or Mr. Lear. Lear smiled. Looking at Lear's gentle appearance, Bitur's face was slightly ruddy. She hadn't felt this way for a long time. Lianti, who was standing aside, looked at his sister with a thoughtful expression. At this time, in the square, Dybel stood in the center and directly announced the start of the war trial. A huge portal opened next to the square, and the gray-blue vortex slowly lit up. The gray-blue vortex exuded a terrifying aura. Looking at this scene, Lier showed a nostalgic expression. After this is the space of the war trial, and professionals at the beginner level and above will be allowed to enter to eliminate the demon servants. It is equivalent to the dream trial of the Blood King City, that is, the copy. Killing the demon servants can gain experience points, thereby quickly improving strength. After this is the different space of the war trial. Killing the demon servants in it can quickly improve strength. I think you should have known it a long time ago, so I won't introduce it in detail. Dybel said loudly while looking at the crowd in front of the square. Well, this war trial is still led by the 3 Archons. You can choose to sign up to join any Archon's team and participate in the elimination of demons. I need to remind you that the demons in the war trial space are very powerful. Those who survive each war trial will become stronger, but most people die in it, So I hope you will think carefully when entering the trial and try to form a team. Also, the war trial is only open to professionals of the war law, but aliens are not restricted. Dibble said a lot in a row, and the natives present listened quietly. The people standing here have long been prepared. The war trial is very dangerous, but it is also a place where you can quickly improve your strength. But after hearing the last words, everyone's face changed. Aliens are not restricted? Does it mean that aliens who believe in other laws can also enter the trial space? For a while, the crowd began to talk. Brother, what is this war trial? A player asked the NPC adventurer team on the side. Are you an alien? Yes, I am a professional of the blood cult. Blood cult? I remember you have the profession of Rose Servant with healing ability, right? Yes, brother, you haven't told me what the war trial is. What is your profession? Blood hunter. Can you find a professional of Rose Servant? What? The Pope allows professionals of other laws to enter the trial space. We need a healer. Various discussions soon sounded in the square, and some smart NPCs had already thought of looking for professionals of the healing auxiliary system to form a team. Currently, the only professions with healing abilities are the Golden Law Prayers and the Blood Law Rose Waiters. However, Soros Golden Law players are still rare, but there are many Rose Waiters. Lear looked at this scene and was somewhat surprised by Dibble's decision. You should know that in the previous life, even among alien players, only those with the war law profession were allowed to enter the trial space, but now the restrictions have been lifted. Okay, that's it. If you want to enter the trial space, you can report to the 3 Archons, and your team will be assigned uniformly. Dibble said the last sentence and left the square. As soon as Dibble left, the 3 Archons surrounded him, and a large number of indigenous NPCs surrounded the square, and the players were surrounded outside. Lear smiled, turned around and planned to leave. The matter of the war trial still needs to ferment for a while. When the first batch of players who entered the trial get benefits in the trial space, other players will understand how rich the rewards are. And this time there is no occupation restriction for players, and Soros Royal City will surely become more lively in the future. Lear and Milia left, and Bertel and Let quickly followed. Milia glanced at the girl behind her, and then used her mental power to ask Lear in her heart, "Is this the believer of the ancient dragon law you told me about? She seems to have the source of law." Milia said. Her eyes fell on Lear, with a look of scrutiny. Lear was a little helpless. Milia already knew that he could gain the affinity of law through the carrier of the source of law, and now she might think that he wanted to take action against Bertel, just like what he did to Ophelina. She is indeed the source carrier of the ancient dragon law, but I have no intention of targeting her. I want to pull her to the blood cult as a partner, and turn the ancient dragon's faith into the power of the blood cult. Lear also used mental power to talk to Milia. Well, and your Morningstar Law, aren't you going to join the blood cult too? I have told Bethel that you are a believer of the Morningstar Law. When the time comes, you will accompany them to the Blood Temple to negotiate with the Blood King. Lyre told his plan. Milia thought for a moment, and didn't ask anything else, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth indicated that her mood seemed to be a little better. She stopped and turned around, looking at Bethel. Your name is Bethel? Milia asked. Yes, Your Excellency. Bethel looked at the girl in front of him nervously. The old voice in her heart just now reminded her again that the girl in front of her was more dangerous than Special Executive Officer Lear. She didn't understand why this girl, who looked not much older than herself, would be evaluated like this. I am Milia Brayful, the princess of the Brayful Kingdom, now Lear's wife, and the heir of the Morningstar Law. Milia looked at the girl and directly stated her identity. Morningstar Law? Bertur repeated it again. She heard Lear mention it yesterday. Yes, it is the heretic law, Milia said softly, and she approached Bertur and put it next to the girl's ear, same as you. Bertur's body was shaken by Milia's words, and she took a few steps back in panic. Milia looked at Bertur quietly, and Lear behind her also cast a meaningful look. Chapter 224. Almost in a trance, Bertel followed Milia to Lear's residence. Everyone entered the small building, and Milia took Bertel's hand and said with a smile, "Let's talk." Leandy looked at Bertel, who was pulled into the room by Milia. From the beginning, Bertel looked in a trance, and he was a little worried. Just as he was about to follow into the room, Lear stopped him. Don't disturb the conversation between ladies. As a brother, you should also give Bertel some private space, Lear said with a smile. Lear, sir? Leandy was stunned for a moment. Come on, let's talk about things that men should talk about. Lear smiled. As he said that, he took Leandy to the balcony. Under the balcony, the scene of the Pope's hall was in full view. Leandy followed Lear. He didn't know what this big man of the war church wanted to say to him. I can see that you care about your sister. Lear stood in front of the balcony with his back to Leanti. Bethel is my sister, of course I care about her, Leanti said, as a matter of course. Hearing this, Lear turned his head and glanced at Leanti. You care about her a lot, but you should not have a good life in the Rhodes Empire. Leanti was silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Lear said was indeed true. Although they are princes and princesses, and have preferential treatment that ordinary people can hardly achieve, they are indeed not welcome in the palace. Looking at Leanti, who was silent, Lear continued, When you came, you only brought a few knights, and the strongest was only a mid-level professional. This is completely inconsistent with the configuration of traveling as a member of the royal family. Mr. Lear, what do you want to say? Leanti couldn't help asking. Lear's words seemed to be mocking them. They were unappreciated princes and princesses, who were sent to the war church without even a decent guard. What do I want to say? Lear's expression slightly restrained. I just think you are a little pathetic. You are the prince of the Rhodes Empire, but apart from this identity, you have no power and status, your strength is not strong, and your talent for the golden law is also average. You will probably just be a prince who eats and waits for death in the future. As for your sister, if the princess of the royal family has no ability, she can only be used as a tool for political marriage. If she is lucky, she may marry a good family, but it seems that your sister will not be able to marry a good family. After all, your sister does not have the affinity of the golden law. She is just an ordinary mortal. A marginal princess. People with strength look down on her, so she is likely to marry down. Lear said a lot of words in a row, and Leanti's face was gloomy, and his whole body was shaking. He looked at the young man in front of him, who was not much older than him, and exposed the future he had always been reluctant to look at. Leanti knew that what Lear said was true. He knew the status of himself and Bertel, and he also wanted to work hard to change this situation, but his affinity for the golden rule was very low, even worse than some maids. Lear looked at Leanti quietly. What he said was true. There was such a plot in the previous life. Emperor Rhodes was a sophisticated egoist. He obtained the throne through rebellion. In his eyes, everything was valuable. Bertel's value lies in marriage. He married Bertel to a civilian royal guard knight who had just been promoted to extraordinary, even though the knight was old enough to be Bertel's father. Are you angry? Lear spoke again, but what I said is true. You can't change the fate of you and Bertel. Enough. Leanti roared, raised his head, and stared at Lear. I don't know where the courage came from. He no longer cares about Lear's identity. The people in front of him and the people in the palace are all the same. Before, the ministers in the palace would ridicule him behind his back, watching him train hard to become stronger, but it was in vain. And Lear laughed at them openly. From the beginning, the gentle kindness Lear showed to them was false. It's like a high-ranking ruler who sees two poor cats on the roadside. That's just arrogant pity. Uh-huh. Facing Leanti's gaze, Lear laughed instead of being angry. It seems that you still have some courage, Lear said softly. Lent still stared at Lear, without saying anything. Do you want to become stronger? Lear suddenly asked. Hearing this, Lent's anger seemed to be extinguished by a basin of water. When he roared at Lear, he was ready to be punished by Lear. But Lear just looked at him quietly. What did you say? I said, do you want to become stronger? Lear spoke again. Lent was silent. He didn't know whether Lear's words were to continue to humiliate him, or what. You may not know that your sister is not as simple as you think. Seeing that Lent didn't speak, Lear shook his head. He looked at the room where Milia and Bethel were. You can continue to live like this, but in the future, your sister will die. In the room, Bethel sat on the bed nervously, and the golden gem on her chest kept flashing. Milia was making tea on the side, and when it was done, she came over and handed it to Bethel. Aren't you going to come out and see me, Lansanks? She handed the tea to Bethel, and said while looking at the gem on Bethel's chest. Bethel was stunned for a moment. Lansanks? Isn't that Mr. Gu's name? Just when Bethel was stunned, a golden light flew out of the gem pendant. This is the phantom of an ancient dragon. Although it looks illusory and small, the golden pupils and the lightning shining around it look particularly domineering. Are you Chinching? The ancient dragon spread its 4 dragon wings and looked at Milia with a look of surprise. It seems that you still remember me, Lansanks. Milia smiled. You actually survived and turned into a god. The ancient dragon answered in disbelief. Even you survived, how could I die? Miria said casually. Bethel, who was standing by, watched the conversation between the man and the dragon, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Lansanks was the heretic god in the pendant her mother left her. When she was ostracized because she didn't have the affinity for the Golden Law, it was Lansanx who appeared to save her and brought her the power of the ancient dragon law. Even her brother didn't know about this. Lansanx was a heretic god, and the girl in front of him was actually talking to Lansanx as if they were acquaintances. After talking with Lansanx for a while, Milia looked at Bertel. The ancient dragon law was the law of the same era as hers, and it was also considered the top law. At that time, the ancient dragon clan built the Sky City and controlled the entire sky. But it was still not as good as her. Xinxing, you called me out not just to reminisce about the past, right? Lansanx asked in a deep voice. Of course not. Milia smiled. You should also know that this girl is here to negotiate with the blood cult. I know. The ancient dragon nodded. I need you and your ancient dragon law to join the blood cult. Milia stated her request. What did you say? Lansanx was angry, and the lightning around him also flashed. I hope your ancient dragon law will be incorporated into the blood cult. Milia repeated what she had just said, and then said, at that time, I will also bring the Morning Star law into the blood cult. Your Morning Star law will also be incorporated into the blood cult? Lansanx was completely shocked. As a god of the same era, he knew the power of the Morning Star law better than anyone else. It was a powerful law that suppressed an era, but now the goddess of Morning Star actually plans to incorporate a blood cult that she has never even heard of. What is your relationship with this blood cult? Lansanx asked carefully. You don't need to know, you just need to answer yes. Milia looked at the ancient dragon in front of her quietly. Her tone was flat, but full of unquestionable flavor. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy, and Bethel watched from the side, not daring to speak at all. The momentum of the man and the dragon made her dare not move. Lansanx stared at the girl in front of him. The other party said answer yes. There was no other choice for him. He could feel the power of the goddess Xinxing now, which was much stronger than a dying god like him. Besides, even if the two sides were on the same level, he was not Xinxing's opponent. After a long silence, he sighed helplessly. It seems that I have no other choice. After getting Lansanx's reply, Milia smiled and looked at Batur on the side. You are a believer of Lansanx. Now the ancient dragon law is about to be incorporated into the blood cult, so you should also join the blood cult. Milia said softly. Should I join the blood cult? But Batur was stunned. She just came here to negotiate with the blood cult. Why did she suddenly want to join the blood cult? She was also confused by the conversation between Milia and Lansanx just now. You don't need to think too much. You are still a believer of the ancient dragon. Just continue to be your princess. Milia interrupted Bertel's words. You said Bertel would die? What do you know? After hearing that Bertel would die, Lianti became anxious instantly. You don't need to know too much. You just need to answer me whether you want to become stronger, strong enough to protect your sister. Lear did not answer Lianti's question, but asked again. Lianti was silent and clenched his fists. He was not a fool. He knew that Lear had a purpose for saying such things. No power would appear out of thin air, but it would cost a price. Since his mother's death, Bertel has been his most important relative. The reason why he worked hard to train and become stronger was to impress Emperor Rhodes and give Bertel better treatment. What do I need to do? Leander made a choice. Hearing Leander's reply, Lear smiled. He did not answer immediately, but looked in another direction. Milia had already walked out with Bertel. It seemed that the result he wanted had been achieved. Leander also noticed Bertel. He turned his head. He was about to say something when he saw the ancient dragon phantom beside Bertel. At the same time, he also felt the breath of Bertel. It was a strange power, stronger than him. Batil, your sister has long been a believer in the heretical law. You should not know it. Lear also looked at Batil and said with a smile. Leander looked at Batil. His sister was actually a believer in the heretical law, and he was completely unaware of it. Sorry, brother, Uncle Lansanx told me not to expose the power of the ancient dragon law, and the Empire also has the Golden Church of Lord Ulysses. Bertel explained, apologetically. Listening to Bertel's explanation, Lent reacted. He didn't know when Bertel became a believer of heresy, but at that time, the Golden Church was still powerful in the Rhodes Empire. Once exposed, he would definitely be judged or imprisoned forever. But now Ulysses has been dismissed, and the Golden Church no longer judges heretics. In this case, can't his sister show her power? He can feel that the magic aura on Bertel is very strong, stronger than many princes. If it is shown, Bertel's status may be improved? I advise you not to expose Bertel's power. Lear saw through Lent's thoughts at a glance. Why? Although you said that the Rhodes Empire and the Golden Church no longer judge heretics, the doctrines of many years have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Whether it is the Golden Church, the ordinary people of the Rhodes Empire, or even your royal family, heretics must be rejected. Lear replied quietly, if you return to the Rhodes Empire and casually expose Bertil's strength. Lear did not continue to say. In this regard, Bertil is much more mature than Lent. Even if Ulysses was dismissed, she still hides her strength. It seems that she also considered this point. Lent also reacted. According to Lear, if Bethel is exposed, he might be threatened. Is this the reason why Lear said Bethel would die? You should understand what I told you now, so I will give you a chance to become stronger. Lear spoke again, you have 3 choices. Abandon the Golden Law, believe in Miria's Morning Star Law, or follow your sister to believe in the Ancient Dragon Law, or you can choose to believe in blood. Your Golden Law talent is very poor, but as long as you convert to other laws, your strength will change. For NPCs in the game, the initial affinity when awakening the affinity of the law represents the talent, which is 1 to 10 at the beginning, and the higher the talent, the better. However, this talent can be changed artificially. For example, when Lear helps people awaken the blood law, he can change the initial talent according to his own wishes, so as long as Leanti converts, whether it is blood, Morning Star, or Ancient Dragon, the 3 people present can change his talent. Looking at Leanti, who became shocked, Lear narrowed his eyes. Chapter 225. In the plot of the previous life, Betur rebelled and failed in the end, but the plot of this life has changed. However, Lear felt that it would not have much impact on Betur's fate. After all, the place where he changed the plot was the Soros royal city, not the Rhodes Empire. If Betur would rebel again, the blood cult would not mind intervening. The Rhodes Empire was very powerful, and occupied almost half of the initial land. The Golden Law goddess could find Lillian to fight, and Lear could also seek the power of the Rhodes Empire. He wanted to build a city of heretical sects in the Pharaoh Fortress, and the initial land behind the Pharaoh Fortress was the novice village of players. Lear hoped to turn this novice village into his own territory. Whether it was the Rhodes Empire, the War Church, or the Arcane Council, they could only be inferior to the blood cult. In this way, he would have the capital to fight against the big forces in the advanced maps outside, and the players in this novice village would become his power. Now the Ancient Dragon Law has been incorporated into the blood cult. All we need to do is let Betil swear an oath under the law and join the blood cult. As for Lent, he will only stand on the side of Betil. So what is your choice? Lear asked again. Lent was still a little hesitant. In his opinion, abandoning gold and converting to other laws is betraying the empire. I know what you are thinking, but do you have any other choice? Only by abandoning gold can you gain stronger power. Whether you choose the Ancient Dragon, the Morning Star, or the blood, we can make your strength quickly stronger. Only in this way can you have the ability to protect Betil. If Bertil's power is exposed, what do you think you can do now? Lear's words were like a steel needle piercing deep into Lent's heart. He glanced at Bertil and finally gritted his teeth. Okay. I accept it. I choose Bertil's Ancient Dragon Law. If Bertil is exposed, I will face it with her. You made a wise choice. Lear smiled. Emperor Rhodes will never tolerate other heretical laws. Lear is convinced of this. Although Lent said that the doctrine of the Golden Law is inclusive, everything the Golden Church did was done with the tacit consent of Emperor Rhodes. If Emperor Rhodes is really loyal to the doctrine of the Golden Law, he will not let the Golden Pope have the opportunity to control the Golden Church. In his opinion, Emperor Rhodes has always used the Golden Pope as a pawn, and establishing the Golden Church to expand his power is also what he wants to see. It is just a despicable lie to say that the Golden Pope tampered with the doctrine. Brother. Bertil also walked to Lent's side, with a complicated look in his eyes. Since entering Lear's villa, she has been in a state of doubt. Milia directly called out the Ancient Dragon, and asked the Ancient Dragon to join the blood cult, then told her brother about her affairs, and made her brother a believer of the heresy. These are all Lear's intentions, but why did the other party do these things? She turned her head, and looked at the handsome young man beside her. Feeling the gaze, Lear turned his head, and smiled at Bethel. Then everything went smoothly. The Ancient Dragon Lansanks came to Leanti, and directly awakened Leanti's affinity for the Ancient Dragon Law. Leanti, who was originally unable to break through due to the low affinity of the Golden Law, was instantly promoted to the intermediate level. The original guard knight's occupation was also changed to a dragon blood warrior. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Lent couldn't help but overflow with tears in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't be happy too soon. Just when Lent was happy, Lear poured cold water on him again. You are now a believer of heresy. You have gained power, but this power is not to be seen in public. I said before, although you said that the Rhodes Empire will soon announce that it will no longer judge heretics, this does not mean that your father, or the Rhodes royal family does not reject heresy. Words are not convincing. The Emperor of Rhodes can dismiss the Golden Pope with one sentence, and can also restart the Golden Church with one sentence. Lear's words gradually calmed the joy in Lent's heart. He raised his head, and looked at the mature Lear in front of him, who was completely unlike a young man. After a long silence, he asked, Mr. Lear, why did you do so much for me? You don't need to know too much. After a few days, when Rafar confirms your identity, I will take you to see the Blood King. The ancient dragon law will be incorporated into the Blood Sect, and so will the Morning Star law. You will also join the Blood Sect. The Blood King will arrange the things afterwards. Lear replied lightly. If you have nothing to do, you can leave first. Lear issued an order to expel them. Bertel and Leanne looked at each other, and left Lear's villa without saying anything else. The ancient dragon Lansanks also merged into Bertel's pendant again. After the two left, Milia came to Lear and said, You care so much about them. It shouldn't just be that you want to merge the ancient dragon law into the blood cult, right? I can't hide it from you. Lear smiled and hugged Milia in his arms. I hope Bertel can obtain the throne of the Rhodes Empire. Lear said his purpose. Milia widened her eyes, and put her hand on her lips. Such an idea is too bold. Just the two of them? Milia asked. Don't look down on them. Lear smiled. Lent may not have any highlights. In the plot of the previous life, he was assigned to be the Golden Bishop of a city early, but Bertel was different. She almost succeeded in usurping the throne. Milia was a little helpless. She didn't know where Lear got his confidence. How could Emperor Rhodes allow a heretic believer to become the new emperor? She put forward her own opinion. I didn't say that Bertel obtained the throne because of Emperor Rhodes. Lear shook his head. Milia was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, You mean usurpation? Lear nodded. Will they really usurp the throne? Miria still thought it was impossible. Whether they will or not depends on themselves. Lear showed a meaningful expression. No matter whether fate will make Bertel rebel, he will take action in the end. 3 days later, the news about the identities of Bertel and Leanne finally came from the Rhodes Empire. It took 3 days for the identities of the two to be confirmed. It seems that the Rhodes Empire really does not attach much importance to these two princes and princesses. If it was a hummingbird messenger, 1 day would be enough for the round trip. The matter that Bertel and Leanne negotiated was also related to the blood cult. This should have been a big deal, but it still took 3 days. Not only were Bertel and Leanne ignored, even the blood cult seemed to be ignored by the Rhodes Empire. You know, there was a war between the two sides a year later. Lear felt very strange, the war scene between the Blood King and the incarnation of the Golden Goddess was transmitted to the Rhodes Empire. With the strength of the Blood King, is it not enough to attract attention? In the Pope's hall, the meeting hall. After confirming the identities of Bertel and Leanne, Raphael smiled, Your identities have been confirmed. If you want to go to the Blood Temple, I can arrange for the Knights of the Church to accompany you, but I will only send you to the door of the Blood Temple. You can only rely on yourself for the rest of the things. Don't bother so much, I take them there. Lear stood up at this time, which was said a long time ago. Raphael was stunned. Milia and I also have something to talk to the Blood King about. Lear smiled. Hearing this, Raphael frowned even deeper. There were rumors that Lear and the Blood King had something in common, and now it seems to be true. Don't worry, I am still the special executive of the church. I will supervise the progress of the war trial, and will not affect the church. Lear waved his hand. Okay then. Raphael nodded helplessly. He couldn't control this matter, and he couldn't beat Lear. Then let's go! Lear stood up and nodded to Bertel and Leanne. The carriage was already ready, and Milia had been waiting for a long time. Lear planned to put the power of the Morning Star Law in the Blood Temple, and needed Milia to inject the power of the Morning Star Law into the crystal. Before that, he still needs to promote the profession of Qingqing Law, and he can find a lucky player to try it. As Lear was thinking, Milia lazily withdrew her gaze from the window, and leaned on Lear's arms like a kitten. Bertel and Leanne sat opposite. Both of them were a little restrained, especially Bertel. The girl would peek at Lear from time to time, and also at Milia. When she looked at Milia, there would be a trace of awe in her eyes. Gu Long had told her that the girl in front of her was not an ordinary mortal, but a god. She was the reincarnation of a god. These days, they have inquired about the news of Lear and Milia. Even Gu Long Wan Shanks was shocked that the once famous goddess of Qingqing actually gave herself to a mortal. Lear turned a blind eye to Bertel's actions. He squinted his eyes, and looked at the game forum in front of him as if nothing had happened. Several days have passed since Nolan and Woody's Wigilang's battle, and many players have also been promoted to the initial level. The Blood Knight and Rose Servant professions also fought against the professions of the three Orthodox sections. The result is obvious. The professions of the Blood sect won again. Some players have ranked the strength of the existing professions on the forum. The profession of Blood Law ranks at the top. Whether it is Blood Hunter, Blood Knight, or Rose Servant, the strength of the profession is obviously higher than that of other professions. The prayer of the Golden Law is also very strong, and is on par with the three major Blood Law professions. After all, it is the only auxiliary profession like Rose Servant. Next are the Mage and War Knight. After that are some other professions, and the Guard Knight and Judge of the Golden Law are ranked at the end. If the professions of the Blood Law are removed, this ranking is similar to the ranking in the previous life. In the previous life, the only excellent profession of the Golden Law was the auxiliary profession of the prayer. Lier looked at the comments on the ranking list, and most people still recognized it. And many players born in the most powerful country, the Rhodes Empire, were broken. They originally thought that the Golden Church was the most powerful, and the profession should be very powerful. But in the end, it was very different from their imagination. Many players have left the control of the Golden Law and rushed to Soros, where the Blood Cult was. Lier smiled, and now the Blood Cult has initially gained a position in the hearts of players. Blood Temple. There are still a lot of people here, and more vendors have come here to do business. At this time, in front of the square of the Blood Temple, an ID black light watching the moon was surrounded by a group of players and beaten up. It was you who made us lose the qualification to obtain the Pure Blood Believer badge. Do you know how big a loss this is? He was pressed to the ground, looking at the moon in the dark, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. The Pure Blood Believer badge was the item that was selected to enter the Blood King city, and was given by the Blood King. Holding the badge can get the opportunity to enter the Blood King city. As for what is in the Blood King city, just look at the Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea of Woody's Wigilang. In addition to the Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea, there are also various high-level equipment and potions. Some players have entered the Blood King city for the second time and exchanged for high-level equipment, Reverse Thorn. Yes, Woody's Wigilang again. After the Blood Cult appeared in the world, the way to obtain points was also opened. After completing the mission in the Blood Cult, you can get experience points and points, but the mission is very difficult, and the points are not much. Although the players complained, they soon accepted it. Points are difficult to get, but this also shows the preciousness of points. Those players who used to exchange experience points for points in the Blood King city even regretted selling their points to Woody's Wigilang. It seems that the money obtained from the sale is not much. Now the price of blood points has been raised to more than 1,000, which is higher than the price Woody's Wigilang offered at that time. But in fact, points are not the most important. At present, the things sold by points in the Blood Temple are only some low-level equipment and potions, and there are no high-level goods in the Blood King city. If you want high-level goods, you can only enter the Blood King city, and if you want to enter the Blood King city, you can only find people with Pure Blood Believer badges, because there is no way to buy and exchange Pure Blood Believer badges. This makes the Pure Blood Believer badges more precious. The players around him punched and kicked Hayden Canwa angrily. Originally, they could have the Pure Blood Believer badge. With the badge, you can enter the Blood King city for free once. Someone has already used it. After using it once, it takes 500 points to recharge. 1 point is now worth more than 1,000. How much money is this? In addition, many local Tyrant players want to enter the Blood King city to exchange for high-level items by purchasing points. They hire players with Pure Blood Believer badges, who are willing to pay more money. It can be said that having a Pure Blood Believer badge means having a stable way to make money. But they missed it because of Hayden Canwa. After a long period of beating, the players around him dispersed in anger, and Hayden Canwa collapsed and climbed up from the ground. This was not the first time he was beaten. This Soros King city is really unbearable. He was indignant in his heart. When he was angry, a carriage slowly drove over not far away. Chapter 226. The carriage with the golden tree emblem, and the Knights of the Church of War. The arrival of the two Orthodox sects made all the players present stop. The last time the two sects came was at the ceremony of the establishment of the Blood Temple. The carriage stopped at the square of the Blood Temple. The door opened, and Lier walked down holding Milia's hand. After seeing Lier and Milia, almost all the players were dazzled. Lier and Milia should be the most popular NPCs besides the Blood King. When Lier and Milia walked down, Bertel and Leandy also walked down. Although the young prince and princess were not favored, they were still princes and princesses. They would not be cowardly in the face of ordinary civilians. The players around were talking about it, and Afanina walked out from the inside of the Blood Temple. Special Executive Officer Lier. She saluted Lier slightly. I'm here to see Munger, and the other two are from the royal family of the Rhodes Empire. They seem to be here to negotiate on behalf of the Rhodes Empire. Lier nodded to Afanina. Afanina was surprised when she heard this. Lier had said in advance that he would come today, but he didn't say that there were royal family members from the Rhodes Empire. I remember you, are you Batur? Looking at the girl in front of her, Afanina had some impression. It's me, you are the saint. Batur nodded nervously. I'm no longer a saint of the Holy See. I belong to the blood cult now. Afanina glanced at Batur indifferently. Come with me. She turned around and walked towards the interior of the temple. Everyone walked into the temple. Along the way, many players in the temple were buying items in front of the crystal. The professional crystals in the temple can be exchanged for law affinity, and there are some low-level equipment potions. Equipment potions can be exchanged for money, and law affinity can only be exchanged for points. This was deliberately set by Lier. When he came to the inside of the temple, Lier also saw a few familiar faces, Li Huanhuan, Dahe and Yao Yao. He had seen the first two a long time ago. As for Yao Yao, he remembered that she changed her job to a mage during the internal test, and did not join the blood cult. She was a girl with her own ideas. Li Huanhuan and Dahe also saw Lier and others. When they saw Lier, the three had different expressions. Li Huanhuan and Dahe stood in place, and only Yao Yao came up. The girl walked in front of Lier, her eyes trembling slightly, which made Lier a little strange. He remembered that he didn't have much intersection with this girl. Why did it seem like an old friend who hadn't seen each other for a long time? Mr. Lier, do you still recognize me as your retainer? After these words came out, the temple fell silent, and Miria showed a beautiful smile on her face. She turned her head and looked at Lier. Although it was a smile, it made Lier feel a little sharp. Lier came back to his senses, and he remembered that he recruited Li Huanhuan and three others to become his retainers during the internal test, but Li Huanhuan and Dahe joined the blood cult, and naturally the two of them could not have any intersection with his public identity. Yao Yao was different. She did not join the blood cult. After a short silence, Lier coughed lightly. I thought you would join the blood cult like them, he said, and glanced at Li Huanhuan and Dahe not far away. No, I will only follow you, Mr. Lier. Yao Yao answered seriously. Her eyes seemed to be glowing. Lier couldn't understand. He could feel Yao Yao's sincerity. What characteristics did he have to attract this girl? They had only met a few times. Li Huanhuan looked at this scene, holding her forehead, with a helpless look on her face. She knew Yao Yao. Now Yao Yao's idol-chasing blood was activated, just like she liked all kinds of strange things, and Yao Yao liked all kinds of idle handsome men, and Lier obviously met Yao Yao's various fantasies. During the internal test, Yao Yao was very interested in Lier. Li Huanhuan remembered that after the internal test, she contacted the manufacturer to make Lier's peripherals. If you are really willing to follow me, I will naturally continue to accept you. Lier made a decision after a brief thought. It just so happened that he planned to leave Milia's astrologer inheritance in the Blood Temple. If Yao Yao was really willing to follow him, then she would become the first astrologer player. I will definitely die for you. Yao Yao was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Lier. Okay, then follow me. I will arrange for you later. Lier nodded. Yao Yao stood behind Lier happily, and the players beside him looked at this scene with envy and jealousy, especially the dark-eyed man watching the moon. He was driven out of the Blood King City, and failed to change his job to the blood law profession. Originally, after the establishment of the Blood Temple, he wanted to try whether he could change his job in the temple, but he was told that he had been blacklisted by the blood cult. He asked many people, and he was the only player who was driven out of the Blood King City and was blacklisted, so he could only switch to the second-tier profession of War Knight. Looking at Yao Yao, who was taken in by Lier, if the blood cult had no hope, then becoming Lier's subordinate would be a good choice. If he could get swordsmanship like Nolan, it would not be worse than the profession of blood law. After a brief thought, he gritted his teeth and rushed directly into the Blood Temple, and came to Lier. Special Executive Lier, I am a war knight of the church, and I am willing to join your army. The figure that suddenly rushed out made Lier frown. He didn't want to accept anyone. Seeing the players around him, who were ready to move because of He Ding Can Yu's behavior, Lier was about to say something, and the bright red rose thorns on O Feng Nina's body next to him entangled him. The Blood Temple is not a place where anyone can run wild. Oh, phone, Mina said coldly, and then the thorns around her trembled, and directly hung up. Hey ding, can you? Only then did Lier see the figure rushing in front of him clearly. He had some impression of the player he had blocked. He smiled, and suddenly had some evil taste. Do you want to join my team? Yes, Mr. Executive, I am willing to serve you. Hey ding, can you was overjoyed when he heard this. The players around him were also attracted by Lier's words. You are willing to serve me, but I don't need weaklings. 3 days later, I will let Yao Yao have a fight. If you can defeat Yao Yao, I can accept your loyalty, Lier said lightly. While speaking, he also glanced at Yao Yao. Is it enough to defeat her? Hey ding, can you looked at Yao Yao, a mage who had not yet broken through the initial level, and he was a primary war knight. If he had such strength, he would be 100% sure to fight Yao Yao. Even if Yao Yao was promoted to the initial level in 3 days, he would still have confidence. Yes, as long as we defeat her, it will be fine. Lier nodded. Just as he wanted to promote the profession of astrologers, he would try Black Lantern watching the moon. He said, and looked at the people around him. This competition is not limited to him. All other aliens can participate. As long as you defeat Yao Yao, and your performance in the battle is recognized by me, I will give you rewards. As soon as these words came out, the players around were boiling. Then, I look forward to your performance. Lier finally looked at Black Lantern watching the moon and waved his hand, and left the temple hall. Afanina said nothing more, threw Black Lantern watching the moon out of the hall, and followed. Yao Yao followed behind, a little overwhelmed by Lier's decision. She was just an apprentice-level mage, and she was not good at fighting. The competition in 3 days. Mr. Lier. Yao Yao couldn't help but call Lier. You don't have to think too much. I will give you power that is enough to defeat them. Lier continued to walk forward without even looking back, but said in an unquestionable tone. After walking through the long corridor, everyone came to the interior of the temple. Afanina stood in front of the huge crystal, and then a portal appeared. Lier did not let Yao Yao follow, but just let her stay outside to guard, and then took Bethel and the others into the portal. Arriving at the old dream of the Blood King city, Afanina stood behind Lier, as if she was leading Lier, and walked all the way into the king's city. Passing through the streets of the king's city, Bethel and Leanti were shocked. Such a scene is not even worse than that of the Rhodes Empire, and there is a deep fog in the distance, as if this is a city more magnificent than the Rhodes Imperial City. Mr. Lier. This is the Blood King city. Lier answered quietly. Listening to Lier's words, and feeling the respectful eyes of the Blood Elves around him, Bercher suddenly felt that Lier had become more mysterious. Afanina will take you to see the Blood King. You just need to tell him your purpose, and the matter about the incorporation of the ancient dragon law into the blood cult. Lier continued. What about you, Mr. Lier? I have other things to do. Lier answered casually. He didn't say anything more, but motioned for Afanina to take the two away. Bercher obviously wanted to say something else, but Lier had already turned around and left with Milia. The two walked in another direction. What's the matter with that Yao Yao Heron? Milia suddenly asked as she walked beside Lier. That was a subordinate I accepted when I was in Briefville. Lier shrugged. I originally planned to let her join the blood cult, but she finally chose the mage. Is that so? Milia nodded. Yes, I planned to let her change her profession to an astrologer. Lier said again. Is that why you let her compete? Milia thought. Yes, the profession of astrologer will be incorporated into the blood cult, so it is natural to promote it, and your astrologer is so powerful. Lier nodded, and then felt helpless. Before coming to the Blood Temple, Milia showed him the various skills of the astrologer. The current astrologer is different from the previous life, and even more powerful. In Milia's words, her star law cannot be worse than Lillian's blood law. If we only look at the strength, the astrologer can already be ranked first in the professional strength rankings, which is stronger than the 3 major professions of the blood law. Lier knows what kind of situation will be caused by the emergence of such a powerful profession, so he has imposed restrictions on the profession of the astrologer. The exchange price of the astrologer is double compared to the profession of the blood law, and even the exchange requirements for the law affinity are doubled. This is not cost-effective, but Lier does not want all future players to choose the astrologer. After all, if most of the players in the Blood Temple are astrologers, it will be a headache. Does Lillian have no face? As the two walked and talked, they soon came to a giant magic circle. This is where Mina is sealed. Lier hadn't seen Mina for a long time. He didn't know how the Immortal Witch was doing, and where the spell analysis process was. In the room, Mina held the spell book in her hand. The light of the arcane flickered around her, mixed with a gray color. Spells related to the soul were taboos. The more she studied, the more fearful Mina felt. Now it was the last moment to complete the research, but she couldn't take the step, as if there was an abyss ahead. The gray color in the air gradually collapsed, and she reluctantly put down the arcane book in her hand. On the table next to her was the lunch prepared by Ino. Ino would prepare everything for her every day. It felt very comfortable to be served by someone. Mina even got used to living here. Anyway, she just read books every day in Soros's bookstore before, and she had to go out regularly to buy some dry food that could be stored for a long time, and it has been like this. Now life here can be said to be better. She got off the bed beside her, and the loose wizard robe was pulled down, revealing a beautiful spring light. Mina didn't care, and even felt that the wizard robe was a bit of a hindrance, so she took it off and threw it on the bed, wearing only thin underwear and shorts, and walked to the dining table with her white thighs exposed. Just as she was about to have a full meal, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Mina didn't care, and while forking a piece of beef with a fork, she said, "Ino, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Do you want to stop being that bastard's maid and become my maid? Wait until I research the spell, I will take you away," she said, but there was no response. After stuffing another piece of steak into her stomach, Mina was a little confused. She turned her head, and saw Lear and Miria standing in front of the door. "I asked you to study magic here, but I didn't ask you to hit on my maid." Lear glanced at the messy room, and finally set his eyes on Mina. He looked at Mina. The thin underwear could not cover the hot body of this witch. If the surrounding environment could be a little neater, it would look really pleasing to the eye. After a short silence, Mina finally reacted, and subconsciously took out her staff, and pointed it at Lear. "Why are you here?" she asked in panic. "This is my territory." "Did you make a mistake?" Lear said casually, then walked into the room, and sat on the sofa. Mina was a little speechless, and she didn't say anything for a long time. "Before talking, put on your clothes first. Although you have good capital, you don't have to show it all the time. Or do you have any exhibitionism?" Lear glanced at Mina's majestic chest, and said another sentence. Hearing this, Mina was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head, and looked at her body. Then, a scream rang out in the house. Chapter 227. How is my magic research going? Lear sat on the sofa, staring at Mina, who sat back on the bed. "Can you turn around?" Mina said angrily, wrapping herself in the quilt. Lear raised his eyebrows, and finally turned his head. Mina bit her lip, although she was very annoyed, but she quickly picked up the wizard robe on the bed, and put it on herself to cover her exposed spring light. "Can you answer me now?" Lear asked again after Mina put on her clothes. "Not yet," Mina answered viciously. "What, your magic? That's obviously my magic." She cursed in her heart. Lear didn't get angry when he heard it, but just smiled. "You only have more than 4 months, I hope you can work harder." "What 4 months?" Mina was stunned for a moment. She didn't know there was a time limit. "Not long ago, I met Speaker Lilina, and she made me a member of the Arcane Council." Lear explained lightly. "She hoped that I could let you go, but I refused, and finally we reached an agreement. Speaker Lilina knew that I wanted the spells in the arcane book, so she set a time limit of half a year, and now there are only 4 months left." "Did Mother ask you to let me go after half a year?" Mina suddenly interrupted, with a smile on her face. If so, she would delay for half a year, and then Lear would let her go, and Lear would not get the spell. "No, it's not." Lear saw Mina's little thoughts, smiled and shook his head. "If you haven't researched the spell after half a year, then you have to marry me." After these words came out, the room became quiet. Mina opened her mouth and widened her eyes. She even suspected that she had heard it wrong. Milia, who was sitting next to Lear, was also stunned for a moment. She had never heard Lear say this. After a short silence, Milia turned her head. Lear felt the gaze, and saw Milia looking at him with a smile. He blinked and remembered that he had not told Milia about this matter. He only thought that Mina would definitely complete the research on spells within half a year, and did not take Lorina's conditions seriously. "How is it possible? How could my mother let me marry someone like you?" Mina could not accept Lear's statement at all, and her face turned red. "Ahem, you cannot believe it, but if you fail to research spells in 4 months, I can only hand you over to Speaker Lorina. What will happen at that time is not something you can resist." Lear coughed lightly. "Well, I have a spell that can invalidate other spells. Now it has been handed over to Speaker Lilina. At that time, even if you are a super-level wizard, you should not be able to escape." Lear added. "Why is this? You clearly promised me that you would let me go." Mina said angrily with a blushing face. Yes, I promised, but the premise is that you can research the spell. Lear stood up from the sofa and didn't say anything more, but took Milia's hand. If you don't want to marry me, then go for it. Lear said the last sentence and left with Milia. He pulled Milia until he left the ceiling magic circle, and Milia glanced at Lear. I haven't heard that this woman wants to marry you. She won't marry me. Lear shook his head awkwardly. She doesn't want to marry me either, so she will definitely be able to complete her magic research within the deadline. Is that so? Milia blinked, and a faint glow flickered in her azure eyes, like beautiful stars. Definitely. Lear answered with certainty. Milia snorted, but didn't say anything else, and the azure glow in her eyes slowly dissipated. On the other side, Bertel and Leandy also saw Lear's blood incarnation. Looking at the Blood King on the throne, both of them were shocked. Compared with the image in the image stone, the current Blood King was more hideous and terrifying. I have received the oracle. The blood cult will go to the appointment for the war 1 year later, the Blood King said lightly. Bertel and Leandy looked at each other. They had expected the scene when they met the Blood King, but they didn't expect it to be so calm. Let's put aside the unimportant things for now. Now let's talk about the incorporation of the ancient dragon law into the blood cult. The Blood King waved his hand, and the dream core emitting terrifying magic appeared in the air. The bright red crystal gave people a dreamy feeling. In the crystal on Batur's chest, the shadow of the ancient dragon emerged. After entering the Blood King city, he felt a terrifying sense of oppression, and an extremely ancient breath. The gods survived the destruction. He and Xing were both gods of the previous era, and he had never heard of the blood in front of him, and there was such an ancient breath. That was an even older god, who had survived many destructions. There was a trace of horror in Gu Long's eyes. After experiencing a destruction, he understood how terrible it was better than anyone else. He was lucky to survive once. With the appearance of Gu Long's true spirit, an illusory figure floated out from the back of the throne hall. Lear and Milia also followed behind. Feeling the terrifying breath coming from behind, Gu Long turned around instantly. Betil and Leandy also turned their heads. After seeing Lear and Milia, they were inexplicably relieved. Are you Gu Long's spirit? Lillian floated in front of Gu Long's phantom, and looked down at him. Who are you? Lord of the Blood Source. Lillian answered softly. What do you want me and Xing to join the blood sect? Gu Long asked again. Faced with this question, Lillian did not answer, but looked at the Blood King on the throne. We are all heretical laws. It is difficult for us to compete with the orthodox sects with our own strength. Isn't it natural for us to unite? The Blood King on the throne spoke. Gu Long was stunned for a moment, and looked at the Blood King. As the true spirit of the ancient dragon law, you should also know that this land is just a small piece of the starting land, and the strength of the 3 major sects is just the tip of the iceberg. The Blood King spoke again. When the forbidden barrier is opened, we heretics can only survive under the hands of those orthodox sects. You want? Gu Long seemed to understand what the Blood King meant. Unite all heretical laws. The Blood King stated his purpose. The hall fell silent. Gu Long floated in the air for a long time without speaking. Batur and Leandy on the side were also shocked by the words of the Blood King. After a long while, Gu Long said, Do you think it's possible? Of course. The Blood King's tone was full of confidence. Gu Long looked at the Blood King on the throne, and he remembered the image of the other party in the photo stone. This is a person who can fight against the incarnation of the Golden Goddess. Maybe the other party can really do it. When Gu Long was lost in thought, Milia had already walked up and came to the core of the dream. The light of the morning star shone on her body. Soon she injected a little source of the morning star law into it. It's your turn. After doing all this, Milia looked at Gu Long. Gu Long hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed, and also came to the core of the dream. When the power of the 2 laws was integrated into the core of the dream, Lear smiled. Thank you for your support. The Blood King on the throne swept away his previous attitude, stood up and said solemnly, I have left the power of the ancient dragon law. What are you going to do next? Gu Long asked. Of course, I will spread your laws among the aliens. The Blood King answered. You want to spread our laws? Gu Long's eyes widened. For the gods, any belief is extremely important. He thought that the Blood King pulled him into the blood sect just to increase the fighting power, but he didn't expect that the Blood King was willing to spread the faith for him. Of course, I will not be stingy about joining the sect's laws. The Blood King sat back on the throne and answered lightly. Then what do you need me to do? Gu Long asked again. He didn't believe that there is a free lunch in the world. Just continue to stay with them. I will contact you when I need you. The Blood King pointed to Bertel and Lianti beside him. Gulong also looked at the two of them, and he frowned. The reason why he followed Batur was because he did not have the affinity of the Golden Law. Without the affinity of the Golden Law, his chance of being discovered would be minimized. After all, he was in the royal family of the Rhodes Empire. There was no other reason. Now that he had left the Rhodes Empire and joined the blood cult, he had no reason to follow Batur. Gulong thought about it, and suddenly thought of something. The Blood King wanted to gather the heretical laws to fight against the Orthodox Church, and in this initial land, the Rhodes Empire was the most powerful Orthodox force. This was what they had to face. The other party made the two princes and princesses of the Rhodes royal family become Gulong's believers and arranged for him to follow him. Its purpose was not difficult to guess. Do you want? Some things are better for you to understand. When you return to the Rhodes Empire, I hope you can provide me with information about the Rhodes Empire. The Blood King interrupted Gulong. Gulong opened his mouth, but didn't say anything else. He just looked at the Blood King deeply. After that, the Blood King didn't communicate with Gulong anymore, and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. Lear and Milia took the lead to leave the hall, and Gulong and Batur followed behind. Batur and Lianti were still a little at a loss until they left the hall. What did they hear? The Blood King in front of them actually planned to unite all the heretical laws. What a bold idea! Gulong floated beside the two of them, watching the brother and sister talking in a low voice. The two children had not yet seen the purpose of the Blood King. He was probably placed in the Rhodes Empire to seize the power of the Rhodes Empire. If the Blood King really planned to unite all the heretical laws, the three major Orthodox religions would be obstacles. The three major Orthodox religions would never watch a heretic overpower them, and the Rhodes Empire was the strongest Orthodox force, bearing the brunt of it. Gulong shook his head, and without saying anything, he sank directly into the pendant on Betier's chest. Everyone left the Blood King's city, and Lier found Yao Yao in the Blood Temple. He took Yao Yao on the carriage, and returned to the Pope's hall. After Lier and Betier separated, he took Yao Yao to his villa. Mr. Lier? Yao Yao sat on the sofa, feeling a little nervous. She was brought home, and she had a lot of fantasies inexplicably in her heart. Lier didn't know what Yao Yao was thinking. He took a sip of the tea made by Milia and said lightly, "Have you ever considered changing your career?" "Ah?" Yao Yao was stunned for a moment. "Do you want to know about astrologers?" Lier looked at the stunned Yao Yao, and a smile appeared on his face. Yao Yao finally reacted, "Mr. Lier, are you going to help me change my job to the heretic law?" "Yes, astrologer is a job of Qinqing law." Lier nodded. "Qinqing law?" Yao Yao murmured to herself. She knew that this law came from Lier's wife, a master-level godman NPC. She had watched the video of Milia fighting the high priest of the Golden Church before, and was also shocked by Milia's terrifying fighting power. "Yes, the power of the astrologer comes from my wife." Seeing Yao Yao's eyes, Lier also looked at Milia. "Milia needs to spread the belief of Qinqing law, so I want people to show the power of Qinqing law. Is that why you let me fight with Hayden Canway in 3 days?" Yao Yao understood what Lier meant. "Yes, so do you accept it?" Lier smiled. "I do, Mr. Lier." Yao Yao did not hesitate, and chose to agree directly. Let alone this is something Lier asked her to do, she felt that the profession of astrologer was not simple. In the current professional rankings, the strength of the heretic law profession generally exceeds the Orthodox sect profession. She is a mage, which can only be regarded as a second-rate profession. As for the astrologer Milia, a believer of the Qinqing law, is so powerful, how can the astrologer be weak? You made the right choice. Lier nodded, and then looked at Milia. Milia did not waste time, and walked forward directly. The Qinqing scepter appeared out of thin air, and the azure light of the Qinqing covered Yao Yao's body. The next second, the system prompt appeared in front of her. "Warning, you are affected by the law of the morning star, your character attributes are about to change. Your affinity for the arcane law is cleared, and you gain affinity for the law of the morning star. Your affinity for the law of the morning star is increased to 10%. Your mage profession is changed to astromancer. Your level is increased to level 20. You have triggered the initial career promotion task. Your mage profession skills disappear, and you gain astromancer profession skills. Please choose the astromancer profession route." Dark moon/morning star Yao Yao stood in place. She could feel a powerful force surging in her body, and a career choice appeared in front of her. Lil watched this scene, and Milia changed the skills of the astromancer, using the moon robe star armor as the framework, weakening 2 different routes. The player can only choose one of the moon robe's magic route, and the star armor's warrior route, corresponding to different combat styles. Yao Yao looked at the information in front of her, and after thinking for a moment, she chose Dark Moon. You chose the Dark Moon School, and you gained the skills Astrology and Dark Moon Robe. Chapter 228. Yao Yao never thought that a game would have such a skill. Astrology. Consume 50% of the maximum magic value. You can predict the future of the next hour. This skill cannot predict the target of a higher level than you. Looking at the skill description in front of her, she began to doubt the nature of this game for the first time. Predict the future? How is this possible? This is just a game. If Yao Yao can predict the future of NPCs, she can understand it, but if it includes players, Yao Yao didn't dare to think about it. What's wrong? Lier looked at Yao Yao with a smile. Mr. Lier, is this astrology true? Yao Yao asked tentatively. What do you think? Lier showed a meaningful smile. This world is not as simple as you think, he said faintly, turning his head to look out the balcony window not far away. The skill of astrology is really amazing. In the past, if it wasn't for an astrologer player who got drunk and released his panel, no one would even know the effect of the skill of astrology. They only knew that the PK winning rate of astrologers was at the top of all professions. After the skill effect of astrology was exposed, the profession of astrologers caused a commotion. Later, the player admitted that astrology can predict the player's actions. It is incredible that a game can predict the player's actions within the next hour. Some people began to think that this game is not just a game, but perhaps a real world. Some people also think that astrology is the most likely future calculated based on a powerful AI algorithm and the player's gaming habits. There are many different opinions, and the terrifying popularity has made the game law truly known to everyone. But until the end, the game company of law did not give any explanation, and because there were too few astrologer players, for various reasons, the matter was left unresolved. There were very few astrologer players in the previous life, and you could probably count them on one hand. Lier thought in his heart that skills, like astrology, should not be spread too much. Originally, he planned to open the astrologer profession to transfer, but just double the exchange price. But now it seems that it would be better to limit the number of places. Go and complete your initial career promotion task. The astrologer profession is very powerful, but it can't let you defeat the initial professional at the apprentice level. Lier came back to his senses and waved to Yao Yao, indicating that the other party could leave. Although Yao Yao was full of questions, she could only leave the room obediently. After leaving the villa, Yao Yao thought for a moment and decided to find Li Huan to try out her new skills. Lier ignored the propaganda about the astrologer and came to the door of the Pope's Hall. In the square in front of the Pope's Hall, a huge portal stood in the center. Professionals crowded around the registration office to register, and there were a few players among them. Lier looked at the scene in front of him and walked directly towards the registration office. Rafar stood next to the registration office, and the other two war archons were also there. The war trial was related to the position of the next pope, and they all attached great importance to it. If they could find a strong professional to recruit into their team, they would have a better chance. The three of them were stunned when they saw Lier coming. The war trial had been going on for a while, but Lier had never come to see it. Rafar. Lier stepped forward. Is our special executive finally coming to supervise the war trial? Rafar joked. Lier smiled. Yes, I plan to enter the trial space. Hearing this, the expressions of the two people behind Rafar changed. Lier was qualified to supervise the war trial. If he wanted to intervene in the trial and favor one of the families, it would be a big problem. Your Excellency, the executive is. Sharon Hoffman, who was standing behind Rafar, came out. I'm just going in to take a look. After all, I have never been to a place like the trial space before, and I won't disturb your trials. Lier smiled. Hearing this, the expressions of the three people were restrained a little. Then I take you in. Rafar nodded. Lier did not refuse. Although he knew everything about the trial space, it would be too strange to show it directly. Rafar left the affairs of the registry office and handed them over to his subordinates. The other two war archons followed. You two can stay here. I can take Executive Officer Lier to visit the trial space. Rafar stopped the other two war archons. Rafar, you are wrong. Executive Officer Lier is the supervisor and should be accompanied by the three of us. Berserker Rigid Moreno shook his head. Rigid is right. Sharon also came up. Everyone wanted to win him over. Lier knew it very well. After the completion ceremony of the Blood Temple, Rigid and Sharon had invited Lier to visit the Archon family, but Lier refused. Obviously, Rigid and Sharon did not want Lier to be wooed by the current pope. Since you two want to accompany us, let's go together. Lier interrupted the dispute between Raphael and the other two. He didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. Hearing Lear's words, Raphael was a little helpless, but Rudyard and Sharon smiled. The three of them brought Lear to the portal. Executive Lear, it is normal to feel dizzy after entering the portal, Raphael reminded before entering. Lear nodded, said nothing, and then walked into the portal. After a dizzy moment, the dark sky appeared in front of Lear. There were things like catkins floating in the air, but they were black. After falling, they seemed to be isolated by something, and did not fall into the city. Looking around, it seemed as if a layer of dim filter was added, and everything looked lifeless. There is a city in front of us, and we can see many professionals walking around, including players. Black Tide Fortress is the name of this city. This is the Black Tide Fortress, and it is also our largest base in the trial space. Rafar also introduced. There are 4 fortresses in the trial space. In addition to the Black Tide Fortress at the back, there are 3 fortresses representing our 3 major Archon families, distributed in 3 directions of the front line. Rafar continued. Lier didn't say anything, he knew all this. He didn't come here to listen to Rafar's words, but just for the law relic that Lillian felt, the crown of blood. The thing floating in the sky is a kind of destructive substance, which will make the creatures it touches become manic and eventually become demons, but it can be resisted with magic. These destructive substances will also form demons when they accumulate to a certain extent, and that is what we need to clear. Rafar continued to introduce, and took Lear to the fortress wall. Under the wall, black destructive substances covered the endless ground, fog shrouded the distance, and visibility was extremely low. I have heard about the negotiations between the Blood King and Dival before. There is a thing called the Beast of Extinction sealed here? Lear asked, pretending to be ignorant. Hearing Lier's question, Rafar's expression became solemn. Yes, the Beast of Extinction is indeed sealed here. This is a secret. No one knows except the top leaders of our 3 Archon families. The destructive matter in the sky was released by the Beast of Extinction. He is still sleeping in the deepest part of the trial space. Rafar paused and continued. We claim that this is a secret place to improve strength, but it is not, just to continue to seal the Beast of Extinction. The demon servants born from the destructive matter will find ways to remove the seal of the Beast of Extinction, and the eye of the magic array that seals the Beast of Extinction is in this fortress. As long as this fortress is destroyed, the Beast of Extinction can break free from the seal, and finally leave the secret realm and come to Soros. We will open the trial space every once in a while to prevent the eye of the array from being destroyed. This is also the task given to us by the goddess, and it is also the reason why the War Church was established here. Lier nodded slightly, pretending to be surprised. That's it, Officer Lier, you know it. If you need it, I can take you to the Cardenas Fortress on the front line. Raphael nodded and suggested. Why go to your Cardenas Fortress? Our Hoffman Fortress needs it more. Before Lier could answer, Rudyard and Sharon on the side were unhappy. Raphael saw this, and immediately argued with the two. Lier shook his head, and he silently said in his heart, Lillian. I'm here. The cold girl's voice sounded in Lier's heart. Can you sense where the law relic is? Lier asked. Lillian was silent for a moment after hearing this. In the dark space, Lillian felt the dead silence in the trial space. The Beast of Extinction, she originally thought it was just an ordinary monster left behind, but after feeling the other party's breath at close range, Lillian's eyes were solemn. Leave here, Lillian said softly. What? That's not something you can deal with now, Lillian replied. Lier was stunned. It was the first time he saw Lillian make him retreat. The crown of blood is in the body of the Beast of Extinction. He has devoured too much of the power of my blood law and has already possessed some of the authority of blood, Lillian explained in a deep voice. What do you mean? Lier still didn't understand. The Beast of Extinction is what remains from destruction. They are divided into 3 types: destroyers, polluters, and devourers. Lillian continued to explain, this Beast of Extinction is a devourer. Devourer? Yes, the devourer can devour the power of the laws of the gods, and then use it for its own benefit. It is the most difficult Beast of Extinction to deal with. Lillian nodded. This Beast of Extinction has devoured my blood crown and gained the authority of blood. In short, he can now manipulate the blood of any living being at will. As long as you appear in front of him and have blood in your body, he can deprive you of your blood with just a thought and turn you into a mummy. Hearing this, Lier finally understood why Lillian let him leave. How to face a monster with such terrifying abilities. This also indirectly reflects the power of the blood crown, a relic of the law. Not only that, he is the remaining Beast of Extinction, and he is more than just the power of the blood law. Lillian said something even more desperate. Liar was completely silent. If what Lillian said was true, then wouldn't he never be able to get this relic of the law? Is there no way to deal with this extinct beast? Lear asked, is there no limit to his power to control blood? The power of blood is naturally limited, that is, it cannot control targets of higher ranks than itself. Lillian gave the answer. Hearing this, Lear's eyes lit up. You mean as long as my rank is higher than his, I can defeat him? You can say that. What level is this extinct beast? Half-saint. So as long as I break through to the saint, it will be fine? Lear seemed to see hope. But Lillian shook her head. Although I don't want to discourage you, I want to remind you that the reason why this extinction beast is at the semi-saint level is because of the restrictions of the rules. In this initial land, the highest level is the semi-saint, so he was suppressed to the semi-saint level. If the seal barrier of the Decision Mountains is opened, he will not be a semi-saint, but a legendary level. The lowest level of extinction beasts are all saints, and this is only a legendary level. The smile on Li'er's face gradually solidified because of Lillian's words. Originally, he thought that as long as he waited for the level cap to be opened and broke through to the saint, he could kill the extinction beast, but if the opponent was at the legendary level, wouldn't it mean that he had to break through to the illusory myth level to defeat the opponent? And the blood crown is in his body. If you want to get it, you have to break the seal and release it first, Lillian added. When Li'er heard this, he subconsciously glanced at the black-tide fortress behind him. That is to say, even if he can defeat this extinct beast, he must first destroy this fortress. Looking at Li'er's silence, Lillian sighed helplessly. It is basically impossible to get the blood crown back now. This mission can only be abandoned. Give up, we can find other blood relics. The blood crown here is impossible to get, Lillian comforted. Li'er still didn't speak. He stared at the thick fog in the distance. There seemed to be a phantom in the fog, with one eye and a bloody mouth, staring at him. He blinked, and the phantom disappeared again, as if it was an illusion. He thought for a moment, and suddenly raised his head. Lillian, you said that because of the restrictions of the rules, the level of everyone in the initial land can only be limited to half-saints. Is there any way to break through the restrictions, and reach the saint in the initial land? Chapter 229. Listening to Li'er's words, Lillian fell into deep thought. She had experienced many eras, but it was the first time she had seen an act of sealing an initial land and introducing creatures from another world like this. This initial land was sealed by the current gods, relying on a powerful artifact, so powerful that even the extinct beasts and gods could only be restricted. After a moment of silence, Lillian gave the answer. I don't know if the rules and restrictions here can be broken, but the restrictions here come from the gods. Gods? Yes, maybe you can ask the goddess of war or the goddess of gold for information, Lillian said lightly. Li'er opened his mouth and asked him to find the goddess of war and the goddess of gold. Let's not talk about whether these two goddesses will answer him. Even if they do, breaking the rules will definitely cost a price. I think about it. Li'er sighed. When Li'er was worried about the war trial, Yao Yao and Hayden Konua's competition also arrived as expected. In front of the Blood Temple Square, in addition to Hayden Kanwe, many players came and surrounded the entire square. After 3 days of fermentation, the ring mission about Lear's steward has spread throughout the entire Soros King city. Every player will be interested in Lear's reward. Yao Yao, do you really want to fight with Hayden Kanwe and the others? Li Huanhuan was a little worried. She knew Yao Yao well. Her combat ability was very poor. In previous games, she was basically a scenery party accompanying her. But Hayden Kanwe was different. Hayden Kanwe was a player who entered the Blood King City through selection. Although he was driven out of the Blood King City because of his own behavior, Hayden Konua's strength was unquestionable. And it's not just about looking at the moon in the dark. Li Huanhuan looked at the other side, Nolan and Woody Zwigenlang. Hey! Do you two want to bully Yao too? Li Huanhuan asked the two unhappily. What are you talking about, Valkyrie? We are just here to participate in the arena mission issued by Special Executive Officer Li'er. Nolan smiled. That's right, Yao Yao must be very strong to be favored by Li'er. How can you say that we are bullying her? Woody Zwigenlang also echoed. You too? Li Huanhuan raised her eyebrows and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yao Yao. Okay, Sister Huanhuan, this is a test given to me by Mr. Li'er. Anyone can participate, Yao Yao said with a smile. As she said that, she walked to the center of the square and looked at the players who came. Today's challenge, everyone can participate, but it only lasts for 1 hour. Within 1 hour, I can accept challenges from any one of you. After 1 hour, this task will be over, so the challenge will be selected by me. This is the condition that suddenly appeared when Yao Yao came to the challenge. Hayden Canwa stood opposite Yao Yao and had no objection. There was also such a prompt in his taskbar. So not everyone can fight with me. I will only select the strongest players from the players present to fight. After Yao Yao finished speaking, she looked at Hayden Canwa. 1 hour almost covered the effect of her astrology. Maybe it was a condition that Li Er added specifically for her. This is an advantage for her, and she has seen everything that happened in the next hour. After changing her job to an astrologer, she went to Li Huanhuan to test the power of astrology. Within an hour, Li Huanhuan's actions were exactly the same as she had predicted. Astrology can really predict the future, which shocked Yao Yao. She did not tell Li Huanhuan the effect of this skill. She always felt that this game was becoming more and more mysterious. Beauty, after all this talk, can we start? Anyway, it will be over soon. I have to report to Li Er after finishing it early. Hayden Canwa did not take Li Huanhuan seriously at all. A mage who had just been promoted to the beginner level, how could he be his opponent? Hearing Hayden Canwa's words, Li Huanhuan smiled and said, "Then let's start." As she said this, she took out the staff, and then the blue light gathered on her body, and turned into an illusory robe. The astrologer skill Dark Moon Robe increases spell damage by 10%, movement speed by 10%, and magic consumption by 10%. Basically, it can be regarded as a weakened version of Lear's Moon Robe, but it is already very powerful. After all, it is only an apprentice-level skill. The light on Yao Yao's body made the mage players present stunned. They are also mages, but they have never seen such spells. What kind of spell is this? So beautiful. A female player's eyes lit up. After blessing herself with the Dark Moon Robe, Yao Yao stood there without moving, waiting for the next move of Hayden Canwa. Astrology has been turned on, and her magic value dropped by 50% instantly. The skill effect of astrology is to predict the future of the next hour, but this is not to see the future of the next hour at once, but this state of prediction lasts for an hour. The picture you see will probably only be 1 minute in advance or even shorter. Astrology will also constantly change the predicted content with the actions of the astrologer. Hayden Canwa didn't notice Yao Yao's situation, and immediately rushed towards Yao Yao. The speed of the charge was very fast. This was the means by which the War Knight could quickly approach the mage when fighting against the mage. As long as he approached the mage, he would basically win half the battle. Moreover, many mages couldn't even avoid the charge of the War Knight. As long as they were stunned, they would be taken away in one set. Your failure is that you didn't use long-range spells to suppress me from the beginning. Hayden Canwa laughed and shouted, rushing towards Yao Yao at a high speed. But Yao Yao, who was not far away, moved in advance before Hayden Canwa charged. She moved her feet to the side casually. Hayden Canwa passed by Yao Yao, and the distance between them was only the length of a hand. Hayden Canwa couldn't imagine it. If Yao Yao ran away in a panic to avoid it, he could accept it, but Yao Yao moved to the side in advance, as if she had known his charge position long ago. Charge is a skill that is in a straight line and cannot change direction in the middle, so it is very fast. Hey dang, can you rushed over and almost rushed into the players. Yao Yao had already turned sideways and raised her staff, and a terrifying morning star radiance shone. The next second, a series of meteor radiances shot towards Hey dang, can you. In her sight, she had already seen the scene of Hey dang, can you being killed instantly by the meteor. From all directions, as if tracking by itself, the azure meteors directly hit Hey dang, can you. Hey dang, can you was hit, and flew up directly. Every meteor hit could knock Hey dang, can you away, and also took away some of Hey dang, can you's health. Until the last meteor hit Hayden Canwa's head, Hayden Canwa's health bar was directly cleared. The grey corpse fell from the sky and fell to the ground, and the whole square fell into a dead silence. Yao Yao also stared at this scene in a daze. Although she had seen Hayden Canwa being killed by her in astrology, she was still a little shocked when she saw this scene in real life. This is the primary skill of the astrologer, the Falling Flame Evil Star, which can send out a total of 9 meteors with tracking effects. It can be dodged, but requires very sharp skills. The 9 meteors cause damage, and a certain knockback effect respectively. Each hit will reduce the target's magic resistance by 5%, up to 45%, and can be reduced to a negative number. Hayden Canwa obviously did not have equipment to improve magic resistance, so the Falling Flame Evil Star directly reduced his magic resistance to a negative number, and then he was killed in seconds. Yao Yao glanced at her character panel, and her magic value dropped by 30% again. The Falling Flame Star can launch 9 meteors, with only 1 in the initial stage. Each additional meteor consumes more mana, and the cooldown time increases accordingly. After a long silence, a player watching the game finally reacted. This is a direct kill? What skill is this? Is this a mage's skill? Why haven't I seen it before? A mage player looked at Yao Yao with fiery eyes. There were also players who noticed something was wrong and threw a scout spell directly at Yao Yao. She is not a mage anymore. She is an astrologer. After seeing Yao Yao's profession, he exclaimed, "Astrologer?" The crowd was in turmoil. Li Huanhuan also reacted at this time, and hurried to Yao Yao, and asked excitedly, "Yao Yao, what's going on?" Being shaken by Li Huanhuan, Yao Yao thought of Li Er's purpose of promoting the profession of astrologer. She thought for a while, and then said, "This is the new profession taught to me by Mr. Li Er's wife, Ms. Milia, from Qinqing Law." Qinqing Law? I remember it. It's that Godman master. As Yao Yao explained, exclamations came from the crowd again. Li Huanhuan also remembered that the girl, who was so beautiful that she didn't know how to describe it, actually had such a powerful professional inheritance. Qinqing Law will cooperate with the blood cult, and the professional inheritance of astrologers will also appear in the blood temple. If you are interested, you can look forward to it. Yao Yao looked at the players watching around and promoted it again. Hearing this, the players who were already shocked by the power of astrologers became even more excited. Yao Yao looked at this scene with a smile on her face. The task assigned by Mr. Li Er should be completed. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the time. There were still 50 minutes left. It took less than 10 minutes to defeat Hayden Canway. The next step was... She looked at Nolan and Wu Zhujiang not far away. "Would you two like to compete with me?" Yao Yao invited him after taking out the magic potion to replenish magic power and drinking it. Hearing this, Wu Zhujiang and Nolan looked at each other, and Nolan stepped forward. "Then I will experience the power of the astrologer." Yao Yao smiled and walked to the other side of the square. She was a little excited. In the previous games, she didn't like fighting very much and was very bad, but the profession of astrologer gave her confidence. Astrology can predict battles, and Falling Flame Star can aim automatically, which is perfect for players like her. She raised her staff and looked at the cooldown of Falling Flame Star. There were still more than 10 minutes left. She used up all 9 meteors in one breath and reached the maximum cooldown. Falling Flame Star cannot be used now, but she still has the second primary skill of the astrologer. Nolan stepped forward, raised his long sword, and took a stance. He did not rush forward like Hayden Canway without thinking. When fighting against magic professions, the War Knight has a defensive skill that can be called a natural enemy, Storm Shield. Storm Shield can deflect long-range attacks as long as the strength of the long-range attack does not exceed the upper limit of the Storm Shield. Yao Yao's meteor spell is very powerful, but it is an elementary skill after all. Nolan also saw in the battle just now that the damage of this skill will increase every time it hits. It is probably because the target is given a superimposed negative state of increased spell damage, so Hayden Canway will be killed instantly. The Storm Shield may not be able to completely deflect all 9 meteors, but as long as the damage of the meteor spell is reduced, there is a chance to defeat Yao Yao, and such a powerful meteor spell must have a long cooldown time, and the consumption of magic power must be huge. The arena time is only 1 hour, and there is no rule for you to rest in the arena. Although this is a bit unfair, for Lear's reward. Nolan has no time to care about these. The storm is howling around Nolan, Yao Yao is standing in the distance, and the dark moon robe is rippling on her body. Neither side moves. Yao Yao can't move because the beginner astrologer only has one attack skill, the Falling Flame Star. When using the first meteor alone, the cooling time of the Falling Flame Star is very short, and the consumption is not large, and it can be used repeatedly, but once all 9 meteors are launched, she will have no other means of attack in a short time. Nolan was also waiting for Yao Yao's attack. Seeing Yao Yao motionless, he guessed that the Falling Flame Star should still be cooling down. Immediately, he rushed up, also charging. Just like dealing with the black light watching the moon, when Nolan just charged, Yao Yao took a step to the left. Seeing this scene, Nolan's pupils suddenly contracted. He could clearly see that this step just avoided his charge route. She actually made a move when he just activated the skill. Did the opponent predict his action? Nolan's expression was stern. The charge was avoided, but he did not lose his fighting spirit. He swung his long sword horizontally. Even if the frontal charge was avoided, he could still attack Yao Yao. At this distance, the long sword was just right. But when he just stretched out the long sword, Yao Yao squatted down, and the long sword just brushed Yao Yao's scalp. Predicted again? Nolan's expression finally changed. Yao Yao's actions were always one step faster than him, as if she had known his thoughts for a long time. But how is this possible? He is a skilled professional player, but Yao Yao, although she has a good relationship with the Valkyrie, and is also a famous beautiful anchor, is at best a vase. Nolan is a little unconvinced and attacks again, and the storm rises again, and the storm stabs. The direction of the charge turns directly, like a storm, and the next second he comes in front of Yao Yao, and this time Yao Yao has no way to avoid it. Yao Yao looks at this scene, and her expression is also a little nervous. Although the effect of astrology can always let her predict the opponent's next move in advance, whether she can react is another matter. Chapter 230. The wind howled, and the staff in Yao Yao's hand also lit up. A magic circle appeared above her and Nolan's heads, and the two magic circles lit up, covering both of them at the same time. The next second, the positions of the two people were instantly swapped. Another primary skill of the astrologer, the interlace stars. Lock a target, and you can swap positions with the target twice within 10 minutes, each time consuming 5% of the maximum magic value, and the cooling time is also 10 minutes, starting after the second position swap. The War Knight profession is indeed an advantage against the long-range magic profession. In the early stage, it has two offensive skills such as Charge and Storm Stab to approach the magic profession, and also has a Storm Shield to deflect long-range attacks. Before coming to the challenge, Yao Yao had thought about the countermeasures to fight with the War Knight. She has astrology and can predict the opponent's actions in a certain period of time in the future, so the War Knight can only threaten her with Charge and Storm Stab. As long as she can avoid these two skills, with the foresight of astrology and the movement speed bonus of the Dark Moon robe, she can fight Nolan. After all, the cooldown time of Charge and Storm Thrust is not short. When the cooldown of Falling Flame Star is over, she can also find an opportunity to attack. Nolan was also startled by Yao Yao's sudden disappearance, and the system prompt of the battle appeared in his sight. You are bound by the astrologer skill star intersection, you are affected by the skill star intersection, and you are forced to make a mysterious judgment. Judgment failed. You and the player Yao Yao have swapped positions. Position swap? Nolan was stunned, and then reacted. He turned around and found that Yao Yao had appeared in his previous position, and quickly opened up the distance. Yao Yao stood not far away, her cheeks slightly red. In the past, she only followed Li Huanhuan when playing games. This was her first time to have such a tense battle. What happened? Did they swap positions? Is this also a skill of the astrologer? The onlookers were talking about it, but Nolan had already attacked again, but as he fought with Yao Yao, his brows furrowed deeply. His speed was a little faster than Yao Yao. Although the Charge and Storm Thrust were on cooldown, it should not be difficult to beat Yao Yao with his skills as a professional player. But Yao Yao could dodge his attacks every time for some reason. Although sometimes it was very embarrassing, he did not attack Yao Yao. Yao Yao seemed to be able to predict the future. Time was dragged on, and the onlookers also found something unusual. As a professional player, Nolan was well known and had a background in a martial arts school. It shouldn't be so difficult to deal with a magic professional who could only dodge. Nolan's expression became heavy. He counted the cooldown of Charge and Storm Thrust. No matter how Yao Yao did it, as long as the skills were cooled down. Yao Yao also counted the cooldown of Falling Flame Star, but Charge and Storm Thrust were still faster. While Yao Yao was still counting, Nolan's body suddenly accelerated, and the long sword in his hand pointed directly at Yao Yao. Yao Yao panicked, but still reacted. She jumped to the side, and narrowly avoided Nolan's charge. But Yao Yao's expression did not relax. She saw the upcoming Storm Thrust. The light of Qingqing flickered, and the magic circle appeared above their heads again. Nolan's Storm Thrust pierced the ground directly. He looked at the ground with a mark pierced by the long sword in shock. In front of him was the same system prompt as before. Yao Yao dodged his fatal blow in the same way. The binding effect of the interlace stars has been released. A new prompt appeared, and Nolan reacted. The interlace stars skill just now was not over, but was still on him. Such a position exchange skill can be used twice? Nolan turned around, and Yao Yao walked away again. The two sides distanced themselves again, and Nolan felt a little annoyed. He rushed up again in disbelief. 5 minutes later, the magic circle shining with the glory of the morning star launched 9 meteors, and Nolan was killed in seconds without suspense. Another second, the surrounding players looked at each other, and Yao Yao also sat on the ground. Her magic power was not even 5%, and it was completely drained. Nolan lay on the ground and resurrected directly on the spot without hesitation. "What's wrong with you?" He finally couldn't help asking. "What are you doing? Are you not convinced after losing?" Li Huanhuan, who was not far away, immediately came to Yao Yao and blocked Nolan. Nolan rolled his eyes. He was indeed not convinced. Yao Yao stood up from the ground. That is the skill of the astrologer. You can wait until the astrologer's inheritance is released to see it. Yao Yao did not directly reveal the secret of astrology, but kept it a secret. Nolan was a little dissatisfied, but he could do nothing about it. Next it was the turn of Woody's Wigenlang. He looked at Yao Yao, whose magic power was almost exhausted, and said casually, "You don't have much magic power left. Do you want to recover it before the competition?" "You said it." Yao Yao agreed immediately. The fight with Nolan and Hayden Kanwa had only lasted for more than 20 minutes. There was still half an hour left. If she continued to fight, she really had no chance of winning. "Even if I win, I have to win fairly. You can rest at will." Wudi Zui Junlang patted his chest. Nolan, who was standing by, shook his head. Yao Yao showed a sly smile on her face. She rested for half an hour. The final battle with Wudi Zui Junlang ended very quickly. When Wudi Zui Junlang rushed over, the 9 meteors directly let Wudi Zui Junlang know what it meant to kill instantly. "You said you could win if you just asked for a fight? You have to let her recover." Nolan laughed. Wudi Zui Junlang was resurrected from the corpse with a depressed look on his face. The astrologer's ring ended just like that. Yao Yao did not explain the effect of the astrologer's skills, but the ability to kill 3 times instantly and swap positions has made many people eager to try. Even Nolan was a little hesitant. Should he change his profession? Lear didn't pay much attention to Yao Yao's arena. He focused on upgrading. He didn't know whether he could break through the limit and reach the saint in the initial place, but it was necessary to raise the level to the limit of 100 before that. He had been staying in the dream trial of Blood King City these days. After defeating the blasphemous True Spirit, Blood King City added a dream trial copy of the extraordinary level, which rewarded a lot of experience points. During the time when Lyre was obsessed with upgrading, the affairs of the Pope's Hall were managed by his blood incarnation. Betil and Liani also returned to the Rhodes Empire during this period, and the entire Soros King City became much calmer. Except, in front of the square of the Pope's Hall. Some players have revealed the situation of the War Trial, a copy that can quickly upgrade the level, and it is open to all players. This has raised Soros' popularity to a new level. In the Pope's Hall, as a member of the Cardenas tribe, who has awakened the blood of the War Lion, Gran was finally arranged to enter the trial space. Also accompanying him were Avian and Greta. "Avian, have you seen your brother recently?" Greta turned her head and asked boredly. "You mean Lear?" Avian was stunned and then said with some resentment, "No, he has been staying in the house with Milia these days, and has not come out." "I heard that Miss Milia placed the inheritance of the Morningstar Law in the Blood Temple?" Greta asked again. "Yes, but it seems that the conditions for inheritance are very harsh and there are quotas." Avian nodded. "By the way, in addition to the inheritance of the Law of the Morning Star, there seems to be an inheritance called the Ancient Dragon Law that has also appeared in the Blood Temple." "Ancient Dragon Law?" Greta blinked curiously. The two women chatted casually, and Gran just watched quietly not far away. In the depths of his soul, the Golden Lion roared, "Ancient Dragon Law?" The roar of the lion emerged in Gran's heart. Gran was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he saw the lion in his body lose control like that. "Mr. Hawk?" Gran asked quietly in his heart. "Is the guy Ancient Dragon Lansang still alive?" The lion muttered to himself. Hearing Gran's voice, he raised his head. "Nothing, just heard the name of an acquaintance." Hawk fell into recollection. Of course, he knew what the Ancient Dragon Law was. It was the law god of the beast race like him, different from those human gods. He had heard Gran talk about the existence of the Chinching Law before, and he also knew the woman, who was called the Strongest Law. But it had nothing to do with him. The territory of the wild beasts did not border the territory of Chinching. On the contrary, he was very familiar with the Ancient Dragon Law. If the Ancient Dragon was the overlord of the sky, then he was the overlord of the earth. The Ancient Dragon actually joined the Blood Sect? Hawk thought for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "Go to the Blood Sect when you have time to see if you can meet the Blood King." "What?" Gran was stunned for a moment. Meeting the Blood King? Are you kidding? He still remembered the terrifying appearance of the Blood King at the completion ceremony of the Blood Temple. "Mr. Hawk, what exactly are you going to do?" "Just do it, I won't hurt you." Hawk didn't explain too much, and he didn't say anything after that. Gran was a little helpless, he sighed, and at this time the portal of the War Trial also lit up. Rafar stood in front of the portal, looking at Greta and the other two, and said carefully, "Okay, it's your turn to go in. Remember, don't run around after entering the trial space. Everything must be arranged by the family. The trial space is not a good place, and the demons inside will take your lives." "I know, Uncle Rafar." Greta nodded. "Wait a minute, Rafar, Miss Avian is the sister of Lear's special executive officer. How can you put her into Cardena's team without authorization? Just as Greta was about to pull Avian into the trial space, the other two war consuls came over not far away. Miss Avian is a war knight, so she will naturally join the Cardenas family. Rafar answered confidently. You are abusing your power for personal gain. Richard refuted with a glare. Avian looked at this scene awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Greta directly took Avian's hand and said righteously, Avian is my Lionheart knight. This sentence directly broke the argument, and Greta did not say anything else, and directly took Avian's hand and entered the portal. Looking at this scene, Rafar showed a smug expression to the other two. Entering the trial space, Avian and Greta were shocked by the scene in front of them. Gran followed and walked in. The moment he entered the trial space, Gran's heart roared again. How can there be an extinct beast here? Hawk shouted loudly, with a hint of fear in his words. Extinct beast? What is that? Gran was stunned again. Damn it, we have to leave here immediately. Hawk didn't explain, but just roared in exasperation. Mr. Hawk? Stop talking, give up this so-called war trial. Hawk quieted down and said in a serious tone. What's going on? Gran was completely dumbfounded. Hawk didn't explain, but just kept urging Gran to leave. In the end, Gran accepted Hawk's opinion and reported to withdraw from the trial space on the grounds of physical discomfort. The professionals who took over did not feel strange. It is true that some professionals will feel physically uncomfortable when entering the trial space. Gran was relieved only after leaving the trial space. So what exactly is the beast of extinction? Gran's heart was full of doubts. 3 days later, in the single dormitory of the Pope's Hall, Nolan sat up from the bed. He had rested for 3 days. After lying that he was unwell, he was arranged by Dival to rest, and told not to enter the trial space again. No one doubted Nolan's words, which made Nolan feel ashamed. He stood up and looked outside the balcony. Hawk had told him about the beast of extinction. Who would have thought that such a terrifying monster was sealed under the Pope's Hall? He just heard that the war trial was a dangerous secret realm that could quickly improve strength, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Let's go, you have rested enough. Since you don't have to enter the trial space, go to the Blood Temple in the name of patrol. Hawk's voice sounded in Gran's heart again. Gran nodded, washed up, and left the residence. After greeting the knights on the road, Gran walked out of the Pope's Hall and headed towards the Blood Temple. Are you going to go there like this? Hawk asked. Are there any problems? Gran was stunned. You are a knight of the War Church. Do you think the Blood Temple will let you in, or do you plan to visit the Blood King in the name of the War Church? Hawk scolded angrily. Go buy a cloak to cover your face. Put all the armor into the storage items, and don't reveal your identity. Hawk said again. Gran scratched his head. Although he didn't know what Hawk wanted to do, he still chose to obey. Chapter 231. The sun is shining, and winter has passed. The Soros Royal City has become more lively, with a large number of alien players entering the city every day. At the Blood Temple, a figure in a black robe slowly walked towards the gate of the temple. A blood elf stepped forward to block the way. This is the Blood Temple. No one is allowed to enter. The blood elf looked at the man in black robes in front of him warily, hiding his head and showing his tail, which was very suspicious. The black-robed man stopped and said in a deep voice after a moment of silence, I know Lon Shanks, I'm here to find him. Lon Shanks? The blood elf frowned. She had no impression of this name. I don't know who you are talking about. This is the Blood Temple. Please leave here. Impossible. Lon Shanks must be here. The black-robed man retorted. Seeing the black-robed man in front of him, the blood elf frowned even deeper. Please leave here. Otherwise I will expel you. The black-robed man was silent. Under the hood, Gran's face was panicked, but he could not control his body. Hawk controlled his actions. Mr. Hawk, if the people are not here, we might as well leave first, Gran suggested. He had seen other blood elf guards surrounding him not far away. It is impossible not to be here. Hawk interrupted Gran's words. The inheritance of the ancient dragon law appeared in the Blood Temple, and the name of the ancient dragon was Lon Shanks. The people here could not have been unaware of it. Why? Hawk suddenly thought of a possibility. Lon Shanks was the god of the ancient dragons. He must have joined the blood cult in cooperation with the Blood King. The blood cult believers below might not know this. After all, it involved the gods. After thinking this through, Hawk raised his head slightly and continued in a serious tone. I know that Lon Shanks is indeed here. Can you please inform the senior members of the blood cult? They should know. Listening to the words of the black-robed man in front of her, the blood elf frowned again. The black-robed man's firm tone made her hesitate. At this moment, Ophelina slowly walked out from the interior of the blood temple. You said you were looking for Lansanks? She looked at the black-robed man in front of her with a serious expression. Lansanks is the name of the ancient dragon spirit. The ancient dragon law has just been spread in the blood temple, and someone has come to the door? Yes, I am Lansank's friend. Hawk controlled Gran's body and looked at Ophelina. Friend? This sentence made Ophelina's expression strange. Friends of the ancient dragon spirit? For gods, there are only subordinates and believers. As for friends, Ophelina's expression suddenly changed. Only gods of equal status will become friends with gods. Wait here for a moment. I need to report. Ophelina reacted, took a deep look at the man in black robe, and then returned to the depths of the temple. In the Blood King city, Lear walked out of the dream trial space. The experience reward for the extraordinary level dream trial is very high. In 2 or 3 months, he will probably be able to accumulate enough experience points to reach level 100. He was thinking in his heart, and just when he was about to continue leveling, Ophelina came to the hall. Lear, someone in the temple outside is looking for Longshanks. Ophelina walked to Lear. Someone is looking for Longshanks. Lear was a little surprised, but he didn't ask much. After thinking for a moment, he said, Bring him to the hall of the king's city. Ophelina nodded and left the hall directly. Half a minute later, he led the black-robed man into the Blood King's city. Looking at the majestic city in front of him, Gran was shocked. What exactly is this place? It's the lost old dream. Hawk was also a little shocked. He saw the situation of this city at a glance. This is the old dream formed after the fall of the god's domain. How could a god preserve such a huge old dream in destruction? Hawk's mood became a little heavy, as if a god invited him to the oracle of the god. Old dream? Gran was a little puzzled. You will know later. Hawk did not explain. Ophelina had already walked through the corridor with the black-robed man and came to the throne hall. Opening the door of the hall, the two walked in. Walking into the hall, Gran saw the figure again, and the terrifying and hideous face made his body tremble uncontrollably. Welcome, I heard you are looking for Longshanks. A deep voice sounded from the throne. Lear changed his posture and looked down at the black-robed man below. Gran stood speechless, and Hawk took a deep breath and floated out of Gran's body. The golden lion appeared in the hall. I am Hawk, the god of wild beasts. Hawk introduced himself directly. Hawk's voice echoed in the hall, and Ophelia, who was standing in the back, opened her mouth, and Lear also raised his eyebrows. The god of wild beasts, isn't it the god of the wild beast sect who kidnapped Greta in the plot? Now he actually appeared on his own initiative. The black-robed man is. Gran took off the hood on his head reluctantly. It was Gran. Lear reached out and knocked on the handle of the throne. You are the god of wild beasts. I heard that you came to see Longshanks. Yes. Hawk nodded. He has returned to the Rhodes Empire. Lear said calmly. Is that so? Hearing this, Hawk nodded, and did not show a disappointed expression. He came to Longshanks just as an excuse, and what he really wanted to see was the Blood King. After thinking for a moment, he said again, Longshanks joined the blood cult? And the goddess Chinching too? Yes, it seems that you know them. Lear nodded. Hawk fell into silence, and did not answer Lear's words. He could not understand why the proud ancient dragons and Chinching would be subordinate to an unknown law force. What did you promise them? After a long while, Hawk spoke again. Promise? Lear chuckled at the words. I didn't promise them anything, just allowed them to spread the faith in the blood temple, that's all. I told them that I would establish a force composed of heretical laws to compete with the 3 major orthodox religions. They joined after hearing my goal. There was no other deal. Lear continued. Hawk opened his mouth, and his eyes were full of doubts when he heard Lear's words. Just like this, Gulong and Chinching agreed? It's just like playing house. What do you think? Do you want to join too? Lear looked at the silent lion and smiled and invited him. The lion frowned, and he stared at the man on the throne, and even he felt daunted by the aura on his body. He was not present at the ceremony of the Blood Temple's completion, and did not see the horror of the Blood King. He only heard Gran describe the Blood King's power. Even though Gran said that the Blood King could compete with the incarnation of the Golden Goddess, Hawk did not care too much. After all, blood was a heretical law he had never heard of. In the previous era, there was no powerful law called blood, but now it was different. After entering the Blood King city, Hawk regretted it a little. That ancient atmosphere was much older than theirs. The blood law was obviously much stronger than him. How about it? Consider it? Lear invited again. Hawk stood there, feeling the strong oppression of the Blood King. He strongly suspected that Gulong and Qinxing were also forced to join the Blood sect in this way. What do you mean you joined after listening to the Blood King? This is a joke no matter how you look at it. Hawk gritted his teeth, and after a long silence he said, "What if I refuse?" "Are you going to refuse?" Lier on the throne changed his tone, and the atmosphere of the entire hall seemed to change. "I have told you the goal of the Blood Cult. If you refuse and leave, it will be troublesome if you pass the news to the 3 major Orthodox churches," Lier said to himself. Hawk stood there. How could he not hear that it was a threat? Sure enough, Gulong and Qinxing were threatened to join the Blood Cult. "But if you really don't want to join, I won't force you," Lier said again. "It just so happens that my goddess needs a lot of law source to recover. I think you should be able to help her." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Hawk's hair exploded. Gods can recover their strength by devouring the essence of other law gods, and even become stronger. As a powerful god who was once the greatest, Hawk knew this very well. Lier did not answer Hawk's meaning, but looked at the golden lion below with a calm look. The magic of blood flowed around him, as if he would attack Hawk in the next moment. The Wild Beast sect is a heretical sect hidden in Soros. It has not yet developed. It seems that there is only one believer, Gran. For the Wild Beast sect, it is not important for Lier to conquer it or not. He already is blood, Qinxing and ancient dragons. The diversity of professional inheritance is already very rich, with milk, magic, tanks and assassins, enough to cover all the needs of players. Moreover, Lier remembered that the profession of the Wild Beast sect was a pure barbaric profession, good at using fists and feet. In the early days of the game in the previous life, not many players liked it, so even if the Wild Beast sect joined, it would not bring much benefit to the Blood sect. It is better to let Lillian swallow it directly. My meaning should be very clear. Since you have come to my royal city, then stay. Lier stood up from the throne. Taking down the wild beast here also prevented the other party from kidnapping Greta in the future. Lier did not want to waste time on such meaningless kidnapping incidents in the future. The next second, the blood swirl gathered in Lier's hand, and the scarlet blood-colored heavy sword emerged. Blood King. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Hawk was also angered by Lier's change, and he looked up and roared. But what greeted him was a sharp blade made of blood. Countless blood-colored blades, condensed by blood, flew directly towards Hawk. Athenina, who was standing by, had already retreated to the side, and picked up the staff to summon the blood-colored rose thorns to bind Gran. Then he added a few buffs to Lier, who was not far away. At this time, Lier had already fought with the Golden Lion. One man and one lion shuttled back and forth in the hall, and both sides were testing each other. After all, the opponent was a god. Even though Lier had killed the two gods, the corruption true spirit and the blasphemy true spirit, Lier would not be frivolous and careless. The roar of the lion was mixed with animality. The characteristic of the wild beast sect was the extreme wildness and the extreme physical strength. Without the release of the blood source, Lier was suppressed in the competition of strength. This was still the case when the Aslan royal swordsmanship was activated. The wild beast spirit in front of him had not recovered much strength, and was only at the extraordinary level, not even at the saint level, but it had already surpassed Lier in the competition of strength. Arrogant mortal. I promise you are powerful, but I am a god. Hawk roared, and his body suddenly grew larger, turning into a giant lion more than 10 meters long. The huge claws slapped Lier, and Lier's figure quickly retreated and fell to the ground. The blood-red rose in his hand left a deep crack on the ground. My palace is very expensive, and this really requires your life to compensate. Lier stood up from the ground and his eyes became cold. The next second, a strong blood light wrapped Lier inside, and his body continued to grow larger, and finally turned into a hideous demon. Not far away, Gran saw the figure of the demon, and his body couldn't help shaking again. Hawk was also shocked by Lier's change. He had heard Gran say that the Blood King turned into a demon, but he didn't take it seriously. Now seeing it, a feeling of fear spread in his heart. I am actually afraid? Hawk roared in his heart. He is the god of wild beasts. He is the bravest warrior of the beasts. How can he be afraid of a demon? On the other side, Lillian's figure also emerged from the statue behind the throne. She had sensed it when Lier attacked Hawk. I didn't expect that Lier would decide to take the initiative to kill a lost spirit in order to make her recover. It was very domineering, but she liked it very much. She looked at the lion standing on the opposite side of the blood demon with joy. How could a beast defeat her blood law? She is an ancient god. The reason why she has survived until now is also related to blood. Blood is different from those ordinary laws. After destruction destroys everything, the world becomes nothingness. In a long time, life is born again. And blood was born from this. No matter what era it is, the birth of life also foreshadows the revival of blood, and she will wake up in blood. Whether it is a lion or an ancient dragon, blood flows in their bodies. If it was Lillian's heyday, no matter what gods there were, as long as there was blood in their bodies, they would surely bow down under her skirt. The so-called blood law, in other words, is also the origin of life. Deep in the hall, the battle continued. In front of the Blood King, who was incarnated as Scarlet Corruption, Hawk had no power to resist, and could only be eroded by the Scarlet Corruption disease bit by bit. Even the power he was proud of could no longer suppress Lear. Just when his body was pierced by the blood spear again, Hawk roared, turned around suddenly, and actually broke through the door of the hall and escaped. Chapter 232. Looking at the fleeing figure of the wild beast spirit, Lear chased after it without changing his expression. This is the old dream of the Blood King's city. No one can leave here without his permission. A lion and a man rushed out of the temple of the Blood King city one after another. The wild beast spirit was destroying the buildings along the way while running. There were still a few players buying items on the street. Seeing the wanton destruction of the lions, they were stunned in place, and the demons followed closely behind the lions. Lear's expression was a little ugly. The Blood King city was not easy to repair. How could he watch the wild beast spirit destroy it like this? The blood magic gathered in Lear's hand, and the blood rose lit up with a strange light. The next moment, Lear threw the blood rose in his hand. The piercing sound of breaking through the air sounded in everyone's ears. The next second, the blood rose pierced the body of the wild beast spirit, nailing the wild beast spirit to the ground fiercely, raising a large amount of smoke and dust. Roar! A deafening roar came out in the smoke, and Lear landed in front of the smoke. When the smoke cleared, the miserable appearance of the wild beast spirit was revealed. The right half of the forelimb and shoulder had been completely torn apart, blood was flowing all over the ground, and the golden hair was dyed red. The blood elf guards around had rushed over, and surrounded the wild beast spirit. This situation made the players present confused. Some players threw a detection spell at the wild beast spirit. Name, Hawk Oberles, Wild Beast God Hero, Level, 90, Extraordinary, Occupation, ? Favorability, Cold. Danger, Extremely Deadly. Wild Beast God. Someone exclaimed. Is this a god? Another player said, but no one responded. A flash of red light passed, and the bloody rose returned to Lear's hand. Damn mortal, how dare you treat me like this? Hawk roared, half of his body was torn apart. He wanted to recover, but the strange red light spread over his body, and his flesh and blood began to rot. Lear looked at this scene with some surprise. He knew that the Scarlet Corruption plague in the Scarlet Corruption state could erode the target's health and magic value limit, but now it seems that it is not just that. The recovery ability of the wild beast spirit was suppressed. Lillian floated out from behind Lear and licked her lips. Kill him quickly. She was already impatient to devour this new law god. Although the opponent's strength is not strong, the benefits to her are definitely more than the corrupt true spirit and the blasphemous true spirit. This is the difference in the strength of the law source. You want to devour me? Then we will die together. The wild beast spirit let out a final roar, and he already knew that he had no way to retreat. The magic power of the wild beast law suddenly vibrated, and the smoke and dust scattered around were raised again. The wild beast spirit actually planned to self-destruct. After witnessing the self-destruction of the corruption spirit once, Lear was no longer a rookie. He did not hesitate, and used Oslin's royal swordsmanship to the extreme. The next second, the blood-colored spear pierced the wild beast spirit's head. The gap between the two sides was too big. Although they were both extraordinary heroes, the bonus brought by the liberation of the blood source gave Lear the strength to crush the wild beast spirit. The wild beast spirit's eyes widened, and the blood bar on his head was emptied in an instant. A kill prompt appeared in front of him, with only some experience points. Lear closed the panel casually, and released the state of blood source release. Lillian couldn't wait to rush up, but was stopped by Lear. What are you doing? Lillian was stunned. Are you going to devour him here? Lear pointed to the players, and blood elves not far away. The blood elves were fine, but if the players saw Lillian devouring the wild beast spirit, it would be hard to say. To be honest, that scene was a bit curious. Lear thought of the scene where Lillian devoured the corrupt spirit and the blasphemous spirit before. No matter how you look at it, it looks like an evil god. You, drag this body back to the temple. Lear greeted the blood elf guards beside him. After that, he pulled Lillian towards the temple. When Lear left, a group of blood elves rushed forward, but no one noticed that a stream of light flew over the body of the wild beast spirit at a very fast speed, and then sank into the body of a player not far away. In the blood temple, the body of the wild beast spirit had been transported back. Lillian summoned her ferocious mouth again, and swallowed the body of the wild beast spirit in one go. She floated beside Lier and said happily, "The law source in this body is very strong. It should be able to restore me a lot. Well, there is also his divine blood. I can leave some for you," Lillian added. "Divine blood?" Lier was stunned for a moment. "That's right." Lillian nodded. "You can fuse a kind of blood every time you upgrade your blood source, and the blood of the wild beast is just right." Lier reacted and realized that his blood source could indeed fuse multiple bloods. His expression became somewhat expectant, but it would take some time to reach the saint level and fuse the blood of the mad beast. Not long after, Lillian devoured the body of the mad beast spirit, leaving him a drop of blood, and then disappeared in a hurry, saying that she needed to digest it. Lier didn't say anything. He felt strange that the mad beast spirit was easily solved, but the system did prompt him that he had killed the mad beast spirit. Shaking his head, Lier didn't think about it anymore. He re-entered the copy of the dream trial. Now it was more important to upgrade. The days became sparse and ordinary. Miria was studying new professions and skills every day. As a goddess, she really could stand loneliness. Lier was leveling up. More than 3 months had passed, but he didn't level up to level 100. He spent more time supervising Mina. Seeing that the 6 months that Mina spent on studying spells were about to pass, Mina still hadn't figured out the spells. Lier also became a little nervous, which was completely different from the situation in the game. "Are you really studying spells with all your heart?" Lier asked helplessly while sitting on the sofa. "I stay here every day, and I study spells except for eating and sleeping." "Haven't you been watching for the past month?" Mina retorted unhappily. "Then why haven't you made any progress in more than 3 months?" Lier asked back. "Studying spells is not like any other job. What can I do if I don't have inspiration?" Mina replied irritably. She didn't know why, but the research on the arcane book had indeed reached the final stage. She also felt that she could complete the research with just one step, but this step was like an abyss, and she couldn't cross it no matter how hard she tried. Lier took a deep breath, and Mina's answer made him not very satisfied. These days, he carefully recalled the time when the immortal witch became famous in his previous life. If it was based on the plot of the previous life, Mina should have completed the research long ago. He was silent for a long time, and said with some doubt, "You didn't communicate with your mother in any way, and now you are deliberately delaying time to marry me?" As soon as he said this, Lier regretted it. Sure enough, Mina stood up when she heard this, her face flushed. "Who wants to marry you? You are shameless, despicable." She cursed angrily, and seemed to use all the vicious words she knew. But in Lier's ears, it felt a little cute. As expected of a princess from the royal family of Kalia, she only knows a few simple words to curse. If she were to curse someone on Blue Star, she might not even have a chance to fight back. After cursing for dozens of seconds, Mina might be a little tired. She sat back in her seat angrily, and took a sip of the teacup on the table. Lier shook his head, and was about to say something, but stopped. In the Pope's hall, the door of Lier's residence was knocked. The incarnation of blood stood up, and walked to the door, and opened it. A knight stood outside the door. "Sir, the executive officer, there is a letter for you." "Letter?" Lier was stunned. "Yes, it was sent from Kalia." The knight nodded, and handed the letter in his hand to Lier. "Kalia?" Lier immediately thought of Lorena. After taking the letter, Lier nodded to the knight, and closed the door. Looking at the letter in his hand, Lier frowned. There was less than a month left before Mina's deadline for studying magic. A letter from Kalia at this time. With a slight sigh, Lier opened the letter. "Our Senator Lier, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder how you are doing in Soros. You shouldn't bully Mina, right? There is only 1 month left before our agreement. I am looking forward to the day when you become my son-in-law. This time I wrote to you to invite you to Kalia for the enthronement ceremony of the senator. This matter has been delayed for a long time, and other members of the parliament have some opinions. You are the special executive of the Church of War, but you are also a member of the parliament. I hope you don't refuse. Recently, I received a request from the Blood King to come to Kalia to build the Blood Temple. Their people are on the way. You are on good terms with the Blood King, so you should also guarantee this matter, right? If you can bring your subordinates of the Blood Cult here, I will be relieved. By the way, remember to bring Mina too. Your mother-in-law, Lilina." The content of the letter is not long, just inviting Lear to Kalia for the enthronement ceremony of the parliament member. After reading the contents of the letter, Lear's eyes twitched slightly. Why didn't he realize that the Speaker of the Arcane Council was so out of tune before? Words like son-in-law and mother-in-law were used casually. He really didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Shaking his head slightly, Lear looked at the words on the letter. When he read the last part again, his brows furrowed. Not long ago, he did start arranging people to go to Kalia to build the Blood Temple. Not only Kalia, but also Pharaoh Fortress has arranged people to go there. This is an order issued as the Blood King. Is it natural for Larina to know these things? After all, he has notified the other party, but Larina's words. If you can bring your subordinates of the Blood Cult here, I will be relieved. Larina said bring your subordinates of the Blood Cult here. The subordinates of the Blood Cult should belong to the Blood King, but Larina asked him to bring them here. I don't know if it is a writing error or... Lyre fell into deep thought. Did Larina know his identity? After a long silence, he put the letter away. If Larina knew his identity and deliberately wrote a letter like this and sent it over, then the meaning of this letter would be different. I hope you don't refuse. This sentence can be understood as you'd better not refuse. After all, I already know your identity. It seems that it's time to go to Kalia. Lear shook his head helplessly. He was not afraid of being exposed by Lalina. Since the other party could write such a letter and send it to him, he naturally had no intention of directly exposing his identity. But how did he expose himself? Did he expose himself when he went to find Lalina with the Blood King last time? Consciousness returned to the Blood King's city. In the room, Mina leaned on the chair like a salted fish. Lyre looked at Mina and coughed lightly. You continue to study. I may take you to Kalia in a few days. Ah? Mina, who had just laid down, sat up straight. I received a letter from Speaker Lorena, and I need to go to Kalia to attend the ceremony of enthroning the members of parliament. Lyre explained. How can that be? You said you would let me go. Mina was immediately anxious. If she returned to Kalia, she knew without even thinking that she would be arrested and put in solitary confinement by her mother. I did say I would let you go, but the premise is that you can complete the research on the spell. Lyre waved his hand. Mina gritted her teeth. The agreement was indeed so, and she could not refute it. I will research the spell, she said viciously. You don't have much time. I will only give you 1 week. Lyre shrugged. I will go to Kalia in a week, and I will take you there. You don't have to think about escaping. I will take Milia with me. She will seal your power. Lyre added. 1 week is 1 week. Mina clenched her fists. She decided that she would research the spell in this week no matter what. 1 week later. Mina lay on the table with a dejected look on her face, and dark circles appeared under her eyes. It turns out that some things cannot be done by hard work. Even though Mina did not rest for a week, she still did not research the spell. Lyre appeared in the room, looked at the decadent Mina, and coughed lightly. It seems that you failed. Mina did not respond to Lyre's words. Then you should have a good rest. The day after tomorrow, I will take you away. Lyre said again, and left without paying attention to Mina. Back to the Pope's hall, Lyre began to pack his luggage. He had already told Dival about leaving. Although he still had the responsibility of supervising the war trial, after mentioning Lalina's invitation to Dival, Dival agreed and did not stop him. The war trial is now progressing steadily. With the participation of a large number of players from other law professions, the war trial has become much more stable. The cooperation of various professions has reduced casualties to an extremely low level. As for the tragic situation of the war trial in the previous life plot, it will take a long time. The war trial will not be over in a few months. Now it is just some appetizers. Lyre plans to go to Kalia. After returning, he should be able to catch up with the most dangerous period of the war trial. Chapter 233. Lyre didn't know much about Kalia. After all, he was a war knight in his previous life. But there was one thing that Lyre knew. The NPCs in the kingdom of Kalia were very arrogant. They only respected people with knowledge, and the ones they looked down on the most were the war believers of Nox. Barbarians who believed in war, that's how they called the travelers from Nox. The carriage slowly drove into the territory of the kingdom of Kalia. This time, Lyre didn't bring too many people with him, only him, Miria, Mina, and a coachman from the church. As for the believers of the blood cult mentioned in Lalina's letter, Lyre pretended not to see them. Because he knew the customs of Kalia, there was no mark on the carriage Lyre used, and he didn't want to cause too much commotion. Mina sat in the carriage, holding her chin and looking at the scene outside the window weakly. Lyre wanted to take her back to Kalia, and she couldn't resist at all. Miria appeared and gave her a morning star sealing technique, and she became honest. The carriage arrived at the border of Kalia. Some magic puppets stood on the city wall, and under the city wall were several mage apprentices guarding. These mages are different from ordinary mages. They wear armor, and have long swords on their waists. There are many schools of mages in Kalia. The most common ones are fire, frost, and arcane schools. In addition, there are some schools of magic combat that focus on enchantment spells. These mages are often of low level, and find it difficult to study advanced spells. They can only learn some simple enchantment spells, and fight with weapons. They are assigned to guard various cities. Most of them are mage apprentices. Their status in Kalia is not high, only slightly better than ordinary people. After paying the toll, carriages entered the checkpoint, and soon it was Lear's turn. "What is your purpose in coming to Kalia?" asked the guarding wizard apprentice. "I was invited." Lear pulled open the curtain and replied simply. The guard glanced at Lear, who was handsome and had an outstanding temperament, and looked like an aristocrat. After hearing Lear's reply, he was stunned for a moment, and then thought of something. Half a month ago, the royal city received news that a new member of parliament would enter the border of Kalia, so please be respectful. "Are you Senator Lear?" The guard stood up respectfully. "I am Lear. Do you know me?" Lear replied with a smile. "The Queen has already notified us in advance. Please follow me. We have prepared accommodation for you." The guard bowed his head and saluted. "No, I want to reach the royal city as soon as possible." Lear shook his head and refused the guard's arrangement. "Mr. Counselor." "Okay, let him go." Lear interrupted the guard, his eyes inadvertently looking at the inside of the pass. In the distance, a wizard in armor hurried away when he saw him. After seeing Lear's determination to leave, the guard dared not stop him and had to let him go. The carriage slowly drove into the pass. This pass is actually a small town. Many passing merchants and adventurers would stop for supplies and rest, but Lear did not intend to stay. The carriage left the pass and drove towards the direction of the royal city of Kalia. Inside the pass, in a conspicuous building, a middle-aged man with a big beard was playing with the gold coins and gems in the treasure chest on the table. He is the border baron of Kalia, responsible for the border from Nox to Kalia. Although his title is not high, he lives a comfortable life. Every day, the merchants and travelers passing by can bring him rich benefits, as well as various rare treasures. Just as he was looking at the jewels in the treasure chest with shining eyes, there was a hurried knock on the door. He frowned, glanced at the door, closed the treasure chest unhappily, turned around and put it in the secret compartment of the painting on the wall, and finally covered the painting on the wall. "Come in." After doing all this, he sat back in the chair. The door was opened, and the guard came in and saluted respectfully. "Lord Connery, Senator Lear, who you asked me to monitor, has passed the checkpoint." "What? When was it?" Baron Connery stood up from his chair suddenly. "Just now," the guard replied. "Is he living in the residence we arranged?" Connery asked again. Senator Lear left directly, without stopping at the checkpoint. The guard shook his head. "Left?" Connery sat back in his chair, his expression uncertain. After a long while, he waved his hand. "Okay, I know you go down first." The guard obediently took his leave. After the guard left, Connery stood up again and came to the secret compartment on the wall. He took down the painting, opened the secret compartment, and took out a sheepskin scroll from it. The carriage moved along the road, and soon night fell. "Why don't we stay in the town just now?" Mina got off the carriage reluctantly. Lear was setting up the tent, and did not answer Mina's question. Miria also came down. She looked at Lear and asked, "Is there any problem with that checkpoint?" She vaguely sensed a little change. As the goddess of the morning star, as her power recovered, even without astrology, she could sense some danger in the dark. "Maybe?" Lear nodded. He felt hostility from the guards at the previous level. Just like when he returned to the Pharaoh Fortress from the royal city of Briefil, some people didn't want him to return to the Pharaoh Fortress. It seemed that some people in Kalia didn't want him to arrive in the royal city. Maybe it was related to the coup in Kalia in the game plot? Lear shook his head. He didn't care about these. He just didn't want any blind bugs to bother him. Fighting in the town was troublesome, but if it was in the wild, it would be easy to destroy the corpses and traces. Soon the tent was set up. Milia and Mina lived together, and Lear lived in the carriage. After a simple dinner, Lear returned to the carriage. The night was hazy, and on the road, a black shadow slowly moved forward. After seeing the faint fire not far away, Connolly's face showed a hint of cruelty. The sixth member of the parliament was personally appointed by Queen Lorena. A few months ago, When Lorena announced the news, the entire Arcane Parliament was shocked. One member is nothing, but the other party is too young, and is only a high-level wizard. There are two conditions to become a member of the Parliament, either to become an extraordinary wizard, or to create a spell recognized by more than half of the Parliament members. Maya relied on the latter. The ungraded spell of Arcane Shock was recognized by all the Parliament members, and Maya's talent was outstanding. She was also the youngest high-level wizard in the Parliament, so she became a member. But Lorena took out two of Lear's spells. The Arcane Cannon was excellent, and the Flameout spell was also shocking, but these were only mid-level spells after all, and were completely different from the Arcane Shock. The councillors represented the authority of the Parliament, and two spells alone were not enough. Everyone thought that Lear was a pretty boy supported by Lorena. After all, Lorena's husband had passed away for a long time, and Lorena had not found another man for so many years. Now that a man suddenly appeared, it was hard not to think so. So Lear was rejected. Even though others were not in Kalia, he was still hated by all the members of the Arcane Parliament. If Lear knew his current reputation in the Arcane Parliament, he would probably not accept Lorena's invitation to come to Kalia. At this time, he looked at the distance outside the carriage window, and a figure slowly approached. Connolly walked straight to the front of the carriage, and locked his mental power on Lear in the carriage. My friend, a late-night visit can be annoying. Lear got off the carriage and smiled at the man in front of him. Are you Lear? Lorena's pretty boy? Connolly's eyes were cold. Hearing the other party's words, Lear was stunned for a moment. Pretty boy? Lorena's plan has been discovered by Councillor Joseph. The speaker will be re-elected soon. Lorena wants you to become a new councillor to get an extra vote to guarantee her position, right? Connolly said again. Lear raised his eyebrows. Even if he didn't know much about Kalia, he had roughly guessed some of the situation. The election of the Speaker of the Arcane Parliament seemed to be a voting system, and each councillor had one vote? So Lorena invited him to Kalia, but what does the pretty boy mean? Seeing that Lear didn't reply, Connery became more certain. He took out a sheepskin scroll. The next second, a huge magic circle fell and covered the surrounding open space. Looking at the magic circle on the ground, Lear's expression was a little strange. This magic circle was the same as the one Mina used in the Pope's Hall before. You are affected by the magic seal of the extraordinary magic circle, and your own magic power has entered a forbidden state. The system prompt appeared in front of him. Haha, you should have fallen into panic. This is the extraordinary magic circle scroll given to me by Lord Joseph. Your magic power has been sealed within the range of the magic circle. Connery didn't notice Lear's expression, and said to himself, I won't let you go to the royal city. Lorena is not worthy of being the Speaker of the Parliament. Since she is the queen of the royal family, she should be a good queen. The Parliament is not something she can interfere with. You are not qualified to be the sixth member of Parliament. Looking at the somewhat neurotic wizard in front of him, Lear shook his head helplessly. So you are here to kill me? Is it the order of that Councillor Joseph? The dead don't need to know too much, Connery said coldly. He took out his staff, and his hands trembled a little. This is his first time to kill someone. As long as he kills Lear and helps Councillor Joseph become the new speaker, he can get a promotion instead of staying in this border and being a border baron. This is what he has always dreamed of. The light of the arcane flickered on the staff. Just when Connery was about to tear the pretty boy in front of him into pieces, the arcane magic power condensed on the staff in his hand suddenly dissipated. Connery was stunned for a moment, and strangely activated the magic again, but the magic power condensed for a short while and then dissipated. Connery continued to do it, but the effect remained. Don't waste your energy. I have countered all your spells. You can't use spells below the extraordinary level. Lear interrupted Connery's actions. What? Lorena didn't seem to tell you the real reason why she invited me to join the Parliament. Lear straightened his collar. Do you know my identity? Aren't you the pretty boy that Lorena liked? Otherwise, how could you be appointed as a member of the Parliament with just 2 mid-level spells? Connery said disdainfully. It seems that Lorena really didn't tell you. Lear smiled, and a faint purple rhythm rippled around him. Do you know the spell of Arcane Counter? Arcane Counter? Connery frowned. This is a non-grade spell I taught Lorena. It releases a counter field. Within the scope of the field, all spells that are not higher than its own level cannot be released. Lear explained. Listening to Lear's answer, Connery opened his mouth. What kind of counterfield was it? It was ridiculous. But when he thought about it, panic began to show in his eyes. He kept urging the magic power in his body to condense on the staff, but no matter how hard he tried, the magic power could not form a spell rune. How is this possible? Why can't I cast my spell? Connery roared in disbelief. He was a high-level wizard. Lear walked towards the other party step by step. Connery subconsciously stepped back when he saw this. Don't come over, you. Lear came to Connery and reached out to grab his staff. In Connery's horrified eyes, the wooden staff was directly crushed into pieces, and the gem on the top of the staff was also broken. You? Connery sat down on the ground. Looking at the cowardly wizard in front of him, Lear shook his head. He was an academic wizard who came out of the Arcane Academy and only learned spells, but had never experienced real battles. So he looked so unbearable when facing such a situation. You can't kill me. I'm a baron of the kingdom. Connery shouted in panic. I won't kill you, as long as you answer my questions. Lear smiled. What do you want to know? Connery said tremblingly. What is the current situation of the Arcane Parliament? What's the new speaker election? Lear asked. Every 5 years, the Parliament will hold a speaker election, and this election will be in a month. Did Lorena get support? Lear asked again. Except Princess Maya and Senator Irwin, the other 3 members do not support it. So Lorena wanted him to become a member of Parliament in order to win him over to maintain her position? Lear nodded. Is the election of the Speaker completely decided by the members of the Parliament? Lear asked again. No, the votes of the members of the Parliament account for a larger proportion, and other mages above the beginner level will also participate in the election. Well then, let me ask you one last question. How did Lelina introduce me to the Arcane Parliament? Hearing this question, Connolly hesitated. Speaker Lelina said you are an outstanding and handsome young mage. Hearing this answer, Lear raised his eyebrows and stopped asking. He turned around and returned to the carriage. Connolly breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought it was over, a pair of bright red eyes lit up in the darkness behind him. Chapter 234. 10 days later, the royal city of Kalia. The carriage slowly drove towards the crowded city gate. Are you here for the blood cult as well? Who isn't? I didn't expect that the blood cult would actually reach a cooperation with the Arcane Council and build a temple in the royal city of Kalia. I heard that the blood temple will also be built in the Pharaoh fortress on the border of the kingdom of Briefil. Sure enough, the blood cult is an important force in this version of the game. The carriage was crowded with people, and discussions could be heard from time to time, most of whom were players. The blood cult believers arranged by Lear had arrived in the royal city of Kalia in advance, and the news of building a temple had spread. The team moved forward slowly, and soon it was Lear's turn for the carriage. Entering the city gate, in the house at the city gate, the mage in charge of recording glanced at Lear in the carriage. Name: Lear Stewart. Lear replied lightly. What are you doing in the royal city of Kalia? To attend the enthronement ceremony of the members of Parliament. Lear replied again. The mage listened to Lear's words, and took notes on the book on the table. He stopped writing, and then raised his head suddenly. You? The mage pointed at Lear, his eyes widened, and he couldn't speak for a while. I am Lear Stewart, the 6th member of Parliament. Do you have any questions? Lear smiled slightly. His expression did not change at all. It's okay, Mr. Member, welcome to the royal city of Kalia. I will notify the Parliament immediately. The gatekeeper mage stood up quickly, and bowed respectfully to Lear. He turned around, and was about to go to his boss, when the door of the next room was pushed open. A woman with long blue hair came out. She was about 20 years old. She held a thick spell book in her hand, and had a rapier on her waist. Just by looking at the gorgeous scabbard, it can be seen that this sword is worth a lot of money. Captain Helen. The gatekeeper called out the woman's name. Helen ignored the mage's call, and looked at Lear on the carriage. Are you Lear? She looked at Lear with a scrutinizing look. If you are talking about the 6th counselor appointed by Lelina, then that's me. Lear answered casually. Helen raised her eyebrows after hearing Lear's words. After a long silence, she said, I am the commander of the Kalia Arcane Corps, Helen Field. Your Excellency, the speaker has been waiting for you for a long time. Come with me. Helen nodded to Lear with great respect. Lear could feel that the woman in front of him seemed to have some opinions about him, but she didn't say it. The carriage was allowed to pass, and entered the royal city of Kalia. Unlike the royal city of Soros, the architectural style of Kalia was particularly exquisite and artistic, and most of the pedestrians walking on the road were wearing long robes. Helen walked out of the room in the tower. Just when she was about to call a carriage to take Lear to the Arcane Council, Lear interrupted her. If you don't mind, Miss Helen, why don't you take my carriage? Hearing Lear's call, Helen hesitated for a moment, and finally walked towards Lear's carriage. The carriage door opened, and Helen was about to get in the car when she saw Mina sitting opposite Lear. Are you, Princess Mina? She asked in surprise. Long time no see, Helen. Mina turned her head and nodded weakly. Your Highness, how could you? Miss Helen, please come up first to talk about some things. Lear interrupted the conversation between the two. Helen got on the carriage and sat next to Mina. The carriage continued to move forward. After Helen pointed out the direction, she talked to Mina like an old friend. Lear looked at Mina. According to his mental perception, the other party's strength was a high-level magician, probably only one step away from the extraordinary class. To have such an achievement at the age of more than 20, it can be said that she is talented. Mina, your magic power? Helen sensed the condition of Mina's body. It was sealed by her. Mina glanced at Miria, who was sitting next to Lear. Helen also turned her head, and was a little surprised when she saw Miria's face clearly. This was the first time she saw such beauty. Chairwoman Lelina made a deal with me and entrusted Mina to me. To prevent Mina from escaping, I can only seal her arcane law. Lear explained calmly. Helen opened her mouth. She knew that Mina was still wanted, but Mina was also a transcendental wizard anyway. To seal a transcendental wizard, Mina did not refute Lear's explanation. She had already come to the royal city of Kalia, and could not escape now. I'm afraid her mother knew it when they entered the royal city. Kalia Arcane Academy, Parliament Tower. In the hall, Lelina sat lazily in the main seat, below her daughter, Erwin and 3 other transcendental wizards of the Parliament. Chairman Lelina, you'd better give us a reasonable explanation about the blood cult. The gorgeously dressed red-haired archmage said seriously. What explanation do you need? Joseph, I am the chairman of the Parliament and the Queen of Kalia. I don't think I need to explain anything to you. Lelina replied coldly. Joseph was stagnant after hearing what Lelina said. After a while he said, but I am a member of the Parliament. Shouldn't you consult us before making a decision? Discuss? Lelina sneered. Discuss what? The Blood Temple is built in the royal city. The Parliament only governs the Arcane Academy in Kalia. Joseph, all affairs of the Kalia royal city are coordinated by the royal family. When can the members of the Parliament interfere with the royal family's resolutions? Lelina's words once again left Joseph speechless. The Kingdom of Kalia was established by the Kalia royal family, and so was the Arcane Parliament. At first, it was to spread the belief in Arcane, so the Parliament was established to coordinate all the Arcane academies in the country. But later, with the development of the Arcane Council, mages who graduated from the Arcane Academy under the Arcane Council went to various parts of the kingdom to serve, which gradually increased the influence of the Arcane Council. The Kalia royal family seemed to be only a royal family in name only, especially after the death of the previous speaker of the Arcane Council, and the King of Kalia. This situation became more serious. But even so, the Parliament is still the Parliament, and has no right to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. Mr. Joseph, you just need to manage your fire mage army well, and you don't need to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. Lelina added. While the two were talking, the door of the conference room was knocked. Come in. Lorena looked up at the door. A wizard pushed the door open and walked in, saluted Lorena and said, Mr. Speaker, Commander Helen has arrived at the Parliament with Senator Lear. Is Lear here? I know, I will go to greet him. Lorena smiled. When they heard the name Lear, the expressions of the other members in the hall changed. Maya and Erwin both smiled, while the other 3 members headed by Joseph frowned. Mr. Speaker, since Senator Lear is here, do you mind if we go and see him together? Joseph said immediately. His expression was uncertain. He had prepared means for tomorrow to let Baron Connolly on the border intercept Lear, and even paid a precious extraordinary level magic sealing array scroll for it, but even so, Lear still came. The other party is just a high-level mage. Connolly is also a high-level mage, and he has the help of the magic sealing scroll, but he still failed. If you want to see it, of course you can. Lelina smiled, stood up and walked out of the hall. The others followed closely. Lyre followed Helen into the Arcane Academy. The Arcane Academy in the royal city of Kalia is the headquarters. The mages who study here start at the beginner level, and they are not ordinary beginners, but beginner mages who are close to the intermediate level. It's just like junior high school, and university in the previous life. The Kalia Arcane Academy is the highest institution of learning, and only outstanding students from the local area will be admitted. Lear had never been to the royal city of Kalia in his previous life. He followed Helen. From time to time, mage students along the way greeted Helen, and some people's eyes fell on him. Senior Helen, is this handsome guy your boyfriend? A female student looked at the two with shining eyes. No, this is Senator Lear, who was newly appointed by Speaker Lelina. You should show respect. Helen retorted unhappily, and then said Lear's identity. Senator? After a short silence, the female student exclaimed, Is this gentleman Senator Lear who created the flame-extinguishing technique and arcane cannon? Really young. Very handsome. The crowd began to discuss. Lear raised his eyebrows. This feeling reminded him of the days when he studied at the Arcane Academy in Brayfield. As the crowd discussed, more students gathered around. After learning about Lear's identity, they all showed surprised expressions and hostile eyes. Helen sighed when she saw this. She dispersed the crowd and walked out with Lear. It seems you are quite popular. Helen glanced at Lear. Is that so? Lear smiled. Of course, your arcane cannon has now become a must-learn spell for mid-level mages, and so is the fire-extinguishing spell. Helen nodded. Just because of this? Lear shrugged. Just? Helen shook her head. You may not know what your two spells mean. The power of the arcane cannon is enough to match the general high-level spells. As for the fire-extinguishing spell, do you know how many mages majoring in fire magic are there in the academy? Because of your fire-extinguishing spell, those intermediate and primary fire mages have gone from being the most powerful student group to the bottom of the academy now. Helen did not hesitate to appreciate Lear's magic. Lear raised his eyebrows. This also means that those fire mages have already hated me. You are quite self-aware. Helen smiled. It seems that it is not just those fire mages, but there seem to be many people in the parliament who are hostile to me, Lear suddenly said. Hearing this, Helen was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lear deeply. It seems that you also investigated the parliament before you came. You are right, the fire mages in the academy hate you, and there are many mages in the parliament who don't like you very much. After all, you are the only man who has been favored by Speaker Lelina in all these years. Lear did not speak, but just returned an awkward smile. The two walked forward and came to the tower in the deepest part of the academy. The Tower of the Arcane Council was the tallest building Lear had ever seen. Although it was not as tall as the skyscrapers with dozens or hundreds of floors in his previous life, it was already very tall in the world of law. The lavender arcane light at the top of the tower continued to spread outward, and the arcane shield spread out from the top of the tower, covering the entire Kalia royal city. After taking a look at the tower, Lear retracted his gaze and followed Helen into the tower. As soon as he entered the tower, Lear felt several powerful mental powers peeking at him. In the center of the tower is the statue of the goddess of Arcane, surrounded by spiral stairs. The interior is very large. In addition to the stairs, Lear can also see many other rooms. In front of the stairs, Lorena and the people of the Arcane Council are waiting there. Maya in the crowd was delighted to see Lear, and then she saw Mina behind Lear. Her eyes lit up, and she trotted over. Sister! She grabbed Mina's hand, as if she was afraid that Mina would run away again. Joseph and other members of the parliament also saw Mina. Is that Princess Mina? Why is she with this new member? You are finally here. Lorena walked up and smiled at Lear. The speaker has already invited me. How can I refuse? Lear smiled. Welcome, Special Executive Officer Lear. Welcome to join the Arcane Council. I promise you that the Arcane Council will never be worse than the Church of War, Lorena said with a smile. Hearing this, Lear raised his eyebrows. The other parties seemed to have something to say. Chairman Lelina, what do you think about the War Church? Is this person related to the War Church? Joseph felt something was wrong and asked. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. Lelina patted her forehead, turned around and explained with a smile. This is Lear Stewart. He is a high-level wizard, but also a war knight. What? Except for Maya and others who knew Lear's identity, everyone else was stunned. Chairman Lelina, this joke is not funny, Joseph said with a stiff expression. I'm not kidding, Senator Joseph. Lelina shook her head. Senator Lear possesses the power of both the law of war and the law of arcane. Not only that, he is also the special executive of the Church of War, with the power to monitor all believers of the Church of War, including the Pope of War. Well, Senator Lear is an extraordinary level of war knight. Lelina calmly stated Lear's identity, and the entire first floor of the tower fell into silence. Lear looked at this strange atmosphere, and always felt that he was being dragged to show off. Chapter 235. Helen was shocked. She turned her head and looked at Lear. She didn't realize that the young man in front of her was a supernatural strongman. He even had the power to monitor the war pope? What kind of status did he have in the war church? Not only Helen, but Joseph and others also looked at Lear with a different look. I am Lear Stewart, a war knight. And a mage. Lear stepped forward. What a joke. As soon as Lear finished speaking, Joseph stood up with an angry face. "Speaker Lorena, you didn't say that this new counselor is also a member of the War Church." "Maybe I forgot. It shouldn't be too late to tell you now." Lorena shrugged. She knew why Joseph was so angry. She had long known that the other party had formed a clique in the Arcane Parliament. Joseph had won over 3 other counselors besides Maya and Erwin, as well as many other high-level mages. The next move was probably to pull her down. Originally, Joseph had an absolute advantage, but since Lear appeared here, Joseph's advantage has been greatly weakened. After all, Lear is a professional of extraordinary level, and in the eyes of the members of the Parliament, Lear is obviously on her side. "I can't accept the barbarians who believe in war to join the Parliament, and Mr. Speaker, you said that he has the power of war law and arcane law at the same time, which is too ridiculous." On the other side, the long-haired parliamentarian also showed his rejection of Lear. "Why is it ridiculous?" Lorena looked to the other side. Ian Clinton, another member of the Parliament, is an extraordinary wizard who specializes in frost magic and leads the Parliament's frost wizard army. As we all know, a person can only believe in one law. "Mr. Speaker, you should follow common sense even when you joke," Mage Ian said, as a matter of course. Lorena smiled, and did not refute the other party's words, but looked at Lear. Lear was a little helpless. The next second, the magic of arcane and the rhythm of war rippled around him at the same time. This should prove it. Lorena smiled, and turned her eyes back to Mage Ian. "How is this possible?" Ian looked unbelievable. "I heard that the son of Duke Stewart of the Border family of Brayfield is a dual law professional. I didn't expect it to be true." The last member of the Parliament, who had not spoken, came out. Lear cast his eyes over. This is a woman, wearing a dark purple wizard robe and a wide-brimmed wizard hat. She is very beautiful, with a teardrop mole at the corner of her right eye. She is a wizard, but Lear feels more like a witch who tempts people to fall. "I am the wizard Bridget Layton, nice to meet you." The woman smiled at Lear, her gestures full of feminine charm. Lear also smiled, but did not intend to talk to her. At this time, Joseph reacted, and he looked at Lorena with an ugly expression. No matter what, the people of the War Church should not interfere in the affairs of the Parliament. "Speaker Lorena, I seriously suspect that this man's desire to join the Parliament is just a conspiracy of the War Church." "Conspiracy?" Lear looked at Joseph. "Master, I can't pretend I didn't hear you say that. Barbarians of the Church of War. Admit it, what conspiracy do you have to join the Parliament?" Joseph continued to be tough. "You can deceive the Speaker, but you can't deceive me." He even took out his staff, and the terrifying magic waves spread in the hall on the first floor of the tower. Joseph actually planned to take action directly in front of Lorena and a group of parliamentarians. "People of the Church of War, get out of the Parliament if you know what's good for you. I can pretend that you have never been here," Joseph shouted, and the flames condensed in front of the staff. "Member Joseph, what do you want to do?" Helen saw this and quickly blocked Lear. "Helen, get out of the way, otherwise I won't show mercy," Joseph said coldly, and even planned to attack Helen together. The others watched this scene, and no one moved, and Lorena didn't move either. She knew Lear's strength and wished that Lear would beat Joseph on the spot. Lear glanced at Lorena, who was indifferent. It was obvious that Lorena asked him to come to Kalia to ask for his help. He used his mental power to transmit his voice. "I didn't come to Kalia to solve your problems. I'm sorry, as long as you are willing to help me, I can agree to any request you make," Lorena replied with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Lear raised his eyebrows. "You said that? Do you need me to kill him directly?" "It's better not to. If you kill Joseph like this, other members of the Parliament will not tolerate you. It's really troublesome." Lear curled his lips and looked at the flames in the air. The extraordinary level of fire spell, Blazing Nova, is a single spell, known for its terrifying high temperature and fire-destructive power. Lear could feel the terrifying temperature, but he had no expression on his face. "Why are you so resistant to my joining the council?" He seemed to be asking a question or talking to himself. The War Church and the Arcane Council are not hostile to each other, and now they have a cooperative relationship. That is the oracle issued by the goddesses. I am a war knight and a mage, a person recognized by both goddesses. Neither the War Church nor the Arcane Council should exclude the law professionals of the gods. You said that my joining the council is a conspiracy? The arcane goddess will not give the power of the arcane law to a conspirator, Lear said slowly, as if he regarded Joseph's fire spell as air. As Lear spoke, Joseph's expression became more and more ugly. His claim that Lear had a conspiracy was not true at all. Thinking about it carefully, it is true. The power of the law professionals comes from the gods. Lear can have the power of war, and arcane at the same time, which means that he may have been recognized by the two goddesses. Could such a person be a conspirator? Joseph understood this, but he could not admit it. What nonsense! Joseph roared, and the spell in his hand had already condensed. Lear stopped talking and took out the night rose. The gorgeous rapier carried a dark aura. Joseph's face changed, and he wanted to attack first, but before he could do anything, Lear's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind Joseph. No one could see Lear's movements clearly, and the dark rapier pierced Joseph's shoulder. Ah! A scream sounded. Joseph looked down at the rapier that passed through his shoulder, gritted his teeth, and the spell in his hand exploded directly. At the moment of the explosion, a lavender light flashed, and Joseph's figure disappeared on the spot. It must be said that the extraordinary level wizard still has some means. The extraordinary spell Blazing Star was not completed according to the proper spell route, but was directly detonated. The gathered magic power exploded and turned into a large-scale fire destruction. The faces of the others also changed when they saw the scene. The extraordinary level spell was out of control, and the power of the explosion would become even greater. Everyone released the spell shield, and Helen hurried to Milia and Nina to protect the two women. The terrifying flames raged on the first floor of the tower, destroying all the rooms and furnishings on the first floor. When it spread to the wall lit up and blocked the spread of the flames. Joseph flashed to a distance, and also released a spell shield to block the invasion of the flames. Lear's speed exceeded his expectations, but the extraordinary wizard was not a pushover. Facing the uncontrolled explosion of the blazing nova's magic power at such a close distance, Lear was probably seriously injured if not dead. How could a war knight be compared with a noble wizard? Joseph looked at the place where he had just stood with a grim face. The flames were still raging. With thick smoke and dust, he covered the wound on his chest and walked to Lelina and others. Chairman Lelina, he asked for this. The barbarian from the war church you found really had ill intentions, and even wanted to assassinate me, Joseph said angrily. He's dead now, but we still need to ask the Church of War for an explanation. After hearing Joseph's words, the others had different expressions. It was Joseph who wanted to kill Lear, but he seemed to be describing himself as a victim. Lorena glanced at Joseph. You better be able to withstand his anger. What? Joseph didn't understand what Lorena meant. The other two counselors also turned their heads. Mage Bridget glanced at Lorena, and then seemed to understand something, and suddenly looked at the place where the flames were burning. For some reason, the flames seemed to be pulled, condensed into a whirlwind, and finally turned into a firestorm. The firestorm slowly spread to both sides, and Lear slowly walked out of the storm. Still in a dress, even his hair was not messy, and the explosion just now seemed to have no effect on him at all. You. Joseph looked at Lear, his eyes full of disbelief. Ian and Bridget on the side also looked serious. Even if they were at the center of the explosion, they could not guarantee that they would be safe and sound, but the war knight in front of them did it. Do you think I'm dead? Lear looked at Joseph. His eyes were no longer cold as before, but with murderous intent. For someone who wants to kill him, Lear will never be soft-hearted. He raised the rapier in his hand, and the next second his figure disappeared again. The terrifying speed shocked the people present again. They had not noticed Lear's attack on Joseph just now, but now they once again experienced such a speed, and all the mages were numbed. The mage is a very powerful profession, but the disadvantage is that it is fragile and lacks continuous action ability. What they fear most is the agile professionals. In the face of extreme speed, many mages cannot resist at all, especially when assassinating. Resist the fire ring? Seeing this, Joseph used the control skill of the fire magic without hesitation. As an experienced extraordinary mage, he knew exactly what to do when facing a dexterous professional who restrained himself. Lear rushed in front of Joseph, and the fiery red light circle spread out, and his body was pushed away uncontrollably. Lear retreated with the power of the resistance fire ring, and Joseph took the opportunity to use magic again. High-level spell, Flame Cage. The flame cage appeared out of thin air and enveloped Lear. High-level spell, Pyroblast. A huge fireball appeared out of thin air and flew directly towards Lear. Joseph's connection with spells was very smooth, and his combat awareness was also very good, which made Lear feel like he had PK with a mage in his previous life. Ordinary war knights really don't have a good way to break this combo, but Lear is not an ordinary war knight. Whether it is the power of the blood law or the power of the Morning Star law, Lear can easily break through the fire cage. But Lear didn't do that. The lavender light gathered in front of Lear, and he chose to use magic to fight magic. He doesn't know many spells, and the only one that can be comparable to the fire explosion is the arcane shock, as long as there is enough magic power, the power of the arcane shock will not be inferior to any spell of the same level. Arcane energy appeared out of thin air, and a huge amount of magic power poured in, raising the power of the arcane shock to the limit of the high level, the terrifying arcane light wave rushed towards the pyroblast. Everyone was watching the scene. At the same time, a faint arcane wave spread out, and the arcane counterattack was launched, breaking a gap in the flame cage. The next second, Lear's figure disappeared again, and at this time the pyroblast also collided with the arcane impact. Boom! With a loud bang, the flame scattered and broke, blocking all vision. Ah! Before everyone could come to their senses about the collision of the two spells, another scream rang out. Not far away, Lear stood in front of Joseph, and the rapier in his hand had already swung down and directly cut Joseph's shoulder. "Stop!" the wizard Ian shouted at the side, and the terrifying chill broke out and flew towards Joseph in an instant. The next moment, the thick ice froze Joseph, but Ian's action was still a step too late, and Joseph's right hand holding the staff was directly cut off. The night rose pierced the ice, making a crisp sound, but it could not penetrate any further. High-level spell Ice Barrier. Seal the target in ice, ignoring all damage for 10 seconds. The magician's all-purpose life-saving spell. Ian rushed to Lear and blocked Joseph behind him. "Do you want to try my sword too?" Lear looked at the long-haired magician in front of him. Seeing Lear's indifferent eyes, Ian stepped back subconsciously, looked at Joseph in the ice, and then at Joseph's broken arm. He gritted his teeth. "Sir Lear, I apologize to you for Joseph's behavior. You have cut off one of his arms. How about we just let it go? I won't let someone who wants to kill me live. We are willing to make compensation. We are willing to pay an extraordinary item," Ian said hurriedly. But Lear's expression was still calm. Just when Ian thought Lear was going to refuse, Lear spoke. "2 items," he said lightly. Ian was stunned for a while, and then he gritted his teeth and nodded. "I promise you." After getting the reply, Lear smiled. He turned around and picked up the staff that Joseph dropped on the ground, which was also an extraordinary weapon. Ian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lear. "This is my spoils of war, not your compensation." Ian opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and finally said nothing. Chapter 236. Ian hurriedly left with the frozen Joseph, and another counselor, Bridget, followed behind. Only Lear and Lorena were left. The surroundings were in a mess, with traces of black burns everywhere. The happy event that was originally to welcome Lear almost turned into a funeral, but Lorena's expression was very happy. "You, the speaker, don't seem to have much dignity." Lear glanced at Lorena and said. In front of Lorena, Joseph wanted to kill him, the counselor who was personally appointed by Lorena. Obviously, the other party didn't take Lorena seriously at all. Hearing Lear's words, the smile on Lorena's face froze for a moment, and then sighed helplessly. "Joseph is in charge of all the fire mages in the parliament. This is a powerful force, so he is so unscrupulous. What about you? You, the speaker, have not been sidelined?" Lear asked with a chuckle. "Not really, at least the mages of the arcane school support me." Lelena shook her head. "Okay, let's talk about this somewhere else. Let's leave here first. Don't you need to deal with this destruction?" Lear glanced at the messy hall. Only the spiral staircase was intact. The arcane tower is built of special materials containing magic power, and it is also engraved with arcane magic circles. It will absorb magic power and repair itself. Let others deal with the things here," Lelena explained, without stopping, and walked up the spiral staircase. Lear and others didn't say anything else and followed behind. The arcane tower has a total of 9 floors, and the space on each floor is very large. The space on the 6th floor and above belongs to the Kalia royal family, Lelena explained as she walked like a tour guide. Everyone came to a magic circle on the 2nd floor. The spiral staircase only led to the 2nd floor. Lelena led Lear and others to the magic circle. The magic circle was activated, and the stone slabs carved with arcane magic circles on the ground rose up, like an elevator, carrying everyone up. This is the arcane floating array of the parliament. The floors above the 2nd floor can only be reached through this floating array, Lelena said again. Lear looked at the scene in front of him. The stone slab under his feet exuded the light of arcane. Although the tower only had 9 floors, its height was no less than that of the dozens of floors in his previous life. The space on each floor of the tower was huge. Except for the 1st floor, the other floors seemed to have been blessed with arcane magic circles with space folding, which made the actual space of the tower much larger than imagined. The floating magic circle climbed a considerable distance and passed the 6th floor. From here on, It is the territory of the royal family. Only with the permission of the royal family members can the floating array reach the 6th floor and above. Lelina said, but the floating array did not stop. A place like a palace? Lier asked. You can think so. The royal family of Kalia does not have territory in other places in the royal city. The area above the 6th floor of the arcane tower is the royal palace of the royal family of Kalia. Lelina nodded. The array continued to move upward and finally stopped. This is the 8th floor, where I live. Lelina said and walked out of the array. Leaving the array, there is a huge garden in front of you. The space is extremely vast. There is even a light source like the sun in the sky. Rather than saying that this is one of the floors of the tower, it is more like an independent territory. Lier followed Lelina and walked into the 8th floor, passed through the garden, and came to a villa, or a palace. Everyone entered the villa, and came to a large empty room. Lelina fell on the sofa beside her without any image, as if she had released all the pressure. Only in her own home would Lelina feel happy. Lier looked at the room in front of him. It looked like a reception room, with a huge table and chairs around the table. In addition, there was a sofa for rest protruding from the balcony of the room. He looked for a while, and finally his eyes fell on Lelina. Looking at the lazy Lelina, it was the first time he knew that the nature of the Speaker of the Arcane Council was like this. In his previous life, he thought that the other party was a strong woman-type NPC. Lier found a sofa and sat down. He coughed lightly. Chairman Lelina, I spent a lot of effort to help you deal with Senator Joseph just now. How are you going to repay me? Lelina came back to her senses. She sat up straight and looked at Lier. I will not break my promise to you. As long as you are willing to help me win the subsequent speaker election, I will agree to all your requests. All? Lier raised his eyebrows. All? Lelina affirmed. I want all the spells of the parliament to be open to me. Lier began to state his conditions. Okay. Lelina agreed at once. In the future, as long as I don't do anything that harms the parliament needs to help me unconditionally. Lier continued to increase the stakes. Also, it's okay. There is one last one, the spell related to Mina's research. I need it, but the agreement between us is invalid. Lier stated the last condition. When she heard this condition, Lelina hesitated for a moment, and she looked at Mina beside her. She hadn't seen her daughter for a long time, and she looked in good spirits. It seemed that Lier had taken good care of Mina during the time he took her away. Lelina was very satisfied with Mina's appearance. She thought that during the time when Lier and Mina studied spells together, some feelings should have developed between the two. In Lelina's imagination, Lier, who could create such a powerful spell as Arcane Counter, must be an arcane genius, and Mina was also a genius. It was natural for two arcane geniuses to study spells together and have a common hobby, so it should be natural for them to come together in the end. As long as Lier accepted Mina, it could be said that he stood on the side of their royal family of Kalia. But now it seems to be different from what she imagined. Lier didn't know Lelina's thoughts. He had never studied spells with Mina in the past few months, and he was not an arcane genius. All the spells he created were experiences from his previous life, and there were also reasons for the help of the game system. Isn't Mina beautiful? Loretta asked after a long silence. Princess Mina is very beautiful. Lier shook his head. Do you think Mina is too old? If so, I can marry Maya to you. Loretta said thoughtfully. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Mina and Maya changed. The former's eyes became angry, and the latter's face turned red. Mother, what are you talking about? Maya ran to Loretta. Helen was also shocked when she heard Loretta's words. What did I hear? I originally thought that Lier was a gigolo that the speaker found for himself, but it turned out that he found one for the two princesses. Speaker Lorena, I already have a wife, and I don't plan to find anyone else. Lier shook his head, and clearly refused. He really didn't want to get involved with more women. Milia was enough. When the blood cult really stood on the stage, he wanted to give Milia a wedding. Listening to Lier's serious tone, Lorena sighed. She could hear the seriousness in Lier's tone. Well, the agreement is void. If Mina develops a spell, I will let her teach you. Lorena agreed to Lier's request. Lier smiled, thank you very much. I don't have any other conditions. You can tell me what you need me to do next. I will try my best to help you win the election. Well, can you tell me about the current situation of the parliament? There are also 3 other members. Lier asked. You have also met the other 3 members, Joseph, Ian and Bridget. Joseph has recruited most of the fire mages in the parliament, and Ian has recruited many frost mages. Bridget has not interfered with the power of the parliament. She has learned a variety of spells, including fire, frost, arcane, and even some unpopular spells. Lelina introduced them. In addition to them, there are some older generation extraordinary mages in the parliament. After my father passed away, they also withdrew from the power class of the parliament, but recently Joseph has shown signs of winning them over. Does the parliament's election system include the votes of other mages in addition to the votes of the members? Lier asked again. Yes, but the votes of the councillors are more important. Now Joseph has joined forces with Ian and Bridget, and they tend to make Joseph the new speaker. That is to say, you could only get 2 of the 5 councillors' votes? Lier glanced at Erwin and Maya. Yes, if you become a councillor, my votes will be equal to Joseph's, and then it will be time to evaluate the votes of other mages above the beginner level. Lorena replied. How many votes did you get from those mages? Lier asked again. About 40%, but there are still some mages who have not taken sides. Lorena replied. So you are at a disadvantage now? Lier roughly understood the current situation. The votes of the councillors are equal on both sides, and the focus now is on the other mages in the parliament. How do you usually canvass for votes for yourself? Lier asked another question. Call for votes? Lorena was stunned. It's to publicize the policies after becoming the next speaker. Lier explained patiently. Seeing Lorena's obviously puzzled look, his expression suddenly became strange. You haven't canvassed for votes, have you? Lorena was silent. I roughly understand what you mean, but what policies can the Speaker of the Parliament have? The Arcane Parliament has always followed the will of the goddess to spread the belief in arcane, and there is nothing else. Hearing Lorena's answer, Lier was a little speechless. As the Speaker of the Parliament, when the new Speaker was elected, Lorena didn't canvass for votes for herself? Isn't that a complete admission of defeat? How did you get your current position as Speaker? Lier suddenly asked a question. My father gave it to me. Lorena answered. Not through election? Election is a new decision proposed by Joseph in recent years. Because more than half of the members agreed, I accepted this proposal. In other words, the original Speaker of the Parliament was inherited by your royal family, but now it has been changed to an election system by Joseph? Yes. Lier was completely speechless. The Arcane Parliament is equivalent to the War Church of Nox, and the Speaker can be said to be the leader who rules Kalia. But Lelina actually led Joseph change the Speaker's inheritance system? Didn't you veto Joseph's proposal? Like a veto or something like that? No. Lelina shook her head awkwardly. That was 10 years ago. At that time, I didn't really want to be the Speaker. This position was forced upon me by my father. I felt it was very troublesome after being the Speaker for a few years. It was at that time that Joseph proposed the election system for the Speaker. So you agreed? Yes. Lorena nodded. I don't think the identity of a Speaker is anything special, but in recent years, I have discovered that Joseph has even inserted his hand into the entire kingdom of Kalia. He wants not only the identity of the Speaker of the Parliament, but also wants to control the entire kingdom of Kalia. Lorena's tone became a little angry. After listening to Lorena's description, Lier didn't know whether to laugh at Lorena's stupidity or naivety. She actually accepted the reform of the Speaker's inheritance system casually. Maybe Lorena was still young 10 years ago, but it seems that Lorena should have been in her 20s 10 years ago, but she still naively accepted Joseph's proposal. Lelina can become a half-saint level mage, which shows her talent in arcane, but her wisdom as a leader is obviously not up to standard. Lier leaned on the sofa helplessly, with his right hand on his chin. So what are you going to do next? Go and win over those retired old mages? Ask them to help get votes? Lelina asked tentatively. After Lier said that the election system can give votes, Lelina also reacted. Before, all the votes were handled by Joseph, including her 40% support rate, which was also obtained through Joseph's statistics. If Lier hadn't reminded her, she would have foolishly thought that she had been too perfunctory as the Speaker for so many years, so there were not many mages supporting her. Now it seems that Joseph may have engaged in vote pulling. Of course this is what you need to do, but in addition to this, have you considered other ways? Lier showed a meaningful expression. What? For example, make it impossible for Joseph to hold the Speaker election. Lier said lightly. That is, let Joseph disappear from this world. Lorena was silent. She did consider such a plan, but finally gave up. She didn't want to win the election in this way. If Joseph died, everyone would think that she was the one who did it. She hoped to get the approval of the parliamentary mages, rather than use force to gain the right to rule. Looking at Lorena, who fell into silence. Even if Lorena didn't answer, Lier knew Lorena's choice. The other party obviously didn't want to win in this way. Lier shook his head. In the world of law where power is supreme, there is actually no need to follow the rules too much. Unlike the real world, the Arcane Parliament believes in arcane, and powerful mages will naturally be sought after. For the strong, rules are just used to restrain the weak, and Lorena is obviously not a weak person. Moreover, Lorena is originally an Orthodox royal family of Kalia, and Joseph is the pest who breaks the rules. Chapter 237. Arcane Academy, Counselor's Office. Joseph held his remaining arm, his face grim. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How dare he do this to me? Joseph roared. Ian and Bridget sat aside, looking at the crazy Joseph with different expressions. You are too impulsive. Ian frowned. Lorena chose to add a new counselor at this time. It is obviously not that simple. To be honest, we were too careless and did not investigate the identity of that Lear. He sighed again, thinking back to the scene of Lear and Joseph fighting just now. The opponent is a professional of the dexterity system, which is the most restrained type of magician, and also has both war and arcane powers. After Lorena announced that this person named Lear would become the new counselor, they didn't care. After all, in Lorena's description, Lear was just a young man in his 20s, just a high-level mage. The arrogance of being a counselor made them pay the price. Bridget, you seem to know the man named Lear? Master Ian looked at the female wizard next to him. I've heard of him. Bridget nodded. You know? Hearing this, Joseph turned his head sharply and stared at the woman in front of him. I know. Then why didn't you remind me? Joseph roared. I know Lear Stewart. The speaker did not specify Lear's last name when he announced that Lear was a member of Parliament. How can I be sure that they are the same person? Bridget glanced at Joseph. Even so, you should report to us. Joseph was already overwhelmed by anger. Report to you? Bridget's expression turned cold. Member Joseph, you seem to have misunderstood the situation. I am not your subordinate. When I became a member of the Parliament, you were just a fire mage with no talent. You? Joseph's eyes widened, as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Okay. Now is not the time to quarrel. Ian quickly interrupted the two people who were talking more and more fiercely. He looked at Joseph helplessly. Mages who majored in fire magic would become irritable in a subtle way. Joseph, as an extraordinary fire mage, was no exception. What we should consider now is what to do next. Speaker Lorena has Lear's support, and our advantage in the election is not big. And how strong is Lear Stewart? Ian analyzed calmly, considering Lear Stewart's strength. In the worst case, we may go to war with Speaker Lorena in this election. And Princess Mina is back. You two should not forget Princess Mina, right? When she left several years ago, she was already a high-level peak mage, and now she may have broken through to the extraordinary class. Do you mean that Lorena will attack us directly? Joseph's expression was uncertain. Maybe, after all, you have done too much. Speaker Lorena did not have much interest in the position of Speaker of the Parliament before, but you should not be so eager to insert your hand into the ruling class of Kalia. Ian glanced at Joseph. The original intention of establishing the Arcane Parliament was just to spread arcane laws, and it did not have much power. The Kingdom of Kalia was the Royal Kingdom of Kalia, and the Arcane Parliament had no power to interfere. However, all this changed after Joseph became a member of the Parliament. In short, you'd better restrain yourself. If that Lear Stewart wants to assassinate you, you may not be able to resist. You'd better prepare the two extraordinary props to compensate Lear Stewart as soon as possible. Ian continued. Joseph lowered his head after hearing this, and his only remaining hand was white from squeezing hard, but he was unable to refute. Deep in his eyes, there was even a trace of fear. Arcane Tower, 5th floor. This is where the library and archives of the tower are located, and there is also a meeting hall. Lear is currently browsing some bills issued by the Parliament in recent years in the archives. After Joseph was promoted to a member of the Parliament, he first won over a group of senior members of the Parliament and proposed the election system for the Speaker, and then began to reach out to the ruling class in various places in the Kingdom of Kalia. Excellent mages of the Parliament can directly enter the management level of large cities without taking an assessment, which was originally impossible. The city management class of the Kingdom of Kalia was originally selected from various arcane academies. No matter how excellent the wizards were, they could only start from the grassroots level after graduating from the Arcane Academy, and then be promoted through continuous assessments. Joseph simplified this process, allowing many high-level wizards to obtain the qualifications to be directly promoted to managers in large cities. Such a decision is naturally good for the high-level wizards of the Parliament, but in fact, most of the high-level wizards who were assigned were old scholars, who only knew how to study arcane and had no ability to manage a city at all. After all, The truly excellent managers were assigned early, and most of the wizards, who stayed in the academy, and the parliament were only competent for teaching. It's not that they don't want to go out, but their abilities are limited. Excellent mages don't mean they are excellent managers. Joseph's decision made these remaining mages gain more benefits, which also made Joseph gain the support of many mages. Looking at the records in the archives, Lear's mouth twitched slightly. In addition to promoting mages, there are also various subsidies. Lear just felt that it was too shameless. If it were in the previous life, Joseph would be a traitor, and Lelina would be a tyrant. How could such a bill be passed? The original Arcane Parliament and Arcane Academy were just a simple academic institution, but Joseph turned it into a power institution. The power of the Kalia royal family has been seriously encroached. No wonder Lelina's support rate is only 40%. Joseph made the treatment of parliamentary mages so good. If Lear himself was a mage in the parliament, he would probably support Joseph. Lear shook his head and put the file in his hand back on the bookshelf. He walked out of the 5th floor of the tower, took the floating array to the 2nd floor, and then walked down the spiral staircase. The scene on the 1st floor has been almost repaired, and several mages are using spells to move building materials. It has been a long time since the 1st floor of the tower has been destroyed like this. Who is fighting here? A mage said while moving building materials. I heard that the new Senator Lear and Senator Joseph had a fight. Another mage on the side replied. What? I heard that Senator Lear is not a high-level mage. Can he fight Senator Joseph? You don't know this. I heard that although Senator Lear is only a high-level mage, he is a dual law professional. He has the power of ward law and arcane law at the same time. The mage said quietly. What nonsense are you talking about? How can someone have two kinds of law power? I'm not lying. My cousin in the Arcane Corps heard this from Lord Helen. Counselor Lear is a supernatural war knight. He cut off one of Counselor Joseph's arms when he fought with him yesterday. The mage's eyes widened when he heard this. At this moment, Lear walked down the stairs. Seeing Lear, both of them turned their heads and looked at him. It was a strange face that they had never seen before. Who are you? Why are you in the tower? One of the mages suddenly became serious. The Arcane Tower is not for just anyone to come. Even students from the Arcane Academy outside have to make enough contributions to enter the tower, or they can enter on the dual day of the new students every year. The person in front of him is at least 20 years old, obviously not a student. Lear Stewart. Lear smiled and reported his name. Lear Stewart? The two were stunned for a moment, and they always felt that it sounded familiar. After a few seconds, the wizard who was questioning Lear widened his eyes. Are you Senator Lear? I am. Lear nodded. Hello, Senator. The two looked at each other and saluted quickly. The wizard who knew that Lear had cut off Joseph's arm showed an admiring expression. Lear raised his eyebrows and asked, From what I heard from you just now, it seems that it is not uncommon for the 1st floor of the tower to be destroyed. It's like this, Senator. The Arcane Academy of the Royal City will hold a freshman duel on the 1st and 2nd floors of the tower every year when recruiting new students. Senior students will block the freshmen, so the 1st and 2nd floors will be destroyed once a year. The wizard explained hurriedly. Oh, that's quite unusual. Lear nodded. Yes, this is the tradition of the Parliament. I heard that the old speaker made the rules. Well, you seem to have mentioned the fight between me and Joseph. Lear said again. Mr. Senator, I just heard about it. I didn't mean to talk about you. The mage's face changed, and he said nervously. Don't be nervous. I'm not blaming you. I just want to know some of the Parliament's situation. After all, I just came to the Parliament and don't know much about the Parliament. The fight with Senator Joseph yesterday was also an accident. Lear waved his hand. Hearing Lear's words, the mage's mood calmed down, but after hearing the second half of Lear's words, his expression became excited again. Mr. Senator, do you mean that you really fought with Senator Joseph yesterday? Broken arm is also. It's true. I'm sorry. I was a little heavy. Lear pretended to wave his hand helplessly. After getting Lear's reply, the two mages looked at each other, and Lear saw a hint of joy in their eyes. He raised his eyebrows. The policies promulgated by Joseph have brought more benefits to the mages in the tower. They should be sought after by many mages, but the two mages in front of him don't seem to like Joseph? Can you tell me about some things in the Parliament? I also want to hear what the mages in the Parliament and the Academy think of the parliamentarians. Lear interrupted the eye contact between the two and asked his own question. The mage came back to his senses, looked at Lear, and said respectfully, What do you want to know? If you don't mind, tell me what you think of the 5 members of the Parliament and the Speaker. Lear asked. The two mages did not refuse and started talking. Lear listened quietly. It can be seen that the mages of the arcane parliament did not shy away from talking about the parliamentarians. It seemed that they were not afraid of retaliation. All kinds of bad things came out of their mouths. What about Counselor Ian seems to have homosexual habits? Counselor Bridget likes to study all kinds of strange spells, involving spells of various factions, and she is beautiful. Many mages in the parliament have fantasies about Bridget. And Joseph, although the other party proposed policies that are beneficial to the parliamentary mages, such policies are only aimed at those noble mages. In short, you can get power by paying money. Most mages in the parliament and the Royal City Arcane Academy actually hate Joseph, especially those mages who come from civilian families. Even if they have better abilities, they can only stay in the academy to teach. Joseph cuts off their path to promotion. Hearing this, Lear's mouth curled up a smile. He thought that Joseph's policy only gave the mages in the parliament more power, but now it seems that the other party is also corrupt, which is a point that can be attacked. After talking about Joseph, the two talked about Lorena again. When they mentioned Lorena, their expressions became a little strange, and their eyes looking at Lear also changed. "Mr. Senator, are you really the new husband of Speaker Lorena?" one of the mages asked. The expression on Lear's face stiffened slightly, and after a long silence, he sighed, "This is a rumor. I must correct your mistake. Lorena and I are just ordinary friends, and I already have a wife." The two mages were stunned for a moment, and they didn't seem to believe Lear's words. Lear didn't explain again. Sometimes the more he explained, the darker it was. He said goodbye to the two mages and walked out of the arcane tower. He needed to confirm the words of the two mages again. After all, the words of only two people could not guarantee that they were true. Walking on the road of the academy, Lear attracted the attention of many students, but his appearance has not been fully exposed, and many people don't know him. Many students have been talking about the battle in the arcane tower yesterday, especially the fact that Joseph's arm was broken. Lear saw the mood of gloating in the eyes of these students. Lear also almost confirmed Joseph's reputation in the parliament. Presumably, the noble mages support Joseph. After all, you can get power by paying money. But the number of noble mages is definitely not enough for Joseph to get 60% of the votes, and the other party may have also tampered with the votes. Lear was thinking, and Helen, who had long blue hair, came over not far away. When she saw Lear, a trace of joy and admiration flashed in her eyes. There was also a female mage standing next to her, holding a thick book in her hand. Chapter 238. Miss Helen. Lear greeted with a smile. "Senator Lear, I see you are here. Speaker Lorena has already started preparing for the ceremony of enthroning the new members, and is looking for you now." Helen came to Lear. "I came out for a walk." Lear shrugged. After talking with Lorena yesterday, they stayed on the 6th floor of the tower, which was where they entertained guests. As for the election of the speaker, it was temporarily put on hold, and everything needed to wait until the ceremony of enthroning the new members was over. "Who is this?" Lear looked at the woman next to Helen. She was about 20 years old, with strong magic fluctuations on her body, and she was probably at a high level. She wore black-framed glasses on her face, and looked like an academic mage. "I forgot to introduce her. This is the instructor of the arcane school of the academy, the high-level mage Rosie Foster, and a student of Speaker Lorena," Helen introduced to Lear. Lear raised his eyebrows. He didn't have much impression of this name. "Senator Lear, please come with me. Speaker Lorena will also discuss the ceremony of enthroning the members of parliament with you," Helen continued. Lear nodded, did not refuse, and followed Helen and Rosie back to the arcane tower. Coming to the 4th floor of the tower, this is where the parliamentarians and high-level mages handle government affairs. Lorena usually works here. Although she said she worked, she just looked at the reports brought up by the mages below. Most of the reports were related to the Arcane Academy. The important events that really involved the kingdom would be directly transmitted through the transmission channel inside the tower to Lorena's palace on the 8th floor of the tower. Arriving at the door of Lorena's office, Helen knocked on the door and walked in with Lear and others. In addition to Lorena, Mina, Maya and Erwin, Lear also saw many unfamiliar faces in the office. A long table was placed in the center of the room, with Lorena sitting at the top and people sitting on both sides, about a dozen. After Lear walked into the room, many people looked over, with different expressions. "Senator Lear, you're here." Seeing Lear, Lorena smiled. Lear also smiled and glanced at the empty seat next to Lorena, which was obviously prepared for him. Lear walked forward and sat down without hesitation. "My queen, is this the Senator Lear you mentioned?" After Lear sat down, A tall and handsome man on the other side spoke. Lear looked over, and the man in front of him had sharp features and a burly figure, giving Lear the feeling that he came out of the army. The man called Lelina the Queen. Lear raised his eyebrows. The mages of the Parliament should call Lelina the Speaker. As for the Queen, probably only the nobles loyal to the royal family would call her that. I am Lear Stewart. Lear nodded politely to the man. I have heard of the Stewart family. The Duke of Stewart is known as the Lion of Stewart, stationed in the Decision Mountains on the border of Brayfield. The man looked at Lear and said quietly, his eyes were calm, but with a hint of sharpness. I am Russell Field, the commander of the Kalia Knight Blade Corps. The man introduced himself. Lear looked at the man in front of him, and he had some impressions in his memory. Just like the Arcane Council has its own Mage Legion, divided into 3 legions, Arcane, Frost and Fire. The Kalia royal family also has its own legions, also 3. It is different from the legions of the Arcane Council. The legions of the Council are not large, all of them are mages above the primary level, and the number is only about 1,000. The 3 legions of the Kalia royal family are more numerous. Each legion has tens of thousands of people, and even hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, the large number of people also leads to the average strength of the 3 legions of the royal family being much worse than that of the legions of the council. Most of the 3 legions of the royal family are only apprentice-level mages, who know few spells, and most of them are majoring in the combat school of enchantment spells. It's an honor to meet you, Legion Commander Russell. Lear stretched out his hand to the other party, and he could sense that the other party was a powerful person of extraordinary level. Looking at the hand that Lear extended, Russell was silent for a few seconds, then he also extended his hand. I am honored, too, Senator Lear. Okay, Russell, I told you that Senator Lear is not an ambitious person like Joseph. Yesterday, he helped me cut off one of Joseph's arms. Lorena interrupted the conversation with a smile. Lear and Russell let go of each other's hands, and neither of them said anything else. Lear, I plan to notify all departments of the Parliament this afternoon and announce that you will be conferred the title of a Member of Parliament in 3 days. Do you have any ideas? Lorena looked at Lear. I can do whatever you want. Just follow the rules of the Parliament. Lear shook his head. Since you have no objection, I will arrange it. Lorena nodded, and then she looked at the others below. I called you here today to introduce them to you. Everyone here is a noble who is loyal to the royal family of Kalia. Lorena pointed at the crowd below. Except for the commander of the army Russell, who had just introduced himself, the others were also members of the royal family of Kalia, and did not belong to the Arcane Council. They coordinated many affairs of the royal city of Kalia, including personnel management of major cities, and taxation of the kingdom of Kalia. Lear listened quietly. His eyes fell on one of the mages. The mage wore glasses, had brown hair and a hooked nose. His name was Egon Hayes. He was responsible for assigning outstanding students from the Royal City Arcane Academy to other parts of the kingdom. Lear remembered the news he heard in the academy. As long as he gave money to Joseph, he could be assigned a good job. He originally thought that Joseph arranged it himself, but he didn't expect that the one who assigned the personnel was the mage in front of him. I wonder if this mage is related to Joseph's affairs? Lear retracted his gaze, and did not stay on the mage for too long. It wasn't long before Lelina introduced the people present. In addition to them, there are 2 legion commanders, but they are stationed at the border, not in the royal city. I will introduce them to you if I have a chance. Lelina continued, and one of the middle-aged men with a big belly looked at Lear. It's an honor to meet you, Senator Lear. I'm Hubert Nelson, who coordinates the kingdom's business and taxation. If you need anything, you can tell me, and I will do my best to help you solve it. As the middle-aged man spoke, the other nobles also greeted Lear. Everyone was very enthusiastic, but there was also a hint of fear in the enthusiasm. Maybe it was because of the incident of cutting off Joseph's arm yesterday. After everyone had been getting close to each other for a while, Lelina coughed lightly, and the room became quiet. Okay, today I'm just introducing you to each other. If you want to continue communicating, wait for the coronation ceremony in 3 days. Now I have other things to discuss with Senator Lear. You go down first, Russell stays. Faced with Lelina's order to expel them, everyone stood up obediently and left one by one. After everyone left, Lelina sighed. Senator Lear, what do you think of these nobles in the kingdom? Opinion? Lear pretended to think and answered, I feel they are all very friendly. Is that so? Lelina looked at Lear and said after a while, but I feel that they are no longer the Kalia subjects who were once loyal to the kingdom. Lelina's expression dimmed. She is the queen of Kalia. Although she may not be an excellent leader, she is not completely ignorant of the kingdom's affairs. This included the fact that Joseph and the nobles of the kingdom accepted bribes to assign kingdom positions to other nobles and merchants. But she couldn't make up her mind to get rid of these kingdom parasites. These nobles were almost much older than her, and were all ministers who had followed their father all the way. As a daughter who inherited the throne of Korea, she had to take action against these nobles, which made her very embarrassed. Lear listened quietly to Lalena's words without saying anything more. After finding out that Joseph accepted bribes to arrange noble officials, Lear knew that not only the arcane parliament, but also the Korea royal family was corrupt. After all, he was just an extraordinary level counselor, and didn't have that much power. The termites must be cleaned up as soon as possible, otherwise they will pollute more places. Lear said lightly. Hearing Lear's words, Lalena took a deep breath. She had indeed made a decision, otherwise she would not have summoned Russell back. As the commander of the most powerful Black Front Legion in the kingdom, Russell's strength is unquestionable, and the Black Front Guard under his command is the elite of the elite, enough to deal with all emergencies. So, Speaker Lalena, do you want to accept my suggestion? Just kill all those termites and solve the problem once and for all. Lear once again made his suggestion. He suggested it to Lalena yesterday, but was rejected. Lalena fell silent again. After a long time, she struggled and said, I hope to give them another chance. When the election of the Speaker of the Parliament is over, I will completely take over and supervise the nobles of the Parliament and the royal city. If they can give up their power obediently, I will no longer pursue their affairs. If they resist, Lalena didn't say anything else, but Lear and Russell understood. Lear shook his head. People who are too kind are not suitable to be leaders. Lalena is such a person. He still remembered that after the coup in the kingdom of Kalia in his previous life, Lalena advocated and handed the position of queen to Maya. Compared with Lalena, Maya is a better queen. I hope you can help me. Lalena raised her head and looked at Lear and Russell. I will always be loyal to you, queen. Russell stood up from the chair and then knelt on one knee. He looked at the ground, with a sharp light in his eyes. The Field family guarded the border of the kingdom, bordering the Rhodes Empire. They have the most powerful army in the kingdom. Russell has also heard some rumors about corruption in the royal city, but he is a general guarding the border, and has no right to interfere in the affairs of the royal city. But now it is different. Lalena personally ordered that he was willing to sacrifice his life for Lalena. I will help you win the speaker seat. This is our deal, nothing more. Lear shrugged. As for the affairs of the Kalia royal family, it's not easy for me, an outsider, to interfere. However, if Senator Joseph and those nobles intend to rebel, I can help you resist. Then I thank you in advance, Senator Lear. Lalena thanked Lear, and then she thought of something and said, but before that, I need to win the speaker election first. Do you have any good ideas? This is simple. Hearing this, Lear smiled. First of all, we have to ensure the fairness and openness of the vote. You said before that you have a 40% support rate. This data should not be obtained by yourself, right? Joseph placed the ballot box in the parliament, and then other members of the parliament counted it. Lalena replied. That means the authenticity of this data needs to be verified. Lear waved his hand and picked up the pen on the table. So the first step we need to do now is to make the election process public and transparent. How to do it specifically? Lalena asked. From the ballot to the statistics, everything must be public. Each wizard with the right to vote can only have one ballot, and each ballot must be bound to the corresponding wizard. You can use arcane magic circles to input the wizard's magic power into the ballot to make it impossible to falsify. Lear planned quietly. Lalena and everyone in the room also quietly watched Lear writing and drawing on the paper. You and Joseph, as the elected, cannot interfere in the affairs of the ballot in order to avoid suspicion. Lear continued. After writing down the election process on the paper, Lear suddenly found that the surroundings were quiet. He looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him with a strange look. What's wrong? Lear frowned. Senator Lear, is the election of the Pope of the War Church also a voting system? Lalena said after a moment of silence. Of course not. Lear shook his head. Then how can you be so skilled? Lalena blinked. It's just an election, not a complicated system. You should know it if you think about it. Lear smiled. I have the power to supervise the entire church in the War Church. How to make the system fair is also part of my expertise. He added. Lalena didn't ask any more questions after hearing that, and Lear didn't say anything more. He quickly wrote down all the details of the election on the paper. After writing, he handed the paper to Lalena. You can announce these things at my enthronement ceremony in 3 days. And you can also use my enthronement ceremony to publicize the Parliament's assessment system and the promotion system for mages after you are re-elected as a member of Parliament. Let more mages know how the Parliament will develop after you are re-elected as the Speaker, so that you can also gain more supporters. Lyre gave his final suggestion. Chapter 239. Lyre only proposed all matters, but did not do them himself. After all, he was not Lorina's subordinate. Even after becoming a member of the Arcane Parliament, he would not care too much about the Arcane Parliament. Just like his current position in the Church of War, he only has status and power, but does not bear too many responsibilities, similar to a guest official. After handing the plan to Lorina, Lyre did not ask Lorina what policies she planned to use to attract supporters. These were all things that Lorina should consider as the Speaker. Now he cares more about the affinity of the arcane law. Lorina gave him the power to consult the parliamentary spellbook at will, but he also had to improve the affinity of the law to learn those extraordinary spells. When he stood up, Lyre glanced at Maya. He could gain the affinity of the arcane law by causing Maya to have negative emotional fluctuations. It sounds easy, but taking the initiative to find Maya would definitely be regarded as having some ulterior motives. It seems that we need to plan it well. Lyre retracted his gaze and left the office. The news of the enthronement ceremony soon spread in the Parliament. In the academy classroom, Maya was teaching a course on arcane spells. The spell runes floating in the air were Lyre's arcane canon. These days, Lyre's identity has been completely exposed. He is a supernatural war knight, a dual law professional, and a special executive of the Church of War. These titles have attracted the attention of many mages. Teacher Maya, I heard that you went to Soros King City some time ago. Do you know what kind of person is Senator Lyre? A female student asked curiously. He is a genius, as evidenced by the arcane cannon and the flame extinguishing technique. When mentioning Lyre, Maya's eyes flashed with a strange look. Is Senator Lyre really a superclass war knight? Another student asked. I heard that Senator Joseph had his arm cut off because of the battle with Senator Lyre. What hobbies does Senator Lyre have? May I ask if Senator Lyre is married? More and more students came up, and Maya opened her mouth. When she heard the last question, she became inexplicably irritated. Be quiet. Senator Lyre's affairs are not something you should ask about. As students of the academy, what you should do now is to learn magic well. Maya scolded unhappily. After hearing Maya's scolding, the students around her quieted down, but they didn't seem to listen to Maya's words. All the students in the academy knew Maya's character. She just talked about it, and would not punish them at all. Maya was helpless about the attitude of these students. When the bell rang, she left in a hurry. As soon as she walked out of the classroom, a figure walked out from the front and blocked her way. Maya frowned. In front of her was a man who looked handsome, with a sharp short hair and luxurious clothes. Princess, what a coincidence. Did you just get out of class? The man walked up to her familiarly, posed in a pose that he thought was handsome, and raised his eyebrows at Maya. Looking at the man in front of her, Maya sighed. Freddy, what do you want? Princess? The weather is nice today. Do you want to have dinner together? The man called Freddy invited her. No time. Maya refused mercilessly. This was not the first time Freddy invited him. The other party was the son of Counselor Joseph, a high-level fire mage, who had been pursuing her a long time ago and was rejected by Maya countless times. But the other party was like a stink bug and kept pestering her. Because Freddy was Joseph's son and did not do anything too extreme, Maya could not punish him. Princess, I really invite you sincerely. Can you give me a chance? Freddy did not retreat because of Maya's refusal, but continued to speak seriously. Maya took a deep breath. If it were not for her restraint as a princess, she would have wanted to curse. She glared at Freddy and planned to leave directly. At this moment, she saw a figure appearing not far away. Lyre walked into the teaching building. In order to improve the affinity of the arcane law, he had to go out to find Maya. In order not to let people misunderstand his intentions, he deliberately chose the time period when Maya was teaching. Let's see first. As for how to make Maya have negative emotional fluctuations, we can consider it later. Arriving at the teaching building, Lyre walked over to Maya's classroom according to the investigation. He walked around a corner, and just wanted to move forward when he felt a fragrant breeze blowing on his face. Not far away, Maya walked to his side, with a slightly red face, and hugged his arm directly under Lyre's surprised gaze. Lyre was stunned for a moment, and did not have time to dodge. Behind him, the magic students widened their eyes. Please don't bother me again in the future. I have an engagement with Senator Lyre. Maya looked back at Freddy, and said something that shocked everyone, including Lyre. Lear raised his eyebrows, looked up at the young man not far away, and instantly understood the situation. As the princess of Kalia, how could Maya, who looked so outstanding, have no suitors? Probably another scene of pursuers harassing him. Lear reached out and pulled Maya into his arms. He was just worrying about how to improve his affinity with the law, and since Maya bumped into him, he wouldn't be polite. Anyway, even if it got to Lorina's ears, he could use the excuse of blocking the pursuers for Maya. Maya, who originally just wanted to use Lear as a shield, suddenly felt that Lear was hugging her. Her body instantly became stiff, and the earlobes under her hair became rosy. She looked up at a loss and saw Lear's teasing eyes. Lear looked at Maya, stretched out his hand and pinched Maya's cheek. "My lovely little princess, what happened?" A soft voice sounded and fell into Maya's ears, and the girl's pupils trembled violently. The shyness emotional fluctuation value of the arcane law source carrier reaches 94%, and you gain 1% arcane law affinity. The system prompt appeared in front of Lear. Lear, who had not seen this prompt for a long time, showed a nostalgic look. He used to treat Miria like this. Making girls shy was his specialty. Maya looked at Lear blankly. In her eyes, Lear's nostalgic eyes were like an extremely affectionate man looking at his lover. Does Lear like himself? This thought came to Maya's mind. Let go of Maya. A voice like the angry roar of a failed ape sounded. Freddy stared at Lear, and his white face became distorted because of jealousy and anger. Who are you? Lear looked up and glanced at Freddy. Freddy Stevens. Freddy proudly said his name. Lear listened quietly, a name he had never heard of, but even if he had heard of it, he would not care. He glanced at Maya, whose cheeks were red, and she was at a loss, and continued to rub the girl's face unconsciously. As Lear moved, the system prompts kept popping up, and Lear could also feel that the girl's body in his arms became softer. I told you to let Maya go. Lear's actions were seen by Freddy, and Freddy's anger went up a level. He had already reported his name, but Lear was still indifferent. No one in the entire Arcane Academy dared to despise him like this. Freddy, who was blinded by anger, did not realize what Maya's words calling Lear Senator Lear just now meant. Freddy took out his staff, the magic power of the arcane gathered, and the flames rose into burning. He actually planned to take action directly. Maya, who saw this scene, also reacted. Her face changed, and she broke free from Lear's arms. Freddy, you dare to attack in the academy? That bastard dared to attack you. I will not forgive him. Freddy was furious. He was attracted to Maya when he first saw her when he was a child. He worked hard to become the best mage in the Arcane Academy besides Maya in order to match Maya. Although Maya didn't like him very much, Freddy had already regarded Maya as his wife. As long as his father won the parliamentary election, his father could propose to Speaker Lorena. By that time, his father would be in charge of the parliament, which was a great power, and even Lorena had to treat it with caution. He is my fiancé. This is something between us, and has nothing to do with you. Maya said angrily. Impossible. How could Speaker Lorena marry you to such an unknown person? Freddy didn't want to believe such a statement. Didn't you hear me tell you Lear's identity? Maya looked at Freddy coldly. He is Lear Stewart, the 6th member of the parliament. Your father was taught a lesson by Senator Lear not long ago. Do you want to try it too? Maya's words calmed Freddy down a lot, and his expression gradually stiffened. He still remembered that his father's right hand was cut off when he came back yesterday, and he was probably still looking for someone to treat it. Are you Joseph's son? Lear finally knew the identity of the young man in front of him. Freddy stood there, but he couldn't say a word in the face of Lear's words. Lear just stood there without moving, and didn't even emit any momentum, but the fear in Freddy's heart had been aroused little by little. That's Senator Lear? He's even more handsome than the portrait I saw. Senator Lear is actually engaged to Teacher Maya? Damn, Teacher Maya got there first. There was a whisper all around. Maya was shy, but Lear didn't care. He looked at Freddy. Do you want to fight me? I can do it without magic. Freddy's face turned pale when he heard this. It was well known that Lear was a supernatural war knight. Wouldn't he be beaten without magic? I'm sorry, Senator Lear. I didn't know it was you. I apologize. After a long silence, Freddy bowed fiercely to Lear with a very humble attitude. Seeing this scene, Lear raised his eyebrows. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. He originally thought that Freddy would say something harsh and then walk away obediently, but he didn't expect that the other party would apologize to him so servilely. In this way, he couldn't continue to attack Freddy. After all, there were so many people watching here. As a congressman, attacking a weak person who had admitted his mistakes would inevitably leave a petty and mean image. It's a pity that an opportunity to teach the other party a lesson was lost. Lear shook his head and waved his hands. You go. Don't harass Maya next time. Hearing this, Freddy didn't say much and turned around and left. When Freddy left, the surrounding college students swarmed around and surrounded Lear in the middle. Are you really Senator Lear? Sir, are you really engaged to Princess Maya? Senator Lear, I'm actually interested in swordsmanship. I wonder if you can teach me how to practice swordsmanship. Various voices rang in Lear's ears, most of which were female, which made Lear feel a little headache. Just then, Maya squeezed in from the crowd outside. Don't bother Senator Lear. Go back to class, Maya said angrily, then grabbed Lear directly, and the arcane magic on her body shook for a while, shaking the crowd away, and then ran away with Lear in a hurry. The two rushed out of the teaching building, came to the empty park, and finally stopped at the lake. Maya glanced around and found that there was no one, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't mind you holding my hand all the time, do you really want to hold my hand like this? Lear's voice appeared in Maya's ear. Maya was stunned for a moment, then looked back at her hand holding Lear's. The next second, her face turned red again, and she quickly let go of her hand. Sorry, Senator Lear. Just call me Lear. Lear interrupted Maya, and sat down on a chair beside him. Does the man named Freddy often pester you? Yes, he is the son of Senator Joseph. I rejected him, but he still. Maya nodded, hesitated for a moment, and sat next to Lear. So you use me as a shield? Lear chuckled. Sorry, Maya smiled awkwardly. You don't have to apologize, I don't mind, but if such rumors spread, you will need to explain to Speaker Lorena. Lear interrupted Maya. He really didn't care. After all, he didn't lose anything, and the affinity of the arcane law increased a lot, and he also took advantage of Maya. I will explain to my mother. Maya nodded, feeling a little disappointed. She understood what Lear meant. Lear was just helping her get rid of Freddy and cooperating with her in the play. But when she thought of what Lear had done to her, and the look in his eyes, Maya's heart couldn't help but tremble. The two chatted for a while, and then said goodbye. Lear was satisfied with today's progress. He could have more farces like this. It wouldn't be long before his affinity with the arcane law would be qualified to learn extraordinary spells. Chapter 240. Kalia Royal City, West District, Flamehand Mage Tower. Each member of the Parliament has his own Mage Tower, which is built by the Parliament after he is promoted to a member. Flamehand is the name of Joseph's Mage Tower. The Mage Tower has 6 floors, and the tower body is hooked with a pattern of a big hand burning with flames. Freddy ran back to the Mage Tower from outside with a gloomy look, and many players around who saw this scene stopped. No high-level NPC can escape the detection of the fourth calamity, and Freddy is the same, but these players did not approach him. Someone had tried it before, and Freddy burned him to ashes after saying a few words. Freddy is an extremely irritable and arrogant noble mage, who discriminates against all civilians, and is very dangerous. In the District Strategy Forum of Kalia Royal City, Freddy has been labeled. What's wrong with this irritable young master of fire? Why is his face so ugly? A player said happily. Don't worry about it. Don't forget the mission we received. Investigate the incidents of the Flame Legion's outstanding mages losing control of their arcane spells over the years. The leading female player with the ID Yame said unhappily. Yes, miss, you are right. The 3 accompanying players nodded quickly. The 3 walked into the Mage Tower. No one noticed Yame and the other 4. There were many players in the Mage Tower. The first and second floors were open to players, and they could learn apprentice-level and elementary flame spells. The 3 came to the second floor through the floating magic circle, and found a mage on the second floor. Excuse me, is this the place to sign up to join the Flame Legion? Yame asked softly. She looked around the room. A hook-nosed wizard was sitting on a chair with a cigar in his mouth, looking very rude. The wizard in the room looked up and saw Yame and the other 4. Yes, this is the registration office for the Flame Legion. Do you want to join the Flame Legion? Yes. Yame nodded calmly. The wizard opposite raised his eyebrows. As an elite legion under the parliamentarians, the Flame Legion generally only recruits students from the Arcane Academy. Of course, there is also a recruitment department in the Flame Hand Mage Tower to recruit mages who do not belong to the Arcane Academy. Many talented mages cannot enter the Arcane Academy because they have no money. Even if they have good talents, they will be rejected. If they want to learn higher-level spells, they can only choose to join the Mage Tower in the Royal City and sign a contract to swear allegiance. Not just anyone can join our Flame Legion. The wizard in the room smiled meaningfully. His eyes fell on the female player, and a trace of surprise and lust flashed in his eyes. Such a beautiful mage is rare. Feeling the gaze from the opposite side, Yamei frowned. She was confident in her beauty, and knew what kind of gaze it was. In real life, there would be people who looked at her like this. She looked down on such people, but she didn't expect that the NPC in the game would be like this. Is this game too real? Yamei endured the displeasure in her heart, but the task was more important. After all, it was just an NPC data. I think we should meet the requirements to join the Flame Legion, Yamei said. Really? Then I have to test it carefully. The mage retracted his gaze and nodded. Come with me. After saying that, the mage stood up, walked to Yamei, sniffed rudely, and then walked out the door. Follow me. Looking at the mage's back, Yamei clenched her fists. Such a vulgar and wretched mage should go to jail, she thought angrily in her heart, but she still followed him. She and the 3 people around her were mages from the Arcane Academy, majoring in fire magic. Later, because a new spell, the fire extinguishing spell, appeared in the academy, they changed to arcane magic. They came to the army commander Helen of the Arcane Legion and became Helen's students. Not long ago, when Helen was sorting out the information of the 3 major legions of the Parliament, she found that every year in the Flame Legion, many talented mages who graduated from the Arcane Academy died of magic loss. If it was 1 or 2 occasionally, it would not be a big deal, but every year, sometimes even 3 or 4 mages died of magic loss in a year. This attracted Helen's attention. Coincidentally, at this time, Yamei and others came and knew about this matter, and spontaneously wanted to investigate for Helen. At first, Helen refused, but Yamei wanted to help Helen investigate because she and others were extraordinary people and would not die. So she got this task. Yamei thought that if she wanted to investigate the Flame Legion, she had to join the Flame Legion. Following the wizard in front, everyone came to a room deep in the wizard tower. Opening the door, there was a vast training ground. The wizard towers of extraordinary wizards are equipped with space folding arrays, which is the basis, but Yamei and others saw it for the first time and showed surprised expressions. This is the training place. I will test you here. The wizard who led Yamei walked into the training ground. My name is Falk Bailey, the logistics captain of the Flame Legion, and a mid-level mage. To join the Flame Legion, you should know the requirements, right? You must be at least a beginner mage, and master at least 3 beginner fire spells, said the mage who called himself Falk. We know. Yamei nodded. This condition is actually quite harsh. Generally, a newly promoted beginner mage can only have 1 beginner spell. 3 beginner spells are considered an experienced beginner mage for the natives of the game. After all, unlike players, the natives need to learn spell runes, while players only need to click. Are you sure you want to take the assessment? The assessment fee is 1 gold coin, and there is no refund if the assessment fails, Falk reminded. In his opinion, Yamei and others are too young. Unless they are geniuses of the Arcane Academy, only experienced mages can meet the requirements. Moreover, it takes a lot of money to get 3 different primary spells. After all, spells are not something that can be found everywhere. Well, if you feel that you cannot take the test, I also have rules to reduce the difficulty of the test. As long as you sign a contract with the Flame Hand Mage Tower and pledge allegiance to Lord Joseph for the next 10 years, the difficulty of the test will be reduced to only needing to show 1 spell. Falk continued, also, as long as you choose to pledge allegiance to Lord Joseph, you can immediately get 2 primary spells for free, and if you can be promoted to the intermediate or advanced level, you can also get a corresponding spell for free. After speaking, Falk took out 2 contracts, and Yamei took them and looked at them. The contents of the 2 contracts are similar. They both describe what benefits you can get after joining the Flame Legion. As long as you join the Flame Hand Mage Tower, you can learn spells at a very favorable discount and receive a certain salary every month. The benefits and salary of the ordinary contract are not as great as those of choosing loyalty, and there is no benefit of getting spells for free. It seems that choosing loyalty is more cost-effective, but Yamei gave up the contract with better benefits without thinking. 10 years of loyalty, and you have to obey the orders of Counselor Joseph unconditionally. Isn't this equivalent to selling yourself? Moreover, the contract cannot be terminated. On the contrary, the ordinary contract can be terminated at any time, but you need to pay a penalty. We don't need this. Yamei refused directly. Hearing this, Falk frowned, and his expression became cold. In this case, then you can start the assessment. Release spells to me. At least 3 elementary flame spells. Falk walked aside. Yamei and others looked at each other, and without hesitation, they started the assessment. 3 elementary spells were nothing to them. After all, they were players. They could learn as many spells as they wanted if they had money. Yao Mei and the others were obviously not short of money to join the Arcane Academy. In the surprised eyes of Fok, the three of them successfully passed the assessment. Where did your spells come from? Fok couldn't help asking. This should have nothing to do with the assessment, right? Yao Mei didn't answer. Fok couldn't ask more. Joseph's plan did not include an investigation of the background of the mages who signed up to join the Legion. He took out 4 ordinary contracts and handed them to the 4 young mice. Sign this contract and you will join the Legion. You will need to obey the Legion's dispatch in the future. I will give you the standard equipment of the Legion mages. After joining the Legion, you are not allowed to quit within 6 months, otherwise you will be wanted by the Legion, or you can pay the penalty and come to me to cancel the contract. Fok added. Yao Mei and others took the contract and signed it. Seeing the 4 people sign the contract, Fok nodded and took out a badge with the shape of a hand burning with flames. This is the badge of our Flame Legion. Please be sure to wear it all the time. If you lose it, you will be severely punished. This badge is a relic of the law made by Lord Joseph. It has the ability to increase the power of spells. You should know what the relic of the law represents. Fok said seriously. Hearing the 4 words relic of the law, Yao Mei and others were stunned. They were not new players, and knew what the relic of the law was. This is an extremely precious and rare item. Can it be artificially made? Yao Mei took the badge and threw a detection spell on it. Name, Flame Hand Emblem. Category, Law Relic, Fake, Introduction. A special item made by Joseph, a member of the Arcane Council, that contains the power of the mysterious Law Relic. Effect, wearing the emblem increases the power of your fire spell by 5%. Note, this emblem contains special power, and long-term wearing may have unknown effects. Yane's eyes fell on the last note, and her eyes lit up slightly. She had a hunch that there might be something wrong with this emblem. Okay, in that case, go register your residence and get your equipment first, and come back for training tomorrow. Don't think about running away with the emblem. The emblem made by Lord Joseph has a tracking function. Fok reminded again. Yao Mei and the others nodded, took the emblem, and left the training ground. After Fok got the red wizard robe equipment, Fok ignored them. Seeing Fok leave without caring, Yao Mei and the other 4 felt very strange. Such equipment and emblems were given to them casually. Although the emblem has a tracking effect, if it is taken away and flies away, can the Flame Hand Wizard Tower be found? Miss, what should we do now? Asked a follower. Yao Mei thought for a few seconds, looked at the emblem in her hand, and said, Let's go find Teacher Helen first. Hearing Yao Mei's words, the followers had no objection, and the 4 left the Wizard Tower directly. On the top floor of the Wizard Tower, in a dim room, Joseph stood in front of a bright red crystal. The flames in the crystal were burning wantonly, and through the crystal, one of the hearts could be seen beating constantly. Joseph stretched out his hand to touch the crystal, and flames continued to spread from the crystal and burn on his body. Joseph's forehead was bulging with veins, as if he was enduring some inhuman pain. Gradually, his broken arm was pressed back, and the cut began to wriggle, and finally slowly recovered to its original state. When the wound on the broken arm was completely healed, Joseph breathed a sigh of relief. He knelt on the ground and stood up after a long silence. Feeling the intact arm, his expression became a little ferocious. Damn, Lil Stewart! He roared angrily, and the crystal in front of him had dimmed a lot. I have accumulated so many years of strength, but I have consumed most of it. Joseph looked at the crystal in front of him, and the heart sealed in the crystal, and was silent for a long time. Father! A sharp voice sounded from behind at this time. Joseph came back to his senses, and he turned and walked out of the room. Outside was his study. After Joseph came out, the secret door behind him slowly closed, and his son's voice came from outside the study again. Father, are you there? Come in. After making sure that the secret door of the study was hidden, Joseph shouted to the outside of the house. The door of the study was pushed open, and Freddy walked in with a crying expression on his face. Father, you must help me. Joseph frowned at his son's appearance. What happened? Father, didn't you say that when you were elected as the speaker, you would ask Speaker Lorena to marry Maya to me? Why is Maya already engaged to that Lear? Freddy said unwillingly. Hearing the word Lear, Joseph's expression became gloomy, and his arm, which had recovered, inexplicably produced a trace of phantom pain again. Father. Seeing that his father didn't speak, Freddy wanted to say something. Shut up. Joseph interrupted Freddy fiercely, looking at Freddy's expression of disappointment. At this time, his son is still thinking about proposing marriage. How could he be so stupid? Lorena found Lear. She knew Lear's strength, and just watching Lear cut off his arm said it all. What he did in the parliament over the years has touched the bottom line of the royal family. I'm afraid Lorena will suppress him more strictly in the future, and his son is still thinking about proposing marriage. Don't mention Lorena and Lear anymore, and don't go out anymore, just stay in the Mage Tower. Joseph decided to confine Freddy to avoid causing trouble for himself. Chapter 241. The sun shines on the white marble floor. The severe winter cold has retreated, and the royal city of Kalia has become more vibrant. In the square in front of the Arcane Academy, a large number of Kalia's people gathered around. Some looked at the towering statue of the goddess of Arcane in the square and prayed silently, while others took photos to record the major events that will happen today. The 6th member of the parliament will be conferred today. It has been 5 years since Maya became a member of the parliament. At that time, Maya had just been promoted to a high-ranking position and created an arcane shock without a grade, which was recognized by more than 70% of the mages in the parliament. Each new member represents a supreme power for the parliament. They will receive half of the tax revenue of a designated city, and the title of Marquis of the Kingdom. The parliament will also help build a mage tower in the royal city. There are already 6 mage towers in the royal city. In addition to the royal mage tower in the center, there are also 5 mage towers in the other 5 directions. I heard that this new counselor is from the Church of War. It seems that he is also an extraordinary war knight. This counselor has been favored by 2 goddesses, and can use the power of arcane and war at the same time. The crowd was talking about it, and Yaomei and others who were also in the crowd showed strange expressions when they heard this. "Miss, why does the person they are talking about sound so familiar?" the follower whispered. Yaomei did not reply and continued to listen. "I also heard that when this counselor first came to the parliament, he even fought with Counselor Joseph and cut off one of Counselor Joseph's arms on the spot. Is it true? Counselor Joseph is an extraordinary fire mage. My relatives in the arcane court told me this. The new counselor used a rapier." The man answered confidently. This was also heard by Yaomei and others. They were students of the academy, and had heard that Counselor Joseph had a fight with the new counselor, but they did not know the details. These days, they have been investigating the Flame Corps, and preparing to infiltrate the Flame Corps. They had just infiltrated yesterday, and were planning to report to Helen, but they did not see Helen due to the ceremony for the new counselor. "Miss, the new counselor they are talking about is not the special executive of the Church of War, right?" Yaomei's follower said again. Yaomei blinked her eyes. She had indeed not seen news about the NPC Lear Steward in the forum for some time. Many players even offered a bounty for Lear's location. "Let's wait and see. If it is really Lear, then maybe we can try to get close to him." Yaomei thought for a while, and said. She had watched the internal test video, and knew everything about Lear, especially the other party store, which had many spells. She suddenly thought of a spell in Lear's shop, the fire extinguishing spell. The spell that affected the wind direction of the entire learning academy not long ago seemed to be called the fire extinguishing spell. While Yaomei was thinking, the gate of the arcane academy was slowly opened, and the Black Front Legion led by Russell spread out from both sides, lined up in 2 rows, and knelt on one knee. In the back, Lelina led the members of the parliament, and a group of high-level mages out. Lyre and Milia stood behind Lelina, and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Except for Lear and the other 2, the audience present were almost familiar with the other counselors and high-level mages. "Who are these 2 gentlemen?" a native of the royal city of Kalia asked. "Damn, it's Lear?" some players also exclaimed. Yaomei and others stood in the crowd. Their eyes were also a little excited. Lear was undoubtedly the highest level NPC they could contact. Not only that, Lear's shop had a lot of good things. Amid cheers, Lelina led Lear and others to the high platform in front of the square, with the statue of the goddess of Arcane behind them. After a short cheer, Lelina waved her hand and signaled silence. "Today is an important day." She stood on the high platform and said softly, "An outstanding person in the field of Arcane came here, and is about to become a member of the parliament." Lelina made way, and let Lear stand in the center. He is Lear Stewart. He created extremely excellent spells, 2 of which have been included in the parliament and the academy. I believe that many wizards have already learned them. Arcane Cannon and Extinguishing. Lorena continued, "I don't need to say much about the excellence of these 2 spells, but I know that many people think that these 2 spells alone are not enough to gain the honor of being a senator." The audience was silent, and everyone listened quietly to Lorena's narration. The information about Arcane Cannon and Extinguishing has long been known by many mid-level and high-level spells. These 2 spells are indeed excellent, but not enough. At the beginning, when Lorena announced that Lear would become a senator, they also used this reason to oppose, but now it seems that it is not just these. Joseph, Ian and Bridget on the side also showed doubtful eyes, and they looked at Lear as if they wanted to see something. Lear just stood quietly motionless. Everyone looked at Lorena and waited for the next speech, but Lorena smiled. These are indeed not enough to get the honor of the counselor, but I still gave him the honor of the counselor. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you the secret, but one day in the future you will know that the honor that Counselor Lear got today must be well deserved. As Lorena's voice fell, the scene was silent, and such words were said as if nothing was said. Lear looked at Lorena. He thought Lorena was going to tell the secret of arcane counter, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. For those who don't know, isn't this just, I am optimistic about him, so I gave him the honor of the counselor, and even suspected that Lear was a gigolo? Lorena also used the word secret in particular, which made people more imaginative. Instantly, Lear felt all kinds of strange eyes cast at him. By the way, Senator Lear is also the special executive of the Church of War, a strong and excellent extraordinary war knight. I believe that Senator Lear's arrival will definitely make the Parliament's Battle Mage School more powerful. Lelina added, and looked at Lear while speaking, with a somewhat ambiguous tone. After hearing this, Lear regretted coming to Kalia to accept such a parliamentary appointment. After Lelina finished her last words, more eyes were cast on the square, most of which came from male mages, with hostility in their eyes. It can be seen that Lelina has a great influence in Kalia. A woman who has lost her husband and has 2 daughters, she looks so beautiful, and her status is also a queen. How can those old men who have been studying magic not be moved by such a person? Senator Lear, do you have anything to say? Lelina looked at Lear with a smile. Lear sighed helplessly. Mr. Speaker, your behavior will be annoying. Is that so? Lelina answered with a puzzled look. Lear shook his head. He always felt that the Speaker of the Arcane Parliament in front of him had a strange attitude towards him from the beginning. I have nothing to say. If it's okay, let's end it like this. Lear refused the invitation to speak. It would be futile to say anything if he could not prove that his status as a parliamentarian was well deserved. Just as Lelina said, one day in the future, when Arcane Counterattack officially takes the stage, he will be able to gain prestige in the Parliament. And Lear feels that this day will not be too far away. He glanced at Joseph beside him. Lear didn't want to speak, and Lorena couldn't force Lear to speak. After a few simple words, Lorena looked at the statue of the goddess of Arcane in front of her. Senator Lear, I will pray to the goddess for you, Lorena said seriously. The other members standing behind her also looked closely at the statue. The status of a member of the Parliament is not something that can be obtained as long as Lorena or other members of the Parliament recognize it. That is just the most basic qualification. A real member of the Parliament also needs to be recognized by the goddess of Arcane. That's why Lorena joked that it seemed that Lear got Lear through the back door to become a member of the Parliament. In fact, whether or not to become a member of the Parliament does not depend on her will. Lear also looked at the tall statue. He knew nothing about the affairs of the Parliament members. As Lorena prayed, the statue lit up, and a lavender light fell on Lear. The next second, Lear felt the scene in front of him change. Are you the mortal chosen by Croto? A curious voice sounded in Lear's ears. Lear was stunned, and then saw the scene in front of him. There were scattered books all around. The scene in front of him looked like a library. The spiral bookshelves were endless, and a large number of books were scattered on the ground. On the table not far away, a petite figure was looking at Lear curiously. This is a girl who is only about 1.5 meters tall, wearing round-frame glasses and a loose robe. Her white calves are exposed from the robe, giving her a petite lowly feeling. Are you the goddess of Arcane? Lear reacted and walked forward. It's me. The little girl nodded. She found a lot of books from the towering bookshelves around her. You have a lot of law in you, which is very strange. Blood, it seems to be a very ancient law. I have only seen it in those remaining ancient books. Chinching is the strongest in the last era. Corruption, the dead gods. Blasphemy is also killed by you. You received their power, and were not rejected at all. The little girl kept talking and flipping through the books in the air. Lear looked at this scene, and didn't know what the other party wanted to do. Arcane goddess you. My name is Mitra. The little lowly interrupted Lear, and then floated in front of Lear without saying anything. You also have my arcane law. This shouldn't happen. Different law powers cannot coexist, but you broke such a rule. The little lowly reached out and touched Lear. Lear wanted to dodge reflexively, but he found that his body could not move in an instant. The light of arcane roamed over his body, as if searching for something. After about 10 seconds, the little lowly frowned. It's strange. The little loli floated away from Lear. There's nothing abnormal about you. But why can you accommodate other law powers? And your affinity for arcane law has been raised to the intermediate level. But I didn't even sense when it was raised. Mitra continued. Lear found that his body could move at this time, and he looked at the little loli in front of him vigilantly. The other party was a god. Although he didn't seem to be hostile, he was really annoyed that he searched his body without any explanation. Are you angry? Mitra glanced at Lear, and then said unhappily, I should be angry. You stole my power, but I knew nothing about it. Like a bullied little girl, Mitra sat directly on the table beside her. Lear didn't say anything. He almost guessed what Mitra was saying. He could obtain law affinity from the law source carrier, which seemed to be unnecessary through the law god. In the game cognition of law, law affinity is given by gods, and so is completing tasks. Although gods may just set tasks and rules for obtaining law affinity at will, it obviously does not include Lear's way. It is not proper to make the carrier of the law essence produce negative emotions. It seems that you are not going to tell me the reason. Mitra looked at Lear and curled his lips, a little unhappy, but not angry. Forget it, but I will not let you go easily. Mitra snorted, and then a dazzling stream of light sank into Lear's body. Since you are the one that Croto has chosen, you must be special. War has left traces on you, and I certainly won't miss it. You have received the gift of the goddess of arcane, and you have obtained 1% of the arcane law essence. You have obtained the occupation information, mage. You can awaken the arcane law affinity for others and transfer to the arcane law occupation. Your arcane law affinity has reached 90%. You have gained 49 intelligence and 21 mysticism. Since you have not completed the attribute limit breaking task, the mystic and intelligence attributes are limited to 99. You have touched. Quest: Extraordinary Mage Career Trial. Quest target: Create any high-level spell. Quest reward: Mage Career Class Upgrade, Extraordinary Spell Learning Qualification. Spell Arcane Counter detected. Quest completed. You have completed the Extraordinary Mage Career Trial, Mage Career Class Upgrade, and you have obtained the Extraordinary Spell Learning Qualification. A series of system prompts popped up in front of Lear. Looking at the information in front of him, Lear widened his eyes. This was the second or third gift he received. The Goddess of War had given him Source Essence, and Myria had also given him. As a result, the affinity of the Morning Star Law reached 90%, and now the Goddess of Arcane had also given him. Doesn't this Law Source Essence cost money? Chapter 242. I will be watching you. When the system prompt stopped beating, Mitra's voice came again. The little girl smiled, and the next second, the scene in front of Lear changed. The sun shone on Lear, and in front of him was a tall statue of the Goddess of Arcane, which was very different from the image of the little girl just now. That's a gift from God. There were bursts of exclamations from all around. Lear came back to his senses, and then he found that Lilina and many high-level mages in the parliament were looking at him with envy. You actually got the gift of the goddess. Lilina looked at Lear with a complicated expression. Even she, the speaker, did not get the gift of the goddess. The only person who got the gift in the parliament was his father, and now Maya was the only one. Lear shrugged, glanced at the statue, and then curled his lips. It seems to be a gift. Thinking of Mitra's last words, Lear had some different views on the source of law in his heart. Mitra said he would keep an eye on him. Does this law essence have a marking effect? You can ask Milia when you go back. Except for my father, only Maya has received the gift in the entire council, and now you are the third one. Lorena glanced at Maya, and then looked at Lyre. Is this gift precious? Lyre asked. Of course it is precious. This is proof that you are recognized by the goddess. People who receive the gift will find it easier to learn spells than ordinary mages, and there will no longer be a bottleneck in the affinity of the law. Maya's affinity for arcane law has even reached 70% now. You should be the same, right? Lorena said again, with a hint of envy in her eyes. 70%? Lear raised his eyebrows. He was 90%. It seemed that the goddess of arcane was more optimistic about him. Although he had some other ideas about the existence of the source of law, Lear was still satisfied with the gift of the goddess of arcane. At least, he would not be troubled by the affinity of law when learning spells in the future, and he would not have to harass Maya anymore. I guess so. Lear nodded, without saying the difference between himself and Maya. Now that you have obtained the gift of the goddess, no one will question your status as a counselor. Lorena restrained her emotions. If someone said that Lear had obtained the status of a counselor by backdoor, now with the gift of the goddess, there is no need to prove anything. She walked to the front of the platform and looked at the crowd below. Let us congratulate the new member of the parliament, and he has also been recognized by the goddess. Lorena announced loudly, pointing her finger at Lear. "He is Lear Stewart." There were cheers from below, and Lear showed a ceremonial smile on his face. After saying some polite words, Lorena announced that she would build a new mage tower for Lear, and granted Lear the title of Earl, as well as the right to recruit mages to become the Mage Tower Corps. Lear didn't care much about these. He would not focus on Kalia. The ceremony ended smoothly. The banquet was in the evening, and Lear followed Lorena back to the arcane tower. In the crowd, Yao Mei and others watched Lear's back as he left, and followed him excitedly. Arriving at Lorena's office, Lear and others walked in. Russell closed the door, and only people from Lorena's faction were in the office. Lear sat on the chair, looked at Lorena and asked, "Didn't you talk about the election policy I mentioned to you before at the ceremony just now?" "That was your ceremony. It's not appropriate to talk about these things. I will bring up the election at the dinner. You don't have to worry about it." Lorena waved her hand. "It seems that you have already thought of the policy that can help you win the election." Lear smiled and wanted to ask Lorena how she decided. Just as Lear and Lorena were talking, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Lorena frowned. She clearly said not to disturb her before the evening banquet started. "Mr. Speaker, there is a student of Lord Helen outside who wants to see you." A voice came from outside. Lorena looked at Helen, who was sitting on the other side. Helen was also a little surprised. She didn't remember anything going on between her and the student. Seeing Helen's puzzled look, Lorena sighed. She thought the students outside were admirers of Helen. As a beautiful female teacher in the academy, Helen was quite popular in the academy. Some students had confessed to her in person before, but they stopped after being beaten by Helen. Lorena was about to ask the mages outside to send the students away, but a voice came from outside again. They said they followed the order of Lord Helen and investigated the Flame Legion. Hearing the word Flame Legion, Helen raised her head. She seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "Let them in." "Flame Legion?" Lorena frowned and asked Helen. "Mr. Speaker, I found something wrong in the student files of the academy. Among those mages who graduated from the academy, many outstanding students who joined the Flame Legion died. The information submitted by the Flame Legion showed that the death was caused by the loss of control of magic power," Helen explained. "I just discovered this not long ago. I haven't had time to report it to you, because I've been preparing for the ceremony recently." "Magic out of control?" Lorena opened her mouth. "This is something that happens occasionally during the practice of mages. When mages learn spells, due to their own lack of strength, their magic power will be disordered and eventually out of control. In mild cases, their spirits will be damaged, and in severe cases, their heads will be blown up by disordered magic power, leading to death on the spot. Magic out of control is possible. Why do you feel it's wrong?" Lorena asked again. "If only occasionally a mage died because of magic out of control, it would be nothing, but in the past few years, an average of 3 or 4 mages in the Flame Legion have died from magic out of control every year, and they are all excellent students who have graduated from the academy not long ago." Helen expressed her opinion. Hearing this, Lorena also heard the abnormality, and at this time the door of the office was also pushed open. The mage outside the house led Yao Mei and others in, and the last person left the office and closed the door. Everyone in the room looked at the people who came in. Lear also looked over. When he saw the girl in the lead, a strange expression appeared on his face. Yao Mei, looking at the ID above the girl's head, Lear was really familiar with it. This was his mage partner in his previous life, a legendary mage known as the Fire Witch. The two had a good relationship, the kind of close friends and some enemies. Feeling the gazes of everyone in the room, Yao Mei and others inexplicably felt a strong pressure. These NPCs present were all at the top of the game. Lear is a supernatural war knight and a dual law professional. Lear's wife Milia is a master-level god. There is also the Speaker of the Arcane Parliament, the Commander of the Arcane Legion, Helen, and another burly man. Although I don't know who the man is, since he can sit here, he must be extraordinary. Yao Mei, it's you. Seeing Yao Mei, Helen shook her head helplessly. When she discovered the abnormality of the Flame Legion, she was bumped into by Yao Mei and others. The enthusiastic alien pestered her, and said that he would help her investigate, and she couldn't refuse. "Teacher Helen." Yao Mei smiled and ran to Helen and hugged Helen's arm. Women are easy to get along well. Not long after entering the game, she has already had a good relationship with Helen. "Don't be funny. Tell me, what did you find?" Helen slapped Yao Mei's hand away in annoyance. "Teacher Helen, this is what we found." Yao Mei took out the emblem from the Flame Hand Mage Tower without hesitation. Flame Hand emblem. The exquisite emblem carried a hint of the power of fire, and everyone present could feel it, but no one felt strange. This is the emblem that everyone who joins the Flame Legion will get. This emblem has a tracking effect, and it is actually a relic of the law, Yao Mei said carefully. As she spoke, she also looked at the people in the room inconspicuously. Everyone's expression was calm, and there was no surprise at all. The people here are indeed big shots, and they are no longer surprised by the relic of the law, Yao Mei thought in her heart, and did not see Helen's strange expression at all. That's what you found, Helen said helplessly. Yes, Teacher Helen, don't you find it strange? The Flame Core can actually mass-produce law relics, Yao Mei said. Joseph's law relic comes from another law relic, but it just spreads the power of that law relic to the emblem. This can only be regarded as a forgery. Before Yao Mei could speak again, Lalina spoke first. Almost everyone in the upper echelons of the parliament knows about this matter, so it's not surprising, Lalina said again. Hearing this, Yao Mei was stunned and it took a while for her to react. So in fact, everyone in the parliament knew about the flame hand emblem? She lowered her head and glanced at the emblem in her hand. Her face gradually turned red. After a long time, she thought she had discovered some secrets, but she was actually a clown. In this moment, Yao Mei's toes were awkwardly curled. I know you aliens are very enthusiastic, but the Flame Core's affairs are not so easy to find out. Helen looked at the girl in front of her with a smile. Yao Mei didn't continue to talk, she just wanted to leave quickly. She took a deep breath, and just when she was about to apologize to Helen, a voice suddenly sounded. Can I see this emblem? Lear said. Yao Mei was stunned. She raised her head and saw a gentle look. Handsome appearance, gentle temperament, the sunlight outside the window shone on Lear's face, and the elegant nobleman appeared in front of Yao Mei. She looked at Lear for a long time before she reacted. Li. Senator Lear, I show it to you right now. The demon walked up to Lear and handed him the emblem. Lear took the emblem in front of everyone and looked at it carefully. He felt a familiar power on the emblem, and the power of fire was mixed with an evil breath. Lear frowned. Blasphemy. He whispered a term, and then handed the emblem to Milia. Milia, can you feel it? Milia looked at the emblem in front of her and nodded. It's the breath of blasphemy. They fought with the blasphemy spirit in the blood pool of the Blood King city, and they were very familiar with the power of blasphemy. The emblem in front of them had the breath of blasphemy, to be precise, the breath of fire released by blasphemy. Before coveting blood, the blasphemy spirit devoured many other weak laws, including such flames. What are you talking about? Lalina frowned. There is something wrong with this emblem. Lear answered quietly, and he handed the emblem to Milia. Milia took the emblem, and the azure morning star shone, covering the emblem. The next moment, a raging flame burned up, and a trace of black mist also spread out in the flame. The faces of Lalina and others also changed. They didn't feel it just now, but now they feel it. The power of this flame is different from arcane. It is pure flame, and the black mist is full of evil breath. These two powers do not belong to arcane. In other words, they are the power of heretical laws. The power contained in this emblem will constantly interfere with the holder's magic power, which will cause the magic power to go out of control imperceptibly, and finally completely devour the holder's magic power. Milia has fully understood the information of this emblem. In front of the law of Morning Star, this trick can't escape Milia's eyes. Lorena hesitated after hearing this. She had heard about Milia. Lear's wife, the controller of the law of Morning Star, was also a professional of extraordinary level and very powerful. But she knew nothing about the law of Morning Star. Miss Milia, can I take a look? Lorena asked. Milia handed the emblem to Lorena. Russell and Helen on the side watched this scene, with some doubts in their eyes. It was the first time they knew that Milia was also a professional, and seemed very powerful. The power of law she possessed was also different from the three major Orthodox religions. She was actually a believer of heretical law. Feeling the gazes of the two, Lear casually explained, Milia is a believer of the law of Morning Star, a professional of extraordinary level. Hearing this, Helen and the others were even more shocked. Yao Mei and others on the side did not make any movement. They already knew the information about Milia. Lalina took the emblem and sensed it. With her powerful mental power, she did sense a strange force, but she was not sure whether this emblem was the cause of the death of the mage of the Flame Legion. Miss Milia, can you really be sure that this emblem will cause the magic to go out of control? Lalina couldn't help asking. It's true, I can guarantee it. Milia nodded. If you don't believe it, why don't you let these aliens try it? Anyway, they are aliens. Even if they die of magic out of control, they can be resurrected. As soon as these words came out, The room became quiet, and Yao Mei and others showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. They looked at the girl in front of them. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl could say such cold and ruthless words. It was a bit of a contrast, but what Milia said was not a problem. Aliens can indeed be resurrected. Chapter 243. Lorena used magic to isolate the entire office, and then return the emblem to Yao Mei and others. You just wear this first, and report to Helen if anything happens. Lorena also agreed with Milia's idea that the aliens would not really die, even if the magic power was out of control. If she could know the darkness in the Flame Legion in this way, Lorena could also take back Joseph's control over the Flame Legion. Don't bother. Milia shook her head at this time. If you want to confirm whether this emblem can really cause the magic power to go out of control, you can try it now. Now? Lorena was stunned for a moment. Yes, I can force the power out of it. Milia nodded. There are two kinds of law power on this emblem, blasphemy and fire. Maybe the big snake hidden in the Decision Mountains has been here before. Or it is possible that someone has obtained the divine relic of the law of fire that was swallowed by the blasphemous true spirit. Milia glanced at Lyre. Both of them had fought against the blasphemy spirit, and even the blasphemy holy sword of the blasphemy spirit was still in Lyre's hand. The ability of the flame hand emblem to increase the power of fire spells comes from the fire law, and the power that causes magic to go out of control comes from blasphemy. The power of the law is not equivalent to the gods, but the gods are chosen by the law, so they become gods. Even if the gods die, the power of the law will not disappear. This is a kind of rule power. Now the blasphemy spirit is dead, but the blasphemy law still exists. Can you stimulate the power in it? Lorena looked at Milia in surprise. That's right. So do you want to try? Milia glanced at Lorena. Lorena hesitated for a moment, and before she could reply, Yao Mei stood up and said, "We are willing to contribute to the parliament." Yao Mei had a righteous face, as if she was a loyal believer. Lyre looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, and his eyes became gentle. Yao Mei was still the same as in the previous life, not changed at all. The room became quiet, and Lorena's perception of Yao Mei changed. Although the aliens could be resurrected, no one could guarantee that there would be no other mistakes when it came to the power of law. After all, if there was really a problem with the Flame Hand emblem, many people would have died at the hands of this emblem. Have you really thought about it? Lorena asked. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yao Mei answered seriously, and the followers behind her echoed. The eldest lady had spoken, so how could they sing a different tune? Hearing the voice behind her, Yao Mei nodded with satisfaction. She looked back at Lorena, but when she shifted her gaze, she saw behind Lorena. There, the handsome young man was looking at her with a gentle expression, and there was a kind of emotion in his eyes that made Yao Mei feel very strange. Appreciation? Or the lustful look of a man when he sees a beautiful woman? It seems to be none of them. Being looked at by Lyre made Yao Mei feel flustered, and a blush appeared on her cheeks unconsciously. Although she didn't know why Lyre was staring at her, Yao Mei always felt strange under such a gaze. It's not that she had never been looked at like this by other young men before, but this feeling was the first time. Seeing the redness on Yao Mei's face, Lyre's mouth curled up slightly, and then he retracted his gaze. It was still the same as in the previous life. Lyre recalled the memories of the previous life. It was like this when he met Yao Mei in the previous life. Yao Mei was a real lady in reality. Lyre remembered that she was the daughter of a real estate tycoon and was well protected since childhood. Because she grew up in the limelight, almost everyone around her respected Yao Mei very much, and most of the men she met were gentlemanly, at least on the surface. Until Yao Mei entered the game of law and met Lyre. At that time, Yao Mei was already a well-known mage player. Because of her powerful identity background, she had a large number of fans in the player group. With the help of money and power, Yao Mei's equipment and skills also reached the first-class level among the players at that time. Yao Mei was very proud and began to PK with various first-class players. Even the players in the professional club would give in a little because of Yao Mei's identity, and even if they won, they would give Yao Mei enough face. Although it is not so easy to win, after all, Yao Mei's top-level equipment is there. Later, Yao Mei found Lyre. Lyre didn't care about Yao Mei's identity, and beat Yao Mei up, and she cried. From that time on, Yao Mei was entangled with Lyre. Since you have decided, I will not stop you from realizing it. Lorena took a deep look at the aliens in front of her. It has been a while since the aliens came to Kalia. This group of aliens are not afraid of death, and are willing to do almost anything as long as they are given benefits. Lorena actually doesn't like aliens. She thinks such aliens have no loyalty, but now people like Yao Mei have made Lorena's view of aliens slightly changed. Although aliens can be resurrected from the dead, some curses of laws are more cruel than death. If Yamei knew what Lelina was thinking, she would probably feel embarrassed. Players will clear all their abnormal states after death, so she doesn't care about the curse of laws at all. Since Yamei and others have made a decision, Lelina also chose to fulfill the other party. She said to Milia on the side, "Miss Milia, please." Milia nodded and looked at Yamei and others. "Take out all your emblems." Everyone heard it, without hesitation, and took out the emblems directly. Milia stretched out her hand, the deep light of the morning star flickered, and the morning star scepter appeared in her hand. The law relic of the morning star exuded a mysterious and vast atmosphere, and the azure light illuminated the entire office. These lights fell on Yamei and others, slowly gathered in the emblem of the hand of fire, and as the light enveloped, the emblem began to tremble violently. The flames rose on the emblem, raising the temperature of the office. Seeing the flames burning, Yamei and others were shocked and wanted to throw the emblem away reflexively, but the emblem was stuck to their skin as if it was stuck in their hands. The next second, thick black fog spread out, and the ferocious phantom of the snake appeared. The moment they saw the phantom of the snake, Lear and Miria's expressions changed. It was indeed a blasphemous spirit. But the blasphemous spirit in front of them was just a faint phantom, which looked very illusory. The snake looked at Yamei and others who were hosted by the emblem, and opened its bloody mouth directly. At this time, Yamei and others felt that the magic power of their physical strength was overflowing uncontrollably. Magic power out of control. Lorena and others who saw the scene were all shocked. What Milia said was right. This emblem could actually cause magic power to go out of control. Just when the group of snakes were about to devour the magic power of Yamei and others, the azure light of the morning star condensed into chains to bind the snakes. These snakes come from a kind of heretical law. They will first lurk in the emblem and accumulate power by absorbing the holder's magic power for a long time, and finally burst out to cause magic power to go out of control and completely devour the holder's magic power. Milia quietly told the secret of these snakes. Lear also watched this scene with a strange expression. The prototype of the snake was undoubtedly from the blasphemy true spirit. Why did the other party leave his power in Kalia? He shook his head. Now that the blasphemy true spirit is dead, these things can no longer be verified. After witnessing the phantom of the giant snake, Lelina had to believe that there was indeed something wrong with the Flame Legion's flame emblem. The giant snake phantom in front of her was a heretic law. Although she was not particularly opposed to heretical laws, the giant snake in front of her was obviously evil. Devouring the magic power of the holder, the magic power went out of control and exploded and died. I am afraid that when the holder's magic power is swallowed up, Joseph will come to take back these emblems. Lelina couldn't help but think of Joseph's past. Joseph was just an ordinary fire mage with mediocre talent, but later, he suddenly emerged and was promoted all the way to become an extraordinary mage. Joseph's promotion was also a topic of discussion among many people in the parliament. No one knew how Joseph was promoted so quickly. Now that I think about it, maybe it has something to do with the heretical law. Joseph communicated with the heretical gods. The more Lelina thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The snakes twisted in the shackles of Chinching, and Milia quietly waved her staff, and the azure light instantly annihilated the snakes. The magic power of Yamei and others stopped at this time, and the emblems in their hands also shattered instantly and burned to ashes in the flames. They sat down on the ground, and everyone had a feeling of fear in their eyes. Originally, Yamei thought they were aliens who could be resurrected from the dead and had nothing to fear, but the feeling the snakes gave them just now made them feel the taste of real death. It was as if it would really devour them, devour their souls. Lear looked at Yamei's frightened look, and he suddenly remembered a commotion in the previous life of Law, where a player became a vegetable in the game. Although his body was intact, he lost consciousness after exiting the game. Thinking of this, Lear fell into deep thought. He already knew that the world of Law was not a game, but a different world, and the players were all summoned by gods. Maybe they were summoned as souls? So they can be resurrected after death. But what if the soul is devoured? Maybe the vegetative person in the previous life was the player whose soul was devoured. Lear took a deep breath. Lelina, who was standing by, saw Yamei and others sitting on the ground. She also saw the thrill of it, and at the same time, she appreciated Yamei and others even more. If Miria hadn't stopped the black snake, I'm afraid Yamei and others would have become zombies now. She waved her hand and released magic power to help Yamei and others up. Thank you for your contribution to the parliament. I will give you due compensation. Yamei and others stood up, and a system prompt appeared in front of them. Lelina's favorability increased. Not only Lelina, but also everyone else in the room except Lear and Miria had different improvements in favorability. Everyone showed a happy look, and just when Yao Mei was happy, another system prompt sounded. Lear Stewart's favorability towards you has increased, and it is currently close. Seeing this prompt, Yao Mei widened her eyes. Lalina's favorability has been raised to friendly, and the others are also gentle, which is already very good, but what about Lear? Hatred, disgust, indifference, gentleness, friendliness, closeness. These are the favorability levels in the game, and closeness is already a very high favorability, but she obviously did nothing, and she didn't even talk to Lear. Yao Mei raised her head and looked at Lear, and saw that Lear was also looking at her, and the two looked at each other. Looking at Lear's gentle eyes, Yao Mei only looked at him for a few seconds, and then lowered her head. That look made her heart tremble uncontrollably. I will let Helen give you the compensation later. Thank you for your hard work. You can leave for the time being. By the way, please don't leak what happened today for the time being. Lalina continued. Although it has been confirmed that there is a problem with the emblem of the Flame Legion, it is still not enough to take down Joseph. It is necessary to get direct evidence that Joseph communicated with heretics. Yao Mei and others left obediently. Before leaving, Yao Mei couldn't help but look at Lear. Milia also noticed this and looked at Lear strangely, but didn't say much. After Yao Mei and others left, Lalina sat back in her chair. She took a deep breath. I didn't expect Joseph to communicate with the heretic law to persecute the mages of the Legion. Everyone in the office looked serious. This was already a betrayal of the Parliament. Speaker, do you want to take Joseph down directly? Helen said angrily. Lalina shook her head. No, Joseph has already controlled the Flame Legion. If there is no substantial evidence, forcibly taking action against Joseph will cause civil unrest in the Parliament. And the election of the Speaker is about to begin. If I take action at this time, people will think that I took action against Joseph in order to be re-elected as the Speaker. What Lalina said was fine. Helen could only clench her fists in anger. Lear and Miria watched from the side. Why Joseph was something Lalina had to consider. Lear was not interested in these things now. He just wanted to know where the power of the blasphemous law on the fire emblem came from. The top floor of the Flaming Hand Wizard Tower. Freddy came to his father's office. He was confined to the Wizard Tower, and could not attend the evening banquet. His expression was gloomy, but he could not disobey his father's order. Just as he was tidying up his father's bookshelf, a crazy shout sounded behind the bookshelf. Damn blasphemy. You finally disappeared completely. There was a hint of anger and madness in the voice. Freddy was stunned for a moment. At this moment, a book on the bookshelf fell down, and suddenly, the whole bookshelf shook. The bookshelf slowly moved away, and a secret door appeared. Behind the secret door, the burning flames illuminated Freddy's eyes. Chapter 244. Arcane Academy, Auditorium. Night has quietly fallen, and the banquet to celebrate the inauguration of the new counselors also began at night. The high-level mages of the Parliament and the teachers of the Academy have arrived at the auditorium one after another. Everyone is looking around. After the daytime ceremony, their attitude towards Lear has changed a lot. The gift of the Goddess of Arcane is enough to make them change their previous attitudes, even those who are prejudiced against Lear's identity as a war church, or those who admire Lorena. In contrast, the expressions of Joseph and others are not so good. Joseph and Ian stood together, and they felt it was unbelievable that Lear had received the gift of the Goddess of Arcane. Why would the goddess give a gift to a barbarian who believes in war? This made them have to be cautious. If Lear publicly supports Lorena, the outcome of this election is really hard to say. The mages of the Parliament and the teachers of the Academy have absolute faith in the goddess, and they will also show respect to those who have received the gift. In addition to Lear, Maya is also a wizard who has been blessed by the goddess. With the support of two beneficiaries, the balance will be broken. And even the previous support rate is actually somewhat false. Joseph's support rate is not 60% at all, only about 50%, the same as Lorena. The public support rate is the result of fraud. Lorena has never managed the election voting process before, but now it is obviously different. While the two were talking, there were waves of commotion not far away. Lorena took Lear and slowly walked into the auditorium. The originally noisy auditorium suddenly became quiet. Everyone, don't be shy. This banquet is held to celebrate Lear becoming a new counselor and to celebrate the Parliament becoming more powerful. Lorena walked to the main seat in the center and picked up a glass of red wine on the table. Let's toast. She raised the glass. The mages around showed respectful expressions. Lorena has always been like this. She is not arrogant as the Speaker of the Parliament. She will not discriminate against anyone, nor will she use her position to oppress others. Although she is lazy, and does not pay much attention to the general affairs of the parliament, Lorena still has the responsibility as the speaker at critical moments. So even if Lorena does not often appear in front of the mages of the parliament, there are still a large number of mages in the parliament who love her. Many mages who have supported Lorena since she took office as speaker smiled. How long has it been since Lorena officially appeared in front of the mages of the parliament? The last time seemed to be half a year ago, when the alien came and the goddess gave the oracle. An old wizard wearing a monocle in the crowd looked at Lorena with a hint of fondness in his eyes. Lorena is indeed a lazy speaker, but she is undoubtedly a good speaker. Lorena has been the speaker for more than 10 years. During these 10 years, the parliament has developed steadily, and every wizard has been treated fairly. Lorena rarely interferes in the affairs of the parliament, but that is because every wizard in the parliament can get what he deserves. Every wizard will also voluntarily abide by such rules. But such a stable development ended after Joseph took office as a member of parliament. The parliament began to become utilitarian, and corrupt policies were proposed one by one. The old wizard looked at Joseph and Ian not far away. These two members of the parliament are the real black sheep. After Joseph became a member of the parliament, he and Ian deceived Lorena and implemented these corrupt policies. At that time, Elvin was still opening the Arcane Academy in the Kingdom of Briefil, and Princess Maya became a member of the parliament later. Only these two people have the right to speak. By the time these old wizards, who don't care about worldly affairs, know about it, the policy has already been implemented and can no longer be stopped. And now these black sheep want to completely take away Lorena's power, thinking that a woman who does not interfere in parliamentary affairs is not worthy of being the speaker of the parliament. The old wizard's eyes became sharp. If he hadn't retired, he would have even thought about intervening in the affairs of the parliament again, but he still wanted to see Lorena solve these bad apples in her own way. Lorena is very good. If she can overcome such a lazy character, she will definitely become an excellent speaker, just like Lorena's father. The old wizard retracted his gaze and looked at Lorena again, or more precisely, at the young man next to Lorena. Lear Stewart. He had investigated Lear's identity after Lorena announced Lear as a counselor half a year ago. He was a dual law professional, a supernatural war knight, a special executive of the war church, and even fought head-on with the incarnation of the golden law goddess, and he didn't lose. He didn't expect Lorena to bring such a mysterious person to the arcane parliament. In terms of strength alone, the old wizard's intuition told him that no one in the parliament could compete with Lear Stewart, including Lorena herself. This is a powerful and dangerous person, but if it can help Lorena become a truly competent speaker, it is okay to take some risks. The old wizard thought so before, but after seeing Lear get the gift of the goddess of Arcane, his view of Lear changed. How can this be a risk? He is obviously a person who can become the pillar of the parliament. It would be a waste to give such an excellent talent to that kid Dibble. In the middle of the auditorium, Lear, who was also holding a wine glass, seemed to feel the gaze, looked to the side, and saw the old man with a white beard and a monocle. The old man also looked at him, stretched out his hand to adjust his glasses, and felt quite fashionable. Lorena did not notice the actions of Lear and the old man, and drank the wine in the glass. There were cheers all around, as if a party was being held. Joseph was a little stunned watching this scene. In his opinion, Lorena's behavior was too degrading, as she was the speaker. Ian, who was standing next to Joseph, was also stunned, but unlike Joseph, Ian's expression was a little complicated. After finishing the wine in the glass, Lorena put down the glass, as if she was a little drunk, and said, "I know I may not be a good speaker, I am too lazy, but from today on, I will change." Lorena's voice was not small, and everyone could hear it clearly. "I know that there are many things in the current parliament that make everyone dissatisfied. These things should have been avoided, but due to my mistakes, those unreasonable policies were implemented. At that time, I will re-rectify the policies of the entire parliament, and the allocation of parliamentary mages will be re-evaluated. The parliament will open a new evaluation department to ensure absolute fairness and justice." Lorena continued to speak, and she glanced at Lear while speaking. These were some of the decisions she thought of. Since Joseph's previous policies made many civilian mages in the parliament dissatisfied, let's start from here. Feeling Lorena's gaze, Lear looked straight at his wine glass. He did not interfere with Lorena's decision, and also let Lorena think of countermeasures by herself. The old mages in the crowd looked at Lorena with some respect. If it was the old Lorena, she would never do such a troublesome thing. She was the laziest and wanted to be a hands-off person. Is this the policy that Lear gave to Lorena? The old mage's eyes lit up. Joseph heard this, and felt something was wrong. Is this what Lorena can say? I will also set up an office where suggestions can be submitted directly to the speaker. If there are any suggestions, they can be sent directly to the office once a month. Lorena continued to talk about her policies. In addition, Lelina also talked about some other policies, which made Joseph sweat coldly. Finally, I hope you can support me. If I am re-elected as the speaker, I will do my best to contribute to the development of the parliament. Lelina said the last words with a sincere tone. Now even the most dull wizards understand that Lelina is actually trying to get support for him. Joseph couldn't sit still and walked out of the crowd. Mr. Speaker, you... Oh, and about voting, I plan to make special ballots. Each person has only one, and then they will be distributed to all mages. In order to prevent fraud, they can only be activated by inputting their own magic power. Lelina ignored Joseph and continued. Joseph finally couldn't help it, and said with a sullen face, Speaker Lelina, we are in charge of the ballot matters. There is no need to do this, right? No need. Lelina looked at Joseph sharply. It is because the current ballots are presided over by you that we need to change. You and I are both electors of the speaker. If you count the votes, how can we maintain fairness? Of course I believe that you, Senator Joseph, will not cheat, but there will be many other supporters of mine who will express doubts. Without giving Joseph a chance to speak, Lelina's words were sharp. So in order for everyone to see fairness, it is necessary to make the ballots public and prevent fraud. At this point, Joseph stood there with his mouth open, and could only swallow the words in his mouth. His right hand under his robe clenched unconsciously. He knew very well what the current support rate was. It was a false result. If the ballots were really open to the public, he would have almost no chance of winning. Senator Joseph, you should have no objection, right? Lelina looked at Joseph with a smile. Joseph took a deep breath and could only answer, Of course not. Elections should be open and fair. Joseph was in a bad mood. He had been dragged by Lorena through the banquet. Lorena nodded with satisfaction, and then said a few polite words, and the banquet began to move freely. Lear had been standing by, watching Lorena's strange expression. This was obviously a parliament to celebrate his becoming a member of parliament, but now it had become a podium for Lorena to canvass votes alone. But Lear didn't care. He shook his head, and picked up the wine glass filled by the maid and drank again. In the crowd, the old wizard with a monocle nodded with satisfaction. He was about to go to Lelina to say hello, when suddenly there was a violent explosion outside the auditorium. The whole auditorium trembled, and some of the glass on the windows was shattered. What happened? Is it an explosion? Where? The wizards in the hall discussed after a brief silence, and the old wizard, who was originally planning to say hello to Lelina, also stopped. He turned around and looked at the night sky outside the window. To the west of the royal city, under the dark night, the flames flew in the sky like soaring eagles. What is that? Flames? Isn't that the direction of the Flame Hand Mage Tower? The wizards who saw this scene discussed again, and one of them said the name of the Flame Hand Mage Tower. Everyone looked at Joseph in the crowd. That was Joseph's magic tower. Joseph also reacted. As if he had thought of something, his face changed instantly. Without hesitation, he put down his wine glass and rushed out. Everyone looked at each other. Lear and Lelina looked at each other, and they both thought of a possibility at the same time. The flaming hand emblem in the daytime. Everyone, there may be some problems with the magic tower of Counselor Joseph. I need to check on the security of the royal city. Lelina also put down the wine glass in her hand. Let's stop here for today's banquet. Lelina walked out of the auditorium, and Lear also put down his wine glass and followed behind. As soon as they went out, they both used the flying spell and flew directly in the direction of the Flaming Hand Magic Tower. Seeing this, many mages in the auditorium also put down their glasses and hurriedly followed. Joseph, who had arrived at his own tower first, was the first to arrive. When he saw the scene clearly, his face suddenly flushed. His tower had been completely engulfed by flames, and it seemed that it was not just an ordinary flame. The space-folding array inside the tower had been completely destroyed, which caused the tower to be directly crushed by the objects inside, and the entire tower collapsed. Coupled with the burning of the flames, it would probably become a ruin in no time. After a short silence, Joseph was not blinded by anger. He fell from the air, grabbed a fleeing Flame Legion mage and shouted, "What happened?" The mage saw Joseph, as if he saw the backbone. "Lord Joseph, there is a devil rushing out from the 6th floor. It's a devil. Everything is burned. Nothing is left." The mage seemed to have seen something horrible, and spoke incoherently. When Joseph heard this, his face became even gloomier. The 6th floor is the top floor of the mage tower, and also his residence. Usually, only he and his son Freddy are there, and there is a secret on the 6th floor. A secret that allows a mediocre fire mage like him to be promoted to extraordinary. Damn it! Joseph shouted angrily, and for a moment, he even forgot that his son was also on the 6th floor and was confined by him yesterday. The flames burned more and more, but Joseph was powerless. He was an extraordinary mage, but all the spells he practiced were fire spells, and he had no means to put out the fire. Just when Joseph was helpless and furious, Lelina and other mages finally rushed over. Chapter 245. Ice Storm. A light shout sounded, and Lelina picked up the staff, and the bitter ice spread instantly. The ice turned into a storm, and swept towards the flames that engulfed the wizard tower. Other wizards came one after another, and Lelina shouted while casting spells, "Everyone, put out the fire!" One by one, frost spells were released, and the coldness covered the flames, but the flames burning on the wizard tower did not dissipate. The flames seemed to have life, boiling in the frost, and in an instant, the covered frost was burned into water vapor, and finally disappeared. Lelina and others, who saw the scene, all changed their faces. In the flames, it seemed that there was a pair of eyes staring at them, but the next second, the eyes disappeared, and the flames burned more violently. Seeing this, everyone threw more frost spells in, but they could not stop the fire. Lier stood aside. After experiencing corruption, blasphemy, and other lost spirits, he became more and more sensitive to the breath of lost spirits. There was something special in the flame, similar to the flame power used by the blasphemy spirit. If it was the flame law that was swallowed by the blasphemy spirit, it would be too strange. Does the thing that has been swallowed still have will? The frost spell and the flame fought against each other, but the flame showed no signs of fading. Instead, it was getting stronger. Joseph's wizard tower had become a ruin. In the ruins, a light was fading quickly. Lelina's face changed drastically when she saw this scene. That was the energy core of the wizard tower. By regularly injecting magic power, the power in it could be activated to maintain the normal operation of the wizard tower. The energy core is bestowed by the goddess of Arcane, and is the most precious thing of the parliament. Only the members of the parliament will take out a core as an energy source when building the wizard tower. The arcane tower of the academy is also powered by the energy core, but the energy core of the arcane tower is more advanced. No one knows how these energy cores work, not even Lelina, who only knows that this is a miracle bestowed by the goddess of Arcane. Now the energy core in Joseph's wizard tower is being devoured, which is a blasphemy to the goddess of Arcane. Lelina's eyes are full of anger. She is no longer going to hold back, and she wants to use the coldest spell to blast the blasphemous things in the flames into slag. At this moment, Lier stepped back calmly. He wanted to confirm whether the creature in the flame was the god of the law of fire that was devoured by the blasphemous true spirit. When everyone was attracted by the flames, a hideous and burly figure slowly walked out of the shadows. The terrifying aura was not concealed at all, and Lelina, who was about to fight, turned her head suddenly. In the night, the Blood King in a black robe stood quietly on the roof, and the flames illuminated the Blood King's hideous and terrifying face. Blood King? Lelina said the name of the figure in front of her. Long time no see, Ms. Lelina. The Blood King spoke calmly. The sudden appearance of the figure attracted the attention of other mages. When they saw the appearance of the Blood King, everyone was shocked. At the same time, the mages turned their staffs and pointed them at the Blood King. Who are you? A mage asked sternly. The atmosphere between the two sides instantly became tense, and at this time Lelina stood up. Stop it. Mr. Speaker? He is the leader of the Blood Cult, the Blood King Mung. Lelina took a deep breath and introduced the identity of the Blood King. As she spoke, Lelina subconsciously looked back and saw Lier standing not far away. Lier looked indifferent at this time. Lelina bit her lip and looked up at the Blood King again. Although she had already made a guess in her heart, she would not say much without evidence. However, the appearance of the Blood King now made her more convinced of her guess. Lier appeared, and the Blood King also came. It was hard to say that it was a coincidence. Blood King? The mages present were stunned for a moment. They were all high-level members of the parliament. They quickly remembered that this was the blood cult that Lelina had cooperated with some time ago. Lelina allowed the blood cult to build the blood temple in the royal city of Kalia. Mr. Munger, were you also attracted by the explosion? Lelina asked. Yes, Ms. Lelina. The Blood King came to Lelina's side and looked at the burning flames. I was attracted by the explosion, but now I found something interesting. The Blood King continued. Interesting things? Lelina was stunned. There is a power of other laws in the flames, but the gods of this law should have died long ago. The Blood King said lightly. The Blood King's words made all the mages present stunned. The flames contain the power of other laws, and the gods of the laws are dead? It's just nonsense. Just an explosion, and a fire can actually be related to the gods of other laws? Mr. Munder, your joke is not funny. Joseph came up and looked at the demon in front of him with a cold look. My mage tower just exploded and caught fire. How could there be the power of other laws? Could it be that you set fire to my mage tower, and are looking for an excuse now? He continued, as if he was going to blame the fire accident on the heretic in front of him. Most of the mages in the parliament were opposed to Larina's cooperation with the blood cult. Now Joseph blamed the fire on the Blood King, which immediately made many mages present more repulsive to the Blood King. Joseph, Mr. Munder would never do such a thing. Larina sternly retorted. Speaker Larina, the other party is a heretic, and he happened to appear here. If it was a coincidence, it would be too coincidental. Joseph completely ignored Larina's rebuttal and continued to put pressure on the Blood King. Larina wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the Blood King. Do you know that it's ridiculous for you to try so hard to blame me for the fire here? Are you afraid that the things you hid in the mage tower will be exposed? The Blood King continued. Hearing this, Joseph's face became even gloomier. Damn heretic, it's obviously you who did everything, and you still want to frame me? Joseph cursed directly, and at the same time, he was extremely angry in his heart. What did the heretic in front of him know? He hadn't told anyone about the things he hid in the mage tower. Damn heretic, it must be you. I will make you confess everything. Joseph has lost his mind. The things in the mage tower are even more important than his life, and they cannot be exposed to the parliament in any case. He raised his staff and was about to fight the Blood King, but the next second he felt the blood in his body surge up, and a strong feeling of suffocation surged into his heart. The magic power condensed on the staff collapsed in an instant, and he stared, and saw the Blood King's big hand grabbing his head directly. I hate threats, wizard. Your ignorance will make you lose your life. The Blood King grabbed Joseph with one hand like a little chicken. Most wizards were shocked to see this scene. Although the name of the Blood King was very loud, most people here had never seen the power of the Blood King with their own eyes. The power heard from others would not be taken to heart, especially by these self-proclaimed wizards. Some wizards wanted to rescue Joseph, and Senator Ian was already condensing magic power, but he saw a look from the Blood King. The bright red eyes stared at him, and the terrifying magic power and majesty swept over like a tide, pressing Ian's hands to tremble. Don't be fearless, mage. I just teach him how to be polite to others. The Blood King said calmly. The aura of the strong made all the mages present stunned. Larina watched this scene helplessly. She had witnessed the battle between the Blood King and the incarnation of the Golden Goddess with her own eyes, and had a deep understanding of the Blood King's strength. Damn heretic you. Joseph struggled and mobilized the magic power in his body to suppress the suffocation of the blood. Just when he wanted to fight back, a huge force came. Joseph was thrown out by the Blood King fiercely, and his body hit the wall not far away. He didn't even have time to release the magic shield, and the whole person was shocked and vomited blood. Joseph. Ian, who was standing by, was horrified and ran over quickly. Other mages were also frightened by the Blood King's actions. Larina looked helplessly at Joseph, who was thrown out. It was Joseph who made the mistake first. She didn't want to conflict with the Blood King, so she could only pretend not to see it. Joseph stood up with the help of Ian. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. A few days ago, he was cut off his arm by Lear in the Parliament Tower. Now a believer of a heretic sect was humiliating him so casually. Who is he? A member of the Parliament. Except for Larina, he has the most noble status. But such nobility has been trampled on again and again. Damn heretic you. Joseph roared, but the next second the voice of the Blood King interrupted him. You said that the fire here was caused by me? Then look at what this is. The Blood King came to the flames and walked in directly. The burning flames could not burn the Blood King's body at all. The terrifying magic directly isolated the flames outside. In the flames, the creature that had been hiding for a long time finally appeared. The creature was made of flames all over, with demon-like horns on its head and a skull-like face. As for the lower body, it was a vortex formed by flames. Mortal, leave here. The flame demon roared in a low voice. He had to show up. The power in the energy core could make him recover quickly. He couldn't let anyone disturb him. Now all the mages could see the face of the flame creature clearly, and they also felt the strange magic fluctuations from it. It was not arcane, and it was different from the Blood King. It was pure heat. It's actually a creature of the heretic law? What is it? A flame demon? The faces of the mages were solemn. There was a heretic in the city of Kalia. You should know that the mage towers of the parliament are distributed throughout the city of Kalia, and the magic array formed by them covers the entire city of Kalia. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for heretic creatures to enter the city of Kalia without being noticed, but now there are two. The Flame Demon and the Blood King in front of them. They can understand the latter. After all, he is Lilina's partner, a supernatural power, but the former. The Flame Demon not only entered the city of Kalia, but also attacked Joseph's Flame Hand Mage Tower and burned it to ashes? Why did they do this? The true spirit condensed by the law of fire? The Blood King saw the details of the Flame Demon in front of him. The true spirit of the law of fire may have been devoured by the true spirit of blasphemy, but it is not completely dead. The power of the law is a rule, which will not be completely destroyed. As long as there is a chance, it will be revived. Lillian's blood law is like this, so Lillian can survive destruction after destruction, and so is the Flame Demon in front of him. The law of fire has also revived. Hearing that Lier directly exposed his identity, the flames around the Flame Demon became more manic. Little mortal, get out of here! The Flame Demon roared again. The flames boiled in front of the Blood King, but the Blood King just watched quietly. Under the gaze of everyone, the Blood King took out a big sword. On the pitch-black big sword, countless snake heads and tiny arms were wriggling, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. It was the blasphemy sword. The moment he saw the blasphemy sword, the Flame Demon's face showed a humane look of fear. Damn it, take it away quickly, why? Wasn't blasphemy destroyed? Why does it still exist? The Flame Demon roared in fear, and his body kept retreating. The dead memories kept reviving in his mind. The Flame Demon saw the scene of the big snake swallowing him. He finally left a little trace under the swallowing of the big snake, and it took him many years to recover a little strength. Until not long ago, the power of blasphemy completely dissipated. Until today, he finally revived. No matter what, he can't be swallowed again. Just when the Flame Demon was thinking about abandoning the energy core of the Mage Tower and escaping directly, the Blood King spoke. Blame is indeed dead. I killed him with my own hands, and then took this blasphemy sword. The majestic voice echoed in the night, and the Flame Demon was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the demon in front of him. You should be one of the weak gods that were devoured by blasphemy. I didn't expect you to be alive. The Blood King continued. Mortal, I give you a choice, submit to me or be devoured again. The Blood King did not give the Balrog a chance to speak, and pointed the blasphemy holy sword in his hand at the Balrog. In the distance, Lier watched this scene quietly. Originally, he just followed to see what happened, but he didn't expect to encounter a revived god. This should be what Joseph hid. The other party used the god of the law of fire, and the remaining power of the law of blasphemy, to make the mage's magic power out of control, and finally devoured the magic power in the emblem. Now, he wants to take away the flame true spirit. Chapter 246. A living god must be more valuable than a dead one. Besides, the flame spirit has just revived and barely has extraordinary strength. Even if Lillian devours it, it can't recover much strength. It's a pity to abandon it, but it's tasteless to eat it. Then recruit it into the blood cult, and become a subordinate. There is a god working in the blood temple. Such a pomp is enough to sweep the other three orthodox religions. Listening to the words of the weird-looking demon in front of him, the flame spirit was angry. The flames on his body kept churning, but when he saw the blasphemous holy sword with tiny arms and snake heads in front of him, he swallowed the words he wanted to refute. He used to lurk in the depths of the volcano here to recover his strength. The big snake appeared in front of him and devoured his strength forcefully. He had no way to resist. In the end, he could only leave a trace before he was able to recover. Now someone is holding the sword of the big snake and telling him that the big snake is dead and he should surrender. I don't have much patience. The demon in front of him spoke again, and the ferocious sword was getting closer and closer. The body of the flame spirit began to tremble, and finally bowed down in the shocked eyes of all the mages. I surrender. Joseph, who was supported by Ian, watched this scene. When the fire demon appeared, he felt the breath of the other party, which was the breath of the treasure that promoted him from an ordinary mage to an extraordinary level. It was a heart, but it was not made of flesh and blood, but was completely condensed by the flame element, and it also carried a black evil breath. Through that heart, Joseph's progress in the research of fire spells was greatly improved. As long as he is within the range of the flame heart, his understanding of fire spells will become more thorough, and he will learn fire spells faster. As he continues to learn fire spells, his affinity for arcane laws is also steadily increasing. Later, he discovered that the black breath on the heart also has terrifying power, which will continue to devour the power of the heart. So Joseph boldly intercepted these black breaths and part of the power of the heart, cast them into a crest, and then handed them over to the mages of the Flame Legion. The crest that can enhance the power of fire spells has been sought after, and all the fire mages worship him crazily, but no one knows the true secret of this crest. He relied on the crest to devour the magic power of the mages, and then absorbed the magic power in the crest, thus quickly promoted to the extraordinary level, and became a member of the parliament in one fell swoop. That heart is his reliance. In the burning flames, the flame spirit climbed up from the ground, then reached into his chest, and then took out a heart from it. The heart, which was completely condensed by flames, was beating, and the whole body was red. The moment he saw the heart, Joseph's eyes suddenly widened, and the bloodshot in them also appeared. That was his reliance. Unlike the previous heart, the current heart was no longer surrounded by black air like before, and became even hotter. I am willing to offer my origin, I am willing to surrender. The flame true spirit handed the heart to the air. After experiencing the despair of being swallowed by the blasphemous true spirit, the flame true spirit now only wanted to survive. As long as he could survive, he was willing to give everything. Lyre looked at the heart in front of him with some surprise. He could feel the breath coming from the heart, which was similar to the breath that Lillian showed when she swallowed the blasphemous true spirit. It seems to be the origin of the flame. The flame spirit is willing to offer this. The Blood King was silent. The flame spirit's humble attitude made him wonder if the thing in front of him was really a god. The Blood King did not speak, but the flame spirit was a little flustered. His heart was everything to him. Without his heart, his strength would be greatly reduced. The heart was in the hands of others, and that person also controlled his life. Is the devil in front of him still not satisfied? The flame spirit was a little angry. He raised his head, and saw the Blood King's bright red eyes. I appreciate your sincerity. The Blood King spoke, and took the heart in the hands of the flame spirit. Just as the Blood King was about to take the heart, a roar came. Give it back to me. The flames raged in front of Joseph. He stared at the heart in Lear's hand with red eyes. The next second, he flashed and approached. Around the body, flames burned, flame guns, fireballs, and even extraordinary level blazing stars. Powerful flame spells were released. Joseph's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. The existence of the heretic spirit in the Flame Hand Mage Tower was shocking. But now Joseph was crazy enough to attack this flame spirit. Seeing Joseph's crazy look and the rumors about him, many mages showed thoughtful expressions. Before Joseph was promoted to the extraordinary, and became a member of the parliament, he was just a mediocre flame mage. In the past, some people would say that Joseph relied on diligence to achieve extraordinary. Maybe the mages who have reached the top of the parliament are not idiots. If diligence alone can achieve extraordinary, then extraordinary mages would have been everywhere. The practice of any law power requires talent, and this is even more true for arcane law. The blazing fire spell attacked the Blood King, but no one stopped it. The Blood King easily subdued Joseph just now, but that was a surprise attack. Everyone wanted to see how powerful this Blood King was. Only Lorena showed an embarrassed expression. She was not worried about the Blood King, but worried that the Blood King would kill Joseph directly in anger. Although killing him would not be bad, she could directly win the election. But Lorena still wanted to see what it would feel like to be elected as the speaker after getting enough support. The atmosphere became a little weird for a while. Except for Joseph and Ian, who was also ready to take action in the back. Everyone else chose to wait and see. The Blood King held the heart in his hand, and looked at the fire spell attacking him, without even raising his hand. The terrifying blood magic gathered in front of him, and turned into a shield to block the attack of the fire. Compared with a mediocre mage like Joseph, Lear's magic power is several times stronger, and Lear is also a template of the hero class, which crushes Joseph. Even if Joseph once had a heart and knew countless fire spells, he still has no comparison with Lear. The flame exploded on the blood barrier, spreading a terrifying wave of fire. The mages around retreated, and looked at this scene seriously. This is a battle between real extraordinary professionals. The hot flame burned for a while, then slowly dispersed, as if it had a spirit to retreat to both sides, and then reveal the blood barrier. The crimson barrier stood quietly in front of Lear, without any cracks or damage. The flames finally retreated completely from the barrier, and converged on the flame spirit behind Lear. Such a weak flame also wants to hurt the king I am loyal to. It's ridiculous. The flame spirit said disdainfully, and he glanced at Lear while speaking. He was somewhat glad that he didn't fight to the death with the other party. The oppression brought by the terrifying blood magic power, at hand made him feel suffocated. He even had a premonition that this was not the real power of the demon in front of him. It was really terrifying. The Blood King glanced at the flame spirit beside him. The other party's flattering behavior was not like a god's behavior at all. But it was really pleasant to listen to. He chuckled, and the blood barrier in front of him slowly fell, and then condensed a blood sword in the air. The long sword pointed at Joseph not far away. The terrifying magic fluctuations made the magicians present look horrified even before the attack. But Joseph was already overwhelmed by the heart in Lear's hand. He roared, "Damn heretic! Give me back the flame heart! Give it back to you?" The Blood King laughed sarcastically. "When did it belong to you?" he said, glancing at the flame spirit next to him. "Little mortal, my heart has made you extraordinary, which is a great gift from heaven. Now you actually want to take my heart for yourself?" The fire demon floated out from behind Lear and looked down at the mortal in front of him. Of course he knew Joseph, because the other party had been absorbing his power to cast emblems, and also learned those spells that simulated the power of fire through the breath of the origin of fire he emitted. How could those simulated flames have the power of his real flames? The flame demon's eyes showed a trace of disdain. "Let me show you what the real power of flames is." As the flame demon's voice fell, the raging flame surged up. That kind of scorching temperature is far from comparable to the flames that Joseph just released. Not far away, Lear looked at the stronger and more terrifying flames, and was not surprised. After he was promoted to the extraordinary, he sensed that the arcane fire and frost spells were not real fire and frost elements, but simulated through the power of arcane to obtain the status effects of fire and frost. In short, the fire spells and frost spells of the arcane law are all counterfeits. The power of the arcane law is essentially a kind of order. It can simulate most of the power in the world, but it is 10% weaker than the real fire and frost elements. So the mages under the arcane law can learn many spells, or create many spells by themselves, with a variety of skills, so the profession of the mage is extremely powerful in terms of comprehensiveness. However, this comprehensiveness is for players. After all, it takes a lot of time and energy for ordinary native mages to learn different spells. It is already very good to be able to learn the spells of one faction. Players don't need to do this. As long as they have money and affinity, they can learn any spell with a click. The flame summoned by the flame spirit enveloped the entire mage tower. In any case, he is a god. Even if he has just revived, his status is not comparable to Joseph. Like Lear, he is a hero class and possesses the power of the origin of fire. Joseph's fire spells are like small flames in front of him. Joseph's face was twisted and hideous, and the arcane magic condensed into flames, but no matter how he condensed the flame spell, as soon as the flame appeared, it would be attracted by the flame spirit, and finally sank into the sea of fire above and disappeared. Ian behind him was even worse, and the condensed frost was roasted into water droplets as soon as it was formed. They are all extraordinary beings, but there is a huge gap between gods and humans. The corrupted spirit was defeated by the Golden Church, Albert and Lear, and finally it was the power of the Morning Star Scepter that sealed the opponent. The flame spirit in front of him is not much worse than the corrupted spirit, and the flame is the purest elemental power with absolute destructive power. Die! Bug! The flame spirit showed a hideous smile, and the flame condensed into a sledgehammer in his hand, and smashed it towards Joseph without hesitation. "I gave you power, now give it all back to me," the flame spirit said again, and the flame sledgehammer had already arrived in front of Joseph. Seeing this, Ian was about to flash away, but the space around him seemed to be distorted by the terrifying high temperature. The figure that had just disappeared appeared not far away again, and he could not escape the coverage of the sledgehammer at all. In the end, Ian could only release an ice barrier for himself, and the whole person was frozen in the ice sculpture. But Joseph only had fire spells, and had no ability to protect himself. Just when he was a little desperate, Lelina finally took action. She took out the staff, and the terrifying magic fluctuations instantly attracted the attention of the flame spirit. Among the people at the scene, if the breath of the Blood King made him feel scared, then the woman in front of him made him wary. This woman was of the same class as him. She was not as powerful as the Blood King, but she was not to be underestimated. The terrifying arcane magic condensed into an arcane barrier in front of Joseph, which was mixed with magic arrays. Joseph had never seen such spells before. The flame hammer hit the magic array, and was blocked abruptly. There was a buzzing sound in the magic array, which made Joseph bleed from all 7 orifices. Once a mage was approached, his resistance to attack was the weakest among all professions. The aftermath of the collision between the flame hammer and the arcane barrier alone injured him. After the attack was blocked, the flame spirit did not get angry, but became excited. He did not have the courage to fight against the Blood King, but the woman in front of him could give him a good fight. He raised the hammer again, and the flames rose in the night sky. Enough! A majestic voice suddenly sounded. The Flame Spirit and Lelina looked in the direction of the voice at the same time. The Blood King walked out slowly. Mr. Munger? Lelina looked at the Blood King in front of her with some hesitation. The Blood King glanced at Lelina, but did not speak. The long sword condensed by the blood magic in front of him turned into a blood light and shot straight at Joseph. No one reacted. The magic barrier condensed by Lelina was like paper, and it did not play any blocking role. It was directly pierced. The blood-colored long sword enlarged in Joseph's horrified eyes, and finally cut off Joseph's right arm. Just like Lier cut off Joseph's arm before, the Blood King also cut off Joseph's arm, still in the same position. Not far away, Lier watched this scene, not knowing how Joseph's arm was connected, but this time, it should not be connected. The arm that fell to the ground, under the erosion of blood magic, turned into blood in an instant. Chapter 247. Joseph knelt on the ground, holding his broken arm tightly. The intense pain almost suffocated him. When had he ever felt such pain? Even when Lier cut off his arm last time, he lost consciousness because of the ice barrier, but now, the dark red blood magic power continued to erode the wound of the broken arm. He could only release magic power to resist, but the process of resistance was extremely painful. Since he became a super wizard and won a seat in the parliament, Joseph has become high and mighty. No matter what the occasion, as long as he uses powerful spells, most people will be amazed. He spent most of his time studying fire spells, and didn't care too much about real combat. High-level professionals could not break through his arcane shield. As for super professionals, there were not many in the entire kingdom of Kalia. Who had come to fight him? Joseph was obsessed with the arrogance of superpowers, and now, his arrogance made him pay the price. This is my punishment for you, the Blood King said calmly, as if cutting off Joseph's arm was just a casual move. Such an opponent is not worth taking seriously at all. He only has the power of a supernatural wizard but does not have the fighting ability to match it, just like those academic wizards. I have cooperated with your speaker. The blood cult is about to build a temple in the royal city of Kalia, so I forgive your rudeness. The Blood King spoke again, with the same domineering and condescending tone. The wizards around looked at each other after hearing this. Some of them were angry, some were panicked, but no one spoke. Lelina was relieved when she heard this. She didn't think the Blood King was arrogant at all. She had seen the battle between the Blood King and the incarnation of the Golden Goddess with her own eyes. She was very grateful that such a ruthless man could spare Joseph's life. She remembered her guess again, and glanced at Lier standing in the corner, without leaving a trace. Lier didn't make any move, as if he was watching a good show. Lelina frowned and was silent for several seconds, and finally sighed helplessly. Let's go! The Blood King glanced at Joseph, who was still kneeling on the ground and trembling all over, and put away the flame heart in front of him, and then greeted the Flame True Spirit again. Yes! My great king! The Flame True Spirit returned to the Blood King, and its huge body became smaller, and finally became the size of an ordinary adult, completely without the majestic and domineering posture just now. He no longer had the slightest resistance to his submission to the Blood King. He did not break the arcane barrier released by Lelina, but the Blood King pierced through it with a long sword condensed by blood magic. The gap between the two was not a little bit. A bright red blood portal appeared in the night sky, and the Blood King walked directly in. After a brief hesitation, the Flame True Spirit also gritted his teeth and followed. Only the mages of the Arcane Council stayed in the ruins. The flames had stopped, but the Flame Hand Mage Tower was also burned to ashes. In the ruins, the energy core of the Flame Hand Mage Tower still emitted a faint light. Lelina flew to the energy core and picked it up. This was something given by the Arcane Goddess. Fortunately, it was still intact, but the power was swallowed up a lot, and it would take a long time to recover. After putting away the energy core, Lelina turned around and found that all the mages were looking at her, as if they were dissatisfied with her letting the Blood King go. Lelina sighed, and her eyes fell on Joseph, who was kneeling on the ground. You shouldn't have acted impulsively against Mr. Munger. Hearing this, Joseph was stunned for a moment, and not only Joseph, but also the mages around him frowned. What did you say? Joseph looked at Lelina with a distorted expression. I had an arm cut off by a heretic believer, you didn't help me, and now you are telling me not to be impulsive? Didn't you ask for your arm to be cut off? Lelina responded coldly. What's the matter with that fire demon? I want to ask you, Why does a heretic fire demon appear in your wizard tower? Lelina continued, that fire demon said that it was his heart that helped you achieve transcendence. Senator Joseph, shouldn't you explain it? Lelina's voice was sonorous and powerful, and Joseph was stagnant. The fire heart was his biggest secret, and now it was exposed, but he couldn't admit it. His reputation in the parliament was that he was a diligent person who achieved transcendence through hard work, and he couldn't become a cheater who achieved transcendence through heresy. After a few seconds of angry silence, Joseph said sharply, "None of this matters. What matters is that I am a member of the parliament, and you are the speaker of the parliament. You should assist me from the standpoint of the parliament, instead of accusing me for a heresy." Joseph forcibly changed the subject, but the ridicule on Lelina's face became even stronger. "It is because I stand on the side of the parliament that I rebuke you," Lelina said coldly. "What did you say?" Joseph was stunned. "Do you know who the Blood King is?" Lelina continued, "He is the ruler of the blood cult, a professional of the extraordinary level, who cooperates with the war church, and even the war pope has to show respect to him. Half a year ago, he built a temple in the royal city of Nox. The 3 extraordinary professionals of the Golden Church wanted to purge heresy, and were easily defeated by him. At that time, even the incarnation of the Golden Goddess appeared, but was still defeated by the Blood King. That is an existence that can go head-to-head with the incarnation of the Golden Goddess of Law. Do you want the Parliament to declare war on such a strong man for you? Moreover, this conflict was originally started by you. That flame demon should be something you hide, right? If that demon wreaks havoc in the royal city of Kalia, can you stop it?" Lelina's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, and many people understood what kind of existence the Blood King just now was. "Can you fight the incarnation of the Golden Goddess head-on? Is it possible? How can mortals fight against gods?" Some people showed doubtful expressions. What Lelina said is true. At this moment, an old voice sounded. An old man wearing a monocle walked out slowly from the crowd. "Master Archer?" Someone said the old wizard's name. "Uncle Archer." Lelina also recognized the person. Archer Isaacs, the extraordinary wizard who once led the Council's Flame Legion, retired more than 10 years ago, and did not care about worldly affairs. "Lelina, I'm glad you can stand up and rectify this corrupt parliament." Archer bluntly stated the current situation of the parliament, and he glanced at Joseph on the ground while speaking. Hearing Archer's words, Lelina was stunned for a moment, and a guilty expression appeared on her face. The parliament is indeed too corrupt now. There are reasons for Joseph and others, and also for her. As the speaker, she ignored the parliament, and she should have stopped Joseph's behavior. "Sir Archer, you said that what Speaker Lelina said just now is true? Is there any basis for it?" A wizard raised a question. The other wizards also looked at Archer. Compared with the affairs of the parliament, the affairs of the Blood King obviously made them more concerned. Archer did not hesitate, and took out a crystal from the storage props, the photo crystal, which is a prop for recording images. "This is the evidence I got in the royal city of Nox. It records the whole process of the Blood King's battle with the goddess of the Golden Law after he established the Blood Temple," Archer said lightly. After that, he directly opened the photo stone. A huge picture was projected into the night sky, and the figure of the Blood King appeared in front of everyone. The picture played, and soon the goddess of the Golden Law descended, but the target of the sword was another person. Lear Stewart. Someone recognized the person in the picture, and all eyes fell on Lear in the corner. "Lear Stewart, you are the heir of the Border Duke of the Kingdom of Brayful, the special executive of the Church of War, and a super professional who possesses both war and arcane laws. Your wife is also a super professional who believes in the law of the Morning Star. It doesn't belong to the laws of the 3 major Orthodox religions, but it is powerful, and has easily defeated the former saint of the Golden Church. You even have more than 2 laws. You can also use your wife's Morning Star law." Archer also set his eyes on Lear, and told Lear all the details that were exposed. Except for the priest of the Blood King, the old wizard had almost stripped Lear naked. After hearing the old wizard's words, all the wizards were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lear with horror. "An extraordinary professional of 3 laws? This is simply a fantasy. Old sir, you know me well." Lear was stunned for a moment, looking at the old wizard with some surprise. "When Lelina announced that you would become the new counselor a few months ago, I went to the royal city of Nox to investigate you. After all, I can't let anyone deceive Lelina," Archer said lightly. "Do you think I deceived Speaker Lelina?" Lear raised his eyebrows. "No, your strength is beyond doubt, and you may not be weaker than that bloody king. If you want to attack Lelina, no one in the parliament should be able to stop you." Archer shook his head, "But you can get the gift of the goddess, so you are one of us." Out of faith in the gods, Lear, who was blessed by the goddess of Arcane, was obviously regarded as a security personnel by Archer. Everyone had a new understanding of Lear, and their eyes looking at Lear became respectful. Joseph and Ian on the side had ugly faces. If what Archer said was true, then Joseph's provocation to Lear was like a clown. They had seen the power of the Blood King, but Lear was not weaker than the Blood King? The picture left behind gave them the answer. After seeing Lear fighting against the incarnation of the Golden Law goddess without losing, the mages looked at Lear differently. The video continued to play, and soon it was the turn of the Blood King to appear. When the oppressive Scarlet Corrupt incarnation descended, the night became silent. Archer and Lorena also looked at the hideous demon in the picture. Even though they had seen it before, they were still afraid to watch it again. Lorena couldn't help but look at Lear again. Is Lear really the terrifying demon in the picture? She took a deep breath. She couldn't be sure whether Lear was the Blood King, although all signs and a woman's intuition told her that the two were the same person. The video was played in silence. The silence lasted for a long time before it was broken. Is that demon the Blood King? What kind of monster is that? Fortunately, we didn't really have a falling out with that monster. In just a moment, all the dissatisfaction with Lelina disappeared, and there was only fear of the Blood King and dissatisfaction with Joseph. Everyone's eyes fell on Joseph. Joseph actually took the initiative to provoke a dispute with that monster. In fact, the Blood King didn't do anything excessive. It was just that the heretic creature hidden by Joseph appeared, and the fire demon burned down the mage tower. The Blood King just came to subdue the fire demon, and really helped the Parliament a lot. After all, the fire demon looked difficult to deal with. Does anyone still think that Lelina should help Joseph fight against the Blood King? Archer turned around and looked at the many mages present. No, the decision of the speaker is completely correct. That's right, it's all the fault of Senator Joseph. We should hold Senator Joseph accountable, and there is also the matter of the fire demon. Why did the demon appear in the Flame Hand Mage Tower? One sentence after another of condemnation, as the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Joseph, who is still in the limelight with 60% support rate in the speaker election not long ago, has now become a target of everyone's condemnation. Joseph's face was gloomy, but he was powerless to refute. I think Senator Joseph may not be suitable to be the new speaker-elector. Another mage spoke up. Hearing this, Joseph finally couldn't help but raise his head. He had worked so hard for the speaker election for so long, but he was going to fail here? Let's talk about this later. Now let's seal this place off, and see if there are any survivors. Lelina glanced at Joseph. She finally wanted to try hard, but before she could do anything, Joseph fell down. Even if she retained Joseph's qualification for the speaker election, Lelina felt that she would win. Well, there is also the matter of the Flame Hand Mage Tower. If it needs to be rebuilt, you need to pay for it yourself, Joseph. Lelina said again, the Parliament will pay to help you build the Mage Tower, but only once. I will collect the energy core of the Mage Tower. After you rebuild the Mage Tower, I will relocate the core. The energy core of the Mage Tower belongs to the Parliament, even if the Mage Tower is built. The Mage Towers of the major parliamentarians only have the right to use the energy core, not the right of ownership. After Lelina gave the order, the mages took action and began to clean up the ruins of the Mage Tower. Soon, a lavender protective shield was dug out from the ruins. Inside was Freddy, Joseph's son, whose body was severely burned. Chapter 248. Arcane Tower, Speaker's Office. Lorena sat in her seat, feeling very good. Yesterday's accident had spread throughout the Parliament and the Academy, and even throughout the entire city of Kalia. Joseph's previous image of a diligent genius was broken, and the fact that he was hiding heretic creatures was also known to everyone, which made Joseph's prestige in the Parliament fall to the bottom for a while. Lorena had basically locked in the victory of the speaker election. Everything changed so quickly that Lorena felt like a dream. She rubbed her eyes with some emotion, then turned her head to look at Lier on the side. All the credit should be attributed to the Blood King, or Lier. Lorena couldn't help but want to ask, is Lier the Blood King? Is it a skill similar to the clone? Lorena thought to herself. At this moment, Helen knocked on the door outside the office and walked in, holding a bill in her hand. Mr. Speaker, this is the damage caused by yesterday's fire. Helen handed the bill to Lelina. The Flame Hand Mage Tower was almost completely burned down, and the arcane array inside was also completely destroyed. If you want to completely repair it, it will be no less than rebuilding a new mage tower. Some buildings around were also affected, and we may need to pay some compensation to the affected citizens. Looking at the bill in her hand, Lelina frowned slightly, and then said, give all these bills to Joseph. Everything was caused by the fire creatures he hid, and he should bear these compensations. And his mage tower, since it has been destroyed, the cost of reconstruction also needs to be borne by Joseph himself. The mage tower that the Parliament built for the members for free does belong to the members themselves, but it is also the wealth of the Parliament. Members need to be responsible for their own mage towers. The damage to the mage tower will affect the arcane array covering the royal city. Notify Joseph as soon as possible. If he refuses to pay for the reconstruction of the mage tower, his title and power as a counselor will be taken back. Lorena said a lot in a row. These rules have existed since the establishment of the Arcane Parliament, but they have never been enforced, and no council member's mage tower has ever been destroyed. After all, every mage tower has the ability to resist extraordinary professionals. Joseph's mage tower was destroyed because the fire demon destroyed it from the inside. I see. Helen nodded, without any sympathy for Joseph. She has never had a good impression of Joseph. By the way, if Joseph refuses to rebuild the mage tower, the matter of taking back the title of counselor can be postponed. Lorena suddenly added. Push it back? Helen was puzzled. Obviously, if Joseph's status as a counselor was deprived, Lorena's election as the speaker would be won without a fight. Yes, push it, and wait until after the election of the speaker to settle accounts together. Lorena nodded. She would wait until Joseph was officially defeated before settling all his actions over the years, including the persecution of the mages of the Flame Legion and the collusion with the nobles. Helen did not comment after hearing this. She almost understood Lorena's thoughts. She nodded in her heart, and her expression suddenly became serious. There are still some things. Some mages of the Flame Legion stayed in the mage tower in yesterday's fire. 5 mages died in the mage tower. Helen took out another document from the storage item. After hearing that 5 mages died in the fire, Lorena's face became much heavier. Notify their families, and give them due compensation. The compensation will be paid with the resources in the royal treasury first, and then Joseph will return all of it later. Lorena said in a deep voice. Helen nodded, looking at Lorena with a trace of admiration in her eyes. She has been with Lorena for a long time. Although Lorena is a very lazy queen, Lorena's character is worthy of admiration. After talking about Joseph, Helen did not stop, and then she would go to Joseph to settle the account. She left the office, leaving only Lier and Lorena. Lier closed his eyes. His expression was a little lazy, as if he was resting his eyes. His mind at the moment was not on Lorena, but on the Blood King of the Blood King City. Old dream, Blood King City. The Blood King came to the King City with the Flame True Spirit. The tall flame demon attracted the attention of many blood elves and even players. Some players didn't know what happened yet. After casting the scout spell on the flame demon, they found out that it was another god. The Flame True Spirit had no expression on his face at this moment, but he was already panicking inside. He followed the Blood King. After entering this old dream, he regretted it a little. The aura here made him feel full of oppression, and there was also a familiar smell. It was like the big snake that swallowed him. The Blood King didn't explain anything to him. After bringing him here yesterday, he temporarily placed him outside the city. The Flame True Spirit didn't ask anything until the two of them entered the Blood Temple today. Coming to the magnificent throne hall, the Blood King sat on the throne, and the Flame True Spirit stood below, waiting for the Blood King's orders. He had no other choice. The Flame Heart had been handed over to the Blood King, and now he had come to the other party's old dream. He was a god. Although he was not powerful, he also knew about the affairs of gods. Such a large old dream was undoubtedly derived from the broken god's domain. A law god who could own the god's domain was not something a weak god like him could contend with. Welcome to join my blood sect. The Blood King on the throne spoke. Your Majesty, Blood King, I don't know how you plan to arrange me. The Flame True Spirit asked carefully, keeping a very low profile. You don't have to be so humble. My blood sect welcomes other gods to join. In addition to you, the sect already has 3 gods. The Blood King said lightly. 3? The Flame True Spirit was shocked. Blood, Qinqing and Gulong, they are all members of the Blood sect. The Blood King nodded. When hearing the words Qinqing and Gulong, the flames on the Flame True Spirit's body trembled. These 2 names are simply well known. Qinqing is the strongest god in his era, no one else, and Gulong, that is the overlord of the sky. Equally powerful. And now these 2 powerful gods have joined the blood cult? It seems that they are inferior to the blood. The shock in the Flame True Spirit's heart has not subsided for a long time. He opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. I will let you leave the law inheritance in the Blood Temple, and open it to the outsiders. As for whether anyone chooses to believe in your fire law, it depends on you. The Blood King continued. Are you willing to let me spread the faith? The flame spirit was shocked again. In his impression, the gods would even fight each other for faith. But the Blood King in front of him was willing to share faith? Yes, Blood, Qinqing and Gulong all left the law inheritance in the Blood Temple, and you are no exception. The Blood King nodded. Li'er didn't care at all that someone came to compete for the player's faith. The power of the Blood Law was obvious to all. Gulong couldn't compare. Qinqing might be very powerful, but Li'er limited the number. As for the flame, in Li'er's opinion, it might only compete with the professions of the three major orthodox religions. Players are not fools. Even if the profession of the flame law is listed in the Blood Temple, not many will choose to change their profession. It just adds a new trick to the Blood Temple. The flame spirit didn't know the specific situation of the Blood Temple, but the fact that the Blood King allowed him to spread the faith was enough to make him excited. He was not afraid of competition. Even if he was weak, as long as he could drink some soup, he could speed up his recovery. Your Majesty, the Blood King, your selflessness is as noble as the sun. The flame spirit immediately flattered him. There is no need to say such meaningless words. I will let you spread the faith in the Blood Temple, but I need you to sit in the Blood Temple of Kalia and be responsible for managing the affairs of the Kalia Temple. The Blood King told the arrangement for the flame spirit. No problem, I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. The flame spirit agreed immediately. The Blood King nodded. He really didn't have many people to use. Soros's temple was managed by the Blood Saint, Ophelina. As for other extraordinary Blood Elves, they still needed to start restoring the Blood King's city. The ruins behind the mist will see the light of day one day. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, you were once devoured by blasphemy? The Blood King got to the point. Hearing the word blasphemy, the flame spirit's body trembled, as if he remembered the tragic memory. The Blood King ignored the flame spirit's reaction, and took out the blasphemy holy sword again. You should know this sword, right? He asked again. I know. The flame spirit nodded. Tell me about the blasphemy spirit, and why you appeared in that wizard tower. The flame spirit took a deep breath after hearing this, and did not intend to hide his past. Since the destruction swept the world, I have been lingering on. My dynasty and believers have been wiped out, and nothing is left. My power has also dropped to freezing point, and I can only survive under the volcano here. Volcano? The Blood King was stunned. Yes, there is actually a dormant volcano under the city. I was there from the beginning. The flame spirit nodded, and then continued, I don't know how many years have passed. The trauma brought to me by the destruction made me recover very slowly, until one day, a big snake came here. That was blasphemy. He was stronger than me. His power could devour my flame magic. I could only be devoured by him. At the last moment, I left my traces in the heart of the flame and sank into the magma of the volcano, retaining a slight chance of recovery. Later, a human came to the volcano, the human named Joseph outside. He got my heart and took me out. The past of the flame spirit was simple. It was just a weak spirit that survived after destruction, and was discovered by another spirit that relied on devouring itself to become stronger, and then devoured. The last trace left was found by Joseph. Lear didn't know whether to say that Joseph was lucky or unlucky. After all, Joseph became an extraordinary wizard through the flame heart. The blasphemy should know that you left your heart behind, right? The Blood King suddenly said. The flame spirit was silent for a while, and finally nodded, he should know. There was the power of the law left by the blasphemy spirit in his heart, and it was still constantly devouring his recovered power, just like treating him as a piglet, waiting to kill him again after he was fattened up. But later, the blasphemous law power left in the flame heart weakened. Until today, it was completely defeated by him. It looks like he was killed by the Blood King in front of him. The flame true spirit carefully looked at the large blasphemy holy sword in the Blood King's hand. Many years ago, the blasphemy true spirit was able to devour him. After so many years, the blasphemy true spirit's strength has improved a lot, but he was still killed by the Blood King in front of him. This is enough to prove the power of the Blood King. Then it seems that you still have to thank me. The blasphemy true spirit has been killed by me. The Blood King chuckled, and suddenly a huge black shadow was thrown down in the air. It was a shriveled corpse, and the hideous snake heads had lost their vitality. When seeing the big snake corpse, the flame true spirit subconsciously took several steps back, with a look of panic on his face. After several seconds, the flame true spirit came back to his senses, and his expression became complicated. Really dead, and it seems to have been swallowed. Although the snake corpse still has the breath of blasphemy law, It no longer has the power of origin. Blame is dead. You will be a member of the blood cult from now on. As long as you are loyal to the cult, I will not treat you unfairly. The Blood King said lightly. He has learned everything he wants to know, but there is still one thing that makes him feel confused. Blasphemy True Spirit was killed by him a long time ago, but the power of Blasphemy True Spirit still exists on Joseph's flame hand emblem. Although the law relics and power will not disappear when the gods die, the power shown on the flame hand emblem is the phantom of the Blasphemy True Spirit snake. The phantom of the big snake inexplicably gave Lear a feeling of spiritual intelligence. Lear was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he controlled the body of the blood incarnation and said to the flame spirit, "You go down first. I will have someone take you to the place where you live. After the temple is built, I will arrange your duties." The flame spirit thanked respectfully and left the throne hall. Senator Lear? Lear? In the speaker's office, Lalina called Lear several times. Lear reacted and his mind returned from the old dream. Speaker Lalina? It's already evening. Do you still want to stay in the office? If you are tired, you should go to the guest room in the tower to rest, Lalina said helplessly. Lear turned his head and looked out the window. The setting sun shone in. Is it already evening? Lear pinched his brows. If you don't pay attention, time really passes quickly. Then I go back first. Lear nodded. Chapter 249. Lear stood up slowly, his thoughts still on the flame spirit in the old dream. In another month, the blood temple of Kalia should be built. By then, Lalina should have won the election and placed the flame spirit in the temple. Then he can return to the royal city of Soros. But there was one thing that made Lear very helpless. After returning to Kalia, Mina's magic research still had no progress, which was very different from the original plot. Was it because of his own intervention? Lear couldn't help but think secretly. He shook his head gently, trying to get rid of these disturbing thoughts, and walked to the door of the office. Just as he stretched out his hand to open the door seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand and slowly opened. Helen stood at the door in a hurry, and the two almost bumped into each other. What happened? Lear raised his eyebrows and asked. Helen responded and replied in a heavy tone, Senator Joseph is missing. Hearing this, Lear and Larina in the office were stunned for a moment. Joseph is missing? What happened? Larina frowned. I went to Senator Joseph's office and the academy to ask. Since last night, Senator Joseph has not returned to the academy or the tower. Helen walked into the office and said in a deep voice. She paused for a moment and then said, and the mages of the Flame Legion in the Flame Hand Mage Tower have not seen Senator Joseph either. They only saw Senator Joseph leaving with Freddy last night. Have you looked for the teacher's residence in the academy? I remember that after the Flame Hand Mage Tower was burned down, I should have arranged for Joseph to live in the academy. Lalina asked again. I have looked, but Senator Joseph did not return to the academy yesterday. Helen shook her head. The two talked, and Lear listened quietly on the side. Joseph is a member of the parliament. He usually lives in the Mage Tower. It is normal for Lalina to arrange for him to live in the academy after the Mage Tower was destroyed. But he did not go. Maybe he has other properties in the royal city? As a member of the parliament, it is normal to have other properties, but Lear feels that things are not that simple. Not coming to the academy is fine. Even the mages of the original Flame Hand Mage Tower have not seen Joseph again. This is obviously very abnormal. The Mage Tower can be rebuilt if it is gone. These mages, and even the entire Flame Legion, are the power that Joseph really controls. It is impossible that Joseph will not even want the power he has accumulated for many years because of what happened last night and run away directly. That would be too stupid. Mr. Speaker, could it be that Senator Joseph has fled for fear of crime? Helen suddenly asked. Her eyes were somewhat angry. Because of what happened yesterday, he had heretic creatures and used the power of heresy to persecute the mages of the academy and the Flame Legion. He fled first because he was afraid of being discovered by us. This is the most reasonable explanation Helen could think of. Lalina was stunned when she heard this. Thinking carefully, this is indeed very likely. She did intend to settle accounts with Joseph and those nobles after the election of the speaker. Lalina sighed helplessly and waved her hand. Let the mages of the parliament and the guards of the royal city pay attention to Joseph's whereabouts first, and we will talk about this matter later. Helen nodded after hearing this, and that was the only way. Lear left the office and took the magic circle to his residence in the tower. Just as he was about to return to his room, he saw Mina and Maya in the garden. Mina and Maya stood together, as if discussing something. Sister, you have been with Senator Lear for so long. What do you think of Senator Lear? Maya's slender fingers gently fiddled with the delicate flowers in the garden, but her eyes drifted to Mina, who was sitting on the chair beside her from time to time, with a gleam of curiosity and expectation in her eyes. Hearing the word Lear, Mina loosened the arcane book in her hand. Thinking of the time when she was imprisoned by Lear, and how Lear supervised her every day afterwards, she was furious. That's a hypocritical and bad bastard, Mina said viciously. Hearing her sister's comments, Maya was a little embarrassed. What did Lear do to her sister to make her so angry? Although her sister said Lear was a bastard, Maya had a good impression of Lear. He was handsome, had a strong talent in arcane, and was very gentlemanly. Maya thought of the time when she was entangled by Freddy before. She did not say hello to Lear and let him be a shield. In the end, Lear was not angry and seemed to be indifferent. Thinking of this, Maya felt a little lost for no reason. Why did Lear not care so much? Lear hugged her and pinched her cheek. Maya felt that she should be beautiful. She could feel what those male mages thought of her when she was in the academy before. Admiration, surprise, and even some more evil thoughts. But in Lear's eyes, these thoughts were not there. You don't like that bastard, do you? Looking at Maya's shy and lost expression, Mina said with a strange look on her face. She was older than Maya, and countless people had fallen at her feet before, and those who pursued her were like Christian carp crossing the river. She had a keener insight into emotional matters, and Maya's current state was like an open book in her eyes, which was clear at a glance. No, how could it be? Maya was like a frightened deer, suddenly startled, and quickly denied it, but there was a trace of panic in her voice that was difficult to conceal. Do you really like Lear? That bastard has a wife. Seeing Maya's reaction, Mina was more certain of her judgment. I didn't, Maya denied stubbornly. Seeing her sister's stubbornness, Mina shook her head helplessly. If you don't admit it, just lend me your tower authority. I have something to go out for. Go out? Didn't Mother forbid you to go out? Maya frowned, and then said as if she had thought of something, Sister, are you planning to run away again? No, I really have something to do, Mina denied. What is it? Maya looked at her sister suspiciously, with a face full of distrust. Mina had no choice but to confess. She opened the spell book in her hand. It's about this spell book. Maya looked at the spell book in Mina's hand. Lear imprisoned Mina for half a year just for the spells in this spell book. She had also heard that this seemed to be the spell book left by their grandfather, which recorded the forbidden spells about the soul. This spell book had been sealed in the treasury of their royal family until it was stolen by Mina a few years ago. What's wrong with this book? Maya became interested in the contents of the spell book. She and Mina are both geniuses. Mina can study spells, so there's no reason why she can't. Lear wants the spells in it. If she can study it, maybe she can attract Lear's attention. Thinking of this, Maya carefully checked it. After a while, she frowned. The contents were completely different from the spell books she had read before, and some spell symbols even made her feel unfamiliar. Mina didn't notice Maya's abnormality. She sighed and said, You should know that this arcane book was left by my grandfather. It contains spells about the soul. I have been studying this arcane book for several years. Although I have learned the theories in it, I couldn't construct the spells at the last moment. I always felt that something was missing. What's missing? Maya looked up in confusion. She didn't understand what Mina meant. I don't know, but I can feel a call. Mina shook her head, then nodded. Maya frowned. Such a mysterious explanation made her feel as if she was listening to an illusory fairy tale, full of unreality. Anyway, I need to leave the tower. Mina mentioned her request again. I can't give you the authority. Maya shook her head without thinking. Why? Mina looked at Maya. Mother asked you to stay in the mage tower. Unless you get Mother's permission, I will not take you out. Maya said as a matter of course. Just because of this? Mina blinked, trying to persuade her sister to change her mind. You don't have to listen to Mother completely. It's okay to rebel occasionally. I'm not you. Maya glanced at Mina and said unhappily. Don't you want to know what is calling me? I can take you to see it. Mina tried to lure Maya with the temptation of the unknown. For a wizard, all unknown and mysterious knowledge is attractive. Seeing Maya holding the arcane book and observing it, Mina knew that her sister had been attracted by this spell book. Compared to what you said about summoning, I believe in myself more. Maya rolled her eyes at Mina, and then directly put the spell book into her arms. What are you going to do? Seeing this scene, Mina was stunned for a moment. Since you can't figure it out, why not let me try? Maya replied. You also want to study this arcane book? Mina was a little surprised, and then seemed to think of something. You don't want to study the spell, and give it to Lear? So what? If I can study it, it's a good thing, isn't it? After all, this arcane book is what my mother promised Lear. Maya still insisted. Looking at Maya's stubborn look, Mina shook her head, and didn't intend to take the arcane book back from Maya. She just smiled and said, "Then you can try, but I also have a condition." "What condition?" "Within a month, I will teach you all the arcane knowledge in this arcane book, and if you can feel a certain call like me, then you will leave the Mage Tower with me." Mina replied. "Do you really want to escape?" Maya frowned. "I told you, I feel the call." Mina shook her head. Maya was silent. "How about it? Such conditions should not be excessive, right?" Mina continued. "I promise you." Finally, Maya nodded. The two sisters reached an agreement, but they did not know that not far away, Lear was watching the whole scene. Lear did not go forward to interrupt the conversation between the two. He became interested in what Mina said. This arcane book can actually make people feel the call? What is calling? He did not think Mina was lying. Maybe it was because of this reason that Mina had not been able to analyze this arcane book for so long. He kept Mina in the old dream of the Blood King city, so that Mina did not go to the place where she was called. Lear thought to himself, then turned around silently and bypassed Mina and Maya, and returned to his residence. Time passed little by little, and in a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the past half-month, Kalia seemed calm, but undercurrents were surging. The mages of the parliament and the guards of the royal city searched everywhere for the traces of Councillor Joseph, but found nothing, as if he disappeared like a gust of wind. Even Lear felt very strange, as if the other party really abandoned the Flame Mage Corps and left. It was a bit resolute to give up the power accumulated over the years. Because of Joseph's disappearance, the upcoming speaker election has become a bit awkward. Ian and Bridget, two councillors in the same group as Joseph, have no intention of ascending to the position of speaker, which resulted in only Lelina as the only elector. Is there still a need for an election? For this, Lelina was very angry. This victory without fighting made her feel that she had no sense of honor, and some people in the parliament said that she was the one who caused Joseph's disappearance. Lelina had no words to say. Before Joseph appeared, she had no way to prove herself. She had issued a search order for Joseph to the whole country, hoping to find Joseph and bring back this cowardly and hypocritical man. When the parliament gradually became calm, Maya and Mina were immersed in the study of the arcane book all day long. Mina and Maya were both geniuses. Under Mina's teaching, Maya quickly learned all the spell runes in the spell book, but in the end, she encountered the same situation as Mina. No matter what, she couldn't construct the spell. It was like having all the components of a puzzle, but not the complete puzzle pattern. The spells that were pieced together randomly had no effect, which made Maya confused. What confused her even more was another point. She also felt that illusory call. Mina didn't say anything. There was really something calling them. It was near the royal city of Kalia, and it seemed not far away. You felt it too, right? Now you should understand that I didn't lie to you. In the laboratory, Mina sat on the sofa and quietly looked at Maya, who was in a trance. Maya came back to her senses and turned her head to look at her sister. "So, are you ready to fulfill your promise and leave the Mage Tower with me?" Mina looked at her sister. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Chapter 250. The night was as dark as ink. In the lavender halo, two figures carefully came to an empty building. After looking around and making sure that there was no one around, the two walked in. Lear was standing on the roof at this time, watching the sneaky figures of Maya and Mina. He looked at the building in front of him. The overall shape was a spire in a high tower. It looked a bit strange, but there were many such buildings in the royal area of the Arcane Tower, and most of them were vacant. These buildings were not inhabited by anyone, but were placed there. Maids would come to clean them every once in a while. Lear didn't know what these buildings were for. He had been watching Maya and Mina these days. Mina said that she felt the call, and so did Maya, which aroused Lear's interest, so he became a dangerous person following the girl. Lear's figure jumped down from the air, and then a faint blue fluorescence flashed, and his body seemed to turn into nothingness and disappeared. This is the new skill that Milia gave him, or the skill he asked for. It hides his body in the night, which is the same as the special effect of the night rose that is not enhanced by the blood vortex. In short, it is invisibility. Mina and Maya, who entered the spire, did not feel that there was anyone following them. The two came to the spire hall. The interior of the tall spire is very empty, and there is a hanging thing, like a celestial globe in the center. Mina looked at Maya and frowned. "Why did you bring me here? Aren't we going to leave the Mage Tower?" "I'm here to take you away from the Mage Tower." Maya whispered, "The floating magic circle outside has a surveillance effect. Do you want to be discovered by your mother?" Hearing this, Mina frowned. She didn't know that there were other ways to leave the tower besides the floating magic circle. "Just follow me." Maya walked into the hall without further explanation. Mina hesitated for a few seconds and followed. Lier hid beside the two and followed quietly. Entering the depths of the spire, Maya came to a statue. This was a statue of the goddess of Arcane. It was very common in the tower. The goddess of Arcane could be seen in almost every building. Maya reached out and touched the statue, took out a piece of lavender crystal from her arms, and placed the crystal in the hands of the goddess statue. "What are you doing?" Mina didn't understand Maya's operation at all. Just when she wanted to say something, the ground suddenly shook, the walls around her emitted a faint purple light, and the furnishings in the hall floated up. This situation lasted for about 10 seconds, and then after a feeling of great soul trembling, everything returned to calm. Mina held the staff, and the wizard's alertness made her release the wizard barrier. When she felt that the surroundings became calm, she was relieved and looked around. The goddess statue in front of her was gone, replaced by a door. The original furnishings in the hall have also changed. The celestial globe above the head is still there, but it feels that the direction of rotation has also changed. "What's going on?" Mina asked, puzzled. Listening to her sister's words, Maya smiled slightly and pushed open the door in front of her without explanation. Mina looked up, but was stunned. There was a dark night sky in front of her, with stars twinkling in the night sky, and a bottomless ravine below. "This is the back of the tower?" Mina reacted. The Arcane Tower is located in the deepest part of the Kalia Royal City. Behind it is a bottomless abyss. The Arcane Tower is actually built on the edge of a cliff. However, this abyss is invisible in the Arcane Academy and in the Kalia Royal City. Only at the top of the tower can you see the scenery of the abyss. "Yes." Maya nodded with a smile. "What is going on?" Mina asked in surprise. "This is a secret I discovered by chance. This spire has a space-distorting array. After the array is activated, it will distort the space and connect directly to the outside world," Maya explained. "Coming out from here will not alarm the monitoring array on the floating array, and it will not be known by my mother." Maya's tone became a little proud. Mina raised her eyebrows. She walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the scenery outside. She had never thought that there was such a secret passage in the tower. This might be a way of escape to prevent the tower from being captured. "I finally discovered this secret. I have left the Mage Tower several times in this way, and my mother never found out," Maya continued, as if she was showing off. Mina shook her head and looked at her sister with some amusement. How could such a facility escape her mother's surveillance? "I'm afraid her mother knew about it when she started the magic circle, but she just didn't care." "Okay, stop talking, let's leave quickly." Mina didn't say any more nonsense. She didn't want to be discovered by her mother and then caught back. After that, she flew directly into the air. Seeing this, Maya didn't say much and flew out to follow her. After the two left, the door slowly closed, and then a faint lavender light shone again. At the last moment, Lier also flew out. On the top floor of the tower, Lorena sat on a chair, looking down at the clouds below from above, and she saw the two figures in the clouds clearly. She sensed it when Maya and the others entered the spire, but she did not stop them. She also paid attention to what the Mina sisters were doing recently. The arcane book was left by her father, and she was also curious about what was in it. Looking at the direction the two left, Lorena thought for a moment, and flew out with the spell book in her hand. Kalia was a little cold at night, especially behind the tower. The abyss below was shrouded in clouds and mist, and nothing could be seen. Mina and Maya kept flying forward, and the special feeling of calling became clearer and clearer. About half an hour later, when the two came to the place where they were called, they found it was a high mountain. The towering mountain was bare, with no vegetation, only dust and gravel. Maya and Mina looked at each other, and both saw the answer in each other's eyes. Their perception was the same, right below. "Maya, get out of the way," Mina said softly. She had already used the powerful mental power of a super magician to perceive that there was another space under the mountain. Maya obediently flew out for a distance, and blasting the mountain would naturally make it faster for a super magician like Mina. When Maya flew away, Mina picked up the staff without hesitation, and the dazzling light flashed, and then condensed into a scorching flame. The flame formed a fireball in the air, and hit the mountain directly. The terrifying high temperature softened the rocks on the mountain. Not long after, the rocks collapsed and a gap was revealed. Seeing the gap, Maya and Mina were both happy, and the feeling of calling became more profound. When the flame burned the broken stones at the gap into magma, and was thrown out wrapped in magic, a deep passage appeared in front of the two. Not far away, Lier was invisible, and sensed the breath in the passage. A familiar feeling came to his heart. On the other side, he also saw Lorena. The speaker also watched the movements of Mina and Maya quietly. The pendant on his neck emitted light, as if it could shield perception. If Lorena had not been discovered by the invisible state, the other party would have flown towards him, and Lier would not have sensed Lorena's existence. It seems that Lorena still attaches great importance to her two daughters. Lier thought to himself. Mina and Maya's actions in the Mage Tower did not escape his notice, nor did Lorena. Although Lier did not know what the mysterious call was, the unknown often meant danger. Mina did not care because she was an extraordinary mage, so she was confident, but sometimes confidence can bring destruction. Watching Mina and Maya fly in, Lorena also flew in after waiting for a few minutes, and her figure gradually disappeared. Looking at the disappearing Lorena, Lier was a little surprised. Mage also has a spell that can make him invisible. He had never heard of it, and had never seen it in his previous life. In his impression, invisibility only existed in a law called the Law of Shadows. However, compared with the invisibility of the Law of Shadows, and the invisibility given to him by Miria, Lorena's invisibility effect was obviously much worse. Some figures can still be seen vaguely, but with the shielding function of Lorena's pendant, this kind of stealth can be regarded as excellent. Lier paused for a moment, and when Lorena also entered the passage, he stood up and flew over. Entering the passage, it was pitch black all around, and there was a faint light coming out from the depths of the passage. The light went farther and farther. It should be Maya and Mina. Lier followed the light, and walked forward for about 10 minutes. He felt a sense of heat. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature around him became. Finally, he reached the end of the passage. The fiery red light illuminated everything, and below was the flowing magma. The light emitted by the magma illuminated the surrounding scenes. This was a huge cave, and the flowing magma led to a deeper place. Seeing this scene, Lier couldn't help but think of the flame spirit and the past he mentioned. Before, the flame spirit recovered in a volcano, and then was devoured by the blasphemy spirit, and then left its heart hidden in the magma. Is this where the flame spirit hides? Lier raised his eyebrows. But what does this have to do with Mina's arcane book? Lier thought for a while. Lorena had already flown over, and Mina and Maya also walked away. The four of them were like a mantis catching a cicada and a yellow bird behind, heading straight for the depths of the magma cave. After walking for more than 10 minutes, bursts of crying and shouting came from the depths. "Father, I am your son. How can you do this to me?" The terrified crying voice echoed in the passage. Mina and Maya, who were walking in the front, stopped suddenly. "My child, you were born by me. Everything about you belongs to me. You should feel honored to be my strength." Another voice sounded, and compared with the previous terrified and miserable voice, this voice was obviously older and crazier. Hearing these two voices, Lier, Lorena, Maya and Mina all stopped. Lier's expression became a little strange, and he felt that these two voices sounded familiar. Lorena's expression also changed. As for Mina and Maya, after a short silence, the two looked at each other. "Is that Freddy Joseph's voice?" they said at the same time. Maya had been pestered by Freddy for so long, and she was very familiar with Freddy's voice, the crying voice. As for the other one, it was undoubtedly Joseph. Senator Joseph disappeared and came here. Mina frowned. She felt something was wrong. She and Maya came here through the call of their hearts, but how did Joseph find this place? And the conversation between them was particularly wrong. The two women hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to go and find out. As they went deeper into the cave, the smell of sulfur in the air became stronger and stronger, and the heat of the magma made everyone's skin feel stinging. Mina and Maya held their staffs tightly, ready to cast spells at any time to prevent unexpected situations. Lorena and Lier also followed quietly. The four of them passed through cave after cave. Each cave was hotter than the previous one, and the sound of magma flowing became louder and louder. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Below was a huge underground cavity, and the magma formed a huge lake. In the center of the lake, there was a small island, and on the island was an ancient altar. The dark mist formed the shadow of a big snake in the magma, surrounding the small island in the center, and on the small island were Joseph and Freddy. Freddy was tied to a stone pillar, stripped naked, with strange lines on his body drawn with an unknown liquid, like tattoos. "My child, it's time to give everything for your father." Joseph's face was full of madness. On the stairs of the passage not far away, Mina and Maya watched this scene. The scene of the cult sacrifice scene shocked both of them. Lorena and Lear also walked out of the cave. The two were not far away, but Lorena didn't feel that there was another person around her. Both of them looked at Joseph and Freddy on the island. Lear's eyes quickly moved away from Joseph, and he looked at the big snake formed by the black mist and the magma that was wriggling around the island. He would never forget the breath on that body. That was the power of blasphemy. The blasphemy spirit of Blood King City had been killed by him, but there was still blasphemy power here? Lear frowned, but thinking that the flame spirit could leave a heart to revive, maybe the blasphemy spirit also left some tricks? He shook his head casually. No matter what tricks the blasphemy left, he didn't care much. He could even kill the blasphemy spirit, not to mention the black mist snake in front of him that hadn't even condensed into a shape. On the magma island, Joseph didn't notice that he had been discovered. He was now overwhelmed by the power, and the arm cut off by the Blood King couldn't be reconnected. There was no chance of winning the speaker election afterwards, but he was unwilling. Chapter 251. Offer your soul, and you will get everything you want. A cold voice sounded deep in Joseph's heart. He couldn't remember how many times he had heard such a voice, from the moment he saw the flame heart. Many years ago, when he was still a mediocre flame mage, a mission outside made him fall into the cave of this volcano. Just like in many stories, mediocre people fell into the ruins, obtained treasures, and then became legends. With such a mood, Joseph entered the depths of the cave. Then he saw the heart entangled by the black snake. The heart was beating, and every time it beat, the surrounding magma would follow the rhythm, with a manic flame magic. Joseph was attracted, but the snake made him feel the breath of death. It was a snake-shaped phantom made entirely of black mist, like a phantom without substance, but it seemed to have life. The snake bit the heart, and the magic power of the flame would weaken a little with each rhythm. When the heart weakened to a certain extent, the snake would loosen its mouth. Joseph watched the scene. At that time, he was just a mid-level magician. He could feel the magic fluctuations on the snake, although it made him feel scared. But the magic fluctuations were not much stronger than him. After a long silence, he made a decision to change his fate. He wanted to take the heart from the snake's mouth. He walked in front of the snake, and came to the island in the magma. The black snake stood tall, and a pair of bright red eyes in the mist were full of evil, but after Joseph took out the staff, the snake did not attack him, but said to him, "Do you desire power?" The snake said, "Offer your soul, and you will get everything you want." The snake loosened its body wrapped around the flame heart, crawled to Joseph, and surrounded Joseph in the middle of its body. Joseph's body was trembling, and his body was eroded by the dark mist. He heard the voice of the snake. Exchange soul for power, flame heart, everything can be given to him. So Joseph gained the ability to create the flaming hand emblem, and the black mist merged into the emblem. Those who held the emblem for a long time would lose control of their magic. The snake would devour the soul of the holder, and the magic was stored in the emblem. Using the perception of the flame spell of the flame heart and the magic stored in the emblem, Joseph gradually emerged and finally became an extraordinary wizard. The moment he became a counselor was the most glorious moment in his life, and it was the snake that brought him all this. Offer your soul. The voice sounded in Joseph's heart again. This was a contract with the snake. Offering your soul could gain the power of the snake. There was another rule at the end of the contract. Offer your most important relatives, you can gain more powerful power, enough to rule everything. Joseph looked at his son. His wife died a few years ago. Freddy was his only relative. Father. Freddy's face was full of horror. He watched his father take out a dagger from his arms. It was called a dagger, but it looked more like a twisted little snake. It was pitch black, and you could see snake scale-like patterns on the blade. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. When I gain power and rule the entire Arcane Council, I will let everyone remember you. Don't you like that woman, Maya? I will bury her with you. Joseph said with a half-smile, and the dagger in his hand exuded dark mist, as if it had turned into a real venomous snake. Looking at his father, who kept walking towards him, Freddy struggled desperately, but the chains that bound him made him unable to move at all. Not far away, Maya and others who were watching the scene had different expressions. When she heard Joseph say that he wanted to bury herself and Freddy together, Maya raised her eyebrows. Go ahead, sister, this kind of cult ritual should not exist. Maya was indignant. Mina raised her eyebrows. Although she didn't say anything, she also agreed with Maya's words. The two took out the staff at the same time. The arcane magic gathered on the staff, but Joseph was more straightforward than them. The venomous snake dagger pierced Freddy's heart without hesitation. With a miserable wail, the black mist instantly eroded Freddy's body, and blood gushed out of his 7 orifices, accompanied by dark mist. Gradually, the blood turned black, and the body of the snake surrounding the island in the magma became more solid. Under Joseph's excited gaze, Fred's body gradually turned into a mummy, and then turned into a dark mist, and merged into the body of the snake. The snake towered, and its bright red eyes became more evil. What a delicious soul full of despair and hatred! The snake opened its mouth and spoke coldly. There was a hint of teasing and cruelty in the voice. I have offered my son's soul according to the contract, and you should abide by the contract and give me power. Joseph looked expectant. Power. The snake raised its ferocious head. What power do you want? Didn't you say that as long as I sacrificed my important relatives, I could gain the power to rule everything? Joseph asked stupidly before he could react. Seeing Joseph's self-righteous expression, the snake suddenly laughed. Ha ha, you little mortal, your stupidity is really laughable. The snake sneered wantonly. The power to rule everything? Where is the power to rule everything in this world? Even the most powerful gods can only be destroyed and liquidated. Do you think that your son, a humble soul, can be exchanged for power? The snake approached Joseph and stared at the mortal in front of him with scarlet eyes. His voice echoed in the cave, and the expression on Joseph's face gradually solidified, and then became more distorted. You lied to me? He said, trembling all over. How does it feel to kill your own son with your own hands, and get nothing? The snake did not answer Joseph's question, but asked instead. Hearing this, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Joseph went completely crazy, and the restless arcane magic burst out of his body. You damn heretic! He roared, took out the staff, and attacked the snake directly. The flames gathered above the staff. In such a place full of magma, the power of the fire spell became even stronger. But the snake just smiled contemptuously, and the dark mist burst out of Joseph's body. Where do you think your power comes from? The magic that supports your extraordinary achievements is devoured by my power. The snake sneered. Just as Joseph was about to use the fire spell to burn the snake to ashes, he suddenly found that the magic power in his body was rapidly decreasing, and his level was constantly falling. It only took a short while for him to fall from the extraordinary realm. My power. The extraordinary spell that was condensing on Joseph's staff went out of control because of the drop in its own class. The flame exploded on the staff, blowing Joseph away and falling to the edge of the magma island. Feeling the burning pain on his body, Joseph just got up from the ground in a panic, and the magic power in his body was still madly degrading. It was not the magic power consumption caused by using spells, but the level of magic power was madly declining, and it had dropped to the level of a mid-level wizard in a short time. It was as if he had returned to many years ago, when he stood in front of the big snake. After the level was reduced to a mid-level wizard, the magic power fluctuations in Joseph's body stopped. He raised his head, and the big snake looked down at him. Everything you have is given by me, and now it's time to give everything back to me. The big snake roared in a low voice, and opened its dark bloody mouth. Just when the snake was about to devour Joseph, the light of the arcane rushed over and repelled the snake's body. Mina and Maya appeared directly. Although they didn't know what the snake was, Joseph was a member of the parliament after all, and even if he had to be judged, he had to be judged by the parliament. Moreover, the aura of the snake in front of them had become very strong because it had swallowed Joseph's magic power. If it swallowed Joseph's soul again, they would not be sure to fight against the snake. Who is it? The snake roared, turned around, and saw Mina and Maya. Is it you? Joseph also saw Maya and the two girls, and his expression was shocked. Senator Joseph, shouldn't you explain what this monster is? Mina glanced at Joseph and asked coldly. Joseph fell silent. The snake roared, with angry red eyes, Are you in the same group? Hearing the roar of the snake, Mina and Maya ignored it, and responded with spells. Joseph's matter can be interrogated after the snake is dealt with. What interests the two women more now is the snake in front of them. Mina can feel the arcane book in the storage space trembling. The call in the heart also points to this snake. Is the spell about soul taboo hidden in the arcane book related to this snake? Mina and Maya looked at each other, thinking of the snake devouring Freddy's soul, and now devouring Joseph. The two women felt that they had found the truth. The battle was about to break out. The snake attacked the two women frantically. Not far away, Lelina and Lyre were watching the scene. As the mother of Mina and Maya, Lelina would not let her two daughters fall into danger, but the big snake at the moment was not enough for her to take action. In her perception, this big snake was just at the extraordinary level. As for Lyre, he fell into thought. Mina and Maya came here with the call from the arcane book, and the source of that call should be the big snake in front of them. The blasphemy true spirit is dead, and the big snake in front of them may be the backup left by the blasphemy true spirit for resurrection. But how is the blasphemy law related to the soul taboo spell? The power of the blasphemy law is to devour other laws. Lear has always believed that by devouring the power of other laws, he can improve himself. Whether it is the blasphemy true spirit or the blasphemy holy sword, there are similar effects. Lear suddenly thought of another profession under the blasphemy law. Soul master. This is another profession under the blasphemy law besides the law thief. The job change can only be done by implanting the crystals given by the blasphemy true spirit into the brain. Lear has kept those crystals in the storage ring and has never used them. Soul Master has the ability to control other people's minds. In a sense, perhaps it is the control of the soul. While Lear was thinking, the battle between the big snake and Maya became more intense. Various spells flew at each other, and for a while, neither side could do anything to the other. The black mist on the big snake was mixed with the surrounding magma. The magma that jumped out forced Maya and Maya to dodge. The spells released by the two women would be instantly weakened a lot when they came into contact with the black mist. That was the devouring ability of the blasphemy law. Lear had seen it before, but the devouring ability of the big snake was obviously much weaker than that of the blasphemy true spirit. Mina looked serious. To be honest, this was the only opponent of the same level she had fought after she was promoted to the extraordinary level, not including Lear and Miria. She raised her staff and brewed her strongest spell, but at this moment, the pendant on her chest emitted a dark mist. The arcane book appeared out of thin air, and the dark mist burst out in front of Mina without any warning. In just a moment, the black mist poured into Mina's body, and the arcane magic gathered in front of Mina suddenly went out of control. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the snake itself did not react until it saw the book in the air, and angrily said, "Damn it, are you the descendant of that bastard?" The voice of the snake echoed in the cave, as if there was some irreconcilable hatred. Mina's uncontrolled magic power exploded in the air, blowing Mina away directly. Lorena finally couldn't sit still, lifted the hiding and flew out directly, hugging Mina. "Mother?" Seeing Lorena suddenly appear, Maya exclaimed. Lorena didn't speak, but looked at Mina. At this time, Mina's face was pale, and the dark mist lingered on Mina's face, as if she was possessed by evil spirits. Lorena's powerful mental power enveloped Mina's body. She could feel that the black mist was a special law power, but why was there the power of heretical law in the spell book left by her father? In Lorena's mental perception, the law power of these black mists seemed to be aimed at the soul, and they were making some changes to Mina's soul. As she continued to perceive, Lalena's expression became more and more ugly. She had no idea how to intervene in this power of heresy law. Looking at her daughter, with a painful expression, Lalena turned her head suddenly, and looked at the snake below. "What did you do to my daughter?" Lalena said angrily. Facing the questioning of the woman in front of him, the snake showed an even more angry expression. "What did I do? It was obviously you despicable thieves who stole my power." The snake roared. When this was said, everyone was stunned, and Lear, who had been hiding not far away, also showed a strange expression. Chapter 252. In the darkness, a lavender light flickered, and Mina curled up on the ground. The whole person was a little dazed. She slowly opened her eyes, and the darkness around her made her a little overwhelmed. "Has anyone solved the arcane spell I left behind?" A light voice sounded in the darkness. Mina was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and turned around. She saw an illusory figure, with white hair, handsome face, and wearing an old-fashioned dress, giving people a gentle feeling. "Who are you?" Mina subconsciously wanted to raise the staff, but found that her hands were empty. "Don't you remember me anymore?" The white-haired figure said with some emotion, "I gave you the name when you were born." Hearing the words of the shadow, Mina was stunned for a moment, and the distant memory slowly revived, and then she widened her eyes. "You are Grandpa? It seems that you remember it." The shadow nodded. Mina looked at the phantom in front of her suspiciously. Although the appearance was similar to her grandfather's impression, she clearly remembered that her grandfather had died many years ago. It was also at that time that her grandfather handed over the position of the chairman of the Arcane Council to Lalena. Mina was a little puzzled. "I know what you are thinking. I am indeed dead. What you see now is just the phantom I left in the arcane book," the phantom said lightly. Mina was even more puzzled, but soon she found that the grandfather in front of her had changed, and a large black mist emerged from him. "This is the spell about the soul that I left behind," the phantom said lightly, and walked towards Mina step by step. "You are a believer of arcane, and you have even reached the extraordinary level, so you should understand the essence of arcane." The shadow came to Mina and stopped. Arcane represents a kind of power of order. Various magical spell effects can be achieved by compiling spell runes. Flame. A flame appeared out of thin air in the darkness. Frost. A frost arrow also emerged. And arcane. A lavender light lit up in the darkness. Mina watched this scene quietly. She knew all this, but she didn't understand why this grandfather said this. In fact, the flames and frost you see come from other law powers. Arcane is formed by contacting other laws, and then simulating them to form spells. The major schools of fire and frost spells are born from this. The shadow continued. Hearing this, Mina was stunned. She knew that the frost and flames of arcane were simulated, but she didn't know that these two powers were simulated from other laws. She suddenly remembered the flame demon that burned down Joseph's wizard tower. Joseph's flame spells were vulnerable to the demon. So did the arcane flame spells come from the flame law that the flame demon believed in? While Mina was thinking, the shadow in front of her emitted a thicker mist, and the black mist almost swallowed Mina. So, that is the power from the blasphemous law. The soul taboo spells in this arcane book were also taken from the blasphemous law. The shadow said lightly. Mina raised her head. Blasphemy. She had no idea what it was. But she soon thought of the pitch-black snake in the magma. As if seeing through Mina's thoughts, the shadow nodded. Yes, that's blasphemy. When I found him hiding in the volcanic cave devouring the flames, I took action against him. Any unknown law is worth exploring, so I deprived blasphemy of the power of the soul, and then constructed this soul taboo spell. As the shadow's voice fell, the familiar arcane book appeared out of thin air in the darkness. Immortality, this is the spell I created. It can give you the power of immortality. As long as your soul power is not extinct, you can be reborn. The shadow continued to speak, and the arcane book floated from in front of him to in front of Mina. Listening to the grandfather's narration, Mina was completely shocked. Immortality? What kind of crazy power is this? Mina was a little unbelievable. If this spell could really make people immortal, then why did her grandfather die? In the end, only this book was left? You don't need to question it. I will die because I was cursed by blasphemy. I took the power of the soul from the blasphemous gods, and I was cursed by the gods. Even this forbidden spell can't revive me. The shadow explained. He changed his tone and said, moreover, I can't learn this spell, or no one can learn it. What? Mina was stunned again. The power of immortality has the authority of the blasphemous soul, and contains the power of arcane. This spell is my most outstanding work, but to learn this spell, you need to have the affinity of the laws of blasphemy and arcane at the same time. It's impossible for a person to have affinity for two laws at the same time. The phantom sighed. At this moment, Mina finally understood why she couldn't learn the spell of immortality until the end. It turned out that this spell was impossible to learn. Then what was the point of being imprisoned by Lear for so long? Mina bit her lip, but then she thought, if she couldn't learn it, then Lear couldn't learn it either. After all, to have affinity for the laws of arcane and blasphemy at the same time, Lear was a dual law of war and arcane, and it was impossible for him to have affinity for the law of blasphemy. Thinking of this, Mina felt much better. Thinking of telling Lear this news later, I wonder what Lear's expression would be. Do you want to learn this spell? While Mina was thinking, the phantom in front of her spoke again. Can I learn it? Mina was stunned. Yes. The shadow nodded. Normally, a person cannot have two law affinities at the same time, but this arcane book has become a law relic. Kill the big snake and integrate its law power into this arcane book, and you will have the affinity of blasphemous law. The shadow's tone became serious, and Mina opened her mouth. Is this the reason why the arcane book called her here? As long as I kill the big snake, I can learn this spell? Mina was a little excited. Yes. The shadow nodded in response. Hearing the affirmative answer, Mina smiled. As long as you kill the big snake and integrate it into the arcane book, you can learn the spell. But Lear can only watch but can't learn it anyway. She couldn't wait to cut the big snake into pieces. Go, my descendant. The shadow in front of her began to become illusory, leaving only one sentence at the end, and then disappeared, as if it had completed its mission. The darkness in front of her quickly dimmed, and when Mina opened her eyes, she returned to the scorching cave. In front of her was her mother's face. Lorena held her, and looked at the snake in the magma with a cold expression. Mother! Mina looked at her mother in front of her in a daze. Mina? Lorena turned her head, and saw that Mina had woken up. She was stunned for a moment, and then asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine? Mina nodded, and then stood up from Lorena's arms. What was it just now? Lorena no longer paid attention to the snake in the magma, and asked Mina. I know the secret of the arcane book. Mina smiled, but did not explain. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the big snake not far away. Mother, let's kill this big snake together, and I will explain it to you later. Hearing her daughter's words, Lelina frowned, but did not say much. She picked up the staff. The mother and daughter did not talk nonsense and attacked the big snake directly. Maya was not idle either. Various spells attacked the big snake. After Lelina joined in, how could the big snake resist? It was soon forced into a desperate situation. At the last moment, the big snake roared, like a desperate roar. Damn mortal, let's bury it together. The big snake roared, and the terrifying black fog poured into the magma below, and then the whole cave shook. What's going on? Maya finally stabilized her body. This damn snake is actually planning to detonate a volcano? Lorena saw the snake's intention. This volcano is not far from the royal city of Kalia. If it explodes like this, even the royal city of Kalia will be affected. The staff in Lorena's hand emits a more dazzling light, and a powerful spell is condensed to kill the snake on the spot. But how could the snake let Lorena do what she wants? It desperately dodged. At this moment, a flash of sword light passed by. The snake, which was frantically dodging Lorena's attack, suddenly paused, and it looked at the big sword extending from its chest with an unbelievable face. The densely packed snake heads and thin arms on the big sword bit his body, and he could feel his power being devoured. That was the blasphemous holy sword. His law relic. He saw that scene when his main body was killed. The blood demon left him no room for resistance, and he could only face death. And now this blasphemous holy sword appeared in front of him. Liar? The sudden appearance of the figure made Lelina and the other two girls startled, but soon the three of them were attracted by the ferocious sword in Liar's hand. Liar smiled. This blasphemous holy sword had not been shown in front of Lelina and others. Let's do it. Liar looked at Mina, as if he knew the other party's secret. Mina hesitated a little. Looking at the terrifying sword, she always felt uncomfortable, but soon she made a decision and came to the big snake. The arcane book emitted light, and black mist poured out, finally binding the big snake. The big snake did not resist at all. It was scared by the blasphemous, holy sword. Everything went smoothly, and soon the big snake was swallowed into the arcane book. When the big snake was swallowed into the arcane book, Mina felt that she had obtained a new spell. She successfully learned the immortality that she had never been able to learn before. Seeing this scene, Lear smiled. The magic fluctuations could not escape his eyes. He said to Mina, "You should fulfill your promise and teach me the spells in this arcane book." Hearing this, Mina smiled slyly. "Of course, I will keep my promise." Without saying a word, Mina directly outlined the spell runes of immortality, which were mixed with a trace of blasphemous power. Lelina and Maya also looked at it curiously, but the two women gave up after just a short while. Both of them were geniuses in arcane, and felt the mystery of this spell. This is not only the power of arcane, but also the power of blasphemy. Mina was a little proud. She wanted to see Lear's disappointed expression after he failed to learn the spell, but Lear disappointed her. Lear looked at the runes in front of him, and the information of the spell appeared in front of him, requiring 40% affinity for arcane law and 10% affinity for blasphemous law. Lear successfully learned it in Mina's shocked eyes, which made Mina furious. Everyone returned to the royal city of Kalia. A few days later, Lelina successfully took office as a member of the parliament. All of Joseph's evil deeds were made public, and those royal nobles were also questioned. A month later, Lear returned to the royal city of Soros and waited until the war with the Rhodes Empire. The large main quest was launched, and a large number of players joined the quest. With the help of the player group, Lear won the war. Emperor Rhodes was not convinced and asked the high-ranking officials of the Golden Church outside the Decision Mountains to come, but they were still defeated by Liar. Emperor Rhodes abdicated, and the ancient dragon princess inherited the throne. Liar established the Blood Temple in the Rhodes Empire. Later, Liar returned to Soros, but found that there was a problem with the war trial. The wild beast spirit appeared again. He possessed the player, entered the trial space, and released the sealed extinction beast. The extinction beast was about to wake up. At the critical moment, the goddess of war took action and asked the believers of the war church outside the Decision Mountains to rush over, including the queen who created the Aslan royal swordsmanship. The current queen is not the queen yet, but the princess of the empire. After seeing Liar's Aslan royal swordsmanship, the two fought fiercely. Liar and the princess fought fiercely, and finally they were evenly matched. Afterwards, everyone entered the trial space and tried to solve the extinction beast that was about to break through the seal, but because the extinction beast swallowed the crown of blood, it was powerful. In the end, only Lier, a professional who also possessed the blood law, could fight. With the help of Lillian, Lier barely resisted the control of the blood by the beast of extinction. But he still couldn't win, so Lier chose to retreat temporarily. He needed to be promoted to a saint. The goddess of war descended and temporarily sealed the entrance to the trial space, but it couldn't be sealed for too long. Lier's fact that he was the Blood King was also exposed because of the battle with the beast of extinction. Lier did not explain, but returned to the old dream, ready to complete the task of a tribute over limit, and instantly promoted to a saint. When Lier came back, he had become a saint, and he broke through the rules. Then Lier successfully killed the beast of extinction. The seal of the Decision Mountains was also opened, and the game entered the next version. Lier returned to the Pharaoh Fortress, and the ancient dragon, Chinching, Blood and Flame all came to the Pharaoh Fortress to establish a city belonging to the heretical law.